Chapter 1, The School Beauty Senior Invites You to Watch a Movie at 9 o'clock? Binding to the God-level selection system. Junior, are you free at 9 tonight? Senior sister wants to watch a horror movie that just came out. Your brother Jawan has to go home for something. I don't want the 2 tickets I booked to go to waste. Are you free to go with me? Pour.jpg. Yang Chen lay on the bed in the dormitory, looking at the message in WeChat, his eyes widened in disbelief. Didn't he fall into Yi Jiawen's trap, causing the company's capital chain to collapse and eventually being forced into a desperate situation? Why are you still here? Moreover, the surrounding environment is extremely familiar. Isn't this the dormitory where I lived when I was in college 14 years ago? For a moment, all kinds of doubts filled Yang Chen's brain. A full 10 minutes later, Yang Chen was finally certain that he had been reborn. And he was reborn 14 years ago, when he was in the 2nd semester of his sophomore year. Looking at his young and handsome self in the mirror, Yang Chen couldn't help but clench his fists excitedly. In his previous life, he started a science and technology company. Because he had made some achievements, he attracted Yi Jiawen, a senior from his university basketball team, to invest in him. But because I was too naive and credulous, I thought that the joining of the senior would be a great help, but I didn't expect that it would actually be a wolf in the house. He invested in his own company simply because he was interested in his core technology. After obtaining the core technology he developed, Yi Jiawen teamed up with a rival company, working together from within and without to break the capital chain of his own company. When Yang Chen was finally desperate, Yi Jiawen did not let him go and even sent people to persecute him. Yi Jiawen, I will let you taste the taste of despair in this life. Thinking of this, Yang Chen couldn't help but clench his fists. However, Yang Chen knew that it would not be easy for him to achieve this goal in a short period of time. Because Yi Jiawen is a veritable rich second generation, his family is in the real estate business and has at least tens of billions of assets. He also has complex relationships and has a certain influence in all walks of life. We can only take the long view. Yang Chen was somewhat helpless about this, as his current identity was just an ordinary student who had just entered university. Buzz. At this moment, Yang Chen felt his phone vibrate. After unlocking the phone, he found a new message popped up in WeChat. Junior, if you are free, please reply to me. Note, senior sister Su Yan. Seeing this message, Yang Chen's mouth curled up into an evil smile. This senior sister Su Yan is a year older than Yi Jiawen. She is Yi Jiawen's real girlfriend and also the campus belle of their school. She is 175 centimeters tall, has fair skin, a sweet voice, and a very hot body. Especially her pair of long legs that are so white that they are dazzling. Yang Chen still remembered the first time he met senior sister Su Yan, he almost stood up. It is no exaggeration to say that Su Yan is definitely the goddess most fantasized about by the male students in their school. In the eyes of outsiders, Su Yan is definitely an iceberg goddess who can only be admired from afar and not touched. However, in Yang Chen's eyes, she was a complete beauty lover and a complete contrast. When it comes to a handsome guy like Yang Chen, she would be extremely humble, and she could even say something like inviting Yang Chen to watch a movie at 9 o'clock in the evening. It's simply naked seduction. Others may not understand Su Yan's actions, but Yang Chen knows the reason very well. Because Yi Jiawen can't do it. Although he has good looks and height, and is a second-generation rich kid, he is considered a male god in the eyes of others. But Yi Jiawen has some problems in a certain aspect. It's on the verge of breaking out. I only learned this secret in my previous life when Yi Jiawen let it slip when they were drinking. After learning the news, Yang Chen was shocked for a long time. Who would have thought that although Su Yan and Yi Jiawen acted so close and loving, they were actually widows behind the scenes? This also explains why Su Yan always seduces himself intentionally or unintentionally. In his previous life, Yang Chen was too naive, and out of respect for his senior, he always kept his distance from Su Yan. However, in this life, Yang Chen will definitely make a completely different choice. At this moment, an unexpected voice suddenly sounded in Yang Chen's mind. Bite. The God-level selection system has been successfully bound. Triggering the God-level selection. Option 1, agree to Su Yan's request, and obtain startup capital 1 million and a God-level investment card valid for 15 days. Choice 2, reject Su Yan's request, obtain the title Ninja Turtle, and the system will automatically unbind you. Hearing the voice ringing in his mind, Yang Chen was slightly stunned, followed by a burst of ecstasy. I read a lot of novels in my previous life, so I know how buggy this system is. In this way, dealing with Yi Jiawen is only a matter of time. With a wicked smile, he typed a line of text into the WeChat chat box without hesitation. Okay, senior sister, see you at the Tonight Cinema in the back street at 8:50. Shy.jpg. Anyone who has studied in Shanghai University knows that there are only a few intimate private theaters in the backstreets, which are specially provided for young couples in love. And Tonight Cinema is one of them. Yeah, see you later, good junior. Blowkiss.jpg, Su Yan replied immediately. You little slut, Yi Jiawen is going to ask you to pay back some interest on the debt he owes you. Yang Chen sneered and closed the WeChat chat. At the same time, the phone suddenly received a text message prompt. Your Jianxi bank account has received 1 million yuan. Please log in to the mobile banking to check. So fast? Even though he was mentally prepared, Yang Chen was still a little shocked. Bite. Congratulations to the host for completing the selection. 1 million has been transferred to the bank. The God-level investment card has been automatically used and will take effect tomorrow. Please believe that the system is powerful and the source of funds is absolutely legal. Note, after the God-level investment card takes effect, the user can predict the stock market trend in the next half month. Making good use of the God-level investment card will bring unexpected financial benefits. Hearing the system's prompt tone, a smile appeared on Yang Chen's face. The mission reward was sent out instantly. The system is indeed reliable. Yang Chen opened the mobile banking app at the speed of light. Seeing the series of zeros after the account balance of 1, he couldn't help but feel excited. You know, in his previous life, it took him nearly 8 years to save up his first 1 million yuan. And now, just by completing a simple task, I can get so much money without any effort. I have to say, the system is awesome. However, compared to this 1 million, Yang Chen values the role of the God-level investment card more. Predicting the stock trend in the next half month, as long as you make good use of this point, it will not be a problem to multiply or even dozens of times the 1 million in your hand. Restraining his excitement, Yang Chen quickly changed his clothes and headed straight to the Tonight Cinema in the backstreet. Thinking of Su Yan's perfect figure and appearance, Yang Chen couldn't help but feel excited. It just so happens that there is no one in the dormitory right now, and no one will ask him where he is going, which can save a lot of trouble. Chapter 2 Private Cinema Tonight. 10 minutes later, Private Cinema Tonight. Don't be fooled by its elegant name, this is actually a cinema-style hotel where young couples can not only watch the latest movies but also enjoy a night's accommodation. Compared to some small hotels, the environment here is better, and you can also enjoy movie-watching services. This is obviously a more cost-effective option for young couples attending college. In fact, Yang Chen could have asked Su Yan to go to a luxury hotel in the city center, but for some strange reason, he chose a private cinema in the backstreet next to the school. You know, most of the people coming and going here are students from the university town. Among them are many students from their Magic City University. How interesting would it be if they knew that their school beauty and their junior came to a private cinema, and did so without telling their boyfriends? It has to be said that Yang Chen's mentality has indeed changed a lot after his rebirth. Compared to his previous adherence to convention and cautiousness, he now wants to pursue some different kinds of excitement. Coming to the alley where tonight's private cinema was located, Yang Chen noticed Su Yan's figure at a glance. Although she was wearing a baseball cap and a mask, she also wore a pair of sunglasses to cover up her appearance, as if she was afraid of being recognized. But the gray tight mini dress she was wearing, as well as the pair of long legs wrapped in black stockings under the dress, still allowed Yang Chen to recognize her identity at a glance. Yang Chen might not be able to remember Su Yan's appearance, but he would never forget her super hot body and her extremely visually impactful waist-to-hip ratio. Compared with Su Yan's figure, some foreign internet celebrities who are popular on YouTube are no more than this, right? At this time, Su Yan was standing at the intersection of the alley, with the brim of her hat pulled down very low, concentrating on playing with her mobile phone. But even so, the males passing by still stared at Su Yan with fiery eyes. Looking at his expression, it seemed that he wanted to eat Su Yan alive. Seeing this scene, Yang Chen revealed an evil smile and walked straight up. This slut came 15 minutes earlier than the agreed time. I'm afraid she must be extremely horny. Beautiful lady, are you interested in watching a movie together? Yang Chen spoke in a low voice, and his right hand naturally wrapped around Su Yan's slender waist. Su Yan was startled by this sudden action, but after seeing that it was Yang Chen, she punched Yang Chen's chest with her little fist like a spoiled child. Hey, Junior. How did you become so mean? How dare you make fun of a senior? Aren't you afraid that your brother Zhaowen will punish you? Although Su Yan said no, her body leaned towards Yang Chen's arms reluctantly. Naturally, Yang Chen noticed her little movements. Not only that, Yang Chen also heard a hint of coquettishness and smugness in her tone. This was not surprising to Yang Chen. Su Yan had been eyeing him for a long time and had long regarded Yang Chen as her prey. Now that the prey has come to my door, how can I not be happy? However, it is unknown who the prey will be tonight. Yang Chen remained calm on the surface, and slowly moved his head closer to Su Yan's ear, and said in a seductive bass voice, "Senior sister, please forgive me, it's really because you are too beautiful, I thought it was some fairy here." Feeling Yang Chen's hot breath, coupled with his magnetic voice, Su Yan's body trembled slightly, and her legs became weak uncontrollably. Su Yan subconsciously leaned against Yang Chen, her breath was as fragrant as orchid, and she begged for mercy, "Junior brother, let us go in quickly, there are too many people outside. I'm afraid of being seen." Seeing her like this, Yang Chen didn't hesitate to move his big hand down a few centimeters, and just like that, he hugged Su Yan and walked into the tonight's cinema. When the animals on the roadside saw the goddess being hugged and entered into a private cinema, they couldn't help but beat their chests and stamp their feet, feeling a surge of helplessness and rage in their hearts. But after seeing Yang Chen's handsome face, these animals could only sigh silently. 5 minutes later, Yang Chen checked into the room with ease, and walked into the room with Su Yan in his arms. As soon as the door was closed, an ambiguous atmosphere emerged. Su Yan looked like she was ready to be picked. However, Yang Chen didn't want to be so simple and crude. This is really boring. After all, the night is long. Yang Chen wanted to slowly enjoy the pleasure of being a hunter. An hour later, the plot of the movie gradually heats up. Su Yan huddled in Yang Chen's arms with a flushed face, and the shoulder straps of her dress slipped slightly. She was a little anxious. During this period of time, no matter how she hinted at Yang Chen always maintained an ambiguous attitude, only trying out the first few moves with her and refusing to go any further. This feeling of being neither up nor down made Su Yan extremely uncomfortable. She bit her lips lightly, looked at Yang Chen with her misty eyes, and said in a gentle voice, "Junior brother, can you help me see what the English letters on it say?" As she spoke, Su Yan's long legs kept crossing each other. The English letters above will change color with the light. For a moment, Yang Chen's breathing became heavier. After all, being in the same room with the school beauty and being tempted all the time, Yang Chen's ability to endure until now was considered extraordinary. Just when Yang Chen wanted to make a move, Su Yan's phone suddenly rang. Seeing the caller ID on the screen, a trace of panic flashed across Su Yan's face. However, he soon calmed down. She quickly paused the movie that was playing, then answered the phone, and made a gesture to Yang Chen to keep quiet. No need to guess, it must be Yang Chen's good senior Yi Jiawen who called. "Hello, dear, what's the matter?" Su Yan said sweetly to the phone, without any abnormality in her tone. "Nothing, just came to ask what my little baby is doing." Because the room was unusually quiet, Yang Chen could vaguely hear Yi Jiawen's voice coming from the phone. Hearing this voice, a hint of anger flashed across Yang Chen's eyes, but at the same time, a strange feeling rose in his heart. What else can I do? I have no one to accompany me, so I can only work out in the gym. A woman's mouth is a lie. At this moment, a prompt sound suddenly rang in Yang Chen's mind. Ding! God level selection is triggered. Choice 1, you suddenly get a little high, so you ask Senior Su Yan to encourage you while you are on the phone with your boyfriend Yi Jiawen, and you are rewarded with a dragon body. Your body functions are greatly enhanced. Choice 2, remain indifferent and be awarded the title of honest man. The second God-level choice is triggered so soon? After hearing the prompt in his mind, Yang Chen revealed an evil smile. Is there any need to choose? Looking at Su Yan's flawless profile, Yang Chen's mouth curled up slightly and he stood up immediately. Chapter 3, Warm Man Yi Jiawen. That night, the earth shook. Especially for other young couples in the private cinema tonight, it was a very difficult night. The next day, the sun was high in the sky. Ing ning. Su Yan woke up slowly, and the aches all over her body made her realize that she was not dreaming last night. Junior? Young fellow Yang Chen? Su Yan called out twice but no one responded. Only then did she realize that Yang Chen had left without her noticing when? Not even saying hello? What a stinky man! Su Yan thought with some resentment. But thinking about what happened last night, she still felt a little scared. At this time, Su Yan suddenly felt that it was actually a good thing that Yang Chen left. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Just then, the phone on the bedside table suddenly vibrated. Picking up the phone, Su-Yen glanced at the caller ID, a hint of disdain flashed across her eyes, and then she pressed the answer button. Good morning, little baby. Did you sleep well last night? Yi Jiawen's voice came. Not bad, what's the matter, dear? Su-Yen replied sweetly, but her face showed deep contempt. What time did you exercise until last night? Don't overwork yourself. Poor Yi Jiawen was still trying hard to be gentlemanly and considerate. I'm doing squats later. I just want to make my body look better so that you can show off when you go out. Su-Yen said coquettishly. Yeah, that's good. Would you like to have lunch together today? I have reserved a table at the Michelin Zero Hotel, and a 5-star chef will be cooking today. It just so happens that you were so tired from exercising yesterday, so I'll give you some tonic. Yi Jiawen is so warm that it makes people want to cry. Forget it, my body aches a bit and I need to take a rest. Su-Yen politely refused. Okay, then you should take care of your rest, Yi Jiawen said regretfully. While Su-Yen and Yi Jiawen were talking on the phone for a long time, Yang Chen had already finished his morning exercises and was on his way to the cafeteria. It has to be said that after obtaining the body of the Dragon Clan, Yang Chen felt that his body had undergone a qualitative transformation. After all, he almost didn't sleep last night, but he was still able to run 10 laps around the playground without taking a breath in the morning. What kind of horrible physical fitness is this? Not only that, Yang Chen also tried sprinting, high jumping, and some tests of strength and balance. The test results were far beyond Yang Chen's expectations. All aspects of his physical functions have improved horribly. I'm afraid he is not much inferior to some special forces. And according to the system's introduction, the function of the dragon body is far from simple. It will also bring some additional benefits to Yang Chen, such as immunity to all poisons, extreme endurance, accelerated body metabolism, enhanced attractiveness to girls, etc. The most important thing is that Yang Chen's body will continue to become stronger over time. This means that the dragon body has the potential to grow. It remains to be seen how terrifying Yang Chen's body will evolve to in the future. Not bad, a god-level system reward for free. This wave of huge profit. However, judging from the marks on the bed, Yi Jiawen is definitely a complete loser. Yang Chen was in a good mood. Humming a little tune, Yang Chen brought some breakfast to his roommate at the cafeteria downstairs, then returned to the dormitory. Living his life again made Yang Chen feel many differences from the past. In his previous life, he was a person who was relatively indifferent to feelings. Although I had a good relationship with my roommate, after graduation, I never took the initiative to contact him, so I gradually lost contact with him. Thinking about it now, Yang Chen felt somewhat regretful. In fact, his roommates have always been very caring towards him. Once when I was in college, I had a stomachache in the middle of the night. It was my roommate Li Jian from Haizhou City who carried me to an off-campus hospital for emergency treatment that night. The first time my business venture failed, it was because my roommate in Jiazhou City, Zhang Xinrui, lent me the down payment for a house without telling his wife, and he almost divorced his wife. There was also Han Wenbin from the next dorm, who almost lost his place in graduate school because he confronted the department head head-on. Yang Chen kept all these things in mind. They haven't met for 10 years. Now that he has a new life, Yang Chen will definitely not let himself have any regrets, and he must make them successful together with him. Taking a deep breath, Yang Chen took out the dormitory key from his pocket and opened the dormitory door with some trembling. Hey, old Yang? You didn't reply or say anything all night. I called you several times last night but you didn't answer. What are you doing? Noticing Yang Chen coming in, an artistic man wearing round glasses and with a middle-parted hair spoke hurriedly, with a hint of blame and worry in his tone. This artistic man is Zhang Xinrui. His dormitory is located on the left side of the door, and he sleeps on the same side as Yang Chen. Seeing this familiar sultry look, Yang Chen smiled warmly, threw the bag of buns in his hand to him, and said, I said I spent a good night with our school beauty last night, do you believe it, Zhang Ji? Zhang Ji was the nickname they gave Zhang Xinrui, because they always thought he looked gay with his middle-parted hair. Very suitable for doing that. His Su-Yen? You can't bully your friend's wife, let alone your sister-in-law. No, Lao Yang, you lied to me. How could Su-Yen be with you? How come after just one night you've already started talking nonsense? Old Yang, you've become a bad person. Zhang Xinrui's eyes widened at first, and he believed it to be true. He was shocked for a moment, but then he figured out that Yang Chen was joking with him. Alas, I wanted to shine my heart on the bright moon, but the bright moon only shines on the ditch. These days, no one believes the truth? Yang Chen shook his head helplessly. Just then, the bathroom door suddenly popped open. A dark-skinned, slightly fat man came out. He said as he wiped his hair and shook his finger. No, Jiangji, haven't you heard a saying? Nothing tastes better than dumplings, and nothing is more fun than. While speaking, the fat black man's flesh was trembling all over, looking very dynamic. Li Jian, whose hometown is Haizhou City in the tropical area, has a dark skin due to being exposed to the sun all year round. But old Yang, you're exaggerating a bit. I would believe you if you said you had an affair with our classmate's memory, but forget about Su Yan. Everyone knows that she is Yi Jiawen's girlfriend. Although you are more handsome than Yi Jiawen, his family is much richer than yours. I don't think it will be easy for you to steal his girl. I advise you to give up this idea as soon as possible. Alas! How dangerous and high it is. The road to Shu is difficult, more difficult than climbing to the sky. After a brief analysis, Li Jian recited a poem while reaching his hand into his crotch and scratching it twice. It seems that I didn't wash myself clean after taking a shower. Brother Jian's comments are brilliant. Zhang Xinrui gave a thumbs up. Chapter 4, A Regrettable Past, Full Position Purchase of Hecheng Heavy Industry. Seeing the two people's showy looks, Yang Chen smiled slightly. He really hasn't felt this relaxed for a long time. Since I graduated and entered society, the glory of my college days has gradually faded. In addition to facing the pressure of daily necessities, one also has to deal with all kinds of monsters and demons. After I started my own business, I felt even more overwhelmed because I didn't have any friends around me that I could trust and talk to. It felt really good to be back at university and see all these old friends again. The person Li Jian mentioned in his speech memory also made Yang Chen feel slightly touched. Memory, the campus belle of the School of Information Engineering, won the title of Campus Belle of the School of Information Engineering with her piano solo performance of The Peace Castle in the Sky at the freshman party. She was also ranked third on their list of Campus Belle of Shanghai University. After Su Yan graduated, she officially became the top of the school beauty list. At the same time, Memory is also their classmate. There is a reason why Li Jian mentioned Memory. Because since they first entered school, Yang Chen and Ji have been rumored to be in a relationship because of their good looks. There was a period of ambiguity afterwards. But what they never knew was that Yi had actually confessed to Yang Chen on the night of the senior year graduation party. However, at that time, Yang Chen considered the huge gap between his family and hers, and finally rejected the Memory. Memory then blocked Yang Chen. After that, there was no news about Yang Chen's Memory. He only knew that she went to live abroad. This matter has always been a big regret in Yang Chen's heart. Living his life over again, Yang Chen planned to make some different changes. Brother Jian, that's a good idea. I confess, I had dinner with the basketball team last night, drank a lot and vomited, so I slept in a small hotel on the back street. Yang Chen simply followed their words and made up a white lie. By the way, he put another bag of buns on Li Jian's desk. Their dormitory was a standard 4-person room, but because one of them did not report to school at the beginning of the term and dropped out, one bed remained vacant until they graduated. So there were only 3 of them in the dormitory. That's what I said. Zhang Xinrui shook his head, took a bite of the bun that Yang Chen brought, then turned around and continued to read his collection of Western essays. Although this guy studied engineering, he has always wanted to give up engineering and pursue literature, hoping to enlighten thousands of ignorant girls. However, it is unknown what kind of enlightenment it was. Thank you, Brother Yang. Li Jian picked up a bun, searched his crotch a few times, and ran to the balcony to blow dry his hair. Seeing the two of them, Yang Chen smiled again, then sat at his desk and started operating the computer. It is now 9:28 in the morning and the stock market will open in 2 minutes. Yang Chen's God-level investment card has been used and is effective today. He doesn't want to waste this great opportunity to make money. After quickly transferring all the 1 million yuan in Jianxi Bank into the stock account, the stock market was about to open. At this moment, in Yang Chen's eyes, the trend of each stock in the next half-month was clearly visible. What was the lowest point, what was the highest point, and what was the closing price? All at a glance. While others were still guessing which stock would rise today, Yang Chen already knew clearly the trend of all stocks in the next half-month. This feeling is like having a god's perspective, it is so cool. After casually browsing a few stocks, Yang Chen immediately entered the startup sector. The stock market is mainly divided into main board, small and medium board and GEM, and these sectors are slightly different. The daily price fluctuation limit for stocks on the main board and small and medium board is 10% respectively. That is to say, the price of a single stock can only rise or fall by 10% in a day. Even if you buy at the lowest point and sell at the highest point, you can only get a maximum profit of 20%. In comparison, the stock restrictions on the GEM are looser, with daily fluctuations allowed to reach 20%, which also means that the maximum daily return can theoretically reach 40%. This rate of return sounds a bit exaggerated. However, risks and opportunities coexist. Although the returns of the GEM will be higher, the risks will also be greater, so most investors will still choose to trade on the main board and small and medium-sized board. But for Yang Chen, there is no need to consider the risks at all. Because of the existence of the God-level investment card, there is no risk at all, just mindlessly pursue maximum returns. Yang Chen's operating idea was very simple. He first found the stocks that had hit the limit down or were close to the limit down based on the decline list, and then looked for stocks among these stocks that could go against the trend and hit the limit up today. This way you can maximize your profits today. Soon, he discovered a stock called Hucheng Heavy Industry. This stock has been hitting the limit down since the opening, with nearly 200,000 sell orders blocking the limit down. In Yang Chen's eyes, the trend chart showed that this stock would rise against the trend at 1:30 p.m. and would directly rise from the lower limit to the upper limit in just 5 minutes. And when the market opens tomorrow, it will also open with a daily limit. This means that Yang Chen's profit on this stock today will reach 40%, plus the 20% increase at tomorrow's opening. The total profit can reach a terrifying 60%. After selling this stock tomorrow morning and deducting some transaction fees, Yang Chen's stock account will have nearly 1.6 million yuan in funds. Wow, this kind of cheating feeling is so cool. Without any hesitation, Yang Chen bought all of Hucheng Heavy Industry. Fuck, Lao Yang, what kind of magic trading method is this? You only buy stocks that have reached the limit down. How much of a shock must this have given you? What? Still Hucheng Heavy Industry? Old Yang, you probably haven't read the news. The boss of Hucheng Heavy Industry lost money in gambling and ran away with his sister-in-law. He lost all the money in the company in gambling. This stock will continue to fall for at least 10 days. At this time, Li Jian, who had just finished blowing his hair, returned to the dormitory. He happened to catch a glimpse of Yang Chen's purchase of Hucheng Heavy Industry, and was immediately heartbroken. Li Jian also uses his living expenses to invest in stocks, but it is mainly for experience and learning, so he also pays attention to some stock news. Although he didn't see how much money Yang Chen spent, he knew that this money would definitely be lost. Operations like Yang Chen's basically make him a loser in the stock market. It's just bragging and giving money to people. Old Yang, you can't spend your money like this. You might as well ask your buddies to improve the food. If you play the stock market like this, you will lose everything. You didn't buy much, did you? Don't buy this stock with the remaining money. Li Jian's tone was a little excited, but his words revealed more concern for Yang Chen. When Jiang Xinrui heard the noise, he immediately put down his book and came over. Old Yang, it's okay. If you really can't make ends meet, I'll reluctantly give you my meal card. I'll buy your ass for a month. While talking, Jiang Xinrui also threw a few flirtatious glances at her. Get lost. If you want to sell Lao Yang's ass, you have to sell it to me. He is the most handsome boy in our college. When will it be your turn? Li Jian scolded. It was obvious that he felt disgusted by Jiang Ji's behavior of taking advantage of the situation. Chapter 5 Bet. The White Moonlight in Memory. Seeing this scene, Yang Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. But what surged in his heart was more warmth. Li Jian and Jiang Xinrui really took good care of him. After they found out that he had bought some bad stocks, the first thing they worried about was that he would not have enough money for food. As for buying a butt, it was purely to save face, and I would not refuse their kindness. Where can I find such a good roommate? However, Yang Chen actually bought stocks in front of them on purpose. Yang Chen just wanted to attract their attention. No, I've already put it all in. Yang Chen spread his hands. But I want to make a bet with you. If this stock hits the daily limit this afternoon, not only will you two have to call me dad, you will also have to give me all the money you have to invest in stocks. If I lose, the punishment will be reversed. Changing the subject, Yang Chen finally revealed his plan. Yang Chen just wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to make a small fortune with them, but it was not easy to say it directly. I had to use some small tricks to stimulate them. Of course, these are just small benefits. If they follow me, they will have plenty of opportunities to make money in the future. You are such a rebellious son, Yang Chen, how dare you disrespect your father? I'm going to make this bet with you. If you lose, don't be a scoffing idiot. I'll bet with you too. After hearing Yang Chen's words, Li Jian and Zhang Xinrui agreed immediately without even thinking about it. What a joke, this explosive stock can reach the daily limit in the afternoon. The sun has to rise in the west. Although Zhang Xinrui has never traded stocks, he still knows some basic common sense. The probability of a stock falling by 20% and then rising by 20% is really pitifully low. Seeing their sinister smiles, Yang Chen remained calm. The result of this bet is obvious. What are you doing? It's so lively? Just then, the dormitory door was pushed open and a boy with a wretched look stuck his head out. Old Han? Come on, welcome to the grand ceremony of recognizing the father in dormitory 901. The person who came was Han Wenbin from the next dormitory. Because they often visited each other, he had a very good relationship with Yang Chen's dormitory, and was immediately enthusiastically pulled in by Li Jian. In just a few words, Li Jian explained to Han Wenbin what had just happened. Is there such a good thing? Han Wenbin's eyes widened, and he immediately said, Old Yang, I also want to join your gambling game and become a member of your father's group. Okay, just don't cheat when the time comes. Yang Chen said with a smile. After chatting for a while, they packed up and prepared to go to the next 2 advanced mathematics classes. This course is a compulsory course for engineering students and can be considered a death subject for freshmen, with a failure rate as high as 50%. In his previous life, Yang Chen also studied very hard and finally managed to pass. Of course, Yang Chen in this life no longer cares so much about school grades. He goes to class simply to experience the feeling of a college classroom again. 15 minutes later, the 4 of them came to the classroom together. Li Jian took a quick glance and quickly locked onto a seat in the corner of the classroom, then sat there with Zhang Xinrui and Han Wenbin. When they sat down, they realized that Yang Chen didn't catch up at all. Looking closely, they found that Yang Chen actually waved at them, and then leisurely sat down next to the courtyard beauty memory. The 3 of them were shocked. Although they often talk dirty in private, they are after all just innocent freshmen in college and are very shy in front of girls. They thought they couldn't sit next to the campus beauty like Yang Chen did. Awesome, after all this time it turns out that Lao Yang is the wolf mine. Li Jian exclaimed sincerely. Could it be that old Yang was upset by something? Zhang Xinrui looked worried. It shouldn't be. Do you guys feel that there is something different about Lao Yang? Han Wenbin's eyes were rolling around, obviously observing something. Now that you mention it, it's true. I feel that Lao Yang is more mature and more confident than before. There is a calm aura in every gesture. It's true. Han Wenbin's words were immediately agreed upon by the other 2. While the 3 of them were whispering, Yang Chen had already generously sat down next to Memory. Memory classmate, long time no see. Yang Chen blinked at the Memory and said hello. Hey, Yang Chen. Didn't we have class together the day before yesterday? Memory's big eyes curved into crescents and smiled sweetly at Yang Chen. Just like in my memory, she is still so soft and cute, and her smile makes people's hearts melt. Especially those eyes, which seemed to hide stars and made people fascinated unconsciously. I really can't understand why I had the heart to reject such a lovely girl before. It feels like a long time since we last met. Yang Chen smiled. These somewhat ambiguous words, coupled with Yang Chen's handsome face, made Hui's heart flutter, and she turned her head away shyly. I'm not going to pay attention to you. You're so dishonest. Ding ling ling, ding ling ling. The bell rang and 2 classes passed quietly. Contrary to what Li Jian and the others had guessed, Yang Chen did not have much communication with his memory during the 2 advanced mathematics classes. On the contrary, he has been listening to the lectures and taking notes carefully. Instead, memory would occasionally turn its head to peek at Yang Chen, and later on, it couldn't even move its eyes away, so it just peeked at Yang Chen openly. It's just that Yang Chen didn't pay too much attention to these. After 10 years, he finally returned to the university classroom, making him cherish this hard-won opportunity. So much so that he had no time to take care of his memory. Until the bell rang for the end of get out of class, Yang Chen also wrote down the last key point the teacher talked about in his notes. Only then did he notice that the memory beside him was actually staring at him with a somewhat fascinated expression. When did my brother become so charming? Are serious men the most handsome? With a light laugh in his heart, Yang Chen stretched out his hand and pinched the delicate nose of the memory, and said, "Stop looking at the little flower maniac, hurry up and get out of class and grab the food." When his nose was pinched, Memory frowned and said subconsciously, "You are the little nympho." After a while, she realized how ambiguous Yang Chen's actions were just now. "Ah, you actually touched me." Just when Memory was getting angry, she realized that Yang Chen had already run away without her knowing when. He also waved at her. Hateful. Stinky man. Memory could only grit its teeth in hatred. She felt that Yang Chen today was very different from before. Become more confident, free and easy, and have an indescribable charm and mystery. The memory can't help but want to understand Yang Chen. From this moment on, the memory inexplicably looked forward to the next time she would meet Yang Chen. Curiosity and anticipation are the beginning of a girl's fall. Chapter 6 Basketball Exchange Tournament? Meeting Cheng Xiao. Great job, old Yang, you're amazing. You played hard to get very well. I've been staring at you through my memory for most of the class. Maybe our goddess of letterwork has already fallen in love with him. Lao Yang, it looks like you will be the first person in our 901 dormitory to be single. Everyone must get 2 tea eggs to celebrate today. On the way to the cafeteria, Li Jian was dancing and gesticulating with an extremely excited tone. It seems like he is about to be single. Jiang Xinrui also looked at Yang Chen with admiration. Old Yang, teach me a few tricks, my requirements are not high, as long as the one I pick up is a woman. When the time comes, don't even mention calling you dad, you can even call you ancestor. Chen Zhu. Although Han Wenbin didn't say anything, his sparkling eyes revealed his desire for females. This is the current situation of contemporary male college students. Seeing their appearance, Yang Chen smiled slightly and said, "The secret is, the dog that licks the dog can't get the house." 10 minutes later, the four arrived at the crowded cafeteria. This time was the peak time for classes to be over, and there was a long queue in front of each window. Damn it, are these people all four-legged rabbits? They move so fast? Seeing this scene, Li Jian couldn't help but swear. However, due to the pressure of living expenses, the four did not go to the less crowded special stir-fry window, but obediently lined up at the back of the queue. Buzz, buzz. While waiting in line, the phone in Yang Chen's pocket suddenly vibrated. Taking out his phone, Yang Chen discovered that there were more than a dozen unread messages in WeChat. There are messages received around 9 in the morning, and there are also messages received just a few minutes ago. This phone is too old. It didn't even notify me of all these messages in time. I have to find time to go to the phone store and get a new one. Yang Chen couldn't help but ponder. The phone in his hand is a fruit fort that was released a few years ago. It was second-hand when he bought it, and now it is obviously not up to the task for daily use. Just then he saw an advertisement for Apple's latest phone, the 6 Plus, on the street. He could withdraw some of the money he had saved from the stock market to buy a phone tomorrow. While thinking, Yang Chen clicked on the unread message in WeChat chat. Su Yan, husband, where have you been? Su Yan, are you really leaving? Su Yan, you are such a heartless little ungrateful bastard. You don't feel sorry for others at all. You are so heartless. Crying.jpg. Group chat, Xingong basketball team. Captain Li Tai, we will play an exchange match with the Sports Institute at 3 p.m. Everyone should arrive half an hour early and do warm-up exercises first. Please reply if you receive this. Chen Chang, got it. Luo Jichao, got it. Yi Jiawen, got it. In addition to these messages, there was also a friend verification message from Memory sent 2 minutes ago, with an eye-rolling emoticon attached. With a slight smile, Yang Chen first clicked on the friend verification that passed the Memory. Then he typed a message to Su Yan, Senior, I have classes in the morning, so I sneaked back. I will make it up to you next time part.Jpg. Then, Yang Chen closed the dialog box and opened the group chat of the Xingong basketball team. Basketball exchange match? Yang Chen narrowed his eyes, recalling that this was indeed the case. Every Tuesday afternoon at Shanghai University, students take elective interest classes. The team often chooses this time to organize internal training games or exchange games with other colleges. Is this the first time you see Yi Jiawen after your rebirth? The corner of Yang Chen's mouth curled up into an evil smile, and he became a little expectant. Although I can't kill Yi Jiawen now, I can still have some fun with him. Immediately, Yang Chen replied in the group chat, got it. Buzz. At this moment, Su Yan's message popped up again. Little rascal, you finally care about me? I heard you guys have a competition this afternoon? I'll be there to watch too. Do your best. I've prepared some surprises for you. This witch. Yang Chen couldn't help but think of last night's scene in Su Yan's words. Junior, feel free to tear off the Balenciaga on your legs. I have a whole set of different colors in my closet. They're all prepared for you. Thinking of this, Yang Chen's body instantly became hot. After a while, I finally suppressed the lustful thoughts in my heart. After briefly replying to Su Yan, Yang Chen couldn't help but ponder. Shortly after I received the message in the basketball team group chat, Su Yan sent me a message. Obviously. It must be Yi Jiawen who told Su Yan about the exchange competition. With Yang Chen's understanding of Yi Jiawen, he knew it without having to guess. He just wanted to show off. With a campus beauty girlfriend cheering you on, and then putting in some brilliant performances, wouldn't that be showing off in front of others? Yi Jiawen had done this kind of thing many times in his previous life. Wouldn't it be more fun if I embarrassed myself in front of my school beauty girlfriend? Yang Chen thought evilly, and some interesting images appeared in his mind. Classmate, what do you want to order? At this moment, a voice as clear as spring water rang out. Yang Chen couldn't help but come back to his senses. It turned out that it was my turn to serve the food. Chang Xiao? Seeing the girl holding a spoon, Yang Chen couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Coincidentally, Chang Xiao looks almost exactly like a female celebrity with the same name. She has a baby face and looks both sweet and domineering. She has a great figure too. She is fat where it should be fat, and thin where it should be thin, especially her breasts are soft, which is very spectacular. She is Yang Chen's classmate in the English public class. Public courses, as the name suggests, are compulsory courses for the entire school, and students from several colleges will take classes together. Chang Xiao is a student at the School of Economics and Management. The reason why Yang Chen had a deep impression of Chang Xiao was because two things happened to her during her sophomore and junior years. First, in the sophomore year, the then Student Union President Lin Chang publicly confessed his love to Chang Xiao and successfully held hands with Chang Xiao. Then, in his junior year, Chang Xiao suddenly jumped from the 22-story library and committed suicide. These two things were widely circulated in Shanghai University at the time, and almost every student had heard of them. There are different opinions on this. Some people say that Chang Xiao was caught cheating and committed suicide out of shame. Some people also said that Chang Xiao felt ashamed to face her family because she was pregnant. But Yang Chen knew that these rumors were all deliberately spread by someone just to discredit Chang Xiao. And this person is most likely the Student Union President Lin Chang. Yang Chen had this speculation because he knew some hidden secrets. In his previous life, Yang Chen had hosted an event with Chang Xiao. Since the event ended late, Yang Chen invited Chang Xiao to have a skewer at the barbecue stall. It was at that time that he learned a lot about Chang Xiao. Her father was an alcoholic and abusive when she was young. In order to protect her, her mother divorced her father and took her to work in a big city. After she finally got into university, her mother was diagnosed with kidney failure. I need money urgently. That's why while others were happily enjoying their college life, Chang Xiao was working various part-time jobs at school. Chapter 7 Triggering the God-level choice again. Yang Chen's decision. In fact, some bosses knew Chang Xiao's situation at that time. He told Chang Xiao explicitly or implicitly that he could help Chang Xiao and her mother for a fee. But Chang Xiao refused them all and relied on working part-time to support his family's expenses. In his previous life, after Yang Chen knew about Chang Xiao's experience, he felt very distressed and sympathized with her. But unfortunately, I was born in an ordinary family and have no ability to help her. In the end, she got together with the Student Union President Lin Chang, which was also related to money. Later, because of a crucial operation, Lin Chang went back on his word and did not give Chang Xiao the money, which eventually led to her mother's death from a failed operation. This incident became the last straw that broke the camel's back and directly led to Chang Xiao's suicide. At that time, Yang Chen, as one of Chang Xiao's few friends, took care of her funeral affairs, and her body remained innocent until her death. Alas, what a twist of fate! Yang Chen couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Ding! Triggering the God-level choice. Choice 1, help Chang Xiao change his fate and get rewards, a set of Jiangpan Supreme Building, 1 million yuan in funds, and a set of Cheyenne Yusei milk tea secret recipe. Limited to 1 month. If you fail, the reward will be taken back. Choice 2, stand aside and watch, causing Chang Zhao's tragedy to happen again, and take back all the rewards issued by the system. Choose one. A sweet reminder sound rang out, and Yang Chen made a choice in his heart without hesitation. In fact, even if the system did not issue the task, Yang Chen would still prevent all these tragedies from happening. 1 month is enough to change Chang Zhao's fate. To put it another way, even if he failed, Yang Chen would not suffer any loss. Congratulations to the host for completing the selection. The property certificate and related information of the building in the Riverside Supreme Building have been delivered by the specialist. 1 million has been transferred to Jianxi Bank, and the recipe of Chai Yin Yusei milk tea has been entered into your brain. Not bad, not bad. Yang Chen was somewhat surprised by the system's reward this time. Needless to say, the Riverside Supreme Building is a high-end residence on the bank of the Pujiang River in Shanghai. 1 unit covers an area of more than 1,000 square meters and overlooks most of the Pujiang River. Correspondingly, its price is not low. According to the current market price, it should be at least a small goal. In comparison, 1 million seems a bit of a small amount, but for Yang Chen who lacks cash flow, it is also a considerable sum of money. What surprised him most was the recipe of Chai Yin Yusei milk tea. Chai Yin Yusei will be a very popular milk tea shop in China in the future, and the taste of its milk tea is absolutely second to none. As a reborn person, Yang Chen knows how popular and huge the domestic milk tea market will be in the future. As long as he makes good use of this formula, he will have a place in this market. It is no exaggeration to say that the recipe of Chai Yin Yusei's milk tea is a goose that lays golden eggs and can make money for Yang Chen continuously. Hey, Yang Chen. What do you want to eat? Seeing Yang Chen staring at him intently, Chang Xiao felt a little shy and spoke hurriedly. If we continue to look at it this way, the students queuing behind us might also have opinions. Oh, sorry, I got distracted. 1 fried chicken leg, stir-fried meat with garlic moss, and 1 green vegetable. Coming back to his senses, Yang Chen quickly ordered a few dishes he liked, and turned to the back of the line to apologize with a smile. A girl in the team who was about to lose her temper immediately retracted her fierce expression when she saw Yang Chen's smile, and her eyes sparkled in an instant. The faces of several boys who had looked unhappy also became much better. Chang Xiao noticed Yang Chen's generous and polite behavior, and his favorable impression of him could not help but grow. Girls are such strange creatures. As long as a boy's behavior impresses her, she will quickly develop a good impression of him. It's ready. Here you go. Chang Xiao handed the dish to Yang Chen, and the magnificent figure on his chest couldn't help but tremble a few times. Thanks. Yang Chen took the plate, nodded, and smiled at Chang Xiao. At this time, Chang Xiao and himself were just ordinary classmates, so Yang Chen did not exchange too many pleasantries. Otherwise it would look a bit weird. Fine. Student, what would you like to order? Chang Xiao also smiled at Yang Chen, and then asked the boy standing behind Yang Chen. When the boy saw Chang Xiao's smile, he immediately became shy and even stuttered when he spoke. Yang Chen nodded, and walked towards the seat occupied by his roommate. Wow, Lao Yang, why is your portion so much larger than mine? What's your relationship with that beautiful lady? What were you whispering about over there? Tell the truth now. As soon as Yang Chen sat down, Zhang Xinrui immediately screamed, his expression very excited. Li Jian and Han Wenbin also had a mysterious expression on their faces, looking at Yang Chen meaningfully. After hearing Zhang Ji's words, Yang Chen noticed that the amount of food on his plate was indeed more than half of theirs. It was obvious that Chang Xiao had given him an extra shot on purpose. What a kind and graceful girl. Hitting Zhang Xinrui's head with chopsticks, Yang Chen said with a smile, "Little kid, stop meddling in other people's business and eat quickly." Seeing that Yang Chen didn't say anything, they didn't force him, and they began to concentrate on eating. After 10 years, Yang Chen was still able to eat the food of Magic City University, and he felt a little emotional. Although it was still as bad as before, extremely bland and choking, Yang Chen still ate it with gusto. It was a simple meal, but he managed to make it sound nostalgic. After eating and drinking, a few people put away their plates and began to bask in the sun by the roadside, digesting their food and looking at the beauties passing by. College life is less busy and more comfortable and leisurely. Yang Chen also enjoyed it for a rare time. 2:30 p.m., Magic University Gymnasium. Yang Chen arrived here early. Basketball players from the School of Information Engineering and the School of Physical Education also arrived to warm up. Although it was a basketball exchange game between colleges, there were many people coming to watch. Because the School of Information Engineering and the School of Physical Education are recognized as the two strongest non-professional teams after the school basketball team. The lineups on both sides are also luxurious, with 2-meter centers in the interior and guards over 180 centimeters tall. At about 2:45, Yi Jiawen and Su Yan slowly arrived. Yi Jiawen's height of 193 centimeters is more than enough to match Su Yan's height of 175 centimeters. They are also quite handsome and have a baby face, giving people the image of a harmless sunny male god. Very eye-catching. And Su Yan, who was playing with her mobile phone behind him, was even more dazzling. She was wearing a black sports-style outfit, carrying a Donkey brand backpack, and had her hair tied into 2 ponytails. It has less pure desire and more youthful beauty. Seeing Su Yan's arrival, she immediately attracted the attention of all the men in the gymnasium, and even her teammates cast a few subtle glances at Su Yan. There's no way the real school beauty is so attractive. Chapter 8, Senior is still good at playing. Basketball game begins. Seeing Yi Jiawen arriving late, Captain Li Tai's face flashed with some displeasure, but he did not blame him. Although Yi Jiawen's attitude is not very good, his physical talent and personal ability are good and can help the team. Therefore, Li Tai just said, "Jiawen, put the things down and come over to warm up quickly, you will start later." "Sorry, Captain, I overslept at noon." Yi Jiawen smiled harmlessly, put his things down, and went in to warm up. "Jiawen, were you too tired from the exercise at noon and overslept? I hope your legs won't feel weak later." Just then, sophomore Chen Chang came up, gave an expression that every man would understand, and asked in a mean way. Yi Jiawen just smiled shyly and said nothing. Seeing his performance, other teammates took it as his consent and showed expressions of envy and jealousy. For them, if they could have sex with the school beauty Su Yan, they would be willing to shorten their lifespan by 10 years. And for Yi Jiawen, this is probably just a daily routine, right? Yang Chen was playing with his phone while observing, taking in everyone's expressions, with a hint of disdain in his eyes. It was the same in my previous life. Every time I saw Yi Jiawen bringing Su Yan to the stadium, I would feel more or less envious and unbalanced. But now it seems that Yi Jiawen is just a jumping clown, and he only has pity and sympathy for Yi Jiawen. I am a useless person and can only satisfy my vanity by attracting attention. Poor Yi Jiawen, he probably doesn't even know that he is already wearing a green hat on his head. And his beloved girlfriend Su Yan was secretly sending messages to him on WeChat at this time. That's right, Yang Chen was chatting with Su Yan on his phone at this moment. Chat box. Su Yan, Jr., please behave well later. If you do well, I will give you a special reward shy.jpg. Su Yan, oh, by the way, let me tell you a secret. My senior sister is wearing your favorite Balenciaga in her sweatpants. It's red. Yang Chen's inner thoughts, silken pants? I never thought there was such a way of playing 10 years ago. I have to say, Su Yan still knows how to have fun. Glancing at Su Yan in the audience, who would have thought that a school beauty dressed so conservatively would be wearing red Balenciaga pants? Yang Chen immediately typed a reply, "Junior will work hard." .jpg. At this time, the Captain Li Tai came over and whispered to Yang Chen, "Shinzi, come over and shoot a few more baskets. You will be Jiawen's substitute in the second quarter. I have made an appointment with the coach. Secretary Wang from the academy is here to watch the game today. You should perform well." Hearing this, Yang Chen immediately said, "Understood, Captain, I will be fully alert." Li Tai is the captain of their team and a pure basketball enthusiast. He has always admired himself, probably because of his serious attitude towards training. The Secretary Wang he mentioned is the leader of the college. He likes to play basketball and drink, and is also in charge of some student affairs. If you have a good relationship with Secretary Wang, it will be more convenient to do anything in school. This captain, Li Tai, is quite caring towards me. As a freshman, I rarely have the opportunity to play on the court, and most of the time I am waving towels and cheering on the sidelines. Also known as the water dispenser manager. If there is a chance in the future, I can help Li Tai. After putting the phone back into the bag, Yang Chen looked at Yi Jiawen who was shooting. A barely perceptible evil smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and then he walked forward. "Brother Jiawen, how are you feeling today?" Yang Chen enthusiastically passed the ball to Yi Jiawen. "Not bad, I just shot 5 and 4 went in." Seeing that it was Yang Chen, Yi Jiawen put on a harmless smile on his face again. "Hey, Brother Jiawen, I really envy you for having a girlfriend as pretty as senior sister Su Yan. If I could find a girlfriend like her, my ancestors would be so happy." Hearing Yang Chen's words, Yi Jiawen smiled harmlessly again, and said, "Junior brother, you are so handsome, wouldn't it be easy for you to pick up a beauty in the same grade?" Don't worry, this school will be yours in the future. But in fact, he laughed in his heart with disdain, just you? You are a loser. What's the use of being handsome? Su Yan's donkey bag can pay for your 4 years of tuition. How can Su Yan like you? This Yi Jiawen is also extremely hypocritical. Yang Chen smiled when he heard this, and did not take Yi Jiawen's words seriously. In his previous life, Yi Jiawen could pretend to be on good terms with him while secretly plotting to harm him. Yang Chen would not believe a word this kind of person said. He came to chat with Yi Jiawen simply to have fun. After all, Yi Jiawen didn't know that when he was talking on the phone with Su Yan last night, Su Yan was thanking him. Soon, both sides had finished warming up. The referee also blew the whistle to announce the start of the game. Although it was an exchange match, there were many spectators around, and leaders from the college were also present to watch the game, so the match was played in a more formal manner. The school basketball team, which was originally training nearby, also came over to watch the game. The audience at the scene was not huge, but they surrounded the stadium in 3 layers. The serve whistle sounded and the game began. The people from the sports college took advantage of their speed and got the ball first. After receiving the ball, the opponent's guard made a layup with a one-stop move and a European step, scoring the first 2 points. The pace on both sides was very fast, and the game basically became intense right from the start. The surrounding audience also cheered, and the atmosphere was very warm. The School of Information Engineering mainly relied on positional warfare, using the height advantage of the inside players to coordinate and launch several beautiful attacks. The sports college was not to be outdone. They focused on fast-paced play and outside shooting, including several fast breaks and 3-pointers. As a result, the School of Information Engineering fell into a disadvantage at the start and fell behind by only 5 points. Seeing this, the team coach immediately called a timeout. Jiawen, you need to move faster. You can't leave the 3-pointer open. You need to rush in quickly. At this time, Li Tai specifically mentioned Yi Jiawen's problem. Although Yi Jiawen was unhappy, he could only nod and say, I understand. I will rush over in time. After a brief discussion of tactics and defensive positions, the timeout was over and both sides returned to the court. Now the ball belongs to the Sports Institute. The opponent's point guard passed the ball to the shooting guard at a 45-degree angle. The shooting guard's shirt had the name Zhang Yang written on it. He was the one who had previously made 2 consecutive 3-pointers over Yi Jiawen's head. This time, the Sports Institute passed the ball to him again, obviously wanting to specifically call on Yi Jiawen for military training. Zhang Yang first made a shooting motion, then saw Yi Jiawen rushing towards him this time, so he dribbled past Yi Jiawen and made a 2-point shot. Swish! The basketball went into the net and the Sports Institute scored 2 more points. Chapter 9 Yang Chen comes on the court. A slam dunk over the defense? The total score at this time was 18-11. Shindong College is already 7 points behind. MVP. 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 As Zhang Yang scored the goal, the audience at the Sports Institute burst into cheers. The momentum was clearly on the other side. The guy named Yi Jiawen, replace him. At this moment, Secretary Wang from the School of Information Engineering appeared in the players' seats and gave orders to the team coach with an unhappy look on his face. If they continue playing like this, the score will be messed up before the first quarter is over. The coach immediately called for a substitution. Looking back and looking around, he set his sights on Yang Chen and said, Yang Chen, you go up, replace Yi Jiawen. Hearing this, Yang Chen was not afraid of the stage. He stood up generously and stretched his joints, then went on stage to replace Yi Jiawen. When Yi Jiawen was substituted off the court, his expression looked as ugly as if he was constipated. Originally, he was thinking about showing off in front of Su Yan and others, but he didn't expect that the opposing guard was in such a good mood today and scored so many points in a row. And I was also selected for military training. This is somewhat embarrassing. Not only that, the person who replaced him was Yang Chen, who was more handsome than himself. Thinking of this, Yi Jiawen felt even more unbalanced, and couldn't help but think resentfully, you stinky loser, you will only be beaten even worse if you go up there, and then you will have to replace me back. At this moment, Yang Chen stood on the field, facing so many spectators, without any stage fright, but rather eager to try. His basketball skills have always been good, and now he has the enhancement of a dragon body. It is no exaggeration to say that, let alone playing this kind of game, even in the NBA, they can easily bully their opponents. Playing in this kind of college competition is a dimensionality reduction attack. At this moment, seeing Yang Chen coming on stage, the memories of the audience and the Shandong audience immediately lit up. Originally, she was not interested in this kind of basketball game, but was forced to watch by her roommate. Unexpectedly, she saw Yang Chen on the court. So he is also on the basketball team? Seeing Yang Chen's handsome profile, she recalled the scene in class in the morning and couldn't help but blush. Hey, isn't that your boyfriend? The girl next to Memory gently pushed her and said in a teasing tone. Hearing this, Ge looked around shyly, and when she found that no one was paying attention, she pretended to pat the girl next to her. Jia, you should stop talking nonsense. It would be so bad if someone heard it. Then he said in a voice as thin as a mosquito, there is nothing between him and me. Okay. I'll shut up. Sun Jia surrendered instantly. This roommate of mine is good in every way, except that he is a little shy when it comes to feelings. He has his eyes on Yang Chen, but he is still stubborn. However, Sun Jia saw through it but did not say anything, and turned his attention back to the court. On the other side, Su Yan also saw Yang Chen being substituted in, and a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, which stunned the boy next to her. When she saw Yi Jiawen's dejected look, she curled her lips and a hint of disdain flashed in her eyes. Pure garbage. At this time, the substitutions on the field were completed, and Yang Chen returned to the field as a small forward. This round the ball possession was switched to Shandong. After everyone was in position, Captain Li Tai began to organize the offense at the top of the arc. He first passed the ball to the center Li Yi, who was stuck at the free throw line, and at the same time, Yang Chen at the baseline quickly moved. After Li Yi received the ball, with the good vision brought by his height of more than 2 meters, he noticed Yang Chen speeding up at the baseline, and instantly passed the ball to Yang Chen. After Yang Chen got the ball, he was still about 2 meters away from the basket. He took a big step, squatted down with his legs, and pretended to jump towards the basket. At this time, there was a 2.1-meter tall center from the other side who came to assist in defense in front of him. What does he want to do? In the audience, everyone stared at Yang Chen and asked this question at the same time. This action, what does he want to do? The next moment, Yang Chen gave the answer. His body jumped high after exerting force with his feet, as if he had lost gravity. His head was level with the basket, and then he slammed the ball into the basket with both hands. The center from the sports academy jumped up with all his might, but his hands couldn't even reach Yang Chen's chin. Yang Chen's terrifying jumping ability can be seen from this. Bang! A crisp dunk sound was heard, and Yang Chen dunked the ball steadily. The opponent's center was knocked more than 2 meters away by Yang Chen and fell to the ground. Seeing this scene, the huge stadium fell silent in an instant. Both the players on the field and the audience off the field were stunned. They didn't even react to what they saw. A slam dunk over a defender? Oh my god, can't this kind of scene only be seen in the NBA? How could he appear in this kind of college basketball game? Even the members of the school basketball team who were watching the game were extremely shocked. Until the basketball rolled on the ground a few times. There were deafening cheers from the audience. Yang Chen, MVP. Yang Chen, MVP. Brother Chen is awesome. Yang Chen, I love you, just like a mouse loves rice. Seeing this scene, Li Jian and others who were watching the fight on the side suddenly howled like wolves as if they were injected with chicken blood, and scared the girls on the side so much that they took a few steps back. Memory also waved her fist excitedly, her little face flushed, and she looked very excited. As for Su Yan, when she saw the scene, she felt her body soften a little, and her legs slightly clamped together. Looking at Yang Chen's engorged muscles, she didn't know what she was thinking. In the Shandong players' bench, Secretary Wang nodded appreciatively and asked, "Which class is this guy from? Why haven't I seen him before? He plays basketball very well." When the coach heard this, he immediately said, "Secretary Wang, this guy is a freshman." Secretary Wang nodded with satisfaction, "This young man is good. Give him more playing time in the future. Time on the court is precious. We should invest it in people who are worth training." As he spoke, he glanced at Yi Jiawen intentionally or unintentionally. It is clearly implying that Yi Jiawen is a team member who is not worth training. The coach nodded repeatedly. And Yi Jiawen, who was standing aside, showed a harmless smile on his face after hearing this, as if he was happy for Yang Chen. In fact, he had already begun to feel impotent and furious in his heart, and his jealousy towards Yang Chen was somewhat twisted, and he even resented Secretary Wang who had spoken. Beep. At this moment, the referee blew the whistle, signaling the center of the Sports Institute to commit a blocking foul. Yang Chen got an extra free throw opportunity. He made beautiful gestures and shot the ball in steadily. Successfully scored 2+1. In an instant, the score came to 18-14, and the School of Information Engineering was only 4 points behind. There was another round of cheers from the audience seats of the School of Information Engineering. In an instant, the momentum returned to the side of the School of Information Engineering. Chapter 10, Dunk from the Free Throw Line. Is Yang Chen famous? Xin Gong, defend. Xin Gong, defend. As the momentum grew, the cheers from the audience became more enthusiastic. Even Memory and Su Yan couldn't help but shout along. Yang Chen stood on the field, hearing the thunderous cheers, and felt his body extremely excited, as if every cell in his body had awakened, and his reaction speed had reached its peak. At this time, the opponent's point guard dribbled the ball across half-court and habitually wanted to pass the ball to shooting guard Zhang Yang. But the moment he passed the ball, Yang Chen started. Yang Chen's speed was like a flash of lightning, so fast that the person receiving the ball had no time to react before the ball was intercepted by Yang Chen. After Yang Chen successfully stole the ball, he continued to dribble towards the opponent's basket without slowing down. The opponent's point guard saw this scene and wanted to hug Yang Chen and give him a tactical foul. But Yang Chen seemed to have anticipated this situation, and his body suddenly tilted to the right, perfectly shaking off the opponent's point guard. This scene immediately caused exclamations and cheers from the audience. At this time, there was no one in front of Yang Chen, and the only people left in the entire half-court were him and his opponent's basket. Everyone's eyes were once again focused on Yang Chen. Some people were even using their mobile phones to record this scene. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yang Chen started to pass the ball from outside the three-point line. 1 step, 2 steps. When Yang Chen's foot stepped on the free throw line, he instantly exerted force with his left foot and the whole person flew into the air. He drew a graceful arc in the air and hit the basket like a rainbow. Bang! A dunking sound that was even clearer than before was heard, and Yang Chen dunked the ball steadily with one hand. His posture is extremely relaxed, and his strong ability to stay in the air makes his dunks violent yet elegant. Dunk from the free throw line. Compared to the previous dunk over the defender, Yang Chen's dunk this time was undoubtedly more spectacular, and once again demonstrated his terrifying physical fitness to everyone. In an instant, the stadium was filled with thunderous cheers. In actual combat, he jumped from the free throw line to dunk. I'm afraid you won't see this kind of operation in the NBA. Everyone felt like they were witnessing a historic moment. Looking at Yang Chen's tall and straight back, Su Yan's eyes were blurred, and her rosy and intoxicating face seemed to be dripping with water. She had a deeper understanding of how terrifying Yang Chen's physical strength was. The memory also made her face flushed. Unconsciously, Yang Chen's handsome figure had completely occupied her heart. Yang Chen's relatives and friends, including Li Jian, Zhang Xinrui and others, were so excited that they danced with joy, and the scene instantly turned into a mountain of flowers and fruits. The more excited the others were, the gloomier Yi Jiawen's face became. Just now when he was on the court, the School of Information Engineering was almost defeated. As soon as Yang Chen came on the court, he not only reversed the situation instantly, but also performed 2 dunks that he had never dared to think of. This is literally like rubbing your face on the floor. Yi Jiawen felt a burning pain on his face. The last time he was so embarrassed was when he knew he was a useless person. Yang Chen. Yi Jiawen gritted his teeth as he looked at Yang Chen's handsome figure, his hands clenched into fists involuntarily. After these 2 dunks, the momentum of the School of Information Engineering was fully boosted. Even the audience who originally supported the School of Physical Education switched sides and began to cheer for the School of Information Engineering in Yang Chen. Moreover, the number of spectators around was constantly increasing, and the huge stadium became crowded. Yang Chen, MVP. Yang Chen, MVP. Amidst the thunderous cheers, several main players from the Sports Institute had turned pale, and they completely lost the courage to fight against Yang Chen. The defeat was like a landslide. 2 quarters passed and the half ended. The School of Information Engineering defeated the School of Physical Education with a total score of 58-21. Yang Chen scored 40 points alone. All the spectators were so excited that they couldn't control themselves. For them, being able to watch this game live was simply a blessing in life. At the same time, on major media platforms such as Weibo, Tieba, Foxpu, etc., the video of Yang Chen's dunk was quickly forwarded. Not only students from Shanghai University, but also basketball fans from all over the world were shocked by the content of the video. They began to get to know this college student named Yang Chen, wearing the number 1 jersey. The comments sections on Weibo and Taobao also exploded instantly. Katie's successor, damn, is this video photoshopped? This bounces even better than a snail shell. Mid-range shots or goddess weapons? I was completely stunned. Ball controlling master, this physical fitness is simply a combination of Jordan and James. Yang Chen's fangirl, my husband is so handsome. Doryman, this is a place for basketball technical exchanges. What strange things have sneaked in upstairs? Halftime. After Yang Chen left the court, his teammates surrounded him like they were welcoming a star. Some seniors in the team directly acted as caddies, wiping Yang Chen's sweat and handing him water. There was no way, Yang Chen's performance was just too shocking. It's like one person taking on the entire academy. Seeing Yi Jiawen sitting in the corner, Yang Chen's mind moved, and he picked up a bottle of water and walked towards him. Brother Jiawen, I want to thank you for going off the court to rest. This gave me such a rare opportunity to perform. Come, drink some water. Yang Chen put on an expression of gratitude on the surface, and stuffed the water into Yi Jiawen's hand, as if they were brothers with deep affection. Hearing Yang Chen's words, the corners of Yi Jiawen's mouth twitched unnaturally. He didn't expect that the simple Yang Chen would actually say such mean words. It was equivalent to rubbing Yi Jiawen's face on the ground again in front of everyone. At this time, Yi Jiawen's back teeth were almost broken, but he could only pretend to be nonchalant, waving his hands and saying generously, "We are all brothers in the team, as long as we can win the game." These words were immediately recognized by the captain Li Tai. He patted Yi Jiawen on the shoulder and said earnestly, "Jiawen, don't be discouraged. When you play as Yang Chen's substitute in the future, learn more from him and try to make more contributions to the team." Damn! Hearing this, Yi Jiawen almost exploded on the spot, but he could only put on a stiff smile on his face. Thank you, Captain. For some reason, a few BGM suddenly flashed through Yang Chen's mind. Thank you, because of you, the 4 seasons are warm. I guess Yi Jiawen must be thinking the same thing at this moment. 10 minutes passed and the halftime break was over. In the second half, Yang Chen took the initiative to ask for a rest, so Yi Jiawen came back on the court as Yang Chen's substitute. The Sports Institute seemed to have lost the courage to resist, and all 5 players on the field were replaced by substitutes. At this moment, just as Yi Jiawen was preparing to slaughter all the enemies on the field and regain his lost face, the phone in Yang Chen's pocket vibrated. Chapter 11: Serving the People. Opening the phone, Yang Chen saw the prompt box that popped up on WeChat chat. Su-Yan, honey, you look so handsome just now. Su-Yan, can I come to the restroom in the gymnasium? I forgot to bring toilet paper. I'm in the last cubicle. Seeing these 2 pieces of news, Yang Chen was immediately shocked. My senior is in urgent need, how can I just stand by and watch? The gymnasium is divided into 2 parts. The main hall has 2 large basketball courts and exhibition stands, while the secondary hall is for some small sports such as badminton. Usually the secondary hall is closed and only the toilets are open. Therefore, few people choose to go there. I have to say, senior sister Su-Yan knows so much. Ding! God level selection is triggered. Choice 1, serve the people. Senior Su-Yan forgot to bring tissues and got into trouble. You feel obliged to deliver tissues to Senior Su-Yan without delay. Reward, God level detection technique. Choice 2, turn a blind eye and be scorned by senior sister Su-Yan. Choose 1. In an instant, Yang Chen shouted in his heart. Note, the God level detection technique has been issued and can be used on any object. The interval will increase by 5 minutes after each use and will be recalculated the next day. Then, Yang Chen said to the coach, "Coach, I suddenly have something to do, so I'll be out for a while." If the coach hears such a request during a normal game, he will definitely scold the players. But when he saw that it was Yang Chen who spoke, the coach's old face immediately smiled as brightly as a chrysanthemum. "It's okay, go ahead, remember to come back for a group photo after the game." Yang Chen nodded in agreement, then put on a hooded sweatshirt, fastened the hood, and got out of the crowd. There was no way. Even though he didn't play, at least half of the audience still had their eyes on him. If I go to Su-Yan in a brazen manner, who knows what kind of misunderstanding might arise? Glancing at Yi Jiawen, who was still performing hard on the court, a trace of pity flashed in Yang Chen's eyes, and he avoided the crowd and went to the secondary hall. Restroom on the 2nd floor of the gymnasium annex. Not long after, Yang Chen's figure appeared here. To be on the safe side, he wandered around pretending nothing had happened. After making sure that no one was around, he entered the bathroom and got into the last cubicle. At the same time, Yi Jiawen was still sweating profusely on the court. He took advantage of his opponent's distraction and finally scored a goal. He immediately performed the celebration pose that he had practiced for 2.5 years. Finally, he regained a bit of courage and confidence. Yi Jiawen glanced around, but didn't see Yang Chen and Su Yan at all. His face instantly darkened. I finally got a chance to show off, but no one is watching? Su Yan took out a box from the donkey brand bag hanging beside her and handed it to Yang Chen. Here, this is the latest model of Fruit 6 Plus that Senior bought for you. It has the largest capacity. Keep it well. At this moment, Su Yan looked like a queen, making Yang Chen feel like he was being kept. Only then did Yang Chen suddenly realize that Su Yan's family background seemed to be very good, and was not inferior to Yi Jiawen's. However, because Yang Chen deliberately kept a distance from Su Yan in his previous life, he didn't know much about her. He just vaguely remembered that his family was also in the real estate business. Thank you, Senior. If he still refused Su Yan's gift at this time, it would be a bit unromantic. Yang Chen naturally would not do such a thing. After all, it was just a cell phone, no big deal. Yang Chen would just find a chance to return the favor later. Bang! At this moment, the bathroom door was suddenly pushed open. At the same time, there was a sound of footsteps, mixed with Yi Jiawen's angry voice. Damn it, this stinky loser Yang Chen, I don't know what medicine he took wrong today, he is acting so fierce. You embarrassed me in front of so many people. Damn it! Light me a fire. Click, the sound of a lighter being pressed was heard. Brother Yi, should we find some time to take him down? No hurry, I'll find time to have dinner with Brother Dao and ask him to arrange a few people to do this. Otherwise, it's not worth it to bear the punishment for this loser. Brother Yi is smart. Yang Chen, who was in the bathroom, heard these conversations and couldn't help but sneer in his heart. You want to find some hooligans to cause trouble for me? I'm afraid you don't know how to write the word death. Obviously, the people talking outside were Yi Jiawen and some of his close friends. It can be seen that Yi Jiawen was already anxious at this time, so he found the toilet in the secondary library to vent his emotions. But in front of others, he still has to maintain his image as a gentleman. He is indeed a model of a hypocrite. And because the innermost compartment was hidden in the corner, they did not notice that there was anyone inside. Hearing this, a trace of anger flashed across Su Yan's face, and she was obviously a little angry about Yi Jiawen's words. She would not allow anyone to hurt Yang Chen. By the way, have you guys seen where Su Yan is? Yi Jiawen asked as if he suddenly remembered something. Boss, it seems my sister-in-law left halfway through. Fuck. Su Yan, this bitch, won't even let me touch her hand even after we've established a relationship. She acts so noble all the time, what a bitch. After cursing, Yi Jiawen seemed to be still unsatisfied and smashed his phone to the ground to vent his anger. There was a loud bang, which was very harsh in the bathroom. Hearing this, Yang Chen was greatly surprised. Based on his previous opinion of Su Yan, Yang Chen always thought that she was a girl with a relatively open personality. He didn't expect that Yi Jiawen didn't even hold her hand? Out of curiosity, Yang Chen used a probing technique on Su Yan. Then, a few lines of text appeared next to her. Su Yan, 20 years old, a college student rich girl, has a favorability of 98 and a loyalty of 100 towards the host. The favorability shows the degree of friendliness towards Yang Chen. For example, 030 means that the two of them met by chance and are just strangers, 3060 means they are ordinary friends, 6090 means they are close friends, and above 90 means they are open-hearted and unreserved. If the favorability is negative, it means that there is strong hostility towards the protagonist. And loyalty means literally, indicating the degree of loyalty to Yang Chen. What Yang Chen could not have imagined was that Su Yan's loyalty to him actually reached the maximum of 100, which meant that Su Yan was die-hard loyal to Yang Chen and would never betray Yang Chen under any circumstances. This forced Yang Chen to reconsider his relationship with Su Yan. Originally, he only regarded Su Yan as a tool to take revenge on Yi Jiawen. But now it seems that Su Yan is absolutely qualified to be his woman. However, Yang Chen still didn't plan to disclose his relationship with Su Yan too early. After all, staying with Yi Jiawen would have unexpected effects. Ding! Triggering the God-level choice. Hearing the familiar prompt tone, Yang Chen's eyes lit up. Chapter 12:3 Joker Doom Cards. Ding! Triggering the God-level choice. Choice 1. You are helpful and help Su Yan warm up her body. You ask the host to let Su Yan thank you verbally. Reward for achieving the requirement: get 3 Joker bad luck cards. Choice 2. Give up this opportunity and get the title of nice guy. Do I need to choose? Yang Chen's mouth curled up slightly. Ding. Check if the host has met the requirements and obtained 3 Joker bad luck cards. Note, they have been placed in the host's pocket. After Yi Jiawen and others left, Yang Chen simply adjusted his pants, then left alone. As for Su Yan, she was going to the bathroom to touch up her makeup. She had accidentally had water splashed on her face just now. After receiving the system's reward, Yang Chen was in a good mood. However, Yang Chen also discovered one thing. The system seemed to be particularly difficult to deal with Yi Jiawen. Whenever it encountered Yi Jiawen, it would easily trigger some unexpected choices. It seems that I have to get more free rewards from Yi Jiawen. Yang Chen made up his mind immediately. On the way back to the main hall of the gymnasium, Yang Chen took out the 3 Joker Doom cards from his pocket. On the surface, these are 3 beautifully designed, well-made Joker cards. But in fact, they have the ability to bring bad luck to people. The method of use is also very simple. Just write the name of the cursed person on the back of the Joker card. In the next 5 days, the cursed person will be plagued by bad luck and misfortune. Even drinking cold water will get stuck in your teeth. However, according to the description of the Joker's bad luck card, it does not seem to pose a threat to the life of the cursed person. At most, it will cause him to suffer from illness, family breakdown, and decline in wealth. After understanding the function of the Joker misfortune card, Yang Chen smiled slightly and put it back into his pocket. Needless to say, this first Joker misfortune card must be awarded to Yi Jiawen for his enjoyment. However, before that, you still need to make use of it to get some system rewards. At this moment, Yi Jiawen sneezed out of nowhere. Poor him, he didn't know that Yang Chen had been thinking about him. Young fellow Yang Chen. Just then, a sweet female voice sounded. I saw a girl with magnificent figure running towards Yang Chen tremblingly, her 2 rubber balls bouncing up and down playfully, making Yang Chen dizzy. Junior Yang Chen, I am Su Dongdong, a sophomore in the acting department. Can I take a photo with you? Su Dongdong was running in high heels, gasping for breath, and her shirt, which was 1 size smaller, seemed to be about to burst. Well, to be honest, this was the first time Yang Chen encountered such a situation, and he was somewhat confused. Although he was handsome in his previous life, only some little girls shyly asked him for his phone number in private. Yang Chen had never met anyone like this who openly acted like a star chaser. Not to mention, this Su Dongdong really looks like the sister-in-law in a TV series. Her figure is not very hot, but the sight of her chest is extremely spectacular. It has a bit of a Monopoly flavor. Seeing that Yang Chen didn't say anything, Su Dongdong took it as his consent, raised his phone and prepared to take a selfie with him. However, a figure suddenly stood in front of Su Dongdong and naturally put his arm around Yang Chen. Hey, brother Yang Chen, I finally found you. Then, a voice so sweet that it could kill you was heard. I saw Memory looking at me with a slightly red face and a pair of big eyes blinking, looking very soft and cute. This is not over yet. Memory immediately turned to Su Dongdong and said, Auntie, brother Yang Chen is my boyfriend, could you please not get so close? You. Su Dongdong's face turned red, and he was so angry that he didn't know how to refute. Even though I look a bit mature, I'm not an aunt, right? But the girl in front of him was indeed as delicate and beautiful as a porcelain doll, leaving Su Dongdong speechless for a moment, and he couldn't find any way to fight back. In a fit of anger, she blew the ball even faster. At this moment, Yang Chen looked at the memory of the red face protecting the food, and couldn't help but smile slightly. As far as I can remember, apart from the bold confession he made to me in my previous life, I have always been shy and well-behaved. I didn't expect that she would pretend to be my girlfriend because she was jealous. It seems that because of some changes, the butterfly effect has quietly occurred, and everything is developing in the ideal direction. Thinking of this, Yang Chen was in a good mood. He took his hand out of Memory's arms and then hugged Memory's waist. Sister-in-law, oh no, Sister Dongdong, I'm sorry, I already have a girlfriend, it's not convenient for me to take pictures with you alone. Seeing Yang Chen protecting his Memory like this, Su Dongdong didn't know what to say and could only leave angrily. The other little fans around, seeing that Yang Chen had such a beautiful girlfriend, could only wish him well with tears in their eyes and walk away sadly. Seeing that everyone around me had dispersed, the Memory at this moment actually felt a little embarrassing. Just now, she saw Su Dongdong shamelessly leaning against Yang Chen, and she didn't know what was wrong with her, but she hugged Yang Chen and said such bold words. Obviously, it's not like this usually. Memory's body was tense, her face flushed, and she was hugged intimately by Yang Chen. Her mind went blank. After a long while, she whispered softly, "Yang Chen, have you hugged me enough? Can you let me go?" Unexpectedly, Yang Chen not only did not let go, but instead put his face close to her ear and said in a low voice, "Why are you shy? Aren't you my girlfriend?" Ah! Feeling the burning breath beside his ears, Ji Yi's body softened all of a sudden, and he melted in Yang Chen's arms like a pool of water. Only then did Yang Chen understand why women were made of water. The body of Memory seems particularly soft. Bad guy. I was just trying to help you out. She tried to defend herself in a low voice without much confidence, but it made people feel like she was just acting like a spoiled child. At this time, Memory's little face was pink and her big eyes were covered with a thin layer of mist, which made her look very cute. Yang Chen almost couldn't help but want to peck her. However, given her thin skin, if I kissed her in public, she wouldn't get angry, but she would definitely stay away from me for a while. Don't worry, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Yang Chen resisted the urge and acted as if he had suddenly realized something. Oh, so that's how it is. Memory, can I treat you to a meal some other day to express my gratitude? Okay, let me go first. Memory agreed with a blushing face. Chapter 13 Basketball Team Dinner? Yang Chen is a god. Yang Chen, Secretary Wang wants you to come over for a photo. Just as Yang Chen let go of his memory, Captain Li Tai came over. Seeing the intimate actions of the two, Li Tai smiled ambiguously. Yang Chen, you are really good, you have seduced all the belle in our academy. In the School of Information Engineering, as the campus beauty, E.G. was also quite famous, so it was not surprising that Li Tai knew her. Then, Li Tai anxiously pulled Yang Chen away, leaving behind a sentence, "Sister-in-law, I'll borrow Yang Chen for a while. Secretary Wang of the academy specifically wants to take a photo with him." Memory looked at the two people's departing backs with a slightly red face, surprisingly did not refute, but just murmured in her heart, "What? No way." 10 minutes later, the college basketball team's group photo was finished. Unlike his previous life, Yang Chen was only standing in the corner of the crowd at that time, holding a corner of the academy's flag and smiling foolishly. In this life, Yang Chen stood in the middle of the team, side by side with Secretary Wang of the academy, and everyone around him became a foil. Yi Jiawen had an expression as dark as the bottom of a pot, standing in the most inconspicuous position, as if he was constipated. Obviously, seeing Yang Chen stealing the show, which formed a sharp contrast with his own clown-like position, made him feel a little upset. After the group photo, Secretary Wang of the college warmly shook Yang Chen's hand and said, "You played well, young man. Especially your fighting spirit on the court, it reminded me of us back then. At that time, our conditions were much more difficult and our level was not as good, but we never gave up fighting for the championship. You must work hard and strive to lead Xiangon to win first place in this school basketball league." Yang Chen had heard about this. It was said that Secretary Wang was a member of the first Xingdong basketball team and loved basketball very much. Although his physical talent was average and he was only about 1.7 meters tall, he relied on his passion to become the main defender of the team at that time. Since then, the Xingdong basketball team has been fighting for the championship. But unfortunately, he always missed the championship. Including when Yang Chen was on the team in his previous life, they had the strongest lineup in the entire team's history, but their best result was only second place. At that time, both sides fought until the last quarter, but Yang Chen had to leave the court due to leg cramps and finally lost regretfully. This matter is somewhat of a regret in Yang Chen's heart. Now that he has lived a new life and has the ability, Yang Chen naturally wants to make up for this regret. "I will try my best," Yang Chen said seriously. Seeing Yang Chen's attitude, Secretary Wang of the academy patted his shoulder with satisfaction. Then, Secretary Wang turned to the cameraman holding the SLR camera and said, "Xiao Su, take another photo of me and Yang Chen." After taking the photos, Secretary Wang suddenly said to everyone, "This Friday night, let's book a large private room at Tinglong Pavilion in the back street and have dinner together for the Xingdong team." "Good. Thank you, Secretary Wang. Long live Secretary Wang." Upon hearing this, the senior students cheered and lifted Secretary Wang up, while the younger students clapped happily on the side. Seeing this heartwarming scene, Yang Chen felt warm in his heart. This is the Xingdong College basketball team, a group of people who come together purely for faith and love. Of course, except Yi Jiawen. He joined the team more just to find a sense of existence and show off. Yang Chen glanced subconsciously and found Yi Jiawen standing at the edge of the team. He was looking at him with resentment at this moment, and his eyes revealed ill intentions. It was obvious that this guy had evil intentions towards me. Combined with what he heard in the toilet just now, Yang Chen thought about it for a moment and instantly understood what this guy wanted to do. If nothing unexpected happens, he should want to take advantage of the Friday night dinner to get himself drunk and then let his gangster brother Dao Ge cause trouble for him. After all, my alcohol tolerance in my previous life was surprisingly poor. 2 bottles of beer and it's gone. But now I have the body of a dragon. How could a little bit of alcohol have any effect on me? He. Looking at Yi Jiawen's hypocritical face, Yang Chen came up with a brilliant idea. Let him experience what it feels like to shoot himself in the foot. Then, Yang Chen also showed Yi Jiawen an unguarded smile. Seeing Yang Chen's smiling face, Yi Jiawen was slightly stunned. Are you kidding? You will die this Friday without knowing how you died. After cursing in his heart, Yi Jiawen also showed a harmless smile on his face. After returning to the dormitory and taking a cold shower, Yang Chen lay happily on the bed, drinking watermelon juice in one hand and playing with the Fruit 6 Plus he had just changed into with the other. I have to say, the new phone is awesome. It is so much better than the previous iPhone 4. What's more, this is the phone given by the school beauty Su Yan. If this matter were to get out, I'm afraid many of Su Yan's followers would have heart attacks. At this time, Jiang Xinrui was holding a fan, fanning Yang Chen attentively. Dad Chen, how about this wind speed? He looks like a complete bootlicker. Li Jian and Han Wenbin were not much better. One was busy massaging Yang Chen's legs to relax him, while the other was peeling grapes for Yang Chen on the table. The scene was somewhat unbearable to watch. However, it's not their fault. It was indeed Yang Chen's performance that shocked them too much. First, in the afternoon basketball game, he put in an epic performance and single-handedly defeated the entire sports college. And then he even let the campus beauty GE from the School of Information Engineering throw herself into his arms in public. The two of them were even whispering to each other in front of everyone, directly spreading dog food all over the floor. This immediately broke the hearts of Li Jian and the other two who were originally preparing to welcome Yang Chen. Isn't this just tricking the dog into coming in and killing him? If things ended here, then that would be it. When they returned to the dormitory and checked their phones, they found that the Hacheng heavy industry that Yang Chen had bought in the morning had actually reached its daily limit. The reason is that the heavy industry leader, Lu Nang Group, will acquire Hacheng heavy industry. When Li Jian saw this message, he was stunned and began to doubt his life for a moment. Damn it! What you say is what you mean. Is it true that the price will reach the daily limit just as it said? After repeated confirmation, he told Jiang Xinrui and Han Wenbin about this. In an instant, the three of them worshipped Yang Chen as a god. He is handsome, plays basketball well, and has the most beautiful girl in school falling into his arms. Now even stock speculation is done with great foresight and prediction? Is this still a human being? It's simply God. After some discussion, Li Jian and the others immediately decided to hug Yang Chen's big thick leg. Even if it means sacrificing my chastity, I will do it. Of course, the premise is that Yang Chen likes it. Chapter 14 System Rewards are here. Seeing them like this, Yang Chen couldn't help but laugh. Don't they just want to cling to their thighs and let me help them make money? Just say no. Especially Li Jian, the man who claimed that he would not bow down for a few pieces of silver, was kneeling on the bed at this time, carefully pinching Yang Chen's thigh. Yang Chen found it hilarious. Come to think of it, this is not surprising. After all, we are all college students now, and this kind of thing is somewhat embarrassing. However, my original intention was to help them make some money. Not bad, very comfortable. Yang Chen nodded with satisfaction, and then said mysteriously, Sons, I have a big plan, do you want to know? Hearing Yang Chen's words, Li Jian and the other two's eyes sparkled, and they immediately surrounded him, pretending to listen attentively. One of my friend's family specializes in private equity and has some inside information. He told me the news that Hacheng Heavy Industries stock price hit the daily limit today. He said that in the next half month, their private equity will make a big move, and the profit is conservatively estimated to at least triple. Are you interested? However, I ask you to keep this matter a secret and not tell anyone. After Yang Chen finished speaking, Li Jian and the other two immediately nodded. Are you kidding me, triple? Based on the money they currently have on hand, the entire year's living expenses plus the money saved for the Chinese New Year holiday, each person has nearly 10,000 yuan. If it can be tripled, wouldn't that mean 30,000 yuan? It covers all the living expenses for 4 years of college. Where have Li Jian and his friends ever seen so much money? Sent. As for whether they believe this or not, they didn't believe it at first, but after seeing that Yang Chen's stock rose by 40% in one day, now they believe whatever Yang Chen says. Dad Chen, what do you want us to do? Don't say anything. How about I perform a gone aioli gay to liven up the atmosphere for everyone? Li Jian said his thoughts with tears in his eyes. It's not that he is spineless, it's just that Yang Chen has given too much. What do you mean by not bowing down for a few pieces of silver and not accepting food given out of pity? Go to hell with that. Come on, kill me with money. Jiang Xinrui on the side frowned, as if Li Jian's words brought him great pressure. After a while of hesitation, he seemed to have made up his mind, and said to Yang Chen with a shy face, I don't have any talent, at most you can sleep in my bed anytime you want in the future. Damn it. No matter how you think about it, Yang Chen is at a disadvantage, okay? Li Jian immediately showed a look of contempt. Hearing this, Yang Chen also felt a chill. I have to say that Zhang Ji's hobby is indeed quite unique. Yang Chen turned around and saw that Han Wenbin was also looking shy, as if he was too embarrassed to speak. Seeing this, Yang Chen immediately said, Stop. Be normal. If you do this again, Dad won't play with you anymore. How much money do each of you have on hand? Except for the money for meals during this period, transfer all to my card. I will return it to you in half a month, and I promise to at least triple it. Hearing Yang Chen's words, Li Jian and the other two cheered and immediately rushed to transfer the money in the card to him. Seeing this, Yang Chen also smiled slightly. In this life, I can finally bring some changes to the lives of my friends around me. Although the amount of money is not large, it is definitely a huge sum of money for people like Li Jian who come from ordinary families and have just entered college. Although Yang Chen was enough to multiply their money many times over, they were afraid that it would exceed their affordability. Anyway, as long as they follow me, they will have plenty of opportunities to make money in the future. When doing things, you should proceed step by step. This is just a small bonus at the beginning. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At this moment, Yang Chen's phone suddenly vibrated. I picked up the phone and saw an unfamiliar caller ID on the screen. In this era, information leaks and fraud calls are not so common. Yang Chen is not worried at all about this kind of call. Who would call me at this time? Then, Yang Chen picked up the phone. Hello, is this Mr. Yang Chen? It's me, who are you? Hello? Honorable Mr. Yang Chen. I'm very sorry to bother you. I'm the property manager of Jiangpan Supreme. I've sent your property certificate and related documents to the gate of your school. Do you have time to come out and get them now? Ha? So efficient? Hearing the voice of the middle-aged man on the other end of the phone, Yang Chen was slightly stunned. I didn't expect that the reward issued by the system at noon would be delivered so quickly. This is the most top-notch residential complex in Shanghai right now, the legendary Riverside Supreme that is worth a small target. You have to know that this is still a time when housing prices across the country have not really risen sharply. In 2 or 3 years, this house might not even be available for sale for 300 million yuan. It is truly out of stock. The last time Yang Chen saw this house was in a video posted by an old lady who specialized in filming luxury houses. At that time, the video only showed a part of the reception area of the suite, which shocked Yang Chen greatly. At that time, he was in the startup phase, living in a 20 square meter basement, eating instant noodles, and relying on these videos to accompany his meals every day. After reading this, the instant noodles in my hand didn't smell as good anymore. Mr. Yang Chen, are you listening? Finding that Yang Chen did not reply, the middle-aged butler asked again. Okay, I understand. Find a place to park on the nearby student street first, and I'll come find you later. Yang Chen came back to his senses. Okay, Mr. Yang, I look forward to seeing you, said the middle-aged butler respectfully. Yang Chen hung up the phone and immediately jumped off the bed. His strong sense of balance allowed him to complete this difficult move with ease. After quickly changing his clothes, Yang Chen left a message and went out directly. I have something to go out for, you guys can have dinner, no need to wait for me. Thinking that he would soon own this mansion, Yang Chen couldn't help but feel excited. 10 minutes later, Yang Chen leisurely rode a shared bicycle onto Student Street. Student Street is actually the back street, but Yang Chen was afraid that Jiangpan Supreme's housekeeper wouldn't understand, so he called it Student Street. If nothing unexpected happens, the Rolls-Royce parked in a conspicuous position at the intersection is the special car that the butler uses to pick him up. After all, Riverside Supreme is the top-notch residence in Shanghai, and the people who live there are either rich or noble, so it's no surprise that the property has such strength. Yang Chen got off the car immediately and wanted to park the shared bicycle in a special parking area. However, he found that a long leg was blocking the front, just blocking the parking entrance for shared bicycles. This girl has long legs, long hair, and a curvy figure, and it looks like she works out regularly. Especially the peach buttocks, which make people want to become a shareholder. At first glance, her figure is even hotter than Su Yan's. At this moment, she had her back to Yang Chen, wearing yoga pants and fitness clothes, with a donkey brand bag on her arm, looking very delicate. Chapter 15, The School Beauty of Magic City Dance Academy? After admiring this graceful figure for a few seconds, Yang Chen said politely, "Beautiful lady, could you please make way for me?" Hearing this, Long Legs turned around and looked at Yang Chen. When she saw Yang Chen's handsome face, her eyes lit up first. However, after taking a glance at Yang Chen's attire and the shared bicycle he was pushing, a hint of contempt appeared in the eyes of the long-legged man. Although he is handsome, isn't he a bit too poor? What era is this? Are there still people riding shared bikes? No way, no way. The long-legged lady who originally wanted to ask Yang Chen for his WeChat ID immediately gave up the idea. She then snorted coldly, then walked towards the intersection, as if being with a poor person like Yang Chen was degrading to her status. Yang Chen didn't care about Long Legs' actions. In his previous life, when he was struggling to start his own business, what kind of cold stares and ridicules had he not endured? In his opinion, the behavior of this kind of gold-worshipping girl was nothing special and would not affect his mood at all. However, Yang Chen had some impression of the face of this long-legged man. She seems to be the school beauty of the Shanghai Dance Academy next door, Zhang Yuqi. Yang Chen was impressed by her not because of her face and figure, but because of the scandals that had been exposed about her. It is said that Zhang Yuqi broke up with a famous rich second-generation man named Wang when she was a senior in college and received a breakup fee of more than 3 million. At that time, this incident caused a lot of uproar in the Magic City University City, and Yang Chen, who learned about it, was shocked for a long time. Finally, I can only sigh, I really don't understand the world of rich people. However, if Yang Chen had the chance to taste Zhang Yuqi in this life, he would not refuse. After living a new life, he took many things less seriously. He was not bound by so many rules and regulations, and had a more casual and playful attitude. It's a pity that others look down on me. Yang Chen smiled, parked the shared bike, and then walked towards the Rolls-Royce. Zhang Yuqi, who was waiting for someone at the intersection at this time, saw Yang Chen actually following her closely, and couldn't help but frowned. "Why are you following me? I'm not interested in making friends with a loser like you." Hearing Zhang Yuqi's words, Yang Chen did not refute, but looked at her with a playful look. I have to say that although Zhang Yuqi is a bit materialistic, her body is really good. She looks a bit like Fan Bingbing, and her body is extremely hot. It is completely different from Su Yan's mature style, and it gives people a desire to conquer her. At this moment, the door of a Rolls-Royce next to it suddenly opened, and a middle-aged butler in a tuxedo got out of the car. To Zhang Yuqi's surprise, he actually walked straight towards Yang Chen and gave a gentlemanly salute. "Dear Mr. Yang Chen, I am Lu Hong, the butler of Jiangpan Supreme. Here is your property certificate and related documents. If you are free now, you can take our special car to Jiangpan Supreme, and I will give you a detailed introduction to the layout and functions of the house." While speaking, housekeeper Lu Hong handed the bag of documents in his hand to Yang Chen with both hands. "Thank you." Yang Chen said politely and took the file bag from Lu Hong. This file bag is of very high-end design, with a burgundy sheepskin exterior, diamonds inlaid on the edges, and hardware made of pure gold. A breath of luxury blows over you. The scene before her stunned Zhang Yuqi, who was standing by. Especially the words Jiangpan Supreme were like thunder in her ears. As a person who is extremely materialistic and vain, she not only knows all kinds of luxury cars, watches and bags, but also knows a lot about the luxury homes in various high-end communities in Shanghai. Among them, Riverside Supreme, as the top luxury house in Shanghai, is her dream residence. If she were to sleep in this duplex worth 100 million yuan for one night, she would probably wake up laughing in her dreams. Zhang Yuqi never expected that this handsome young man in front of her, dressed in cheap clothes, actually had such amazing assets. Are all the rich second generation nowadays so low-key? Wearing street goods and riding shared bicycles? Thinking of the sarcasm she had just given to Yang Chen, Zhang Yuqi now felt extremely regretful. If I had been nicer to him just now, could I have gotten in the car with him now and gone to Riverside Supreme to see the world? If I can find an opportunity to serve him well, it is not impossible for me to become the hostess there in the future. At this time, Zhang Yuqi had even thought of names for their 2 children. At the same time, she felt extremely regretful. However, even so, she still plans to fight for it. Handsome boy, I'm sorry for what happened just now. I was heartbroken today and I was in a bad mood, so I lost my temper with you just now. I'm so sorry. Can you add me on WeChat? I want to treat you to a meal alone to make amends. Zhang Yuqi bit her lips lightly and looked at Yangchen pitifully with her big eyes, looking so pitiful. She also deliberately leaned forward, inadvertently revealing some of her beauty. If an ordinary college student saw the school beauty in this state, he would have lost his soul. However, Yang Chen's eyes were clear, and his mood did not fluctuate at all. He smiled playfully, leaned close to Zhang Yuqi's ear, and said in a voice that only the 2 of them could hear, "Senior sister, if you sincerely want to make amends, see you at the entrance of the private cinema at 9 o'clock tomorrow night. Just wear the yoga clothes you wear today." Yang Chen glanced downward and added another sentence. These 2 sentences made Zhang Yuqi's face turn red. Although she had never been to tonight's private cinema, she knew it was a dating destination for young couples. And the movie at 9 o'clock in the evening is an even more blatant revelation. For a moment, she was in great confusion. I originally thought that Yang Chen was just an ignorant boy, but I didn't expect that he was actually a seasoned love veteran. Don't play tricks on her at all, just get straight to the point. If she agreed to Yang Chen, it would mean that she would have to hand over the innocence that she had kept for many years to him. And if she doesn't agree to Yang Chen, it means she will lose the opportunity to make friends with the rich man. That's the most luxurious property on the riverside, worth 100 million. The property alone is worth 100 million, so how much is Yang Chen's net worth? Thinking of this, Zhang Yuqi gritted her teeth and whispered to Yang Chen, "I promise you see you tomorrow night. It's a deal." Hearing this, Yang Chen smiled softly, patted Zhang Yuqi's peach, and then walked into the Rolls-Royce. Butler Lu Hong has extremely strong professional qualities and acted like a wooden man throughout the whole process. And when he saw Yang Chen getting in the car, he immediately covered Yang Chen's head with his hands to prevent Yang Chen's head from hitting the roof of the car. Then, Lu Hong bowed to Zhang Yuqi as a gentleman and sat in the back seat of the car. Lu Hong performed these courtesies towards Zhang Yuqi entirely for Yang Chen's sake. This also made Zhang Yuqi feel a little elated. It seemed as if she saw herself marrying into a wealthy family in the future and enjoying the respectful attitude of the butler. Looking at the Rolls-Royce that was speeding away, Zhang Yuqi's eyes were a little dazed. Chapter 16 Butler Lu Hong's shock. Squeak. Just then, a BMW stopped in front of Zhang Yuqi. Then, a middle-aged man with a big belly and a bald head got out of the car and pretended to hug Zhang Yuqi. However, Zhang Yuqi reacted quickly and dodged by slightly turning her body. "Yuqi, what are you doing?" Seeing Zhang Yuqi's actions, the middle-aged man was slightly stunned. He seemed a little confused as to how the woman who had been very intimate with him yesterday could have changed her behavior in just one day. Just when he was a little confused, Zhang Yuqi took the opportunity to distance herself from the middle-aged man and said coldly, "Mr. Wang, please respect yourself. I already have a boyfriend." The middle-aged man in front of her was an executive of a bank, whom she met when she went to a bar a few days ago. In fact, Zhang Yuqi doesn't like this middle-aged fat man at all. She just pretends to care about him in order to get some brand-name bags and jewelry from him. As for wanting to take advantage of me, that's impossible. And just now after seeing Yang Chen, a real rich man, Zhang Yuqi immediately lost interest in this middle-aged man. It's just a donkey brand bag. How can it be compared with the building on the bank of the Huangpu River? What if Yang Chen saw this and had some misunderstanding? Wouldn't that be like picking up sesame seeds and losing watermelons? Therefore, Zhang Yuqi immediately acted as if she was not familiar with you. "You. Don't you want the latest LV bag? I'll take you to buy it now. I also booked a 5-star hotel, Hilton Hotel, next to the Pujiang River, and prepared a candlelight dinner." Seeing Zhang Yuqi's indifferent look, the bank executive suddenly became anxious and directly used his trump card. You know, he has a box of newly bought Supreme Ultra Thin in his briefcase. He had even thought through the moves he was going to use tonight several times in his mind. Hearing this, Zhang Yuqi sneered, "You want to win me over with a 20,000 yuan bag? Mr. Wang, you are 50 years old, how can you still be so naive?" After saying that, Zhang Yuqi walked towards the school without looking back. Only Mr. Wang was left standing there, his face turning pale and blue. His eyes were fixed on Zhang Yuqi's swinging long legs, greed revealed in his eyes, but he was helpless. Although he is a senior executive of a bank, he really has no way to control this school beauty. With no other options, Mr. Wang could only take out the mobile phone from his pocket and write a text message to the intern who had recently joined his bank, Hilton Hotel 612, "I'll give you the 10 million yuan order." Yang Chen naturally didn't know what happened afterwards, he just flirted with Zhang Yuqi on a whim. In his eyes, Zhang Yuqi was just a school beauty who could be used to unlock new postures, and there was no way she could become his girlfriend. For Yang Chen, this was just a small episode, and he completely forgot about it after getting in the car. "Mr. Yang, would you like some coffee? There is a special coffee machine on the train. The coffee beans are the Yirgachef variety imported from Nanfei. I can make it for you on the spot. We have tea, too. It's top-grade Longjing tea, and it's delicious when paired with mountain spring water." Butler Lu Hong opened the cabinet next to the chair and introduced it to Yang Chen enthusiastically. This Rolls-Royce is a custom-made extended model with extremely spacious interior and 2 rows of facing seats in the back. At this time, Lu Hong was sitting opposite Yang Chen. "Have some tea." Compared to foreign coffee, Yang Chen prefers locally grown tea. Although the taste is light, it is very memorable. "Please wait a moment, Mr. Yang." Lu Hong then took out the tea leaves and began to brew tea smoothly. The steps of brewing tea are not complicated, but they are very challenging for the tea maker. Controlling the water temperature and choosing the water quality are particularly important. It can be seen that Lu Hong is also well versed in this. Sure enough, it is not easy to be the property manager of Jiangpan Supreme. In addition to being a good interpersonal person, one must also be proficient in various skills. "Mr. Yang, the tea is ready, please taste it." Soon, Lu Hong handed a cup of brewed tea to Yang Chen. "Thank you." Yang Chen took the teacup, but was not in a hurry to taste it. Instead, he raised the teacup and used his nose to feel the fragrance of the tea first. Only when the fragrance of tea completely permeated his nostrils did he take a sip of the tea slowly. He first let the tip of his tongue feel the fragrance of the tea, then rolled his tongue to allow his mouth to fully wrap the tea before swallowing it. This method of tea tasting allows you to fully experience the fragrance and flavor of the tea. Yang Chen was a tea lover in his previous life. He had kept this tea drinking habit for many years and it was completely a subconscious action. When Lu Hong, who was standing by, saw this scene, he couldn't help but nodded secretly. He has been working as a property manager in high-end residential areas for more than 20 years and has met all kinds of wealthy people. Some people act impatiently and drink tea like Zhu Beiji swallowing ginseng fruit, they just swallow it without tasting it. Such people are often nouveau riche, and they are eager for quick success and instant benefits in their way of doing things. The money they earn by luck will soon be squandered for various reasons. Some people, on the other hand, are too deliberate in their tea drinking movements, which makes them seem artificial. Such people can usually only make a small fortune. Only some real big shots taste tea like Yang Chen, neither hurried nor slow, yet with a majestic aura. Considering that Yang Chen is so young yet has such a huge amount of assets, even Lu Hong, who has met many important people, couldn't help but feel secretly shocked. Yang Chen did not expect that his small action would cause such a big shock to Lu Hong. After sipping the tea, he leaned back in the leather seat and closed his eyes to rest. Half an hour later, Yang Chen finally arrived at the Riverside Supreme Community. Even though Yang Chen had seen a corner of this place in a video before, he was still severely shocked after entering. There are only 2 buildings in Jiangpan Supreme Community, and the green area accounts for more than 70%. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a natural oxygen bar. After entering, you can see various precious trees, as well as ponds and pavilions everywhere. There are birds singing and flowers blooming everywhere, and the air is filled with a fresh smell. Mr. Yang, our community at Riverside Supreme mainly adopts Chinese design. While combining the ancient courtyard design, some new modern elements are added. As the Rolls-Royce passed through the atrium of the community, housekeeper Lu Hong introduced it. Soon, the car drove into the underground parking garage of building number 1. It can be seen from the cars parked here that the people living in this building are indeed rich or noble. Yang Chen saw more than 1 Lamborghini and Ferrari-level supercars, in addition to Maybach, Rolls-Royce, and other luxury cars. Here, cars like Porsche are considered low-end cars. Chapter 17: A Special Gift. Limited Edition Lamborghini. After seeing this parking garage that was comparable to a top auto show, Yang Chen couldn't help but be a little shocked. After all, he relied on his own efforts in his previous life, and the best car he could drive was just a BMW 5 Series. Sports cars of the level of Ferrari and Lamborghini are beyond my imagination. This kind of thing is something that you don't have when you are born, and it is basically gone in this life. However, for Yang Chen in this life, owning a supercar is just a matter of time. Mr. Yang, this way please. Each floor of our Riverside Supreme has a 5-elevator per unit elevator structure, ensuring that every owner can get on the elevator within 15 seconds. Not only that, the elevator uses the most advanced iris recognition combined with facial recognition technology, and the elevator can only be used after passing the test. Moreover, the elevator can automatically identify the floor you are on. Without prior authorization, the owner can only reach his or her own floor. This can well protect the safety and privacy of every owner. Butler Lu Hong guided Yang Chen in front while giving a professional and detailed explanation. TSK, 5 elevators per household, this is no longer just a luxury. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Yang Chen would have found it a little ridiculous. Is this how we waste a piece of land where every inch of it is valuable? However, thinking that the greening rate of the community reached over 70%, Yang Chen immediately felt relieved. Soon, when Yang Chen completed the iris and face recognition, the elevator started and sent the two to the 20th floor. After another round of facial recognition, Yang Chen officially entered the house. Yang Chen's building in a building occupies the 20th and 21st floors, and each floor is a large flat of about 500 meters. According to the floor plan, one side has a completely unobstructed view of the river, overlooking most of the Pujiang River. The other side faces the community atrium and a CBD center outside the community. However, the floor plan is the floor plan. After actually entering the house, Yang Chen was still shocked by the scene before him. The living room has a panoramic floor-to-ceiling window about 20 meters long. There is no obstruction in front of it, and the scenery of the Pujiang River can be seen at a glance. At this time, the sun was setting in the distance, turning the sky into an intoxicating red color. Including the iconic buildings of Shanghai, such as the Shanghai Pearl and the World Trade Center, they have become part of the background. The entire panoramic floor-to-ceiling window is like a picture frame, capturing the most beautiful scenery of the Magic City. Seeing this picturesque scene, even the butler Lu Hong showed an intoxicated expression. As a property manager, he was not qualified to enter the house. Only when he brings the owner to introduce the functions of the house can one have the opportunity to see this scene. After a brief moment of distraction, housekeeper Lu Hong quickly came back to his senses and introduced to Yang Chen. This panoramic floor-to-ceiling window was designed by the world-renowned house design master, Shearson. It was also his work that won the first prize in the World House Design Competition last year. Mr. Shearson himself named it, a window opened by God. It's made of bulletproof super-strengthened glass. Even if it's shot at close range by a sniper rifle, it can't be broken. It's very safe. It seemed to have ignited Lu Hong's enthusiasm, and he began to take Yang Chen on a tour. The structure of the first floor is similar to what Yang Chen saw in the video in his previous life. It mainly consists of a fitness area, a movie viewing area, a game room, a reception area, a tea room and a dining area. Soon, housekeeper Lu Hong took Yang Chen to the second floor. The staircase is a spiral staircase with a huge crystal chandelier in the middle, inlaid with various gems. The layout of the second floor is much simpler. This floor is mainly composed of restrooms, a quiet room and 2 study rooms, which can be used for meditation or work. Each bedroom is equipped with a separate dressing room and bathroom. The design here adopts a dynamic and quiet separation design, with the office study and bedroom on both sides, so they will not disturb each other at all. With the introduction of the butler Lu Hong, the two of them quickly visited all the rooms and returned to the first floor. Mr. Yang, it is a great honor to serve you today. The property fee for your house is 30,000 yuan per month. You have paid off the property fee for the next 50 years in one lump sum. In order to thank you for your generosity, we, Zhangpan Supreme, have prepared a special gift for you. I hope you will accept it. This is an absolutely special custom version, and you are the only owner here who can enjoy this special privilege. After saying that, Lu Hong raised his hands and clapped twice. Then, a girl about 20 years old walked in from outside the door, pushing a food cart. She was wearing a sky-blue Japanese kimono, her waist was slender enough to be held in the hand, and her snow-white skin was exposed on her chest, which was even dazzling under the light. The girl was wearing a thin white veil, which made her already delicate facial features even more beautiful. What attracted Yang Chen the most was her pair of big, expressive eyes, which were full of subtle temptation. Mr. Yang, this is the dinner our Jiangpan Supreme prepared for you. And your personal maid, Aragaki Mai. She has Japanese royal blood, and was sent here by her family because of some special changes in her family. Considering that your house is too big and you may not have time to take care of it, we specially prepared this maid for you. She can meet all your requirements, not just limited to washing clothes, cooking, and cleaning the room. At this point, housekeeper Lu Hong revealed a meaningful smile. Of course, you also have the right to refuse, or if you have other requests, we will try our best to meet them. I have to say, rich people still know how to have fun. Hearing what butler Lu Hong said, Yang Chen was also a little shocked. It turns out that owning this kind of luxury house has hidden special benefits? A maid, with Japanese royal blood and exquisite facial features, who can satisfy all her needs. The real-life runaway princess from Japan? Looking into her eyes, Yang Chen even felt his heart skip a beat. Ding! Triggering the God-level choice. Choice 1, you are a kind-hearted person, and you don't want to leave my Aragaki alone, so you decide to take her in. Reward, a Lamborghini Venom full carbon fiber plate, limited to 10 units worldwide. Choice 2, under the strange gaze of housekeeper Lu Hong, politely reject his kindness and let him mistakenly think that you have an affair with him. Is there any need to choose? Of course it's option 1. With a slight smile, Yang Chen said, "Thank you for your kindness, then I will respectfully obey your orders." After Yang Chen finished speaking, he could clearly feel that Aragaki Mai's tense body relaxed. It seemed that she was not opposed to being her own maid, but rather was looking forward to it. After a little thought, Yang Chen understood why. I guess most people who can afford the luxury houses here are middle-aged people over 50 years old. It is rare to find someone as young as Yang Chen who possesses such assets. Moreover, Yang Chen looks gentle and refined, handsome, and at first glance he looks like a good person. After Yang Chen made his choice, a reminder sounded in his mind immediately. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the selection and winning a Lamborghini Venom full carbon fiber plate. The reward will be delivered by a dedicated person later. Chapter 18, The atmosphere heats up. Okay, then my mission for today is successfully completed. Mr. Yang, I won't bother you anymore. If you have any questions about the subsequent use, you can contact me directly or ask Mai to tell me. Seeing that Yang Chen's eyes were always on Aragaki Mai, housekeeper Lu Hong immediately took his leave and closed the door. At this moment, only Yang Chen and Aragaki Mai were left in the room. The atmosphere suddenly became ambiguous. Feeling Yang Chen's fiery gaze, Aragaki Mai's face turned slightly red, and she shyly avoided his gaze. But soon, she looked at Yang Chen and asked, "Master, shall we eat now?" Did I hear that correctly? Looking at my Aragaki's angelic face, coupled with her charming voice and big eyes, Yang Chen almost had a heart attack. This Aragaki Mai was so stunning the moment she opened her mouth that she almost sent Yang Chen away. If an ordinary otaku heard my Aragaki say this to him, he would probably have died on the spot. This contrast is fatal. However, even so, Yang Chen still didn't intend to let her change her words. Well, let's eat first. Noticing the dining cart pushed by Aragaki Mai, Yang Chen said. Obviously, this was a dinner specially prepared by Jiangpan's Supreme Butler. It has to be said that Riverside Supreme is worthy of being one of the most high-end real estate projects in Shanghai. With unparalleled service, every detail is considered perfectly. Yang Chen had been exercising for a long time in the court and the bathroom in the afternoon, plus he walked around the building, so his exercise was not small. After being reminded by my Aragaki, I realized that I was indeed hungry. Okay, please follow me. My Aragaki and Yang Chen were not too familiar with each other, so she was a little shy and her face was flushed. Soon, the two arrived at the dining area. The kitchen and dining room adopt Chinese design, so the whole set of furniture is made of high-quality solid wood, which looks very elegant and comfortable. After Yang Chen was seated, Aragaki Mai began to place the dishes on the dining cart on the table. The dinner prepared by the property was very high-end. Yang Chen took a quick glance and saw all kinds of high-end ingredients. Caviar, king crab, sashimi, Australian lobster, wagyu beef and so on, everything is available. Even some of the ingredients, Yang Chen had only seen them in videos before. Beauty, delicious food, and luxury houses. Everything in front of him still made Yang Chen feel unreal. This kind of life I never dared to imagine before, but now, on the second day after my rebirth, it has become a reality. Yang Chen couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Master, tonight's dinner was specially prepared by a Michelin 3-star chef, and all the ingredients used were the highest quality ingredients that he had airlifted in. Master, would you like some wine? Here is a bottle of 1982 Lafite and a bottle of 20-year-old Mao Tai. My Aragaki's soft voice instantly brought Yang Chen back to his senses. Looking at her beautiful face, Yang Chen smiled freely. Why should I think so much? I finally got a chance to live again. Besides killing Yi Jiawen, all I have to do is enjoy every day of my life. For a moment, Yang Chen was in the mood for drinking. And when my Aragaki, who was standing beside her, saw Yang Chen's smile, her heart suddenly started beating like a deer. Isn't my master a little too handsome? Thinking about what might happen next, she suddenly wasn't so resistant anymore. Pour some red wine, Mai, when you're done with your work, sit down and eat with us. Yang Chen said. But, okay. Seeing Yang Chen's unquestionable look, Aragaki Mai hesitated for a moment, but still agreed. At the same time, her heart was a little excited and her movements became more agile. When she was in Japan, Mai Aragaki could eat at any time she wanted. But since coming to China, she hasn't eaten such high-end dishes for a while. Especially the plate of high-quality bluefin tuna just now, which made her swallow secretly. After Aragaki Mai sat down, the two of them started eating with their chopsticks. Soon, Yang Chen noticed it. My Aragaki only picked up a few vegetables and ate them in small bites with white rice. He didn't touch any of the expensive staple food on the table. He is so sensible that it makes people feel distressed. Seeing her perfect profile, Yang Chen felt a little pity in his heart. Yang Chen noticed the scene where she secretly glanced at the sashimi and swallowed her saliva just now. However, she still seemed a little reserved. Helplessly, Yang Chen could only pick up food for her himself. Come on, Mai, eat more sashimi. I'm not used to this kind of raw food. You should eat more. Don't be too reserved. Since you will be responsible for taking care of my food and daily life in the future, just treat this place as your home. Then, Yang Chen picked up 2 pieces of bluefin tuna sashimi and placed them on Aragaki Mai's plate. My Aragaki's eyes were full of emotion. It turns out that my master is so considerate. This kind of details can actually impress women the most. If Yang Chen used the detection technique on her, he would find that her favorability towards Yang Chen suddenly increased a lot. Thank you, master. My Aragaki said with emotion. After filling his stomach a little, Yang Chen raised the goblet and gently shook the red wine in it. The higher the quality of the red wine, the more it needs to be exposed to the air so that the aroma accumulated over the years can be stimulated. Mai, would you like to drink something too? Today is our first time eating in our new home, so let's celebrate. If you can't drink it, you can drink juice. It was rare for Yang Chen to feel like drinking. In his previous life, he was always forced to drink at social events and never had the chance to have a drink on his own. I can drink a little too. Seeing Yang Chen's interest, Aragaki Mai naturally wouldn't refuse, and poured herself a small glass of red wine. She can't drink much, but it's okay for her to drink a little. Cheers! Soon, the two clinked their glasses. After drinking, the atmosphere began to liven up, and Aragaki Mai was not as reserved as before. The two began to talk to each other while eating. Mai, have you ever lived in China before? Why are you so fluent in Chinese? Yang Chen was disassembling the king crab legs in his hands and asked curiously. My Aragaki speaks fluent Chinese. If Yang Chen hadn't known in advance that she was from Japan, he would have thought she was a native Chinese. I have loved Chinese culture since I was young, and my family was very supportive and hired a teacher to teach me Chinese. And I was also an exchange student at Huaqing University for a year when I was a freshman, but later on due to some things, I dropped out and went home. Speaking of this, a hint of disappointment flashed in my Aragaki's eyes. The roast duck in Kyoto is delicious. I never ate it again after I went back. But soon, when she was thinking about Kyoto roast duck, her eyes lit up again. Chapter 19 Soulmate. After drinking, my Aragaki's face turned pink and she looked very cute. Seeing her appearance, Yang Chen couldn't help but smile. Kyoto. Hearing her mention Kyoto, some memories appeared in Yang Chen's eyes. In my previous life, I went to work in a large internet company in Kyoto after graduating from university. I worked there for more than 3 years before I decided to resign and return to Shanghai to start my own business. At that time, I also liked to go to some old shops in the alleys to eat Kyoto roast duck on weekends. Kyoto has a youth and footprints belonging to Yang Chen. And the cinnabar mole in his heart. In the future, Yang Chen will definitely go to Kyoto, but he will have to wait until all conditions are ripe. Isn't it easy to eat Kyoto's roast duck? I'll take you to Kyoto to eat the most authentic food when I have the chance. Yang Chen waved his hand and said proudly. Really? Then I would like to thank you in advance. Hearing Yang Chen's words, a hint of anticipation flashed across my Aragaki's eyes, and she immediately raised her glass and clinked it with Yang Chen's. During this period of time, she also roughly understood Yang Chen's temper. Very easygoing, no overly strict rules. So Aragaki Mai has become much more lively and is not as shy when speaking as before. At this moment, Yang Chen looked at her perfect angelic face, and the alcohol in his body suddenly surged up. For some unknown reason, Yang Chen said something extremely ambiguous. Is it just a matter of words? Hearing this, Aragaki Mai was stunned for a moment. Seeing Yang Chen staring at her cherry lips, she seemed to understand something instantly, and her face turned red. So the master is also so anxious? Humph. All men are the same. However, the master is so kind, should I agree to his request? For a moment, Aragaki Mai was in a dilemma. In fact, she is also clear about her own destiny. The family made great sacrifices to send her to the magic city. As for arranging her here to be a maid, it was also in the hope that she could rely on a rich man for the rest of her life and live a life without worries about food and clothing. The so-called life maid, in fact, as the housekeeper Lu Hong said, can meet all the needs of the master. But isn't this too fast? My Aragaki pouted her lips slightly, looking a little conflicted. After saying this, Yang Chen felt a little regretful. After all, Aragaki Mai is not Suyen. Although she is his personal maid, they have only known each other for less than 2 hours. Isn't this progress a bit too fast? It's not like this usually, drinking makes things worse. Yang Chen also felt a little regretful at this moment. Yang Chen picked up the wine glass, ready to laugh it off to resolve the current embarrassment. However, my Aragaki's next move was far beyond his expectations. After a mental struggle, Aragaki Mai rolled her eyes at Yang Chen, then whispered, "Men are all big-tailed wolves." I don't know how much time passed. Yang Chen's mind went blank, and his eyes gradually lost focus. It seemed like a short dream. At the end of the dream, I felt a little lost. Finally, Yang Chen seemed to have been drained of all his strength and collapsed on the chair. Not long after, my Aragaki sat back in her chair. After this episode, Yang Chen had no appetite. Fortunately, the two of them had almost finished their meal, and only the hardcore dishes such as high-quality Wagyu beef and lamb chops were left. After cleaning the table, Yang Chen packed up the leftovers and put them in the refrigerator, then slowly walked into the tea room to make tea. Drinking tea after meals is a habit he has developed over the years. Not only can it help clean the stomach, but it can also help clear the brain. At this time, Aragaki Mai had not come out of the bathroom yet, probably because she was still feeling a little shy and had not yet recovered. Yang Chen simply started to do it himself. The decoration style of the tea room is more Japanese style, and you can drink tea while sitting on a futon. There are all kinds of fine teas available here. The water pipes are directly connected to mountain spring water, and there is also a brand new set of purple clay teapots. Obviously, this had been arranged before Yang Chen checked in. Sure enough, the property management fee of 30,000 yuan a month is not paid in vain. Yang Chen sighed in his heart, and began to brew tea skillfully. As a tea lover, Yang Chen's tea art skills are naturally not bad, and he performs them smoothly. Whether it is the gracefulness of the movements or the control of the heat, it is all perfect. The most important thing is Yang Chen's concentration. The moment he picks up the tea leaves, he is able to quickly get into the state and truly focus on it. When Yang Chen was making tea, Aragaki Mai also walked into the tea room. After seeing Yang Chen's pleasing tea art, he was suddenly a little distracted. In his eyes, Yang Chen's skills were perfect, and were not inferior to the tea art masters she had seen in the royal family. Coupled with his focused expression and handsome face, Aragaki Mai gradually became a little dazed. Until Yang Chen poured the brewed tea into the teacup, she still hadn't come back to her senses. "Why are you standing there like an idiot? Come over here and have some tea." After a while, the aroma and temperature of the tea will be wrong. Seeing Aragaki Mai's dazed expression, Yang Chen found it a little funny, and quickly called her over. The best state of tea is within 20 seconds after being poured into the teacup. Once the temperature is evenly dispersed, the aroma of the tea soup cannot be concentrated, so the aroma is lost. Oh. My Aragaki came back to her senses, and obediently sat opposite Yang Chen, picked up the teacup and began to taste the tea. Her movements were exactly the same as Yang Chen's when he tasted tea in the car before. She first smelled the aroma of the tea, and then took a small sip. First, touch it with the tip of your tongue, then roll your tongue to wrap the tea into your mouth. This way you can experience the aroma and taste of the tea to the greatest extent. Seeing Aragaki Mai's actions, Yang Chen couldn't help but nodded. Obviously, she is also someone who has some knowledge of the tea ceremony and is also an expert in tea tasting. This made Yang Chen feel like he had found a soulmate. You Japanese people, do you also like to drink tea? Yang Chen was a little curious. Yes. Aragaki Mai nodded affirmatively and said, the Chinese tea ceremony has a profound influence in Japan. My father is one of the fans. He studied in China in his early years and kept the habit of drinking tea every day after returning. Hearing what Aragaki Mai said, Yang Chen nodded slightly. It can be seen that their families seem to have a special complex towards China, otherwise they would not have sent my Aragaki here. Well, although it's a bit presumptuous, I still want to ask, why did Lu Hong say that you have royal blood? Yang Chen was a little curious. Chapter 20, even novels don't dare to write like this. If you don't want to say it, then don't say it. Yang Chen added. Although he had already had an in-depth exchange with Aragaki Mai, Yang Chen still respected her privacy very much. Because this is Yang Chen's habit. He will not force people he approves of to do anything. Therefore, even if my Aragaki was unwilling to answer Yang Chen's question, Yang Chen would not think it was a big deal. This habit may have been influenced by his father, because his father was a man who respected his mother and family very much. So although Yang Chen's family is not rich, they have always lived in harmony and happiness. This is also what Yang Chen believes is the greatest wealth his parents have given him. There's nothing that can't be said. Hearing Yang Chen's words, Aragaki Mai immediately said, seriously speaking, my family is the shogun's house, which is loyal to the emperor, and I am the daughter of the current head of the shogun's house. Because my grandmother was born into the royal family, I also have royal blood in me. Actually, master, are you more curious about why I was sent to the magic city? My Aragaki looked at Yang Chen with her big eyes, as if she knew what he was thinking. Yang Chen admitted generously. After all, it would be strange for a princess of a general's family with royal blood to come to a foreign country alone. Anyone who knew would find it strange. However, Yang Chen was still somewhat shocked by Aragaki Mai's identity. He knew the history of Japan and the origin of the shogun's mansion. If it were in ancient times, the master of the general's mansion would be second only to the emperor and above everyone else. Moreover, he holds great power and his orders are obeyed by hundreds of people. Even the actual rulers of Japan would be somewhat afraid of them. However, with the passage of time, by modern times, the general's mansion had fallen into decline. But they are still among the leading figures among the Japanese nobles. Logically speaking, my Aragaki also has a certain status in Japan. Because the eldest daughter of our family is the designated spouse of each generation of Tian Huang. I was destined to marry Tian Huang since I was born. This is to ensure the purity of the bloodline, and also to consolidate the status of Tian Huang and the general's mansion. Aragaki Mai said seriously. After hearing this explanation, Yang Chen was stunned. Good job. It turns out that Aragaki Mai was originally going to be Tian Huang's wife? But by some strange coincidence, she became his own maid? Damn! Yang Chen couldn't help but swear in his heart. Is it so exciting? I wouldn't dare to write like this in any of the novels I've read. Humph. Think about it, I was originally going to be a goddess. As a result, I ended up becoming the master's maid for no apparent reason. My Aragaki bit her lips lightly, and looked at Yang Chen with watery eyes. To Yang Chen's ears, these words didn't sound like complaints, but rather like a child acting coquettishly to his father. In an instant, Yang Chen's head started buzzing. How strange. Is it that my Aragaki is too charming, or is it that his self-control has decreased? Why are you so easily excited? Yang Chen pondered secretly. Ding. Since the host has the body of a dragon, and since dragons are inherently lustful, the host will naturally be affected to a certain extent. Oh, that's it. In this way, I should not be considered an LSP. Yang Chen drank a sip of tea and felt a little relieved. After thinking about what Aragaki Mai had just said, Yang Chen asked curiously. What about your family? No one came to China with you? When Aragaki Mai heard this, her eyes dimmed for a moment and she shook her head. No. My mother died of illness when I was a child. My father was the only one in the family who supported me. Everyone else saw me as a tool to curry favor with Tian Huang. My father took great pains to get me out, and he stayed in Dongdu alone, facing all the pressure. When she said this, my Aragaki's voice was a little choked up. TSK, my Aragaki's father is so great. In the end, he took on everything by himself. Yang Chen couldn't help but feel a little emotional. From now on, I will be the only one to replace your father. Looking at Aragaki Mai's tearful appearance, Yang Chen sighed silently, and then comforted her softly. It's okay. Since we live under the same roof now, it is my responsibility to take care of you. I won't let you suffer any injustice. Yang Chen's voice was full of magnetism and warmth, which instantly calmed my Aragaki's heart. Yes, although life is hard, at least I have a home here. Thinking of this, Aragaki Mai gently wiped away her tears and looked at Yang Chen with gratitude. Thank you, master. At this moment, the phone in Yang Chen's pocket suddenly vibrated. Yang Chen glanced at the caller ID and saw it was Jiang Ji, so he picked up the phone. Hey, you old Yang. Did you run away with the money? Why don't you come back to the dormitory at this time? I just sent you several WeChat messages but you didn't reply. As soon as he picked up the phone, Yang Chen heard Jiang Ji's familiar loud voice coming from the other end. What the hell is this guy Lao Yang doing? If you don't come back, the dormitory manager will close the door. Li Jian's voice is also mixed in. Hearing that they cared about him, Yang Chen felt warm in his heart, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and he smiled. The monk can run away but the temple cannot. My pair of 1982 socks are still in the closet, how could they run away? I have something to do tonight, so I'll be staying out all night. You don't have to wait for me. In his previous life, Yang Chen often went out drinking with the team. Whenever it was around 9 or 10 o'clock, Li Jian and Jiang Ji would call him on time. Apart from my family, they are the only ones who care about me so much. Well, Lao Yang, be careful out there, remember to rest early and protect your butt. I was going to invite you to sleep in my bed tonight. Ouch. Jiang Ji's tone revealed regret and helplessness, and he couldn't help but sigh in the end. Hearing this, Yang Chen couldn't help but face darken. When Jiang Ji gets horny, no other woman can do anything. Go to bed early, sons. Dad will go back to see you tomorrow. After saying this, Yang Chen immediately hung up the phone, not giving Jiang Ji any chance to surprise him. Who is it? After hanging up the phone, Yang Chen saw Aragaki Mai's big eyes that were full of curiosity. Yang Chen still had a smile on his face, and said, college roommate. Hearing this, Aragaki Mai said in disbelief, you are still a student? Yang Chen nodded. This couldn't be blamed on her. After all, Yang Chen possessed such amazing assets that no one would regard him as a student. Oh, this is my younger brother? My Aragaki's big eyes were a little surprised, staring at Yang Chen, not knowing what she was thinking. Chapter 21, Teach him 2 tricks. After getting closer to Aragaki Mai, she went from being cautious at the beginning to being full of agility. Like a little elf. I have to say that my Aragaki has a really good pedigree, and there is almost no imperfection on her body. In addition, he was born into the royal family, so his etiquette in dealing with people and even the smallest gestures reveal his very good upbringing. Let Yang Chen enjoy the view. It's really nice to have a maid like this at home to take care of your daily life. Yang Chen was extremely satisfied with Aragaki Mai, she was almost impeccable. At first, Yang Chen only kept her in order to complete the system task. As he got to know her better, he began to sympathize with my Aragaki's life experience and experiences. And now, Yang Chen admired Aragaki Mai from the bottom of his heart. The change is subtle, but real. Similarly, Aragaki Mai was also very satisfied with Yang Chen. All the grievances of the past few months were swept away, and she is now full of expectations for her future life. There was a cool breeze at night. Next to the supreme riverside, the water of the Pujiang River is sometimes slow and sometimes fast. Occasionally, a fish jumps out of the water, splashing waves of water. There was a series of loud clapping sounds. Tonight, it is another night when peach blossoms are in full bloom. The next day, Yang Chen got up early as usual. With the body of a dragon, he has amazing physical strength and recovery ability. With just 2 or 3 hours of sleep, his energy can reach its peak again. Even Xiao Zhu, the time management master from a certain parallel world, would feel inferior when seeing Yang Chen. Outside the gate on the other side of Jiangpan Supreme is the Pujiang River. It was still early and there were not many pedestrians on the road. Yang Chen started jogging around Pujiang River in the morning. This is a habit he has always maintained. Even during the busiest period of his entrepreneurial career, he still maintained the habit of jogging for half an hour every morning. The cool breeze by the Pujang River makes people feel very cozy and comfortable. There were also a few elderly people exercising in the park nearby. Among them, there was a slightly fat old man who attracted Yang Chen's attention. Although this old man has white hair, his eyes are bright and his posture is very upright. At this moment, he was standing on a flat stone, practicing Tai Chi with full concentration, combining hardness with softness, and softness with hardness. Even though Yang Chen knew nothing about Chinese martial arts, he could still see that this old man's Tai Chi was extraordinary. The old man stopped boxing only after he ran around the river for the 5th time, a full 15 kilometers. "Young man, you look good." When Yang Chen passed by him, the old man greeted him with a smile. Obviously, this old man also noticed Yang Chen. In this age where sissies and gigolos are prevalent, it is rare to find a young man who can run 15 kilometers without getting out of breath. After looking at the time on the sports bracelet, Yang Chen also stopped. 1 hour is about enough activity. After all, Yang Chen was not doing this for physical exercise, but simply to stretch his muscles. The 15-kilometer run was just enough to make him sweat slightly. "Thank you for the compliment, sir. You are still strong and healthy." Yang Chen also praised sincerely. In his opinion, this old man was indeed extraordinary. Normally, people of this age would even need to use a cane to walk. This old man is not only very agile, but can also perform Tai Chi in a soft, strong, and powerful manner. Not an ordinary person. Ha ha. The young man is a nice guy with a very calm temperament. The old man laughed heartily twice, and looked at Yang Chen with eyes full of undisguised admiration. He has seen too many young people who, after being praised, either become nervous or overly modest. Or they are self-righteous, saying humble words but feeling complacent inside. Such people only focus on themselves and will hardly achieve great things. There are very few young people like Yang Chen who are naturally generous, calm and composed. The most amazing thing is that this young man is very handsome. This made him more interested in talent. "Do you have the habit of practicing martial arts? Are you interested in sparring with me?" This old man obviously wanted to teach Yang Chen a few moves. Hearing this, Yang Chen felt a little surprised, but he was not very interested in it. If he were to live his life over again, his biggest wish, besides killing Yi Zhaowen, would be to live a rich and healthy life. Practicing martial arts doesn't mean much to Yang Chen. Just as he was about to refuse, a reminder sound suddenly rang in his mind. Ding! Triggering the God-level choice. Choice 1, agree to the old man and teach him 2 moves. Reward, Chinese martial arts Tai Chi. Choice 2, refuse the old man politely. From now on, there will be another sad old man by the Pujang River. At the same time, the door to Chinese martial arts will be completely closed to you. It actually triggered a God-level choice? Yang Chen abruptly stopped what he was about to say and changed his mind instantly. In fact, learning martial arts can not only strengthen your body, but also protect yourself and those around you when encountering unexpected situations. The most important thing is that the system gives too many rewards. If Yang Chen noticed keenly, the reward given by the system was National Martial Arts Tai Chi. It's not Tai Chi. Don't underestimate the difference of this word. The resulting impact may be completely different. Tai Chi is nothing more than some punch and kick techniques in martial arts, but Tai Chi represents a higher level of national art, which includes the understanding of oneself and the Tao. Whether it is Tai Chi Quan, Tai Chi swordsmanship, etc., they are actually derived from Tai Chi. Choose one. Yang Chen recited in his heart without hesitation. Since the system dares to give rewards, Yang Chen dares to take advantage of it. Just by giving some pointers to an old man, you can learn the traditional Chinese martial art of Tai Chi. Isn't this freeloading? Yang Chen, who originally wanted to say that he would definitely do it next time, immediately agreed, "Please give me your advice." When the old man heard Yang Chen's words, he said with regret, "Okay, since." What? Young man, are you willing to fight me? Earlier, when the old man saw Yang Chen's embarrassed expression, he thought he was going to refuse, but he didn't expect Yang Chen to actually agree. This made him instantly overjoyed. Okay. Young man, when it comes to Tai Chi, I wouldn't say I'm the best in the country, but I'm at least in the top 5. It's rare that you are willing to learn. I will definitely let you feel the charm of Tai Chi. After hearing Yang Chen's agreement, the old man's eyebrows were overjoyed, and his face became much redder. He seemed very excited, and even his tone became louder. Chapter 22 Chinese Martial Arts Tai Chi. At the same time, a reminder sounded in Yang Chen's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the selection. Reward, Chinese Martial Arts Tai Chi. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Chen felt that an invisible shackle in his brain was broken. In an instant, Yang Chen underwent a drastic change from the inside out. He felt that he was somehow connected to the heaven and earth, and that he seemed to have merged into one with the flowers, plants, and trees around him. He had an illusion that he had become a part of the universe, and that the universe had become an extension of himself. It's a very amazing feeling. Yang Chen couldn't help but close his eyes, fully feeling the integration of himself and the surrounding environment. At the same time, although Yang Chen's strength did not change, he could feel that his control over his body had improved by more than one level. For example, he could only exert about 30% of his muscle strength before, but now he can exert 100%, or even more. After comprehending the traditional Chinese martial art Tai Chi, it seemed that his life level was further elevated. Opening his eyes again, Yang Chen had a faint smile on his face and said to the old man, "Please." The old man saw the whole change of Yang Chen. When he opened his eyes again, the old man could clearly feel that Yang Chen seemed to have lost some of his edge and became more restrained. However, this restraint gave the old man a greater sense of oppression. What's going on? Could it be that this young man is also a martial artist? The old man originally wanted to teach Yang Chen a thing or two, but after feeling the changes in Yang Chen, he put away his contempt and his eyes became sharper. Soon, the two came to an empty space in the park and assumed stances for a duel. The 12th generation disciple of Tai Chi outer sect, Wei Wuji. The old man slightly bent his body and clasped his hands towards Yang Chen. Yang Chen immediately clasped his fists in return. Tai Chi, Yang Chen. Please. Yang Chen smiled, with one hand behind his back and the other hand gently stretched out. Please. Wei Wuji did not dare to be arrogant and quickly assumed the starting posture of Tai Chi. Looking at Yang Chen with a smile in his eyes, he felt a little nervous, as if he was back to the beginning of learning Tai Chi when facing the teacher. His palms actually began to sweat slightly. After circling around Yang Chen for a few times, Wei Wuji finally couldn't hold back any longer and took the lead in attacking. He didn't dare to be arrogant, and started with his killer move, the Tai Chi step and the Tai Chi cloud fist. No unnecessary fancy moves. Seeing Wei Wuji's actions, Yang Chen nodded slightly with a smile in his eyes. The moment he approached him, Yang Chen only took half a step back and easily resolved Wei Wuji's killing move. To outsiders, it seemed that Wei Wuji's punch hit Yang Chen in the heart. But it is not the case. Yang Chen controlled the distance very skillfully, so that his punch actually hit empty space. Although it looked like his fist hit Yang Chen's heart, in fact all the force was completely removed. This is the real Chinese martial art Tai Chi. Wei Wuji felt like his punch was hitting cotton. His face suddenly changed and he quickly stepped back. But how could Yang Chen give him this opportunity? When Wei Wuji's body retreated, Yang Chen moved his feet slightly, and his figure followed Wei Wuji's body like a ghost. Like a shadow. Seeing this scene, Wei Wuji was shocked. He didn't see Yang Chen's movements clearly at all, and he didn't know when he got in front of him. Moreover, Wei Wuji felt his shoulders and elbows being grabbed by Yang Chen's hands. The next second, he was like a puppet, completely unable to control his body, and was dragged towards Yang Chen. Immediately afterwards, Wei Wuji felt as if he had hit a mountain and flew backwards in an instant, with the blood in his body surging. Defeated. The opponent only used one move. Wei Wuji finally managed to control his body, his eyes were dull. Then he felt a rush of blood in his throat. With a wow sound, Wei Wuji spat out a large mouthful of thick black blood. After spitting out the blood, Wei Wuji did not feel any discomfort at all. Instead, he felt a sense of comfort as light as a swallow. It's like the run and do meridians are opened. Really? Wei Wuji's gaze fell on Yang Chen. Thank you. At this time, Yang Chen bowed slightly, clasped his fists and said to Wei Wuji. Thank you. Wei Wuji accepted his defeat with all his heart. If nothing unexpected happened, the black blood just now was the blood stasis that had been deposited in his body for many years. Yang Chen must have deliberately used a bit of skill to force the blood out. I actually lost so miserably, and to such a handsome young man. Thinking about how he had shamelessly said he wanted to guide the other party just now, Wei Wuji suddenly felt his face flush. But in the end, he still graciously saluted Yang Chen as a disciple, and said respectfully, I am Tai Chi disciple Wei Wuji, thank you for your guidance, senior. Among those who practice martial arts, the most accomplished ones are respected. From this we can see that Wei Wuji is a very open-minded old man. Yang Chen gave Wei Wuji a little support, and said with a smile in his eyes, "Mr. Wei, you don't have to be polite. You have mastered Tai Chi to perfection, but you are still a little impatient during your practice. Over time, blood stasis has accumulated in your body. If I don't release it, it might cause irreversible damage to my body. I have taken the initiative to do this. I hope you will forgive me, old man." Hearing Yang Chen's words, Wei Wuji's face smiled as brightly as a chrysanthemum. Look at this sweet talker, look at what a master's demeanor is. The admiration in Wei Wuji's eyes was about to overflow. The young are really to be feared. I am so arrogant to call you Brother Yang, but I wonder if Brother Yang has started a family? Wei Wuji sighed first, then looked at Yang Chen with burning eyes. Well. Hearing this, Yang Chen was speechless for a moment. This turn came so abruptly. Mr. Wei, I'm still a college student. I don't even have a girlfriend, so how can I start a family? Yang Chen laughed in silence. To be honest, Yang Chen thought about it seriously for a while. It had been just 2 days since he was reborn, and the only women he had physical contact with were Su Yan and Aragaki Mai. Su Yan is still Yi Zhaowen's official girlfriend in name, and Aragaki Mai is just his personal maid. It seems that she is not even a serious girlfriend. As for memories in Changshao, there is no need to mention them, they are just in a state of having a good impression of each other. So, seriously speaking, Yang Chen really doesn't even have a girlfriend. This really wasn't Yang Chen lying to Wei Wuji. Hearing Yang Chen's words, Wei Wuji's eyes suddenly lit up. He looked at Yang Chen as if he was sizing up some rare treasure, and marveled at it. Chapter 23 Wei Wuji, I have a useless granddaughter. Brother Yang, I have a favor to ask. Wei Wuji stared at Yang Chen for a long time, until Yang Chen felt a little scared, then he spoke. Mr. Wei, please feel free to speak. Yang Chen smiled. So Wei Wuji continued. It's like this. I have a good-for-nothing granddaughter. She studied for her undergraduate degree at Huaqing University. Because she published 2 top papers, she was invited to study for her doctorate at Evergreen University in the United States. She started a business while she was in college. Now the company has been listed in China with a market value of more than 20 billion yuan. She looks like her mother, which is not bad. After all, her mother was a star for a while. This child has no other shortcomings, but there is one problem, that is, she doesn't like to interact with boys. She still hasn't had a boyfriend. I'm a little worried. Wei Wuji talked endlessly about his good-for-nothing granddaughter, with a look of pride on his face. Yang Chen? Is this called useless? If we adapt her experience a little, we can even publish a book on the women's channel, right? Yang Chen had a dark face with question marks on his face. However, he also had some taste of the taste. It turns out that Wei Wuji wants to introduce her granddaughter to me. As expected, Wei Wuji's next sentence revealed a big secret. Brother Yang, I wonder if you are interested in getting in touch with my granddaughter? Just think of it as a small favor for me. If you don't like her, I won't let her bother you. Wei Wuji's eyes were full of hope, as if only Yang Chen could solve his granddaughter's lifelong issue. Yang Chen smiled casually. Your granddaughter is so outstanding, no matter how you look at it, I am taking advantage of her. If she is willing, it's okay to meet her when I have time later. Just think of it as making another friend. Good. After getting Yang Chen's agreement, Wei Wuji immediately clapped his hands excitedly and said, then let us exchange phone numbers, and when my granddaughter returns, we'll make an appointment to meet immediately. Also, although I'm not from Shanghai, I have some old friends here. Their words should have some influence in this small area. Brother Yang, if you encounter any difficult problems in the future, just come to me. Then, Yang Chen readily exchanged phone numbers with Wei Wuji. After getting Yang Chen's cell phone number, Wei Wuji felt like he had found a treasure and smiled with a look of success. Yang Chen couldn't help but laugh when he saw it. It turns out that introducing his granddaughter was just a cover, and what this guy actually wanted was his cell phone number. I have to say, Wei Wuji is really a wise man as he ages. However, Yang Chen is not the kind of person who would care about things. He smiled, clasped his fists towards Wei Wuji and said, Mr. Wei, I have some things to deal with later, so I'll take my leave now. Take care. Contact me when you have time. Wei Wuji also clasped his fists in return, but the look he gave Yang Chen was still somewhat reluctant. Feeling this gaze, Yang Chen trembled all over, and hurriedly walked towards the direction of Jiangpan Supreme. He glanced at the time and it was already past 9 o'clock. It was time for him to go back and trade stocks. After Yang Chen left, Wei Wuji still stood there. Looking at Yang Chen's back, he remained silent, and finally chuckled, heroes have always emerged from youth. We are getting old after all. It's time to train the next generation of successors. After talking to himself for a while, Wei Wuji took out a peculiar-looking satellite phone, pressed a series of numbers and dialed. Beep. Hello, Mr. Wei. Group 6, number 007, is at your service. Please arrange a helicopter for me. I need to fly back to Kyoto before noon. Yes. Please rest assured, Mr. Wei. Yang Chen was unaware of the following scene. He walked home humming a little song, feeling very happy. He didn't expect that his morning run would bring him an unexpected gain. He learned the traditional Chinese martial art Tai Chi for nothing. This is a powerful weapon for self-defense. With the traditional Chinese martial art Tai Chi at your disposal, your personal safety is greatly guaranteed. It can be said that basically no one poses any threat to him. It's so cool. Yang Chen bought a bag of fried dough sticks and a bag of soy milk from a street stall, and then slowly returned to the riverside villa. According to the information provided by the God-level investment card, the Hucheng heavy industry that Yang Chen bought yesterday would hit the daily limit at the opening, and after it closed at 10 o'clock, it would start to fall directly until it hit the daily limit. Therefore, Yang Chen only needs to sell this stock before 10 o'clock. It was still early. Yang Chen planned to go back to take a shower and have breakfast before proceeding. I wonder if Mai has woken up. Thinking of the little goblin from Japan, Yang Chen couldn't help but smile. My aragaki is really good. Ding. Facial matching passed, welcome home. There was an unlocking sound and the door slowly opened. Just as Yang Chen stepped into the house, a figure instantly pounced on him. A burst of fragrance wafted over. Woo woo woo. Where have you been? I thought you didn't want me anymore. My aragaki gently leaned against Yang Chen, her face tearful, obviously a little frightened. Yang Chen didn't expect that he had only been out for a while and had already made aragaki Mai worried. But if you think about it carefully, it's not surprising. After all, as a Japanese, my aragaki came here alone. And now she only knows herself, so it is inevitable that she will lack a sense of security. Especially since they had a deep soul-to-soul communication last night and became good friends with each other. Therefore, it is not surprising to have such a reaction when you wake up in the morning and don't see yourself. It seems that I didn't think it through. Suddenly, Yang Chen felt a little guilty. Then, he gently patted aragaki Mai's back and said softly, Mai, I'm sorry. I was inconsiderate. I have the habit of jogging in the morning. When I got up, I saw that you were still sleeping, so I didn't wake you up. Look, I brought some breakfast with me. When my aragaki saw the milk and fried dough sticks in Yang Chen's hand, she immediately burst into laughter. She shook her head gently, it's all my fault. I'm too insecure. Wiping away her tears, my aragaki glanced at Yang Chen mischievously, and then whispered a few words in Yang Chen's ear. Yang Chen's expression instantly brightened. Half an hour later. Yang Chen took a cold shower and felt refreshed. He was sitting at the dining table, munching on fried dough sticks while manipulating stocks on his mobile phone. Yang Chen's operation was not complicated. It can even be said to be simple and crude. He directly placed an order to sell all his shares in Hucheng Heavy Industry. Since the amount of funds in his hands is not large, selling all of his stocks will basically not have much impact on the stock price, so he can do this directly. In an instant, the amount in his account increased from 1 million yesterday to more than 1.59 million. After deducting part of the handling fee, he made a net profit of nearly 600,000 yuan in just one day. Chapter 24, The Dragon Body is a really good thing. The stock market is so profitable. Even Yang Chen couldn't help but smack his lips. In his previous life, he started a technology company, and in its peak year, he only earned over 1 million. Still busy and exhausted. I work almost non-stop every day. During the busiest times, I even have to sleep in the company for more than half a month. And now, relying on a God-level investment card, he bought a stock with just the movement of his fingers in just one day and made a net profit of 600,000 yuan. If this isn't picking up money, then what is? The huge profits in the financial market had a huge impact on Yang Chen's view of money, making him instantly uneasy. After taking a gulp of soy milk, Yang Chen's emotions gradually stabilized. After looking at the balance in his stock account, he did not choose to continue the operation, but directly closed the stock trading software. It's not that Yang Chen doesn't want to trade stocks, but he wants to make a big move. He knew that a 60% profit in one day was far from the limit. As long as you use some financial derivatives, you can easily earn several times the profit in a day. For example, leverage. As many people are obsessed with this tool, as many people avoid it like the plague. As a financial derivative, the function of leverage is simple: to double the principal. According to the latest regulations that Yang Chen found, as long as the stock trader's capital reaches more than 2 million yuan, he can use the highest level of leverage 10 times leverage. Simply put, it means multiplying the principal tenfold. For example, Yang Chen currently has 1.6 million in his stock account, plus the 1 million he received as a bonus yesterday, a total of 2.6 million. If a tenfold leverage is used, 2.6 million yuan can be directly multiplied tenfold, which means that Yang Chen has 26 million yuan of equity. In the next operation, if Yang Chen can make a profit of 50% in a day, it means that he can earn 13 million yuan a day. Use 2.6 million yuan to earn 13 million yuan, this is the so-called leverage. Of course, things are not that simple. Because the stock will fall. Assume that Yang Chen uses 2.6 million yuan of capital and a tenfold leverage to increase the equity to 26 million yuan. This means that as long as the stock price drops by 10%, Yang Chen's 2.6 million yuan of capital will be completely lost. This is what is called a margin call. Therefore, if ordinary people use leverage that is too high, there will only be two outcomes. Either the villa is by the sea, or the ashes are by the sea. Because no one can predict the future market trend. If the stocks you buy soar in value, you will naturally make a fortune. In a short period of time, you can earn more money than you can earn in your entire lifetime working. But if the stock price drops too much, resulting in a margin call, all your money will be lost. So the lever is also called the devil's balance. In order to protect ordinary investors, the country generally sets the maximum leverage limit to no more than 5 times. If you want to apply for 10 times leverage, you must prove that you have the corresponding risk resistance and a certain amount of stock capital. But in Yang Chen's hands, the risk of leverage is zero, it is simply a tool to make money. Because of the existence of the God-level investment card, Yang Chen can accurately buy at the lowest point of each stock and accurately sell at the highest point. Master, the dough sticks are so delicious. My belly has become rounder. After eating the fried dough sticks in her hand, my Aragaki couldn't help but touch her stomach. The next second, she suddenly leaned close to Yang Chen's ear and whispered softly, "Will there be a baby? It's not usually this round." Hearing this, Yang Chen was so frightened that his hands trembled and he almost spilled the soy milk. This little devil. What nonsense! However, my Aragaki's words did remind Yang Chen. Could it be that someone really died? Yang Chen also had a headache for a while. He is only a freshman now. If he has it now, won't he be unable to play happily in the future? Just then, a reminder sound rang in his mind. Ding! Host, don't worry too much. Since the host has a dragon body, the life level is higher, so there is a species separation between him and ordinary humans to a certain extent. There is no need to worry about this at this stage. Am I not a human being now? Yang Chen's expression became even uglier. Soon, he had a new question, so he asked in his heart. System, does this mean that I can't have children in the future? No, the host does not need to worry about it. The host's physique is that of a dragon. When you experience the true meaning of life with women, you can also help women improve their physique. Over time, their physiques will also become closer to yours. After a period of time, the host will be able to smoothly carry out the great life inheritance with these women. This period can be as short as 1 or 2 years, or as long as 2 or 3 years. The system is explained very clearly. I see. Yang Chen suddenly realized. I have to say, the dragon body is really a good thing. Looking at Yang Chen's face, it was uncertain, sometimes frowning, sometimes smiling. My Aragaki, who was standing by, was also feeling a little uneasy, and her hands were twisted together nervously. The master is not stimulated and starts to have a seizure. Soon, Yang Chen thought of the words and explained to Aragaki Mai, there is something I want to tell you. Actually, because my physique is somewhat special, I have been taking Chinese medicine for the past 2 years, so the situation you think will not happen. As for what you are talking about, Although you are new here and are not proficient in your job skills and cannot master the various skills of a maid, as your master, I will naturally be responsible for you to the end. I'll come back to check your learning results when I'm free. My Aragaki pinched the hem of her maid's skirt and said obediently, "Oh. I will definitely study professional skills seriously. When the master comes back, I will make sure you enjoy a full range of 5-star services." My Aragaki said with a solemn oath. Yang Chen touched my Aragaki's head and said with a smile, "Okay, no need to be so serious." Half an hour later, Yang Chen calmed down my Aragaki and went out immediately. He needs to rush to the Shanghai Stock Exchange before noon to complete the relevant procedures for using leverage. TSK, no wonder the poem says that the king will not hold court early from now on. Yang Chen also deeply understood the meaning of this sentence. My Aragaki is the celestial being of Japan. From a certain perspective, Yang Chen can also be called a king in a certain sense. Chapter 25 Lamborghini Venom arrives. Buzz buzz. Just as Yang Chen was riding the elevator, the phone in his pocket rang. It's an unfamiliar number. Yang Chen picked up the call immediately. "Hello, is this Mr. Yang Chen?" A young man's voice came from the phone. "Yeah, it's me. What's up?" "Hello, Mr. Yang. I am Zhou Ming, the regional manager of Lamborghini. The all-carbon fiber version of the Lamborghini Venom you ordered has arrived. According to the address you filled in, we have now used a truck to place the Lamborghini Venom at the door of Riverside Supreme. Excuse me, when are you free to come for inspection?" the young man asked respectfully. "Oh? It turns out that the Lamborghini has arrived?" Yang Chen was also a little surprised. "I didn't expect that the System S reward would arrive after just one night. The system is indeed powerful. After all, this is a carbon fiber version of Lamborghini limited to 10 units worldwide." Yang Chen thought he would have to wait at least 10 days or half a month. Thinking of this, Yang Chen's heart couldn't help but feel a little hot. After all, the best car I had ever driven in my previous life was only a BMW 5 Series. And which man has never had a supercar in his dream? After being stunned for a while, Yang Chen immediately said, "I'm free now, which door are you parking the car at?" "The car is parked at the main gate of Riverside Supreme, the one with the large fountain." Having said that, Yang Chen understood it very clearly. "Wait a moment, I'll be right there." "Okay, Mr. Yang, we are waiting for you." At the same time Yang Chen hung up the phone, the elevator just reached the ground floor. His heart was burning with excitement, and he wanted to see his beloved car as soon as possible, so his pace couldn't help but be much faster than usual. That's a limited edition Lamborghini. If you have the strength, which man doesn't want to have it? A few minutes later, Yang Chen appeared at the gate of Jiangpan Supreme. As soon as he walked out of the gate, he saw a gray-black sports car parked on the side of the road from afar, with several people standing around it. The leader was dressed in a suit, a blue striped tie, and gold-rimmed glasses, and looked very sophisticated. The people around him were burly and strong, wearing sunglasses, and they were obviously bodyguards. Obviously, the gray-black sports car with a high-end sheen is his Lamborghini. Seeing this scene, Yang Chen was not surprised at all. He took some time last night to check the price of the car. This all-carbon fiber version of the Lamborghini Venom has a bare car price of 4,000 W alone, and with all the options it is at least 5,000 W. Of course, this is just the issue price. You know, this carbon fiber Lamborghini Venom is limited to 10 units worldwide. This means that out of billions of people in the world, only 10 people are eligible to buy it. There are so many rich people in the world, even if you have money you may not be able to buy it. In the secondary market, a brand new one has been sold for over 6,000 W. And there is still no demand for it. Being able to drive such a car is not just a matter of money, it can symbolize a person's status to a large extent. It was only after this check that Yang Chen realized how precious the reward given by the system was. This also explains why the people at Lamborghini were so nervous and sent so many people to escort the car. If something goes wrong during the process, I'm afraid even selling the house won't be enough to compensate. After all, the average price of a house in the downtown area of Shanghai is only around 50,000 yuan at this time. This shows how luxurious such a car is. Before Yang Chen walked to the front of the car, a group of people came towards him. The leading young man bowed first and said respectfully, "Mr. Yang, thank you for coming. I am Zhou Ming, the regional manager of Lamborghini. Fortunately, we have successfully delivered the all-carbon fiber version of Venom you ordered. Here are your keys and documents, as well as some souvenirs given by our company." They are placed next to the car. I'll have someone carry them to your car later. As he spoke, Zhou Ming took the document bag handed over by the bodyguard and respectfully handed it to Yang Chen with both hands. Yang Chen took the file bag and nodded to Zhou Ming, "Thank you." Then he began to walk around the car to admire it. It can be seen that this is a completely new Lamborghini. There is not a trace of dust on the body and the license plate has not yet been hung. You are so polite. You are the highest level customer in our region. To us, you are God. Zhou Ming followed Yang Chen closely with a sincere smile. Let me briefly introduce the functions of this car to you. This Lamborghini Venom is a rear-drive model with the most powerful engine currently available, the V86. The entire car is made of carbon fiber and has very strong power and shock resistance. It only takes 1.6 seconds to accelerate from 0 to 100 km/h. This is the fastest sports car in existence, bar none. Let me show you its specific functions. I have to say that although Zhou Ming looks young, he has very solid professional knowledge. With his introduction, Yang Chen quickly figured out the basic functions of this Lamborghini Venom. Even someone like Yang Chen who doesn't know much about cars can feel what a terrifying mechanical beast this is. 100 km/h acceleration in 1.6 seconds. Yang Chen couldn't help but feel eager to try it, but he still had a question. By the way, Manager Zhou, do I need to apply for the license plate for this car myself? Please rest assured, Mr. Yang, our company has already handled the license for you. You just need to take the certificate in the file bag to the vehicle management office to handle it. The license plate will definitely satisfy you. Zhou Ming patted his chest and said, obviously very confident about the number on the license plate. Thank you for your help. Hearing this, Yang Chen smiled slightly, and then got in the car. Firstly, he couldn't wait to feel the power of the car, and secondly, he wanted to go to the securities company to apply for leverage before noon. Manager Zhou, I have something else to do. If there are any problems with subsequent use, I will contact you. Yang Chen sat in the driver's seat and said to Zhou Ming outside the window. You are welcome to call me at any time. It is my honor to serve you. Zhou Ming bent down and stood beside the car, and said to Yang Chen respectfully. Nodding, Yang Chen closed the car window, then stepped on the accelerator and drove towards the securities company. The powerful push on his back instantly ignited Yang Chen's passion. At the same time, a fiery red Ferrari returned to Jiangpan Supreme with its exhaust fumes. Ha! Lamborghini Venom? Carbon Fiber Limited Edition? The fiery red Ferrari slowly stopped at the door of Jiangpan Supreme Hotel, and the window on the driver's seat rolled down, revealing a beautiful girl's face. As attractive as her good looks is the girl's outfit. She was dressed entirely in blue, a blue dress, blue high heels, blue contact lenses, and blue earrings. It looks very strange. If you are a knowledgeable otaku, you will know at a glance that she is cosplaying a character from Azalane. The girl looked in the direction where Yang Chen left, and couldn't help but let out a light exclamation, her expression appearing extremely shocked. Chapter 26 Shocked Rich Second-Generation Girl, Account Manager Zhang Yuzhen. This girl is a real sports car fan. In fact, she had been paying attention to this car since its announcement, and had been to Lamborghini's headquarters in Shanghai at least 10 times to order it. But every time, I was told that I was not eligible to purchase. You know, she has a consumption record of nearly 50 million yuan in the Lamborghini store. But I still don't even have the qualifications to register for a reservation. This incident brought her deep frustration. Later, I heard from friends in the industry that of these 10 all-carbon fiber Venoms, 3 were kept by the oil prince, and the other 4 were sold to the United States, the Kangaroo country and the Western Union respectively. The remaining 3 were also bought by a mysterious tycoon and are now nowhere to be found. I didn't expect that one of them was actually in Shanghai? When the girl first saw the car, she almost thought she was hallucinating. It was not until she confirmed it several times that she was sure. Because this Lamborghini has a unique appearance and material that no other sports car has. I just don't know if the owner is a man or a woman. How old is he? If I can become friends with the owner, maybe I'll get a chance to drive it in the future. At this moment, the girl had already developed a strong curiosity about Yang Chen's identity, and had even begun to have evil ideas about Yang Chen. At this moment, the girl noticed Zhou Ming and others beside the car and was surprised again. In her impression, Zhou Ming, as the regional manager of Lamborghini in Shanghai, always sits in the store, waiting for customers to come. When will the car be delivered to people's door in person? However, if this Lamborghini Venom was specially delivered, it would make sense. While thinking, she rolled down the window on the other side and greeted Zhou Ming enthusiastically. "Manager Zhou, what a coincidence." Hearing the girl's voice, Zhou Ming turned around and nodded slightly, saying, "Hello, Miss and you, do you live here?" It can be seen here that Zhou Ming's attitude towards Yang Chen before was extremely respectful. He even wanted to bow 90 degrees when they met, and he only nodded slightly to this rich second-generation girl. From this, it can be seen that his attitude towards Yang Chen is just a special case. Aha! Seeing Zhou Ming's lukewarm attitude, the rich second-generation girl in you is used to it. Don't think that all sales are like real estate agents, going around trying to sell people houses in a humble manner. For a regional general sales manager like Zhou Ming, the situation is completely the opposite. Many rich second generations want to curry favor with him. Because every year there are some special car models available in the Lamborghini store, and there are many people who want to buy them, and Zhou Ming has the right to allocate the quotas. Therefore, Zhou Ming's status in the sports car circle is naturally high. "Manager Zhou, is the newly released Lamborghini Laurel available for pre-order?" And you asked. "We can accept reservations, but you need to wait in line. According to your position, Missin, it will take at least a year at the earliest. As you know, Lamborghini's annual production is small, but many people buy it. For a less popular model like the Laurel, the number of cars that arrive in our store each year is not large." "I'm so sorry." Although Zhou Ming said sorry, there was no embarrassment on his face. Instead, there was a sense of pride. Although Anu is rich, she is not ranked very high on his client list. "All right. Then I'd like to trouble Manager Zhou to help me line up." And you said with some regret. Luxury goods like sports cars are all about scarcity and value. When no one else can afford them, your owning one is the best way to demonstrate their value. And by the time a year rolls around, I'm sure there will be many people driving Lamborghini Laurel on the streets. By then, it won't smell so good. Okay. Ms. and you, I have something to do back at the store. If you need anything else, you can come to the store to find me. I'm always here to serve you." Zhou Ming nodded slightly to Anu, then left with his men. Anu then drove the Ferrari back to Jiangpan Supreme. At this time, Yang Chen was already on his way to the securities company. He was looking for Xinhua Securities, which was considered a relatively large securities company. Its address was next to the Magic City Stock Exchange and not too far from Jiangpan Supreme. It was almost lunchtime, so there were quite a few vehicles on the road. But surprisingly, no car dared to get within 10 meters of Yang Chen. All the cars regarded Yang Chen's Lamborghini as a scourge and wanted to stay away from it. Although these car owners didn't know how much Yang Chen's car was worth, they understood one thing: the more unique the shape of the sports car, the more expensive it was. Especially a sports car with the Lamborghini Bull logo. If you accidentally bump into it, I'm afraid you won't be able to compensate for it even if you sell everything you have. Therefore, this created a strange scene on the busy road. A vacuum zone with a radius of 10 meters appeared next to Yang Chen's car. At the same time, the passing vehicles and pedestrians all saluted Yang Chen's car. Fortunately, the glass of the Lamborghini Venom has an anti-peeping function, otherwise Yang Chen would almost become a monkey in the zoo. This also made Yang Chen feel the charm of luxury cars for the first time. It turned out that the luxury car outdoor live shows he had seen in his previous life were all real. For Yang Chen, this was also a very novel experience. In this way, he came to Xinhua Securities Company smoothly. In this absolute financial center area, Yang Chen's Lamborghini Venom finally seemed less out of place, but in order to keep a low profile, he still parked the car in the underground parking garage. In his previous life, when he was starting his own business, Yang Chen came to this financial center many times in order to handle company loans and business. He still remembered that when he first came here, he was shocked by the dazzling luxury cars and skyscrapers of various shapes. When he came back in this life, Yang Chen's mentality was completely different, and there was only calmness and peace in his eyes. After parking the car, Yang Chen took the elevator directly to the first-floor lobby of Xinhua Securities. As soon as he stepped out of the elevator, a staff member came to greet him. "Hello, sir. I am account manager Jiang Yuzhen. How can I help you?" Yang Chen turned his head and saw a beautiful young lady with a sweet voice. She was wearing a securities company uniform skirt and a pair of black framed glasses. Her figure and facial features were impeccable, especially the black stockings on her long legs, which were very eye-catching. Another intellectual beauty who was not inferior to Su Yan. Yang Chen glanced at the nameplate on her chest, which read Trainee Account Manager, Jiang Yuzhen. After taking a quick look at the other person, Yang Chen's eyes were clear, and he nodded with a smile. Manager Jiang, where can I go to apply for the leverage procedure? Hearing Yang Chen's words, Jiang Yuzhen's eyes lit up. With a professional smile on his face, Sir, please follow me. Chapter 27 Poor Yi Jiawen. When Jiang Yu first saw Yang Chen, he was young and handsome, dressed simply, and looked like a college student. Jiang Yuzhen also habitually thought that he was just here to handle some ordinary business of opening a stock account. Unexpectedly, Yang Chen actually asked to apply for stock leverage right away. This was indeed somewhat beyond Jiang Yuzhen's expectations. Because the threshold for opening leverage in a stock account is that the funds in the stock account must be at least 500,000. In this day and age, a family that can easily spend 500,000 yuan to help their college-age children invest in stocks is considered wealthy. After all, as a customer manager, if she didn't get any commission, her basic salary in the first year would only be tens of thousands of yuan. Naturally, Jiang Yuzhen classified Yang Chen as a rich second generation. Sir, I haven't asked your name yet? Yang, the Yang of Poplar. Hello, Mr. Yang. It's my honor to serve you. How many times of stock leverage would you like to apply for? Jiang Yuzhen led Yang Chen to the second floor, and the two talked as they walked. 10 times. Yang Chen answered concisely. Hearing Yang Chen's answer, Jiang Yuzhen paused slightly, and was suddenly shocked. 10 times stock leverage requires at least 2 million in funds in the account. In the eyes of their account manager, Yang Chen is definitely a big fat fish. Then please come this way. Jiang Yuzhen didn't dare to neglect him, and immediately led Yang Chen to a small VIP room on the second floor. Would you like some lemonade or coffee? Pour me some lemonade. Okay. Jiang Yuzhen squatted down, took out a cup from the sterilizer, and poured the soaked lemon water into it. Throughout the whole process, her uniform was tight, showing off her perfect figure. Mr. Yang, your water. That's right. The application procedure for 10x leverage needs to be approved by the department manager. I need to go find the department manager first. Please wait here for a moment. Jiang Yuzhen has a gentle voice and her service is meticulous. Okay, no rush. Yang Chen smiled. Then, Jiang Yuzhen walked out the door and closed it carefully. It has to be said that the quality of employees at Xinhua Securities is indeed high, and their professionalism and appearance are impeccable. Not only that, Yang Chen had heard in his previous life that the recruitment threshold of Xinhua Securities Company was very high. All the employees here are graduates from top domestic universities, including some with master's degrees, and there are even many overseas returnees working here. It can be regarded as a gathering place for a group of highly educated and high-quality talents. After Jiang Yuzhen left, Yang Chen first looked around the room. The area of this VIP customer room is not very large, about 30-40 square meters. In addition to a desk, there are 2 leather sofas and a small tea table. And some green plants. The decoration is also simple, and the overall look is very warm, especially the sound insulation conditions are very good. Yang Chen entered the room and could hardly hear any sound from outside. Bored, Yang Chen took out his phone and started browsing. In just one morning, I had left more than a dozen WeChat messages unread. Open WeChat chat. Zhang Ji, Lao Yang, the second class has already started, why haven't you come yet? Where the hell have you been? Zhang Ji, damn, I just gave you a tip and almost got caught on the spot. Dad was scared to death. Lao Yang, you owe me a favor, you must send me the WeChat chats of a few girls. Li Jian, calling your name, come quickly. Li Jian, it's okay, Zhang Ji pointed it out for you with the clip sound. Seeing these messages from his roommate, Yang Chen smiled slightly. In his opinion, it was harmless to point out such things in class. If all else failed, he could just give the teacher 2 cigarettes and everything would be solved. But in the eyes of Li Jian and Zhang Ji, who are still freshmen, this is a big deal. This also shows that they are still quite reliable. If something happens, they are really good. After closing their WeChat chat box, Yang Chen immediately opened Su Yan's conversation. Su Yan, now gone, where did you go this morning? I just passed by your classroom and didn't see you. Su Yan, Yi Jiawen invited me and my bestie to watch a movie at China Film International this afternoon. Do you want to come along? I heard that the movie theater is very dark, and you can do bad things to people secretly. Shit. Su Yan, this little slut. After seeing this message, Yang Chen immediately had some images in his mind. He knew about the China Film International cinema chain. Unlike mainstream cinemas a few years later, the current mainstream cinemas are still large curtain cinemas. Simply put, it is a cinema that can accommodate 200 to 300 people at the same time, watching the same big screen. Many young couples who are looking for excitement occasionally come here to watch movies in the early morning. Yang Chen remembered that in his previous life, when he went to watch movies with Zhang Ji and the others, he could sometimes hear some strange noises. If in a place like this, Yi Zhaowen in the front row was watching the movie attentively, while Yang Chen and Su Yin in the back row were doing something strange. Isn't this too much? Where did Su Yin learn so much strange knowledge? Yang Chen couldn't hold it in any longer. After closing Su Yan's WeChat chat box, Yang Chen took a few deep breaths before calming down his agitated mood. When he looked at the unread messages again, Yang Chen discovered that his memory had also sent him a message. Memory, Yang Chen, where did you go this morning? Why didn't I see you coming? The physics teacher will call the roll later. Memory, how could you not reply to my message? Angry.jpg. Seeing the message in the memory, Yang Chen smiled slightly. According to her shy personality and memory, Yang Chen originally thought that it would take some time for her to contact him. Unexpectedly, she seemed to care about me more than I thought. Apart from them, the rest of the news is about the team. Shinggong Basketball Team Group. Li Taiye Brothers, the school-level basketball league will officially start next week. We will organize an internal meeting this Saturday afternoon. Li Tai, after the game, Secretary Wang organized a dinner for everyone. I hope everyone can put aside their work and come. If you can come, please give me a call. Chen Chang, 1. Luo Jichao, 1. Yi Zhaowen, 1. Seeing the message in the group chat, Yang Chen couldn't help but curl up his lips into an evil smile. Poor Yi Zhaowen, he was destined to become a victim of his own free system rewards. After replying to the messages one by one, Yang Chen immediately opened the first software of the day. Soon, a piece of information came into his sight. Cooperation breaks down. Lunong Group gives up the acquisition of Hecheng Heavy Industry. Hecheng Heavy Industry may be delisted. How will it operate in the future? Please add the group chat number XXXX. There are experts in the group to interpret the stock market. Oh! It really exploded. After seeing the message, Yang Chen immediately opened the stock software. It can be seen that after 10 o'clock in the morning, the stock price of Hecheng Heavy Industry plunged again, plummeting directly from the daily limit to the lower limit. At the same time, there are hundreds of thousands of orders placed. Yang Chen couldn't help but sigh. How many young investors in the stock market have been buried by this wave? Chapter 28 Senior Investment Advisor, Pei Luotian. Yang Chen didn't check his phone for long. Soon, there was knock on the door again. Jiang Yuzhen, who had just gone out, came back with a few documents in his hand. At the same time, Yang Chen also noticed that there was a stunning young woman following behind her. That's right, it's a stunning young woman. She has big wavy burgundy hair and wears a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. Her figure has a voluptuous beauty that gives people the feeling that she is very plump but without a trace of fat. The way she walked and every move she made were full of charm, obviously different from those of a college student. She is like a ripe peach, so juicy just by looking at it that one can't wait to taste it. The young woman was wearing a high-end shirt and a tight skirt, with a pair of high-quality black stockings on her legs, which made it difficult to take your eyes off her. Yang Chen noticed that this stunning young woman also had a small nameplate hanging on her chest. Senior Investment Advisor, Pei Luotian. But due to its exaggerated size, the small nameplate looks like a rootless duckweed, and is somewhat shaky. Yang Chen couldn't help but want to help her fix the nameplate. Beauty is a disaster. The first time he saw Pei Luotian, Yang Chen gave him a very high evaluation in his heart. Mr. Yang, this is our business manager and senior investment consultant, Pei Luotian. After coming in, Jiang Yuzhen slightly turned his body and introduced the young woman behind him to Yang Chen. Yang Chen immediately stood up, took the initiative to extend his right hand, nodded and smiled. Hello, Manager Pei. Pei Luotian was also slightly stunned when he saw Yang Chen. Although Jiang Yuzhen had told her about Yang Chen's approximate age before, Pei Luotian still didn't expect that Yang Chen was so young and handsome. He is on par with the young handsome guys in the movies. Not only that, Yang Chen also has a maturity and calmness that does not match his age. This sense of contradiction made Pei Luo involuntarily feel the urge to understand Yang Chen. After being stunned for a moment, Pei Luotian smiled and extended his hand to Yang Chen. Hello, Mr. Yang. I never thought you were so successful at such a young age. Pei Luotian opened her red lips slightly, and her words immediately narrowed the distance between the two of them. The two sides shook hands politely and then released them. With such a gentle grip, Yang Chen felt for the first time what it meant to have skin as smooth as cream. Although Pei Luotian is older than Su Yan and Aragaki Mai, her skin is better than theirs. It feels like touching a piece of tofu, making you unable to put it down. Hearing Pei Luotian's praise, Yang Chen smiled slightly. You're too kind. I didn't expect Manager Pei to be such a stunning beauty. Does your company recruit employees and assign positions based on appearance? Hearing this, Pei Luotian burst into laughter. Ah, Mr. Yang, you are so humorous. Even Jiang Yuzhen beside him chuckled. But at the same time, Pei Luotian was also secretly frightened. Although Yang Chen looks young, his style of speaking and doing things is full of maturity and experience. With just 2 simple sentences, the right to speak was back in his own hands. Are all the young people nowadays so evil? After a few simple greetings, Pei Luotian and Yang Chen both sat down. Jiang Yuzhen, who was standing by, acted as a waiter, serving tea and water to the two of them. After finishing all this, Jiang Yuzhen handed the materials he brought to Yang Chen and said with a smile. Mr. Yang, this is our company's application form for stock leverage, which contains the relevant business rules. You can talk to our manager Pei first. I won't bother you with your business. This level of business was beyond the capabilities of Jiang Yuzhen, so she tactfully took her leave. Yang Chen nodded slightly. Thank you for your help. After Jiang Yuzhen left, Yang Chen and Pei Luotian officially got to the point and began discussing the leverage business. Judging from the business rules information on the application form, the handling fee charged by Xinhua Securities Company is 0.5%, and there are certain requirements on the number of operations the applicant must perform each month. At least 8 times. A handling fee of 0.5% may not sound high, but you should know that this fee is calculated based on the funds after the leverage multiple is added. To put it simply, assuming Yang Chen applies for a 10x leverage of 2 million, his trading capital is 20 million. For each transaction, Yang Chen had to pay a handling fee of 0.5% to Xinhua Securities Company. 2000 W multiplied by 5000 is 10 W. This means that every time Yang Chen makes a purchase, he has to pay 100,000 to Xinhua Securities Company. And the operation must be performed at least 8 times in a month. If the operation is less than 8 times, at least 8 handling fees will be charged. The total amount of these transaction fees is 800,000. In other words, as long as you handle leveraged business, even if you make no profit or loss in the process of stock trading, you will have to spend 800,000 yuan in handling fees for 1 month alone. That's the price of using leverage. It seems that leverage can help stock speculators make huge profits in a short period of time, but its cost is also quite terrifying. What Yang Chen and Pei Luotian wanted to discuss was the handling fee. Even though these handling fees were a drop in the bucket for Yang Chen, they were still real money. Wouldn't it be nice to use the saved handling fees to buy something for Su Yan and Aragaki Mai? Naturally, Yang Chen hoped that the handling fee would be as low as possible. Of course, for ordinary investors, these fees are fixed. However, for clients with larger equity capital like Yang Chen, the rules can be modified to a certain extent. Manager Pei, I have read your company's business rules for leverage application. I have no doubts about the other terms. I just hope your company can lower the handling fee. Yang Chen carefully read the business content on the application form and then said, Mr. Yang, how much do you hope for? Pei Luotian looked at Yang Chen with a smile, neither agreeing nor refusing. This is a common way of doing business. First, understand the other party's needs and bottom line, rather than rushing to reveal your own cards. Only in this way can we maximize our interests. Hearing Pei Luotian's words, Yang Chen smiled and said, Manager Pei, I'm not here to negotiate, I just hope to get the leverage processed as soon as possible. Well, I won't beat around the bush with you. I hope your company's commission will be reduced to 0.25%. At the same time, I will trade once a day for the next 3 weeks, for a total of 14 transactions. If I can't meet this requirement, I will go to Huajin Securities next door to handle leverage business. Yang Chen's words were very straightforward, leaving Pei Luotian no room for maneuver. In fact, for Pei Luotian, Yang Chen's request was not excessive. Although the transaction fee for a single transaction was reduced by half, since Yang Chen's minimum number of transactions was 14, the total transaction fee was not much different from the previous rules. Chapter 29, Digging Out a 3-Bedroom Apartment with a Toe. After a moment of silence, Pei Luotian looked at Yang Chen's calm expression and rolled his eyes at him helplessly. Well, I really lose to you. You didn't even give me any room for bargaining. You have no mercy on me at all. Pei Luotian's words sounded somewhat coquettish, and her watery eyes were full of charm. It has to be said that young women are more lethal than ordinary girls. There is a subtle temptation in every frown and smile. If he were an ordinary boy, he would most likely fall for Pei Luotian's every frown and smile. But Yang Chen is a reborn person. How many scenes did he experience in his previous life? In his eyes, this little trick was just like a child playing house. Pei Luotian pretended to be like this simply because he wanted to gain more benefits for the company. If you easily think that she is flirting with you, you are totally wrong. Yang Chen's mind was very clear, and he completely ignored Pei Luotian's performance. Manager Pei is wrong. This cooperation is ultimately a win-win situation. The overall stock market situation is not good at the moment, and most investors are taking a wait-and-see attitude. If I'm not mistaken, the leveraged business of all securities companies has shrunk significantly recently. Based on this situation, the handling fee for 10x leverage is usually set at more than 0.3%, and the minimum number of transactions is generally 6. So, for a $2 million business with 10 times leverage, your company's maximum profit is only $450,000, and I can bring you $700,000 profit. No matter what you say, you won't suffer any loss. Yang Chen had a smile on his face, and his words were very clear. Obviously, Yang Chen is not an ordinary college student, but an expert. He has a very good understanding of the entire market environment and industry rules. If Yang Chen's profile didn't say that he was a college student at Moda University, Pei Luotian would have thought that he was also a practitioner. After hearing these words, Pei Luotian couldn't pretend to be pitiful anymore. It was just as Yang Chen said, this deal seemed to be a great benefit to Yang Chen, but in fact, their securities company did not suffer any loss at all. You can even earn more commissions. Looking at Yang Chen's nonchalant expression, Pei Luotian felt quite discouraged. This was the first time she felt that she was being controlled tightly, as if every situation was taken into consideration by the other party, leaving her no room at all. For a moment, she felt like the legendary white snake, being held at the weakest point by Yang Chen, the Fahai. I just don't know if Yang Chen's Fahai is a real monk, and how strong his concentration can be. After all, he's just a teenager. For some unknown reason, Pei Luotian had the idea of playing a trick on Yang Chen. Mr. Yang, you are really an expert. Then I wish us a happy cooperation. Pei Luotian stretched out his slender hand, and Yang Chen shook it politely. Immediately afterwards, Pei Luotian's eyes moved, and her graceful figure slowly sat up from the chair. We have successfully concluded this deal, so we have to have a drink to celebrate. Considering that it's daytime now and Mr. Yang might have driven here, let's use drinks instead of alcohol. While speaking, Pei Luotian walked to the small refrigerator placed against the wall, slowly leaned over, and fumbled for something in the refrigerator. The straight and plump long legs, coupled with the high heels, formed an amazing arc with the bent body. Tighten your shirt and skirt tightly. Looking from Yang Chen's angle, her amazing waist-to-hip ratio created a strong visual impact, quite like a mature teacher in a comic. What is the pure desire ceiling for the slightly plump world? Yang Chen had gained some experience today. Obviously, Pei Luotian did it on purpose. Yang Chen was calm and composed, staring at his phone without looking away. Noticing this scene, Pei Luotian felt a little discouraged again. Then she took out 2 bottles of imported drinks from the small refrigerator. Mr. Yang, to celebrate our happy cooperation, let's drink some beverages instead of wine. Let's have a toast together. I hope you will consider our company in the future. I will definitely give you the best price. Holding a drink, Pei Luotian walked towards Yang Chen slowly. There was a smile in her eyes, with a hint of charm. But, in the next second, Pei Luotian's high heels didn't step firmly, and suddenly she fell forward and fell towards Yang Chen. Seeing this, Yang Chen subconsciously reached out to catch her. Just like that, Pei Luotian and Yang Chen bumped into each other. This unexpected scene caught both of them off guard. Originally, she just wanted to tease Yang Chen on purpose, pretending to lose her balance and then supporting Yang Chen. But unexpectedly, man proposes, God disposes, and he hit Yang Chen directly. Yang Chen was also a little confused at first, but recalling Pei Luotian's previous actions, he quickly understood. Pei Luotian probably wanted to get back some ground somewhere else because he was at a disadvantage during business negotiations. What a strong and lovely young woman. Manager Pei, be careful, don't fall. Channel Gabrielle, a very tasteful perfume. The top notes have hints of citrus and berry aromas, the middle note is a sweet white flower scent, and the base note is warm sandalwood. This perfume is just like you, Luotian. It is naturally noble, like a well-educated noble lady, but also charming and seductive. Then, Yang Chen let go of Pei Luotian slowly, and spoke in a relaxed and elegant manner. In his previous life, Yang Chen started a startup company. What kind of women had he not dealt with? In his opinion, Pei Luotian was just a junior. In this small room, Yang Chen's subwoofer was full of magnetism, which directly gave Pei Luotian goosebumps on his neck. She could now dig out a 3-bedroom apartment with her toes, and she felt filled with shame when she thought of her previous actions. My own cultivation level is totally insufficient, how could I think of teasing Yang Chen? This time, Pei Luotian was completely defeated by Yang Chen. She felt some regret in her heart. Why would you provoke him? Knock, knock, knock. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Immediately afterwards, the door of the VIP room was pushed open, and Jiang Yuzhen's graceful figure appeared at the door. Manager Pei, Mr. Yang, I got some desserts. Sorry to bother you. Jiang Yuzhen's voice suddenly stopped halfway through his words, and he immediately retreated. Seeing Jiang Yuzhen's shocked look, Pei Luotian felt like crying but had no tears. She looked like a thief caught in the act. Chapter 30 Sudden Hostility? After Jiang Yuzhen left the VIP room, he looked frightened. She patted her magnificent chest repeatedly before she calmed down. Phew, luckily I reacted quickly enough. I didn't expect Manager Pei to be so proactive. Jiang Yuzhen was deeply shocked. She has been in the company for more than half a year and knows some things about Pei Luotian. Pei Luotian once had a short marriage, but divorced soon. She is a famous beauty consultant in the industry. Not only did she graduate from Huaqing University, a top domestic university, and possess very solid professional knowledge, she is also recognized as the most beautiful woman in Shanghai Securities. A year ago, Pei Luotian was recruited by Huaqing Securities. It is no exaggeration to say that the men pursuing her can circle Pujiang, the magic city. Whether before or after her divorce. Moreover, these men are either wealthy people with assets exceeding 100 million yuan, or senior executives from various walks of life. But even so, Pei Luotian has always kept herself clean, and there has never been any scandal between her and any man in the past few years. I didn't expect that today. Jiang Yuzhen actually saw with her own eyes Pei Luotian maintaining such an ambiguous posture with a young, rich, and handsome guy. Is this a blessing or a curse? Jiang Yuzhen felt like crying but had no tears. Then, a question popped up in her mind. Could it be that even a queen like Pei Luotian can't resist the temptation of a little puppy? No, maybe he's a little wolf dog. Thinking of Yang Chen's previous aura, Jiang Yuzhen muttered to himself. Because she was so stimulated by this scene, all kinds of strange thoughts could not help but pop up in her mind. She didn't notice that a middle-aged bald man appeared behind her. Ahem, Xiao Jiang, what are you talking to yourself about here during work hours? Seeing Jiang Yuzhen's absent-minded look, the middle-aged bald man frowned and asked. Ah, Mr. Gao, hello. I was just about to deliver some dessert to a client. Jiang Yuzhen was startled when he saw the bald middle-aged man. He immediately bowed and explained. This bald middle-aged man is a member of the management of their Huaqing Securities Company. His name is Gao Jun. He is the second in command and is known for his strictness. It is said that every employee who comes to work here, especially the female employees, will be criticized by him to some extent. I even heard that a female employee was scolded to tears in his office. Jiang Yuzhen was also feeling a little anxious. What's the situation with this client? Is anyone inside discussing business with him? Gao Jun's expression did not change and he continued to ask. Jiang Yuzhen adjusted his mood and said. Mr. Gao, the client inside is here to handle stock leverage business, with a 10-fold leverage. Manager Pei is discussing the specific matters with him. Her thoughts were clear and she described the general situation. Oh? 10 times leverage? It is indeed a rare guest. No wonder Manager Pei came in person. Hearing this, Gao Jun raised his eyebrows and seemed to be interested. His expression was subtle, and it was unclear whether he was interested in the client or Pei Luotian. You knock on the door, and I'll just follow you in to see what's going on. Gao Jun twitched his chin and gestured to Jiang Yuzhen. This is not, okay. After hesitating for a while, Jiang Yuzhen saw Gao Jun's unfriendly expression and had to stop what he was about to say. In this situation, she had no choice but to knock on the door. Knock, 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 knock. Excuse me, Manager Pei, Mr. Gao is here to see you. Jiang Yuzhen deliberately slowed down the speed of knocking on the door and reminded the two people in the room. This is the limit of what she can do. I just hope they don't accidentally discharge their guns in the house. Under Gao Jun's gaze, Jiang Yuzhen could only slowly push open the door after completing these actions. Fortunately, the worst did not happen. Manager Pei had already sat back in his original seat, while Yang Chen was also writing the application form furiously. Everything seemed as if nothing had happened. Apart from Pei Luotian's slightly flushed face and the action of lowering his head to adjust his shirt, there were no other flaws. However, Gao Jun, with his sharp eyes, quickly caught Pei Luotian's actions, and a hint of doubt flashed through his mind. Okay, why are you tidying up your shirt? And the air conditioner was on in the room, so why was Pei Luotian's face so red? Then, he saw Yang Chen's handsome appearance, and a barely perceptible gloom flashed across his face. Gao Jun smelled something unusual. Manager Pei, CEO Gao is here. I prepared some desserts for Mr. Yang and you. If there's nothing else, I'll be out first. Jiang Yuzhen said hello to Pei Luotian, put down the dessert, and fled out of the room. She knew that this occasion was no longer one that a small employee like her could get involved in. After Jiang Yuzhen left, the bald man Gao Jun smiled and said, Manager Pei, I just happened to pass by and heard from Xiao Jiang that you were discussing business. I came in to take a look out of curiosity. I hope I won't disturb you too? Who is our client? Pei Luotian had already straightened her shirt. She stood up and introduced Gao Jun. Mr. Gao, this is Mr. Yang. He is here to handle the 10x leverage business for stocks. We have just agreed on the details of the process and are now signing the contract. Pei Luotian's expression was extremely natural, as if nothing had happened just now. Hearing this, Gao Jun pretended to be surprised and praised Yang Chen. Mr. Yang, heroes have always emerged from youth. You are so courageous at such a young age, your future achievements are limitless. While saying this, the bald man Gao Jun sneered in his heart, Idiot, don't you know that the stock market is in a terrible state recently? Even I don't dare to invest money in the stock market, and you dare to use 10 times leverage? You will die without knowing how. Strangely enough, when Gao Jun saw Yang Chen for the first time, he felt a twisted and hateful feeling in his heart. Especially Yang Chen's unreasonably handsome face. Every time he looked at her, Gao Jun's heart felt like it was stabbed by a needle, and a twisted feeling of jealousy emerged uncontrollably. Yang Chen smiled faintly. No, compared to senior professionals like Mr. Gao, I am still far behind. Looking at Gao Jun's old face that was wrinkled like a chrysanthemum due to his smile, Yang Chen intuitively felt that he seemed to be hostile to him. This was an instinctive reaction that Yang Chen had developed from dealing with countless people in his previous life. Out of curiosity, Yang Chen used the detection technique on Gao Jun. Then, a few lines of text appeared next to Gao Jun. Gao Jun, 48 years old, a member of the management team of Huaxing Securities Company assets exceeding 10 million, has a 40 favorability towards the host, and has strong hostility and jealousy. -40? Seeing the results of the detection technique, Yang Chen was also a little surprised. For example, Yi Jiawen's favorability towards me is -60, which is to the point where he is willing to take some hostile measures against me. This bald man Gao Jun and I just met for the first time, so how come his favorability level is already -40? Chapter 31 Who is the dog and who is the master? After thinking about it for a while, Yang Chen had a rough guess in his mind. When Gao Jun was talking to Pei Luotian just now, Yang Chen noticed that there was a hint of possessiveness in his eyes. It seems that he regards Pei Luotian as his own exclusive love. Although this situation sounds ridiculous, in Yang Chen's eyes, it is nothing strange. When he started a company in his previous life, he couldn't avoid drinking and socializing with some bank executives. These executives are not much different from Gao Jun, all of them are middle-aged, bald, and successful in their careers. All of these people have one thing in common: although their physical functions are declining, the desires in their hearts are constantly expanding. Their aging and ugly wives at home can no longer satisfy their desires, so naturally, they will turn their attention to some young and beautiful subordinates in the company. At social dinners, a common configuration is a senior executive with a beautiful female subordinate. After eating and drinking and singing at KTV, these executives hugged the unconscious female employee and went to the 5-star hotel next door. This situation is so common that it seems to have become an unspoken rule. As expected, the bald man Gao Jun in front of me is in this situation. He had already been classified as a smiling tiger by Yang Chen. Next, Yang Chen pretended to be nice to Gao Jun again. Seeing that it was getting late, Yang Chen stopped talking and handed the completed business form to Pei Luotian. Manager Pei, I have filled out the application form. How long will it take for the approval process to be completed? Pei Luotian took the application form from Yang Chen, gathered the hair beside his ears, and said, I'll help you process it at noon, and the funds will be in your account before the market opens this afternoon. Hearing this, Yang Chen smiled and nodded, then I'll trouble Manager Pei. After what happened before, Pei Luotian seemed to have lost some of her queen's aura, and instead had more of a little woman's actions. Glancing at the time, Yang Chen said to the two of them, I have an appointment at noon, so I'll take my leave now. Gao Jun's face was smiling like a chrysanthemum again. Mr. Yang, take care. I'll ask Manager Pei to take you there. Come back for tea when you have time. The two nodded to each other as a greeting. Afterwards, Yang Chen and Pei Luotian left the room together. Seeing the door closed, the smile on Gao Jun's face immediately disappeared, and his whole old face became so gloomy that it seemed as if ink could ooze out. Then he took out his cell phone from his pocket, pressed a number and dialed. Half a minute later, the phone was connected. Hey, young master son. Lao Gao? What's the emergency so early in the morning? A sleepy voice came from the other end of the line. Hearing this, Gao Jun's face darkened. It's already 12 o'clock noon, and it's still early in the morning. However, although his face was dissatisfied, he did not dare to reveal the slightest emotion in his tone, and said respectfully, I'm sorry, Mr. Sun, for disturbing your rest. But I do have an important matter here. It's about Pei Luotian. What? Luotian? What happened to her? The voice on the other end of the phone suddenly became louder. It seems that he is very sensitive to Pei Luotian's name. Then, there was a noise from the other end of the phone. Although Gao Jun's face was as red as the bottom of a pot, he could only wait obediently. Obviously, the relationship between Gao Jun and Sun Xiao is like that between an old dog and its master. After a while of rustling, the environment on the other end of the phone finally became quiet again. Lao Gao, what happened to Luotian? Tell us the details. Sun Xiao's voice came again. Young Master Sun, it's like this. I just passed by the VIP business room and found Pei Luotian and... In just a few words, Gao Jun exaggerated the whole story. You said Pei Luotian and that guy named Yang Chen were doing something in the room? Hearing this, Sun Xiao's tone immediately revealed a hint of danger. It's absolutely true. Gao Jun said immediately. After a brief silence, Sun Xiao spoke again. I understand. Send me Yang Chen's information. Also keep an eye on Pei Luotian. This stinky bitch. After cursing, the call was hung up directly. Hearing a busy tone from the other end of the phone, Gao Jun smiled sinisterly. This Mr. Sun's full name is Sun Xing. His father is the chairman of Huaxing Securities and is Gao Jun's immediate superior. They met at a dinner party and have been in cahoots with each other ever since. In the securities industry in Shanghai, no woman they set their sights on can escape their clutches. No matter whether they are married young women or female college students who have just graduated from the ivory tower of university, they always have a way to make these women submit. Every time Sun Xing finished playing with these women, he would give them to Gao Jun as rewards. Sometimes on a whim I will. And this time they targeted Pei Luotian. They have good intentions for this long-time famous beauty in the securities industry. First, she was poached from the securities company next door with a high salary. Then Sun Xing and Gao Jun launched all kinds of sugar-coated bullets, including the good cop and the bad cop game. They also tried them. It can be said that they have tried everything except some tough measures. But Pei Luotian refused to be persuaded. Unexpectedly, Gao Jun caught her flirting with a client she just met today. This made Gao Jun instantly furious. He wanted to take revenge on Yang Chen. So he exaggerated the matter and told it to Sun Xing. With Sun Xing's power, wouldn't it be easy to kill Yang Chen? Thinking of this, the smile on Gao Jun's face became even more sinister. This is not the first time he has done this. In his eyes, although he was Sun Xing's dog on the surface, he could manipulate Sun Xing's behavior at will. Who is the master and who is the dog? It is still unknown. After leaving the room, Pei Luotian sent Yang Chen to the stairs on the second floor. Mr. Yang, I will take you here. If you have any questions, please contact me on WeChat. You already have my contact information anyway. I'm going to go through your leverage procedures now. After saying this, Pei Luotian fled away. Being with Yang Chen, Pei Luotian always felt a little uncomfortable. It seemed as if I could always feel what he said in my ears and the hot breath he exhaled. Manager Pei, take care. See you next time. Seeing Pei Luotian's embarrassed figure, Yang Chen laughed for a while and then went downstairs. While waiting for the elevator on the first floor, Zhang Yuzhen came over and exchanged WeChat numbers with Yang Chen. Mr. Yang, next time you come to our company, remember to contact me in advance. If you have any business needs, you can also find me on WeChat. Before the elevator closed, Zhang Yuzhen said to Yang Chen sweetly. Yang Chen also smiled and nodded. Chapter 32 Yao Yao also wants to see you. After getting in the Lamborghini Venom, Yang Chen wanted to take out his cell phone and call Aragaki Mai at home. But suddenly I realized that there seemed to be no landline at home, and my Aragaki didn't seem to have a mobile phone either. It seems I need to buy some daily necessities for Aragaki Mai. Yang Chen muttered to himself. My Aragaki lived with him and really didn't bring anything with her except a single suitcase. There weren't many clothes inside, just some simple underwear for changing. As for things like cosmetics, they are even less available. Let's go back for lunch first, and then go to Baoxiang City to buy something for her in the afternoon. After all, she is my woman, and I can't treat her unfairly no matter what. As for why I didn't take my Aragaki with me when shopping, it was because her identity was rather special. If discovered by someone with ulterior motives, something bad is bound to happen. Yang Chen currently does not have enough strength to protect her. And if I remember correctly, it seems that Su Yan is also going to Baoxiang City to watch a movie in the afternoon? Then he took out his mobile phone and confirmed it with Su Yan on WeChat. Afterwards, Yang Chen started the Lamborghini. The next second, the roar of the Lamborghini Venom filled the entire underground parking garage. At the same time, in the Rose Garden cafeteria of Magic City University, a handsome man and a beautiful woman were sitting face to face eating. It attracted the attention of countless people around. Especially the school beauty Su Yan, who was wearing a baseball cap. Her pair of dazzling long legs under the table attracted the attention of all the men. She was playing with her mobile phone at this moment, with a beautiful curve at the corner of her mouth. Baby, what's so funny? Yi Zhaowen, who was sitting opposite, gave Su Yan a harmless smile. Hearing this, Su Yan turned off her phone and looked at Yi Zhaowen with a hint of imperceptible pity in her eyes. Then, she smiled sweetly, nothing, just thinking of some happy things. Oh, by the way, Yao Yao is going to go to the movies with us this afternoon. She also wants to watch the latest art film. You know, Yao Yao only has me as her friend, you won't refuse me, right? She wants to see you too. Su Yan bit her lips lightly and looked at Yi Zhaowen with innocent eyes. Hearing this, Yi Zhaowen, who was sitting opposite, froze in his expression, as if he was thinking of some not-so-good memories. The Yao Yao that Su Yan mentioned is her roommate. Of course, that's not the point. The most important thing is that Yao Yao weighs more than 200 kilograms and is less than 1.6 meters tall. She looks about as wide as two Yi Zhaowens, and she is extremely ugly. Whenever Yi Zhaowen invited Su Yan to go out for dinner or something alone, Su Yan would definitely invite her roommate along. To be honest, Yi Zhaowen felt a little disgusted every time he saw her. The most outrageous thing is that her roommate Yao Yao has no self-awareness at all, and always shamelessly acts as a light bulb. And she always takes advantage of Su Yan's absence to make a move on him. Like a sow in heat pushing towards his arms. She kept calling him brother, brother. Thinking of that scene, Yi Zhaowen's stomach churned. If it weren't for the fact that she was Su Yan's roommate and the need to maintain his image as a sweet man, Yi Zhaowen would have wanted to punch Yao Yao to death. After taking a few deep breaths, Yi Zhaowen showed an ugly smile and pretended to be generous and said, "It's okay, I also want to see her." Seeing Yi Zhaowen looking nauseous and wanting to vomit, Su Yan asked with concern, "Are you okay?" "No. I'm fine. I just ate a little too much at noon and I feel a little nauseous. I'll be fine after a while." Due to the fast pace of life in Shanghai, most office workers have lunch and rest at the company at noon, so there are fewer vehicles on the road than in the morning. 10 minutes later, Yang Chen drove the Lamborghini Venom back to Zhangpan Supreme. Since the car had not been registered with the property before, Yang Chen spent a few minutes to register it. I have to say that the security system of Zhangpan Supreme is indeed very good. No matter how much your car is worth, the doorman who is a veteran will never let it in unless it is registered with the property. "Captain Lin, is this okay?" After Yang Chen finished the facial recognition, he said to the dark-skinned security captain. Yang Chen has a very high respect for these veterans. Okay, thank you Mr. Yang for your cooperation. From now on, your car can enter and leave the community freely. If you have guests coming, please let me know in advance and fill in the information on the mobile phone app. Captain Lin said meticulously. Okay, thank you for your hard work. Yang Chen smiled, waved at him, and drove the car back to the garage. 5 minutes later. Yang Chen stood at the door of his house, and before he could do any facial recognition, the door opened automatically. Then, Yang Chen saw Aragaki Mai kneeling at the entrance. She was wearing a black maid outfit and had 2 ponytails. She looked up at Yang Chen and smiled sweetly. Master, welcome home. Yang Chen had seen this scene in a video before. In most Japanese families, men work outside to earn money, while women stay at home as full-time housewives. So whenever the husband came home after a long day of work, his wife would kneel at the entrance to welcome him home in this way. Yang Chen had also imagined this scene in his previous life, but he didn't expect it to come true in this life. What's more, my Aragaki is wearing a maid outfit. It made the male ego in his heart explode. I have to say, my Aragaki is really good. Have you been waiting for a long time? Yang Chen smiled warmly and walked into the house. My Aragaki immediately came up and carefully changed Yang Chen's shoes. It's okay, I was just worried you wouldn't come back. After changing her shoes, Aragaki Mai stood up and kissed Yang Chen. Yang Chen noticed that her knees were all red, and it was obvious that she had been kneeling for a while. Yang Chen couldn't help but feel touched. Come on, let's eat. Otherwise the food will get cold. I heated up the lamb chops and beef in the refrigerator, made some scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and boiled some corn and pork rib soup. I had a simple meal at home at noon. Immediately afterwards, Aragaki Mai took Yang Chen's hand and walked towards the dining table. Okay. Yang Chen touched my Aragaki's head and felt warm in his heart. Soon, a warm lunchtime passed. Master, is the food I cooked delicious? After the meal, Aragaki Mai looked at Yang Chen expectantly. Mai's cooking skills are amazing. Yang Chen admired sincerely. Although they are just some simple home-cooked dishes, they are all delicious and appetizing. That's good. After receiving Yang Chen's affirmation, Aragaki Mai's face was filled with happiness. Then the master should go and have a rest first. I will clean up the table and dishes. Chapter 33 Stock assets exceed 10 million. Just as Aragaki Mai was about to stand up, she was suddenly pulled into Yang Chen's arms. Why are you in such a hurry? It's all because the meal you cooked for me at noon was so delicious that my stomach feels so full. Master, what should we do? Aragaki Mai's face turned red. Of course, the punishment is to make you accompany me to do some after-meal exercises. Yang Chen had a smile on his face. Without waiting for Aragaki Mai to agree, Yang Chen carried her horizontally and walked towards the bedroom on the second floor. Of course it's the compendium of Materia Medica. Could anyone have thought of it wrongly? 1:30 p.m. Because practicing compendium of Materia Medica was too tiring, Aragaki Mai fell asleep on the 3-meter-wide bed. Yang Chen leaned against the headboard, opened the stock trading software and started selecting stocks. Pei Luotian was very efficient and completed all the procedures before 1 o'clock, and the money was deposited into Yang Chen's stock account as scheduled. Looking at the string of zeros after the 2, Yang Chen was quite moved. When he applied for leverage, he applied for an amount of 2.5 million, so he now has 25 million in his stock account. Yang Chen specially kept 100,000 on hand for daily expenses. Next, Yang Chen began to select stocks. Just like his previous stock selection method, he entered the science and technology sector and then looked for stocks on the decline list. In the decline list, these stocks are arranged from high to low according to the decline. All the stocks at the top are those that have hit their limit down. Since the overall stock market is doing well today, there are not many stocks that have hit the daily limit, only a dozen or so. Through the information on the investment card, Yang Chen discovered that the subsequent performance of these dozen stocks was not good. Even if you sell at the highest point after tomorrow's opening, the highest increase will only be a dozen points. Sure enough, a situation like Hucheng Heavy Industries' yesterday's rise from limit down to limit up is still relatively rare. Yang Chen simply continued to slide down. It took him 5 full minutes to find a stock that was fluctuating around 14% Greenleaf Construction. The investment card shows that this stock will start to move up around 2 p.m., and by the time it closes at 3 p.m., it will have increased by 16%. When the market opens tomorrow, this stock will open at the daily limit, and will have 5 consecutive daily limits in the next 5 days. It can be regarded as a big monster stock. But for Yang Chen, the subsequent daily limit increases of Greenleaf Construction did not mean much. Because a daily limit only means a 20% profit for a day. If Yang Chen looks for stocks that rise during trading and open higher the next day, his daily profit can be as high as 60%, just like when he bought Huching Heavy Industry. Therefore, Yang Chen is not really surprised by this kind of 5 consecutive boards. It is enough for him to just take advantage of the first wave of increases. Immediately afterwards, Yang Chen began to buy Greenleaf Construction in batches. Since Yang Chen's current share capital is too large, buying it all at once will cause large fluctuations in the stock price, so the most stable way to buy it is to buy it in batches. A few minutes later, Yang Chen completed the operation. Then he put his cell phone beside the bed, put his arm around my aragaki and started taking a nap. I slept until about 3 in the afternoon. Yang Chen got up and changed his clothes, then simply washed up, then leaned on the sofa to check the stock situation. Just as the investment card showed, Greenleaf Building started to rise sharply at 2:05 p.m. It first hit the daily limit, then fluctuated downward, and finally closed at a 16.53% increase at the end of the trading day. Since Yang Chen built his position in batches, the average share capital of Greenleaf Construction that he bought was the stock price when the decline was 13.3%. Simply put, his operations in the afternoon have brought him nearly 30 points of profit. Based on the principle of 25 million yuan and after deducting the handling fee, he can personally obtain more than 7.4 million yuan in profit. Adding Yang Chen's original 2.6 million, his current total real assets have directly exceeded 10 million. After a simple calculation, Yang Chen also felt that it was a little unreal. Although this outcome was already determined before buying Greenleaf Construction. But when Yang Chen saw the amount in the account with his own eyes, he still felt like he was dreaming. In his previous life, he started a business and founded a company. Even at the peak of his company's success, all his assets added up did not exceed 10 million. I never thought that in this life, I could make more money than I could have earned in half a lifetime in my previous life just by moving my fingers and trading stocks for a few days. Compared with industry, making money in finance is indeed too easy. After drinking a sip of boiled water, Yang Chen's mood calmed down slightly. For him, this is just the beginning. With 13 days of investment cards, his assets are enough to double to a level that ordinary people can't imagine. Keep a normal mind. After standing in front of the full-screen floor-to-ceiling window and looking at the river view for a while, Yang Chen adjusted his mentality completely before going out. Before leaving, my aragaki was still sleeping soundly in bed. If nothing unexpected happens, it must be because practicing compendium of materia medica was too tiring. 15 minutes later, Yang Chen's Lamborghini Venom appeared in Baoxiang City. Since Baoxiang City is only a mid to high-end shopping mall, luxury sports cars are not common here, and the more expensive cars are sedans such as Mercedes-Benz and BMW. Therefore, when the all-carbon fiber version of the Lamborghini Venom appeared on this street, it immediately attracted the attention of pedestrians around. Even many car owners rolled down their windows to take pictures of Yang Chen's Lamborghini while waiting at traffic lights. Fuck, a Lamborghini with such a cool design must cost at least several million, right? Brother, poverty limits your imagination. I've seen this car at a car show, it costs at least 15 million yuan to start. Brother in front, you're talking about the regular version. This is the carbon fiber version of Venom. There are only 10 units in the world, and the market price of one is at least half a small goal. There was a noise from the crowd. It has to be said that no matter where you are, there is dongchadi. Fortunately, Lamborghini's glass is protected from prying eyes. Otherwise, Yang Chen would really become a monkey in the zoo. In fact, Yang Chen didn't like the feeling of being watched and noticed by others, like a star. His experiences in his previous life made him deeply aware of the importance of keeping a low profile. Especially now, he is in a stage of keeping a low profile. When I first got the Lamborghini, I felt more excited. Now that the excitement has passed, Yang Chen realized that this all-carbon fiber version of the Lamborghini Venom seems too high profile. Especially during daily travel, it will cause some inconvenience. After the stock funds are recovered after a period of time, Yang Chen will choose to buy some more low-key cars. Now, for the convenience of traveling, he can only reluctantly drive this car. Because Yang Chen's car caused too much of a commotion, Baoxiang City security personnel had already begun maintaining order at the entrances and exits to prevent crowd riots from causing stampedes. When Yang Chen drove the car into the entrance of Baoxiang City, there was someone leading the way in front of him, leading him to the specially prepared VIP garage. Chapter 34. I have never seen such a thick skin. After a lot of trouble, Yang Chen finally entered the shopping mall of Baoxiang City. It is not much different from the Baoxiang City I remember. The first floor is magnificently decorated and is filled with shops selling all kinds of luxury bags and brand-name watches. In his previous life, Yang Chen occasionally came here to eat with his roommates during college, but he never came here again after he started working. Because Baoxiang City is a relatively high-end shopping mall, there are few affordable items. In addition, Yang Chen has been busy with work, so he has basically never been here. There weren't many people in the mall at this time. Perhaps because it was a weekday, most of the people here were young college students who were bored and wandering around, or ladies who didn't have to work. Yang Chen took a look at the guide map and went straight to the third floor. On the third floor, there is the Fruit Mobile flagship store. Yang Chen just walked into the store, and the clerk standing at the door habitually said, "Welcome." After noticing Yang Chen's attire, his originally enthusiastic tone instantly dropped, becoming weak. "Just take a look." The clerk was probably in his 40s, with heavy makeup on his face and a pair of narrow eyes that revealed a snobbish and shrewd look. She had seen many young people like Yang Chen who wore cheap clothes. Most of them are college students who sneak out to hang out during class time. These college students have one characteristic, which is that they have no money but love to save face. Every time a store launches a new fruit phone, these college students will come to the store to play with it. But most of them pay for it in the end. Yes, a mobile phone that costs several thousand yuan may not even be affordable for his parents, so how can these college students who have only 1,000 yuan for living expenses afford it? After finishing her words, the shop assistant looked around at the door, treating Yang Chen as air and no longer paying attention to him. Seeing this, Yang Chen didn't care. In fact, you don't need a shopping guide when buying a mobile phone. The existence of these shopping guides is just to increase the store's marketing and earn commissions. Since she is short-sighted, she will be the only one who suffers in the end. Yang Chen smiled faintly, and simply started walking around the store by himself. At this moment, another clerk tidied up the display cabinet and saw Yang Chen entering the store alone. She immediately stopped what she was doing, trotted over to Yang Chen, and said enthusiastically, "Hello, sir. What model of mobile phone would you like to see?" Judging from her age, she is a young lady around 20 years old. Yang Chen also nodded politely and said, "Do you have Fruit 6 Plus? I want the one with the largest capacity. Just give me a brand new one, pink." As he spoke, Yang Chen noticed a tablet on the display cabinet, and his eyes lit up. Thinking that my Aragaki is usually bored at home, I could buy her a tablet so she can watch movies and variety shows, which would be great. Then, he added, "Oh, and there's also the latest tablet. Give me the one with the largest capacity, in silver." Hearing Yang Chen's words, the young lady clerk was slightly stunned. Obviously, she didn't expect that Yang Chen really came to buy a phone. She has been in this business for quite some time, and knows that Yang Chen should be an ordinary college student, and most likely just came to take a look. But even so, out of professional ethics, she still warmly received Yang Chen. Unexpectedly, Yang Chen actually wanted to buy a mobile phone, and also a tablet. These two things together cost more than 10,000 yuan. After a moment of hesitation, the saleslady immediately said, "Yes, please wait a moment, I'll get it for you." Just as the female clerk was reaching for her phone, the middle-aged clerk who was standing at the door actually came towards Yang Chen happily, holding a cup of hot water in her hand. "Sir, are you thirsty? Come and have some hot water. Are you buying a mobile phone for your family?" The auntie who works as the shop assistant is full of enthusiasm and smiles brightly, but she doesn't realize that this makes the wrinkles on her face more obvious. Yang Chen ignored her words and calmly played with his phone. Yang Chen couldn't say that he hated this kind of shrewd and mercenary person. After all, a large proportion of people in life were like this kind of ordinary people. But he would never have too much communication with such people. Seeing that Yang Chen ignored her, the auntie clerk didn't look discouraged at all. Instead, she worked even harder to sell the product to Yang Chen. "Sir, we have a limited time offer in our store right now. If you buy another mobile phone, you can enjoy a 10% discount, and we will also give you 2 free phone cards and 50 yuan credit. Have you ever considered bringing an extra one for your family?" Yang Chen ignored it completely. Soon, the female clerk who had left earlier came back with a brand new mobile phone and a tablet in her hands. Walking up to him, she was about to hand the thing in her hand to Yang Chen for inspection. Unexpectedly, the middle-aged lady clerk next to her was quick-witted and snatched the young lady clerk's phone and tablet into her own hands. "Come, sir, I'll take you to the checkout." As she spoke, she even tried to pull Yang Chen's arm to the cashier counter. Seeing the actions of the auntie clerk, Yang Chen finally understood. Why did the aunt continue to sell her products even though she had ignored her before? It turned out that she wanted to steal the order from another female clerk in the store and take the commission for herself. It's really shameless. The female clerk next to her was at a loss for a moment when she saw her colleague's sudden action. A maximum capacity iPhone 6 Plus and a tablet cost around 15,000 renminbi, and the commission she takes is equivalent to her basic monthly salary. But she was too shy to speak up and stop it. I could only worry so much that tears welled up in my eyes. "Take your hands off her and give her the phone back." At this moment, Yang Chen, who had been acting so politely before, suddenly spoke, with a tone that carried a hint of unquestionable severity. Although Yang Chen had no expression on his face, he exuded an invisible aura, and he didn't look like a simple college student at all. The middle-aged lady clerk, who had been chattering all the time, suddenly fell silent. She had to return the phone and tablet in her hands to the young lady clerk, and then ran back to the store door in shame. During the whole process, I didn't even dare to fart. This kind of snobbish person is like this: he is used to bullying the weak and fearing the strong. When facing someone with a good temper, you dare to keep taking advantage of the situation and keep pressing the issue. But when dealing with people with a tough attitude, I dare not even fart. The little farce ended here. Then, the young lady clerk took Yang Chen to the counter to pay. "Hello sir, a pink Apple iPhone 6 Plus with 256 GB of storage and a silver iPad 2 with 512 GB of storage. The total cost is 16,000 yuan. Are you paying by cash or card?" Swipe the card. After I paid, the store manager thoughtfully packed the phone and tablet, and also gave me 2 extra films and a protective case. Chapter 35. Yao Yao, Brother Zhouwen. "Excuse me, can I get a mobile phone card here?" After putting away the things, Yang Chen asked. In this day and age, you don't need real name authentication to apply for a mobile phone card, and most mobile phone stores can handle it. "I'm sorry, sir. We can't process this at our flagship fruit store, but there is a cooperative business hall next door that can give you a free premium card. I'll ask our clerk to take you there," the store manager replied sweetly. "Okay, thank you." Yang Chen nodded. Then, the saleslady took Yang Chen to the business hall next door and selected a beautiful number with 3CXS at the end. In this way, the phone is bought. Then, Yang Chen went to the clothing store on the second floor and bought some high-end pajamas for Aragaki Mai, as well as clothes and skirts for daily wear. I also bought Cheongsam, JK uniforms, OL. Finally, Yang Chen stood at the door of Balenciaga and wandered for a while, then gritted his teeth and went in to buy 2 pairs of stockings with letters printed on them. One black and one white. And a pair of black diamond-studded sneakers, oh no, high heels. Yang Chen actually didn't have any other ideas, he just wanted to explore from an academic perspective whether the quality of Balenciaga was good or not. After all, the shoes Su Yan wore before had been torn up by him several times. Yang Chen was a little worried. Could it be that Su Yan bought a fake one? After purchasing, Yang Chen put all these things in the car. I have to complain again that the space in Lamborghini is too small. The storage space on the hood of the car is too small and there is not enough space for everything. Some items have to be stuffed into the passenger seat. After doing all this, Yang Chen's phone suddenly vibrated. When I turned on my phone, 2 messages popped up one after another. "Su Yan, my dear junior, have you come to Baoxiang City? The movie has already started. Shy.jpg. Su Yan, for convenience, I wore a miniskirt with a pair of fishnet stockings underneath. You don't know, when Yi Jiawen saw me wearing this, his eyes widened." To be honest, after seeing these words, Yang Chen was also shocked. I have to say, the seniors are really good at having fun. Yang Chen couldn't help but sigh. At the same time, he was also very fortunate that he had the body of a dragon. Otherwise, with the 2 little fairies, Su Yan and Aragaki Mai, even an iron body wouldn't be able to withstand it. Restraining the restlessness in his heart, Yang Chen took the elevator directly to the cinema in the mall. After buying a movie ticket at the front desk, Yang Chen entered the dark theater. The theater was showing a recently popular foreign 3D science fiction movie, and the theater even gave Yang Chen a pair of glasses specifically for watching 3D movies. Yang Chen quietly entered from the back door and soon found the 12th row where Su Yan was. With the help of the light from the screen, Yang Chen immediately saw Yi Jiawen and Su Yan. There were two of them, one on the left and one on the right, with a heavy tank sitting in the middle. If nothing unexpected happens, that tank is the Yao Yao that Su Yan mentioned. It can be seen that Yao Yao really likes Yi Jiawen and has been leaning towards Yi Jiawen intentionally or unintentionally. When the scenes on the screen were exciting and thrilling, she would hug Yi Jiawen's arms in fear and rub her head against Yi Jiawen's chest. It can be seen that the corners of Yi Jiawen's mouth are twitching wildly, but he seems helpless. That's too funny. So this is the scene every time Yi Jiawen dates Su Yan? I'm afraid he is dating Yao Yao? Seeing this scene, Yang Chen almost burst into laughter, and a bit of pity for Yi Jiawen flashed through his heart. Then, Yang Chen sat down 3 rows behind them, took out his phone and sent a WeChat message to Su Yan. When entering the door, Yang Chen made a special observation. There were not many people watching the movie at this time, and there was no one in the back rows. The position where Su Yan and the others were was already relatively far back. Therefore, the environment around Yang Chen is very safe. According to Yi Jiawen's original plan, he wanted to watch a movie with Su Yan, and then take the opportunity to touch her. Unexpectedly, Su Yan directly called Yao Yao over to act as a shield. And he also made a private appointment with me. Yi Jiawen's careful arrangements all served to his own benefit. If he knew, would he be so angry that he would vomit blood? Yang Chen raised his lips into an evil smile, turned off his phone, and waited quietly. At the same time, Su Yan, who was sitting in the front row, felt her cell phone vibrate and couldn't wait to open it and take a look. Seeing that it was a WeChat message sent by Yang Chen, the corners of her mouth curved into a beautiful arc, as charming as Daji's smile. Taking off her 3D glasses, Su Yan looked at Yao Yao and Yi Jiawen, intending to explain. But I found that Yao Yao was concentrating on being affectionate with Yi Jiawen. Brother Jiawen, come and have some popcorn. Come, let me feed you. Just like that, Su Yan watched with her own eyes as Yao Yao's fat hands grabbed a handful of popcorn and forced it into Yi Jiawen's mouth. But Yi Jiawen looked resistant, but in order to maintain his demeanor and image, he could only eat the popcorn with tears in his eyes. That constipated expression on his face, just like he had eaten something. He suddenly realized something. Wasn't he here to have a date with Su Yan? Why? Before he could think, he felt like a pig was pressing him down on the seat. Brother Jiawen, this alien looks so scary, you have to protect Yao Yao. Phew. Su Yan suppressed her smile and gave up the idea of explaining to them. Given how affectionate they were, Yi Jiawen and Yao Yao probably wouldn't realize they were no longer in their seats until the movie was over. Quietly standing up, Su Yan quickly found Yang Chen, who was sitting in the back 2 rows. Brother, I haven't seen you for a day. I miss you so much. Don't worry, I have a best friend who works part-time here, and she told me that the monitors in this cinema are all broken. Before Yang Chen could make any move, Su Yan's boneless body wrapped around him, and she spoke in Yang Chen's ear with a sweet breath. His Yang Chen immediately felt like he was being electrocuted. I feel numb. This isn't good? Yang Chen gritted his teeth and said, the veins on his temples flickered, as if he was enduring something. Girls aren't afraid, so why are you afraid? In the darkness, Su Yan's expression was so charming that she looked like Su Daji was alive again. Just as Yang Chen was about to reject the offer righteously, a reminder sounded in his mind. Ding! Triggering the God-level choice. Choice 1, a real man can't say no. Steady the hat on Yi Jiawen's head, reward, ecstasy card 3. Choice 2, reject Su Yan with righteous words, and get unexpected appreciation from Yao Yao. No matter where you go, she will pester you. Love comes too fast like a tornado. Hearing the prompt tone, Yang Chen was instantly startled. Get Yao Yao's love? Goodbye. Let Yi Jiawen enjoy her love alone. Chapter 36 Yi Jiawen, the fluid I injected is the night I miss you. Choose one. Yang Chen said helplessly in his heart. Then, he asked Su Yan softly, do you really want to stay here? Yeah. Su Yan nodded seriously. We really have to dance to Cindy Wang's Love You here? Isn't that too social? Yang Chen didn't give up, and confirmed with Su Yan again. Are you going to jump or not? I'm not afraid of a girl. Su Yan was a little angry. Okay, I'm afraid of you. Yang Chen had no choice but to compromise. Then, the two of them started dancing the recently popular dance, Love You. After Yang Chen made his choice, a reminder came from his ears. Congratulations to the host for completing the selection, and you will be rewarded with 3 affection cards. The reward has been sent to the host's pocket. Effect of the ecstasy card: it can be used on an object must be a living thing within a certain range. After use, the object will fall into an ecstasy state, that is, they will fall in love with the nearest object. In his or its eyes, this object will be the most beautiful thing in the world, and the object may even have the urge to pledge his or her love to the object. Duration: 1 hour. Hearing the system's introduction to the love card, Yang Chen's eyes lit up, and then he looked at Yi Jiawen and Yao Yao, who were flirting in the front 2 rows. In fact, Yang Chen has an advantage. That is the beauty of adulthood. Seeing Yao Yao's meticulous care for Yi Jiawen, Yang Chen was honestly a little moved. Although her figure is not very graceful and looks like a ball, she has a sincere heart in pursuing love. Unfortunately, the falling flowers have feelings, but the flowing water is merciless. Judging from Yi Jiawen's uncomfortable expression, he didn't seem to be very interested in Yao Yao. What should I do about this? By the way, I just happen to have this affection card as a system reward. Yang Chen couldn't help but pull out a pink card from his pocket. This card is engraved with the image of a loving Cupid, which is so lifelike that just one look at it can easily stimulate the hormones in your body. Why not just lend flowers to offer to Buddha? Looking at Yao Yao, who looked like a fangirl, Yang Chen was really moved and decided to help her. Coincidentally, the effect of the love card lasts for 1 hour, until the end of the movie. Use it on Yi Jiawen. Yang Chen's mind moved, and then the love card in his hand dissipated into the air. In a trance, a Cupid flapped his wings and flew into the air, shooting the arrow of love in his hand at Yi Jiawen. In an instant, Yi Jiawen seemed like a different person. Originally, he had been indifferent to Yao Yao standing beside him, but now, his eyes were filled with endless love when he looked at Yao Yao. Yao Yao, do you know why I blocked your circle of friends? Why? Whoa, Yao Yao cried like a 200-pound child. Because the posts you liked on Moments are all donuts. The doctor said I have diabetes and can't eat too much sugar. Yi Jiawen held Yao Yao's fat hand, as if he was holding a pair of pork elbows, and said affectionately, "Wow, brother, you are so nice." Yao Yao was so moved that she burst into tears. "Oh Yao Yao, I went for an 4 this morning." Yi Jiawen suddenly changed the subject, with some sadness in his eyes. "Brother, are you okay?" Yao Yao's eyes were swollen like copper bells, and she looked at Yi Jiawen with concern. Yi Jiawen shook his head, held up Yao Yao's face with some difficulty, and said, "The fluid I injected is the night I miss you." Wow! Yao Yao's face was swollen from crying. At this moment, Yi Jiawen took advantage of the victory and launched another earthy love offensive. "I want to get something, but I think it's hard to get it. Is it rope touching? Is it nesting dolls?" Yao Yao was so moved that tears welled up in her eyes that she couldn't speak clearly. "No, it's to trap your heart." As if sensing that the atmosphere was right, Yi Jiawen kissed her without hesitation. In fact, in his vision, the Yao Yao he saw always looked like Su Yan. He was secretly delighted, thinking that he had finally succeeded today. It is indeed YY coming true. Yi Jiawen did not deliberately control his voice, and the volume of this part of the movie happened to be not loud, so what he said was immediately heard by the young couple around him. They couldn't help but turn their heads to look. I happened to see Yi Jiawen kissing Yao Yao affectionately. Wow, husband, look at other people's boyfriends, they are tall and handsome, and their love words are so sweet. Unlike you programmers, who can only write code and don't understand romance at all, a girl said to her programmer boyfriend next to her. The programmer boyfriend first looked at Yi Jiawen, then turned his head to look at Yao Yao next to him, and a look of sympathy appeared on his face. In his eyes, Yi Jiawen was most likely a kept gigolo. Otherwise, considering Yao Yao's appearance and body shape, how could this man bring himself to eat her? Is it performance art? With his rational thinking, he really couldn't think of any other reason. Ah, the world of the rich. Don't be envious. This man probably has some unspeakable difficulties. Oh, this damn life, it turns out everyone is enjoying the blessing. The programmer boyfriend touched his hairline, made a series of sharp comments with deep emotion, and then turned his head away in boredom. Among this group of young couples, there happened to be a pair of students from Shanghai University, and the girl happened to be studying the same major as Su Yan. After seeing Yi Jiawen's appearance clearly, they couldn't help but feel a little shocked. Isn't Yi Jiawen's girlfriend the school beauty Su Yan? Why am I kissing a strange girl here? This muscular girl seems a little familiar. Huang Yao Yao? Su Yan's roommate? The girl covered her mouth and let out a soft cry. Fortunately, the cinema was noisy and only her boyfriend heard what she said. Hearing this, his boyfriend immediately asked curiously, "Is that Tank Huang Yao Yao?" Su Yan's roommate? Although the girl didn't know what tank meant, she nodded subconsciously. She was so shocked that she couldn't speak. I don't believe in love anymore. Yi Jiawen and Su Yan are a perfect match. One is tall, rich and handsome, the other is fair, rich and beautiful, and they are known as the Golden Boy and Jade Girl of Magic City University. But even so, Yi Jiawen was still not satisfied and secretly messed with Su Yan's roommate? And it was Huang Yaoyao? The 200-pound girl who likes to use a clip-on voice to talk to others in the game, and often claims that there are more than a dozen people pursuing her online at the same time. It is true that it was her mother who opened the door to disgusting things. It was so disgusting. Ugh, Yi Jiawen actually likes this kind of woman? Or does he have some unknown quirks? No. I must not let Su Yan remain in the dark. I must expose this pair of bastards. Seeing Yi Jiawen and Yaoyao kissing passionately, the girl felt a little angry, so she took a picture of this scene with the latest iPhone 6. Poor Yi Jiawen, he even started to make moves on Yaoyao. Yang Chen, who was not far away, couldn't help but feel some sympathy for Yi Jiawen. Chapter 37, Junior Yang Chen, I'm lucky to have you. A wonderful scene was taking place in the cinema. When Yang Chen and Su Yan were kissing, Yi Jiawen and Yaoyao were also kissing. While Yang Chen and Su Yan were dancing to Wang Xinlin's Love You, Yi Jiawen was dancing with the pigs, swaying in his arms while hugging Yaoyao in ecstasy. When Su Yan was so tired that she melted into a pool of water in Yang Chen's arms, Yi Jiawen also rolled his eyes in Yaoyao's arms like a dead fish. Alas, the fortunes are mixed and the life is full of twists and turns. I can only sigh that fate plays tricks on me. Time flies, and an hour of happy time is gone. Although for Yang Chen, happiness is real happiness. But for Yi Jiawen, it is not clear whether this happiness is real happiness. At this time, the lights in the theater were turned on and the audience left one after another. When Su Yan limped back to her seat, the movie had just ended, and Yaoyao, who was standing beside her, quickly threw Yi Jiawen back to his original position. Yi Jiawen shook his dizzy head and finally recovered from the effect of the love card. Looking at the shy Yaoyao at the side, he was a little surprised. Yaoyao, you... Before he could finish his words, Yi Jiawen's mouth was blocked by Yaoyao's hand. Don't talk about it yet. Let's go back and talk about it on WeChat. I'm afraid Su Yan won't be able to accept this fact for a while. Yaoyao glanced at Su Yan with narrowed eyes as if guilty, and quickly whispered to Yi Jiawen. These words made Yi Jiawen look puzzled. EXM? What's going on? At this time, he also noticed that the fishnet stockings under Su Yan's short skirt had disappeared at some point. Could it be that I had that much strength in my hand just now? Did she tear her fishnet stockings while dancing? Brother is such a macho man. Yi Jiawen, who was kept in the dark, was still feeling smug. Then he glanced at Yang Chen, who was alone in the back row, and his face suddenly became gloomy. Why is Yang Chen here too? The ghost always lingers. Brother Jiawen. Yang Chen greeted Yi Jiawen enthusiastically. Yi Jiawen immediately put on a harmless smile and asked curiously, Junior Yang Chen, why are you here too? At the same time, a twisted feeling of pleasure flashed through his heart. This poor bastard Yang Chen, would he have spent the entire movie watching me and Su Yan being affectionate with each other? Trick the dog in and kill it? Wouldn't this be a bit too cruel? How about I be merciful and post a few photos of Su Yan on WeChat Moments tonight and let him do some needlework on his own? While Yi Jiawen was fantasizing, Yang Chen said, Hi, I just suddenly wanted to go out and watch a movie, but no one around me was available to accompany me, so I had to come alone. Unlike you, Brother Jiawen, you still have senior sister Su Yan to accompany you. That's great. Yang Chen pretended to be lonely, but in fact he was already very happy. Fortunately, you have a heavyweight senior like Yaoyao to accompany you. Then, Yang Chen greeted Su Yan, who was standing beside him. Senior sister Su Yan, is your knee feeling better? There seems to be something hidden in the words. Hearing Yang Chen's words, Su Yan secretly rolled her eyes at him and said, It's okay, it just still hurts a little. Bad schoolmates will bully me. Feeling Yi Jiawen's puzzled look, Su Yan rubbed her red knees and said aggrievely, My socks were accidentally caught by something just now. Fortunately, Yang Chen helped me up in time, so I didn't fall too badly. Just apply some Yunnan Baiyao when you get home. After hearing Su Yan's words, the dazed Yi Jiawen suddenly realized, and said to Yang Chen gratefully, Junior Yang Chen, I'm lucky to have you. Yang Chen showed an embarrassed smile on his face, and acted as if he was unworthy of it. Hi, Brother Jarvan, you were so polite. Isn't it my duty to take care of my senior? At this moment, Yao Yao, who was ignored by the three people, was a little unhappy and immediately interrupted. Su Yan, who is this junior? Why is he so handsome? Without waiting for Su Yan to speak, Yi Jiawen took the lead and said, this junior brother Yang Chen is one grade lower than us, and is on the same college basketball team as me. He is not only handsome, but also has good grades and is a very nice person. Yao Yao, would you like me to introduce you to each other? Hearing this, Yao Yao's face changed, and she whispered to Yi Jiawen, damn it, we just got together, and you're having so much fun? At the same time, she secretly glanced at Yang Chen's handsome face, and then said shyly, 3 people, it's not impossible. Yi Jiawen? What the hell? The devil is following the 3 of you. Ugly people are so evil. Seeing this, Yang Chen immediately waved his hand and said, it's getting late, I'll go back first, bye. Ignoring Su Yan's resentful look, Yang Chen ran away. Only 3 people were left, each with their own thoughts. After thinking for a while, Yi Jiawen felt that this was a good time to press on, so he said to Su Yan, let's have dinner together tonight? I have booked dinner at a Michelin 3-star hotel next door. Unexpectedly, before Su Yan could speak, Yao Yao gathered the messy hair around her ears and shyly refused, let's do it another day. I feel a little uncomfortable today. Yi Jiawen? Who asked you? You ugly bastard, get out of here. Seeing Yao Yao interrupting one after another, Yi Jiawen could no longer bear it and was about to lose his temper. At this time, Su Yan at the side also said, forget it, let's do it next time. I've been dancing to Love You too much recently, and my thighs are a little sore. Seeing this, Yi Jiawen didn't know what to say, so he could only pretend to be a gentleman. Okay, then I'll take you back. Then, the 3 of them left the cinema. If he saw the scene, Yang Chen might thank Yi Jiawen again. Hi Jiawen, you've worked hard. You made a special trip to send your girlfriend here, and you also made a special trip to send her back. When they left the cinema, Yang Chen was already driving his Lamborghini back to Jiangpan Supreme. It was almost 6 o'clock when we finished watching the movie. We happened to meet a wave of people getting off work on the road, so the road seemed a bit congested. However, within 5 meters around Yang Chen, no car dared to approach. There is no way. The best cars around are Mercedes-Benz or something like that. No one dares to joke about their own property easily. What if you accidentally lose the down payment for a house that you have worked hard to save for several years? Just like that, it took nearly 20 minutes for Yang Chen to drive back to Jiangpan Jizuan. Just like last time, when Yang Chen was standing in front of his house with a lot of bags, he didn't have time to do facial recognition. The door opened automatically. My Aragaki was still wearing a black maid outfit with a ponytail and kneeling at the entrance, but the black stockings on her legs had several holes. She raised her head and smiled sweetly at Yang Chen. Master, welcome home, the food is ready. Then he attentively helped Yang Chen change his shoes. I have to say that my Aragaki service is really meticulous. Chapter 38, A Headache. What are these bags you are carrying? After serving Yang Chen, she noticed a few bags that Yang Chen had placed aside. Yang Chen touched my Xin Yuan's head and said, this is what I bought for you at the mall this afternoon. There are iPhone 6 Plus phones and the latest tablets, as well as some of the clothes you wear. You can take a look at them after dinner. Hearing Yang Chen's words, Aragaki Mai immediately cheered and jumped for joy, as happy as a child who had received a reward from her parents. She pinched her maid's skirt, stood on tiptoe and whispered in Yang Chen's ear, how do you want Mai to thank you? Hearing this, Yang Chen's legs almost went limp. Although I am a dragon, I am just a baby dragon. If this continues, I will probably become a useless dragon. Let's eat first, and come back after dinner. As a last resort, Yang Chen had no choice but to give in. After all, growth also takes time. No shame. Seeing Yang Chen's look, Aragaki Mai covered her mouth and laughed secretly, then went to the kitchen to put out the dishes that were being kept warm one by one. After dinner, Yang Chen was making tea in the tea room as usual, while Aragaki Mai was busy fiddling with the things Yang Chen bought in the living room, and couldn't put down every one of them. I have to say that my Aragaki is really dexterous. Even the way she applies the screen protector to her mobile phone is perfect. Yang Chen was afraid that she would be bored at home, so he bought her some new Lego toys and some plush toys. After watching Aragaki Mai unpack for a while, Yang Chen went into the tea room alone to make tea. Drinking tea while admiring the night view of the lights along the Huangpu River is indeed a rare and pleasant experience in life. This has always been the ideal life that Yang Chen had been pursuing in his previous life. I didn't expect it to be realized so soon. In this situation, Yang Chen thought of many of the ideals and ambitions he once had. But in the end, they were slowly eroded by reality. And in this life, with the help of the system, perhaps there is a chance to realize them one by one. Of course, the prerequisite is to get rid of Yi Jiawen first and make up for the regrets of the previous life. Thinking of the scene of Yi Jiawen and Yao Yao in the cinema in the afternoon, Yang Chen couldn't help but reveal an evil smile on his face. He was a little curious. What kind of expression would Yi Jiawen have if he knew that his female companion for the whole afternoon was Yao Yao? Just as Yang Chen was about to make the second cup of tea, the lights in the tea room suddenly dimmed. The only lights outside the window and moonlight were left in the house, and the environment instantly became hazy. The power went out? Just when Yang Chen's eyes were a little confused. At this time, the door of the tea room was slowly pushed open. Mai Aragaki, wearing a black cheongsam, walked in quietly. Her hair was tied up in a high bun. There was a thin black veil on her face. It matches the Balenciaga with letters printed on the legs. Hiss, and the attack speed shoes on my feet. The black high heels inlaid with diamonds sparkled brightly under the light from the window. It has to be said that the black cheongsam chosen by Yang Chen is indeed very fitted, showing off Aragaki Mai's curvy figure perfectly. Compared with the Japanese kimono she wore before, Mai Aragaki has a different temperament when she wears cheongsam, like a classical beauty walking out of a painting. An hour later, the workout was over. Sweating profusely, Mai Aragaki slumped on the yoga mat, gasping for breath. Yang Chen was also sweating profusely. From this we can see that the amount of exercise and compendium of materia medica is indeed not small. It's no wonder why Zheng Hong and Jiachi could form a murderous duo. If you don't have a certain level of physical strength, it's really hard to stick to it throughout the whole process. After patting Mai Aragaki's head, Yang Chen said, "Mai, I'm going back to school tonight. I'll come over to accompany you on the weekend." Yang Chen was also somewhat helpless, but his current identity was a student after all. And there are still many things waiting for him to solve at school. The most important thing is that the main battlefield between him and Yi Jiawen is still in school. If Yang Chen didn't remove this thorn in Yi Jiawen's side, he would always feel a little unhappy. Hearing Yang Chen's words, Aragaki Mai, whose lips turned pale, forced a smile and said, "I know, I understand. When you're not around, I'll stay at home. But remember to come back and see me when you're free, or you can call me via video or voice." Seeing Aragaki Mai's sensible look, Yang Chen smiled slightly. "Don't worry, little greedy cat, I will definitely come back on time to feed you. It's only an hour from here to school. I think I can get here quickly. If there's anything, just give me a call." "Yeah." Mai Aragaki nodded vigorously. There was only one contact in her cell phone address book. There was only Yang Chen in the WeChat friend list. It can be said that in this strange country, she really only has Yang Chen to rely on. Although he was reluctant, Yang Chen still got up, took a shower, and prepared to return to school. "You must remember to come back to see Mai." Before leaving, Aragaki Mai said reluctantly. Yang Chen touched her head and smiled, "Don't worry." Then, Aragaki Mai said obediently, "Be careful on the road, I will take good care of myself at home alone." "Don't worry. Well, I'll tell you when I get to school." Yang Chen gently hugged Aragaki Mai, then left. After Yang Chen left, the originally warm home seemed a little deserted. Mai Aragaki locked the door, turned on the lights in all the rooms, and curled up on the sofa, hugging the doll that Yang Chen bought, not knowing what she was thinking. Driving the Lamborghini on the viaduct, Yang Chen was not in a very good mood. The WeChat chat software in Mai Aragaki's mobile phone and the numbers in the address book were all downloaded and stored by him personally, including the password of her mobile phone, which is also Yang Chen's birthday. Out of curiosity, he used detection techniques to look at Mai Aragaki's information. It was somewhat unexpected, but also reasonable that Mai Aragaki's loyalty and favorability towards him both reached 100. The more this happened, the more guilty Yang Chen felt. Her situation is more complicated. Unlike Su Yan, besides Yang Chen, she also has her own life, family, and friends. In Aragaki Mai's world, she is now the only one left. But Yang Chen had a lot to do in his new life, so it was impossible for him to spend all his time accompanying her. For the first time, he felt that he didn't have enough time. This is also a problem that Yang Chen has to consider. Find something for Aragaki Mai to do? It seems like she is not suitable for being in the spotlight. Or should we find an opportunity to invite Su Yan to come home to accompany Aragaki Mai to relieve her boredom? After all, there are many rooms in the house and the bed is big enough, so there shouldn't be any problem. Chapter 39. Yang Chen returns to school. Just as Yang Chen was thinking seriously, his phone suddenly vibrated. I glanced at it and saw it was a call from Zhang Ji. With the corners of his mouth slightly raised, Yang Chen answered the call and turned on the speakerphone. Hey, Lao Yang. Why haven't you come back yet? Didn't we agree to go to the back street tonight to eat barbecue? What time is it? If it's any later, all the girls in the food stalls will run away. As soon as the call was connected, Zhang Ji's anxious voice rang out from the phone. Hearing his words, Yang Chen smiled slightly. In their previous life, there were 3 people in their dormitory. When they had nothing to do, they liked to walk around the playground or go to the back street to eat skewers. Occasionally, if Mr. Han from next door has nothing to do, he will join in. In fact, their real purpose was not to drink. Walking around the playground and eating skewers were just a pretext. The real purpose was to see girls. Especially on a summer night like this. Whether it is the playground or the back street, there are countless girls with bare legs, strolling around in slippers. If you are lucky, you can even see the so-called hot girls out and about. However, at that time, the 3 of them had the desire but not the courage to do so. They only dared to take advantage of her with their eyes and did not dare to do anything like chatting her up. Only old Han next door had the nerve to ask for it. And if I remember correctly, in his previous life, Lao Han met his first girlfriend in college by asking for her WeChat number in a backstreet. Judging from Yang Chen's current mentality, they were really immature at that time. In fact, when they were strolling in the playground in the backstreets, didn't those girls who were walking in groups of 3 or 4 have the same idea as them? They are all young boys and girls in their prime years, who have just graduated from high school and are free from the control of their parents. In fact, their ideas are really not much different. They all yearn for an encounter and sweet love. It was just because Yang Chen and the others were too shy at the time, so they never mustered up the courage to meet 1 or 2 girls. I just dared to peek from the side. TSK, this is youth. Hey, Lao Yang, I doubt you are listening to me. Are you coming back tonight? Seeing that Yang Chen didn't speak for a long time, Zhang Ji immediately became anxious. With a faint smile, Yang Chen said, "Don't worry, I'll be there in another 20 minutes. You guys go to the fatty barbecue in the back street and reserve a seat. I'll go over there later." If Yang Chen returns to school, he will pass by the back street, so it is fastest to go directly to the back street. So Yang Chen was too lazy to go back to the dormitory to meet up with them. And there's a spot to park right next to the back street. Yang Chen didn't want to become famous in school because of this car. Okay. Lao Yang, don't let us go, or I'll change the lock on your dormitory door. Don't come back to live here anymore. Obviously, Zhang Ji attaches great importance to this weekly skewers activity. In his words, literature comes from life. It is not enough to just learn knowledge from books. You must observe every detail in life with your own eyes to have a deeper understanding of literature. To be honest, when Yang Chen heard Zhang Ji say this for the first time, he was still somewhat moved. Until one time, in order to observe the beautiful legs of the senior girl at the next table more carefully, Zhang Ji crawled under the table and was almost beaten by the muscular man at the next table. Yang Chen was even more moved. He understood one thing: it was not easy to engage in literature and it required sacrifices. Thinking of this, Yang Chen couldn't help but laugh. Okay, you guys go first, I'll be there soon. Hearing Yang Chen's words, Zhang Ji's tone seemed very satisfied. However, he was a little suspicious and asked, "Old Yang, why is there so much wind next to you? Are you riding a bicycle with your girlfriend next to the Pujiang River? Damn it! He went on a date without even asking us. I must confess everything I did during the past 2 days when I get back." "Nothing, let us talk about it when we get back." Yang Chen smiled, too lazy to explain. After all, telling them that you are driving a 6000W sports car is too mysterious and they won't believe it even if you tell them. Yang Chen simply smiled and said nothing. "Okay. Be careful on the road," Zhang Ji said, and hung up the phone in a hurry. Yang Chen smiled and continued to concentrate on driving. There is still a certain distance from the center of Magic City to their university town. Yang Chen drove on the high-speed bridge for nearly 15 minutes before arriving at the university town. Yang Chen found an underground parking lot in the mall next to the back street, parked the car, and sent a text message to Aragaki Mai to let her know he was safe. Then I slowly walked to the Fat Man Barbecue in the back street. This shop is considered the most popular barbecue restaurant in the back streets of their university town. The owner is really a fat man, 1.9 meters tall and weighs nearly 300 kilograms. He is an expert at barbecue and is said to be from the north. The barbecue in this restaurant is not only delicious but also very cheap. A bunch of 30 skewers of barbecue meat only costs $8, and ordering 3 or 4 skewers is enough to fill one person. This is why the business here is booming. Good quality and low price. 5 minutes later, Yang Chen arrived at the door of Fatty's barbecue restaurant. It was only 9:30 and there was already a long line at the door. There were also a few fair-skinned and beautiful girls sitting on the chairs waiting at the door, eating melon seeds and shaking their long white legs. As soon as Yang Chen appeared, he immediately attracted the attention of the girls around him. Although he was still wearing cheap clothes, his appearance and temperament were really outstanding. Especially his confident eyes and steps, which made him very dazzling in the crowd, made it difficult for people not to notice him. "Old Yang, here." Just as Yang Chen took out his phone and prepared to contact Zhang Ji, a loud shout reached Yang Chen's ears. When I looked up, I found Zhang Ji waving his hands at a small round table in the corner of the store, looking very excited. Li Jian, who was sitting next to him, held his forehead with both hands, seeming to find Zhang Ji's behavior somewhat embarrassing. Indeed, when Zhang Ji shouted like that, most of the people in the barbecue restaurant turned to look at him. 10 years from now, this would be considered socially awesome. I have to say that Zhang Ji does have potential in this area. Seeing Zhang Ji's excited movements, Yang Chen smiled faintly, waved at Zhang Ji, and walked into the store. After sitting down, Zhang Ji took out the menu and said, "Old Yang, you're finally here. Luckily we arrived early, otherwise we would have to stand in the wind at the door again." Hearing Zhang Ji's words, Li Jian immediately said, "Come on, stop taking credit, and show the menu to Lao Yang." "Oh, I forgot." Zhang Ji touched his head, then handed the menu in his hand to Yang Chen. "Lao Yang, I just wrote down 3 small skewers of meat and 2 bottles of Coke on the menu. Do you want to add anything else?" "TSK, it's still the familiar 3 small skewers of meat and 2 bottles of Coke." Hearing Zhang Ji's words, Yang Chen's mouth curled up. Chapter 40. We scholars must learn to be indifferent to fame and gain. 3 small skewers of meat, a total of 24 pieces. Add to that a bottle of ice cola at $3, the total cost was $30. This was basically the standard way of eating skewers for them throughout college, and it was also the most economical way to eat them. The small skewers of meat are large and filling, taste good, and the portion is large. Paired with 2 bottles of refreshing ice cola, it is definitely the most enjoyable thing in summer. The most important thing is that this way of eating only costs $10 per person. Looking at the 2 lines of large characters Zhang Ji wrote in a flamboyant style on the menu, Yang Chen was filled with memories. But in the next second, Yang Chen's action was beyond Zhang Ji and Li Jian's expectations. He actually tore up the page of menu that Zhang Ji had written. "Old Yang, what are you doing? I have to rewrite it again." Zhang Ji was a little anxious. Li Jian was also full of questions about Yang Chen's inexplicable behavior. Yang Chen raised the corner of his mouth and hooked his finger at the 2 of them. Then, 2 people came over. At this time, Yang Chen deliberately lowered his voice and said, "Aren't you curious about what I did today? I went to the city to find a friend to help me get a 6-fold stock leverage." "What? Didn't I hear that leverage requires hundreds of thousands of dollars in funds to apply for it?" Upon hearing this, Li Jian's face instantly became serious. Li Jian has learned some stock knowledge, but leverage is too far away for him and he has only heard of it. "My friend's family is in private equity. He helped me leverage through a private equity fund and then transferred the funds to me." "Of course, that's not the point. The point is that the stocks I bought today have risen by 30%, which means that the profit has more than doubled today." Yang Chen explained patiently. "Double the profit? That means my money has become more than 20,000? Zhang Ji's face showed ecstasy, and his voice unconsciously became much louder. This attracted the attention of the students at the next table. Then, Zhang Ji lowered his voice and said a little embarrassedly, My, I'm so excited." Then, he asked in disbelief, "Old Yang, are you telling the truth?" It's no wonder that Zhang Ji lost his composure. For them, 10,000 yuan is a year's tuition plus living expenses. This means that Yang Chen earned their 1 year's tuition in just 1 day by investing in stocks. This is like winning the lottery. How can you not be excited? When have I ever lied to you? Yang Chen smiled faintly. Li Jian on the side was much calmer. He first insulted Zhang Ji. "Look at you, you seem to have never seen the world. You don't care about such a small amount of money. We scholars must learn to be indifferent to fame and fortune. Hearing Li Jian's words, Jiang Ji felt ashamed. Then, Li Jian asked in a serious tone, Lao Yang, is it okay for you to use leverage? If you don't operate it well, your account will be blown up. It can be seen that Li Jian has learned some stock knowledge and knows much more than Jiang Ji, a newbie. Although he trusted Yang Chen very much, he also knew that leverage was no joke, so he was a little worried. Don't worry, I only bought oversold stocks, so the decline is limited and there is almost no risk of liquidation. If there is any risk, I will withdraw in time. And these stocks were also told to me by my friend. Their private equity fund has also recently invested heavily in these stocks. Yang Chen told Li Jian the words he had prepared in advance. After hearing this, Li Jian's expression relaxed, and Jiang Ji no longer suspected anything. After all, they had witnessed Yang Chen's god-level operation with their own eyes, perfectly predicting the rise and fall of stocks. In fact, what Yang Chen said was still conservative. Because Yang Chen opened a 10x leverage, and the green leaf building he bought had risen by 30% as of today's closing. As long as you wait for tomorrow's opening and sell directly, the profit can reach 50%. In other words, according to the 10,000 yuan capital of each of Jiang Ji and Li Jian, they will have a steady profit of 50,000 yuan by tomorrow's opening, which is equivalent to doubling the profit from 10,000 yuan to 60,000 yuan. If this continues, half a month will pass. Under Yang Chen's operation, the money in their hands can even reach millions. In fact, with leverage and a stock investment card, it is not difficult to increase your money by 100 times. But because he was afraid that they wouldn't be able to accept it, Yang Chen didn't tell the truth. Yang Chen has already planned that after the stocks are cashed out, Yang Chen will first give them a sum of about 100,000 in cash to ensure their daily expenses during the 4 years of college. Then use the remaining money to invest in real estate in their hometown. Because at this time, housing prices in many second-tier cities have not yet risen. This way, when they graduate, Yang Chen can give them these houses as graduation gifts. The reason why I don't tell them the truth now is, firstly, it is too shocking, and secondly, I am afraid that if it gets out, it will be used by someone with ulterior motives. Not telling them too much is also a kind of protection for them. Yang Chen, who had experienced the ups and downs of society in his previous life, understood this truth deeply. Even with your closest people, you should maintain a certain degree of privacy. At this moment, Li Jian suddenly stood up without any warning. Then he suddenly picked up the cup on the table, toasted to Yang Chen, and drank it all in one gulp. Then he bowed 90 degrees to Yang Chen. From today on, you, Yang Chen, are my adopted parents. Daddy Chen. Li Jian's face flushed red, and his previous calmness was gone. It seemed as if he had forgotten that he had just mocked Jiang Ji. This action attracted a lot of attention from the surrounding tables. Yang Chen couldn't help but hold his forehead with his hand. Why are his roommates so awesome? Finally, after a while of dancing, Li Jian and Jiang Ji sat down again and started ordering food seriously. I'm treating you tonight, you can order whatever you want. Yang Chen waved his hand with great generosity. I want to eat grilled oysters. I've heard that this stuff is delicious and nutritious. Damn it, give me a dozen. I want leeks and kidneys. 10 skewers of each. As soon as Yang Chen finished speaking, Li Jian and Jiang Ji started to grumble as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Hearing what they ordered, Yang Chen almost thought that they were the ones who were squeezed dry. So, he asked in confusion, don't you two stay in the dormitory except for classes? What's going on? Why are you so weak? Hey, isn't this a female anchor I've been following on Douhu recently? I heard she's the school beauty from our neighboring Magic City Dance Academy. Her name is Zhang Yuqi. She wears yoga clothes at 9 o'clock every night and teaches yoga and aerobics on the live broadcast. I thought since I'm always reading books, I should practice as well, but I didn't expect that I'd become exhausted from practicing recently. Jiang Ji said mysteriously. Chapter 41 How can you slander someone's innocence like this? Come on, are you practicing? She goes to bed at 9 o'clock every night and draws the curtains. I'm afraid she's doing needlework. Hearing Jiang Ji's words, Li Jian showed a trace of disdain on his face and immediately mocked him. Jiang Ji opened his eyes wide and said, how can you slander someone's innocence like this? What innocence? You didn't draw the bed curtain properly last night, and a corner of it was exposed. I saw it clearly. It's just like the toothpick of a certain Wu's electric eel. So thin and long. Li Jian's words were like shrimp and pig heart. Jiang Ji's forehead veins bulged immediately, and he retorted with a red face. Damn it, you're the same. When I went to bed, you used the excuse of having a stomachache and stayed in the toilet for an hour. It takes longer than the hens in my hometown to lay eggs. Do you dare to swear that you did nothing in the bathroom? Li Jian's face suddenly turned red. The two of them looked very much like Kong Yiji in the book. After such a quarrel, Yang Chen finally understood what was going on. Young men in adolescence always have certain needs, it's not shameful. Yang Chen didn't think it was a big deal. Moreover, Zhang Yuqi, the school beauty of the Shanghai Dance Academy, does have a hot body. Because of long-term fitness, her figure is even better than Su Yan's. No wonder she has such a fatal attraction to them. However, this also made Yang Chen suddenly remember something. When he went to get the property certificate of the Riverside Villa yesterday, there seemed to be a little episode with Zhang Yuqi, and in the end Yang Chen even made an appointment with her to watch a movie at 9 o'clock tonight. As a result, with so many things going on today, Yang Chen completely forgot about this matter. If Zhang Ji and Li Jian hadn't mentioned it, Yang Chen would not have remembered it at all. Glancing at the sports bracelet on his hand, Yang Chen discovered that the time was almost 10 o'clock. An hour has passed since the agreed time. I kept her waiting for an hour, so I'm afraid she has already left, right? Yang Chen showed a look of regret, and immediately put the matter behind him. Little did they know that at the other end of the back street, Zhang Yuqi, who was wearing yoga clothes, was still waiting for Yang Chen persistently. Her outfit was the same as Su Yan's 2 days ago, wearing a sports cap, a mask, and a loose sweatshirt. But even so, it can't hide her hot body. The animals passing by saluted her with their eyes, some even drooling. Zhang Yuqi was already accustomed to their behavior. She cursed them as losers in her heart and continued to look around, trying to find Yang Chen. Yang Chen didn't come, but she was very anxious. Doesn't that mean he has no interest in me? Probably not. My appearance may not be the best among all the campus beauties in this university town, but my figure is definitely number one. I don't believe he would look down on me. Is there something urgent? It's not surprising. After all, the house under his name alone is worth 500 million yuan. He must have a lot of things to do. It's all my fault. I didn't ask for his phone number last time. Zhang Yuqi was very worried and had all sorts of thoughts at this time. The fans who were waiting anxiously in her live broadcast room and the bootlickers in school would never have thought of this. The goddess in their minds actually had such a humble attitude towards another man. Fat Man's Barbecue House. The grilled skewers ordered by Yang Chen have been served on the table one after another, and 6 bottles of iced Coke have also been placed on the table. Zhang Ji took a sip of the iced cola and made a sound of comfort and satisfaction. On such a hot summer night, a sip of iced cola is something I wouldn't trade for even if a god came. Li Jian also took a deep breath and then burped. Who said it wasn't? Boys' happiness is that simple. In the past, when the 3 of them came to eat skewers, they would only order 2 bottles of Coke just to save a little money. In fact, 2 bottles of Coke were not enough for 3 grown men, so they had to calculate every sip carefully. Otherwise, when you are about to finish eating the barbecue and there is no Coke to go with it, that would be the most painful time. So every time I feel a little unsatisfied. But this time, things are different. Yang Chen's stock market operations allowed them to make a net profit of 10,000 yuan in one day without doing anything. This is 1 year's tuition plus living expenses. Even Zhang Ji, who was known for being stingy, ordered 2 bottles of ice cola for everyone for the first time. This is indeed revenge consumption. Yang Chen also took a sip, with a smile on his face. Being able to bring changes to the lives of those around him, Yang Chen also has a sense of accomplishment and satisfaction. Zhang Ji, what do you want to do after Lao Yang withdraws his money from the stock market? Li Jian asked while gnawing on a chicken leg. Let's go to Yunzhou. I wanted to go there when I graduated from junior high school, but I haven't been there yet. Zhang Xinrui answered without hesitation. Why? Li Jian asked curiously. Oh, I've read in some books and watched some movies before that Yunzhou is the romantic capital of China. There are snow-capped mountains and the Arai Lake there, and the scenery is so beautiful that it is worthwhile to go there once. Zhang Ji said a little shyly. Hearing this, Yang Chen smiled and said nothing. Zhang Ji had always wanted to travel to Yunzhou, and Yang Chen had heard him talk about this many times in his previous life. But the reason is not as simple as Zhang Ji said now. He wanted to go to Yunzhou for fun. Actually, he just wanted to meet some girls and spend an unforgettable night with a girl who shared the same interests with him. After all, Yunzhou City, as the capital of romance, has many confused and ignorant student girls looking for romance every year. and Zhang Ji believes that it is his responsibility to save them. As for the fact that he was speaking so righteously now, it was only because they had only been roommates for more than half a year, so he was embarrassed to say such shameful things. I didn't expect that Zhang Ji is so romantic. Li Jian took a sip of coke and said with emotion. Zhang Xinrui smiled shyly, seeming a little embarrassed, and then asked, "What about you, Jian? Is there any place you want to go?" "Me? There's nowhere I want to go. When Lao Yang gets the money out, I'll buy a laptop and watch movies and play games in the dorm. I saved all the rest of the money for my tuition and living expenses for the next 4 years. I don't want to ask my family for more money. After all, it's not easy for my parents to save money for my schooling." Li Jian had a very contented look on his face. According to his original plan, as long as he saved a little more living expenses in his freshman year, plus the money he had saved before, it would be enough to buy a second-hand laptop in his sophomore year. Given his family's financial situation, he would be very satisfied if he could just buy a laptop. Chapter 42, National First Love Goddess Yan Bingbing. Hearing Li Jian's words, Yang Chen couldn't help but fall into deep thought. He thought of his parents who were far away in his hometown in Yancheng. In this life, I have never called my parents. Being busy is only one reason. More importantly, Yang Chen is not ready to face them. He feels guilty. Yang Chen's parents are ordinary employees working in state-owned enterprises. They didn't achieve much in their lives, but by living frugally, they provided Yang Chen with a good living condition. Although he couldn't afford any luxury goods, Yang Chen's life was always filled with necessities like computers. Yang Chen's monthly living expenses were also transferred to his card by his father on time. Whenever Yang Chen had any requests or ideas, his parents always supported him unconditionally. However, my parents have always lived a very difficult life. First, I kept saving money to prepare a house for Yang Chen. Later, even during the few years when Yang Chen was successful in his business, they still did not dare to spend money to enjoy it, because they were afraid that Yang Chen's startup company would encounter some crisis. Thinking back to Yang Chen's previous life when he drove a BMW and took his parents to the mall to buy clothes, his father picked and chose and was only willing to buy a pair of pants worth more than 200 yuan. And his mother only picked a bag that cost more than 300 yuan. Thinking of this, Yang Chen felt sad. In my previous life, they raised me with so much difficulty, but I not only did not give birth to children for them to enjoy the happiness of family life. In the end, because his company was framed and went bankrupt by Yi Zhaowen, he jumped off a building and committed suicide. Yang Chen didn't even dare to imagine how devastated his parents in his previous life would be when they heard the news of his suicide. Now that I have finally gotten a new life, I must not let them suffer for me again. We must let them enjoy themselves. Yang Chen couldn't help but clench his fist hidden under the table. Lao Yang, what about you? What do you want to do? Just then, Zhang Ji's voice rang out. Feeling their gazes, Yang Chen raised his head and took a sip of iced coke, taking the opportunity to adjust his mood. When he put down the coke, Yang Chen's eyes had become calm. I don't have anything I want to do, I just want to get through each day. I also did some things that I wanted to do before but didn't do for various reasons. I guess it can be regarded as making up for the regrets in my heart. When saying these words, Yang Chen's eyes were deep and his voice was quite low. At this moment, Yang Chen didn't look like a young and ignorant college student, but rather like a mature man who had experienced the baptism of time. He had an inexplicable charm. Even Li Jian and Zhang Xinrui, who were standing by, couldn't help but be affected by the mood. After a while, Zhang Ji's eyes flickered, and he looked at Yang Chen with admiration. "TSK, Lao Yang, you look so handsome just now. If I were a girl, I would definitely like you too. TSK, you just have your eyes on Lao Yang's butt." Li Jian bluntly pointed out Zhang Ji's thoughts. "Aren't you the same?" Zhang Xinrui looked proud rather than ashamed. "Good on you, Zhang Ji. Try this on me." Li Jian was speechless for a moment. He was not like Zhang Ji, who had no bottom line. The two of them bickered, and Yang Chen found it hilarious. At this moment, Li Jian suddenly slapped his head and said to Yang Chen, "Oh, Lao Yang, I just remembered something. You didn't come to class today. I saw that your memory was always absent-minded. You just looked at our position when you had nothing to do." After class, she suddenly came to talk to us and asked me and Zhang Ji what we were doing. I was shocked. Zhang Ji and I had never talked to her before. What is her relationship with you now? Why does she care about you so much? Tell the truth now. As he spoke, Li Jian's eyebrows were beaming with joy, as if to say, "I understand you." Jiang Ji immediately pricked up his ears and came closer. Hearing this, Yang Chen was also a little surprised. In his impression, the memories of his previous life had always been shy and introverted, and the most outrageous thing was probably the confession of love to him at the graduation party. But in this life, memory seems to have become much bolder. He actually took the initiative to ask his roommate because he cared about him. This also reminded Yang Chen of the time when she pretended to be his girlfriend on the basketball court. The memory of the crescent-shaped eyes and the lovely smiling face emerged in his mind, and Yang Chen's mouth curled up. There's nothing between her and me. We're just ordinary classmates now. Looking at the gossiping Li Jian and Jiang Ji, Yang Chen smiled and said, "Oh, Lao Yang, you're no fun now. Why are you being so shy with us?" That's right. Seeing that Yang Chen denied the relationship with his memory, Li Jian and Jiang Ji were disappointed and continued to eat skewers. Seeing their expressions, Yang Chen was also speechless. When I told them before that I had an affair with Su Yan, they didn't believe me. Now that I told them that it had nothing to do with my memory, they still didn't believe me. How come no one believes the truth these days? Just then, a sweet voice suddenly came. "Excuse me, classmate. Can we share a table?" Jiang Ji and Li Jian were busy eating oysters. When they heard the heavenly sound, they immediately looked up subconsciously. I saw a graceful girl standing in front of me, wearing a white dress, with a sweet smile on her lightly made-up face. When they saw her for the first time, Li Jian and Jiang Ji felt as if they were in a dream, as if they saw their first love in a trance, and their hearts couldn't help but skip a beat. For a moment, they all forgot to answer. Yang Chen was originally devouring the chicken leg in his hand, and after hearing this sweet voice, he raised his head. When Yang Chen saw the girl standing in front of him, he was slightly stunned, and subconsciously said, "Bing Bing?" The girl who appeared in front of him was none other than Yan Bingbing, the popular reporter in his previous life. She has a face of first love and always has a sweet smile on her face. She is very attractive to people of all ages and is very contagious. Therefore, she is called the national first love goddess. Seriously speaking, Yan Bingbing and I are indeed alumni. It's just that because she was 2 years older than him and was a student of the School of Journalism and Communication, the two had almost no intersection in their previous lives. I didn't expect that I would meet you by chance in a small barbecue restaurant in this life. Is this fate? Looking at Yan Bingbing's face, Yang Chen's heart was also beating fast. It seems that this senior schoolmate of mine has always been very self-disciplined throughout her college years and has never been involved in any scandals. Do you know me? Hearing Yang Chen's words, Yan Bingbing tilted her head and asked curiously. She looked at the incredibly handsome boy in front of her and felt that he looked familiar, but she couldn't remember where she had seen him. When did such a handsome guy appear in the university town? Chapter 43 Li Jian and Jiang Ji's Spring. Of course I do. Senior Bingbing, you are the goddess of our School of Journalism and Communication. I have also seen the video of you interviewing academician Lin from our school. Senior Bingbing's professional ability is no less than that of some professional journalists. Yang Chen smiled slightly and said sincerely. He is not just flattering, he has actually watched this video. This interview video is a special column interview made by Shanghai University to publicize academician Lin's outstanding contributions to chemical materials. In the video, Yan Bingbing did not show any timidity when facing academician Lin. Instead, she was dignified and generous, with a sweet smile on her face and a very sweet voice. The whole interview made me feel very comfortable. Unfortunately, this video did not receive much attention, not to mention on the internet, and not even many people paid attention to it in school. The reason may be that there are no so-called idol stars in the interview program. In this era, everyone would rather focus all their attention on so-called celebrities than spend even a little time paying attention to scientific researchers who have made great contributions to the country and society. This is also the sadness of the times. However, when Yang Chen has the ability, he will try to change this situation. After receiving this compliment, Yan Bingbing's face was filled with a happy smile, and the corners of her mouth unconsciously curled up. Compared to the polite smile just now, her smile now seemed even more charming. No way. There is still a huge gap between me and professional journalists. Junior, are you also a student of our Magic City University? Yan Bingbing looked modest, but at the same time, there was a hint of curiosity in her eyes as she looked at Yang Chen. Yang Chen didn't dwell on this question too much, but smiled slightly, nodded and said, "Well, I'm a freshman at the School of Information Engineering, Yang Chen. These two are my roommates, Li Jian and Jiang Xinrui. Senior sisters, please take a seat first. Yang Chen's eyes were sharp, and he saw that there were two girls following Yan Bingbing. If nothing unexpected happens, they should also have dinner together in dormitory units. Hello, fellow students. Then we won't be polite. Yan Bingbing smiled sweetly, greeted the silly Li Jian and Jiang Xinrui, and then motioned her roommates to sit down together. Yan Bingbing took the initiative to sit down next to Yang Chen. Since this round table was not very big, it was quite difficult for 6 people to sit at it, so Yang Chen and Yan Bingbing sat very close to each other, with their bodies almost touching each other. Yang Chen could even smell the faint fragrance from Yan Bingbing. Let me introduce you. These two are my roommates. The one on my right is Li Ran, and the one on the other is Wang Kiki. Even though they had just met, Yan Bingbing was not at all nervous and generously introduced her roommate to Yang Chen and the other two. Li Ran, who was sitting next to Yan Bingbing, was wearing a pair of glasses and looked very quiet. Although she was not a stunning beauty, she seemed to be well educated and had a good temperament. Wang Kiki is just like her name, not tall but very cute. In this way, the two parties have officially met each other. Hello, senior. Hello, senior. Li Jian and Jiang Xinrui also reacted at this time and greeted them straightforwardly. Hello, fellow students. Li Ran and Wang Kiki also responded generously. Don't be fooled by the fact that the two of them usually chat and joke with Yang Chen without any limits and their tongues are as smooth as ice. But once they come into contact with strange girls, especially goddesses of Yan Bingbing's level, they both immediately become shy. The only boy who could maintain normal thinking and actions was Yang Chen. Seeing that the table in front of the 3 senior sisters was empty, Yang Chen very naturally handed them disposable bowls and chopsticks, and then placed a few plates of skewers in the middle of the table. He also said to Li Jian and Jiang Ji, why don't you help the 2 seniors open the Coke? Then, Yang Chen naturally opened a can of Coke for Yan Bingbing and placed it in front of her. At Yang Chen's reminder, Li Jian and Jiang Xinrui also reacted immediately and opened Coke for Wang Kiki and Li Ran respectively. This is the shrewdness of Yang Chen's work. If they just sit there and eat their own skewers, there will probably be no contact between the two parties after today. Sharing the barbecue and drinks you ordered not only leaves a good impression on the other party, but also builds a bridge between the two parties. Maybe we can organize more dormitory get-together activities in the future. After all, how much is a table of barbecue worth? Moreover, Yang Chen could see that Li Jian seemed to be somewhat interested in the petite Wang Kiki next to him, while Jiang Ji had a good impression of the quiet and gentle Li Ran in the middle. As for himself, he had thoughts about Yan Bingbing. After all, she is the Bingbing goddess who was all the rage on the internet in her previous life. Which man doesn't want to have a taste of her beauty? Senior, you're welcome. We ordered too much barbecue today. Let's eat together first. If it's not enough, we can order more later. Yang Chen took the initiative to take a string of sausages and handed it to Yan Bingbing. Seeing the curved sausage in her hand, Yan Bingbing's eyes lit up. Young brother Yang Chen, how do you know I like to eat sausages? Then you're welcome. Thank you, fellow students. Yan Bingbing's favorability towards Yang Chen continued to rise. Who can resist a boy who was both handsome and gentlemanly? This livened up the atmosphere at the small round table. The few of them were no longer as reserved as they were at the beginning and started chatting with each other. And after knowing that they were both single, both sides became more interested in talking. Brother Li Jian, where are you from? Are you used to studying in Shanghai? After eating the skewers, Wang Kiki's mood became more excited and she started chatting with Li Jian who was sitting next to her. I'm from Haizhou City. It's okay here, but it's too cold in winter. I didn't bring enough clothes last semester and almost didn't survive the winter. Li Jian replied immediately. Hearing Li Jian's exaggerated expression, Wang Kiki chuckled, eyes shining. Hey, Junior, I'm also from Haizhou City. Which district are you from? We're from a small place, Ning County. Where are you in Haizhou, senior sister? Li Jian was very happy to know that Wang Kiki was his fellow villager. I live downtown. Junior, you have a monkey island there. I went there specially last year. It was really interesting. Wang Kiki was in high spirits to chat. Hey, Monkey Island just has more publicity. Because our small place is not overdeveloped, there are still many beautiful natural scenery. Next time you come, I will take you there. And we have a local restaurant that serves delicious roasted pig, and the cooking skills are second to none. After starting the conversation, Li Jian became more eloquent. Really? Pigs are so cute, I love eating pigs the most. Wang Keek's eyes lit up. Chapter 44, sure enough, it is a fickle animal. Li Jian and Wang Kiki are both cheerful people. After finding out they were from the same hometown, they instantly had more topics to talk about. In sharp contrast to the two of them are Jiang Ji and Li Ran in the middle. Jiang Ji is a reserved person. In such situations, he often does not dare to speak rashly because of the inexplicable sense of shame in his heart. After all, Li Ran is a quiet type, and he eats the skewers of meat slowly and politely. It seems that it is difficult to start a conversation with just the two of us. Seeing this situation, Yan Bingbing and Yang Chen looked at each other and understood each other's thoughts. Since both of them are slow to warm up, the only thing we can do is to ignite them. Then, Yang Chen whispered to Yan Bingbing softly, "Senior Bingbing, does Senior Li Ran have any hobbies?" Yang Chen's voice was deep and sexy, a perfect bass, coupled with the hot air he exhaled. Yan Bingbing instantly felt her body getting uncontrollably hot. A strange feeling arose in my heart. Resisting this strange feeling, Yan Bingbing replied in a low voice, "She doesn't have any other hobbies, she just likes to stay in the dormitory and read books alone." After saying this, Yang Chen felt relieved. He immediately said, "Lao Jiang, I finished reading the book 100 Years of Solitude that you lent me last time. To be honest, I don't quite understand it." Jiang Xinrui was originally drinking coke in a sullen manner, but upon hearing these words, he immediately perked up. "Well, I'm telling you, this book is a magical realism novel, and the threshold for reading it is very high. I still recommend you to read the author's other book, Love in the Time of Cholera. This book is also his masterpiece and is very well written." When it comes to literature, Jiang Xinrui becomes as excited as if he has been injected with chicken blood, and his eyes show a different kind of brilliance. When Li Ran on the opposite side heard Jiang Xinrui's words, a glimmer of light appeared in his eyes. She couldn't help but interrupt, "Jiang Shuedi, do you like reading books?" Li Ran's voice is just like her appearance, gentle and soft, and very comfortable to listen to. Jiang Xinrui nodded and said proudly, "Well, I dare not say that I have read every literary novel by famous writers in the past 100 years, but I have read at least more than 90% of them." Seeing Jiang Xinrui's confident and proud look, Li Ran showed a barely perceptible smile on his face. "Junior, I'm going to test you." Then, the two began an engrossed conversation about literary works. Looking at Jiang Ji's devoted look, Yang Chen cracked melon seeds with a fatherly smile on his face. Yan Bingbing looked at the expression on Li Ran's face and the corners of her mouth unconsciously rose. Yan Bingbing and Yang Chen looked at each other, and both of them felt an indescribable tacit understanding between them. "It's as if we have a telepathic connection. You seem to care about your roommate a lot." At this moment, Yan Bingbing leaned close to Yang Chen's ear and whispered softly. She didn't notice how natural her and Yang Chen's postures were at this moment. The ends of her hair had already fallen onto Yang Chen's shoulders. A pleasant fragrance came from the tip of his nose. Yang Chen turned his head slightly and smiled faintly. "We will meet many people in our lifetime, but most of them are just passing visitors to us. There are only a handful of people who are very important in our lives, and they are them." When saying this, Yang Chen's tone was filled with unquestionable certainty, and his eyes were deep, as if they could see through the years. Seeing Yang Chen's profile, Yan Bingbing felt her heart tremble. What kind of man can say such things at the age of 20? Yan Bingbing's eyes couldn't help but become a little dazed. She began to be curious about his past. The meal of grilled skewers lasted until almost midnight. Normally, the dormitory should be closed at 11 o'clock at the latest. But both sides were so engrossed in the conversation that they completely forgot about the matter. After the two parties exchanged WeChat numbers and created a group face-to-face, they prepared to return to their dormitories. The dormitory area of Shanghai University is mainly divided into two areas. One side is the dormitory area mainly for engineering colleges such as the School of Information Engineering, and the other side is the dormitory area for liberal arts colleges such as the School of Journalism and Communication and the School of Dance. These two areas are located on both sides of the teaching area, so there is some distance between them. After entering the gate of Magic City University, both sides waved goodbye. "Young fellow Yang Chen, let us make an appointment next time? After May Day, let us get together again?" Yan Bingbing showed a sweet smile on her face, and her tone was filled with a hint of hope. "Okay, it's a deal. Senior sisters, be careful on the road." Yang Chen smiled and nodded, then waved at them. An unexpected and beautiful encounter came to an end. Yang Chen and the other two then slowly walked back to the dormitory. However, Li Jian and Jiang Ji obviously have not calmed down from the heated chat just now, and they are still very excited. Old Jian, let me tell you, you don't know that senior sister Li Ran has read a lot of books. I talked to her about everything from Chinese literature to foreign literature, from Western culture to Eastern culture. Every time we talked about a writer's masterpiece, she had read it and had unique insights. What a wonderful woman! I never thought that in this impetuous society, there are people who love literature as much as I do. It's a pity that we met too late. Zhang Xinrui's eyes revealed excitement behind his round frame glasses. He didn't even bother to take care of his middle parted hair, which was blown into a 3:7 split by the wind. It can be seen that he is a man who never stops drinking when he meets a close friend, and it is rare for him to meet someone who shares the same interests with him. And she's a girl who suits his aesthetic taste. Zhang Xinrui couldn't help but feel that today was the highlight of his life. Hearing Jiang Ji's excited words, Yang Chen smiled and said, "Anyway, don't you have her WeChat number? If you have nothing to do, make an appointment to meet up more often. You can go to the library to read books together." Zhang Xinrui's eyes lit up. "Yes. We can go to the library to read books together, and we can save money." Yang Chen couldn't help but be speechless. Money is not a problem. You must be generous to girls. Hearing this, Jiang Ji almost burst into tears, and cried while hugging Yang Chen's thighs and said, "Dad Chen, you are so good. Then will you travel to Yunzhou City in the future?" Yang Chen asked jokingly. "Why go there? That place is so shabby, what's the point of going there? Wouldn't it be nice to read books in the library with senior sister Li Ran?" Jiang Ji said firmly. Hearing this, Li Jian couldn't help but curl his lips. If I remember correctly, didn't this guy just say 2 hours ago that he wanted to go to Yunzhou for fun? It is indeed a fickle animal. Li Jian was also in high spirits at this time. It can be seen that he and Wang Kiki get along very well, and they are also from the same place. Both of them are cheerful people. Let me tell you, if we have to talk about an extraordinary woman, it must be senior sister Wang Kiki. Chapter 45. The school beauty has insomnia. Don't look at her small size. I talked to her tonight and found out that she has been to more than 20 countries, and she is planning to travel around China next. It is better to travel 10,000 miles than to read 10,000 books. I deeply realized that I can no longer be a dead otaku, but must follow in her footsteps and travel around China with her. The most important thing is that the money that senior sister Kiki used to travel was all earned from her part-time job. She didn't take a penny from her family. Starting tomorrow, I will make an appointment with her to do part-time work together. Li Jian is full of fighting spirit, like a big rooster. There is no trace of the decadent otaku look he had before. Seeing the changes in the two of them, Yang Chen couldn't help but sigh. The power of love is really great. It turns out that it only takes a moment to change a person. 20 minutes later, the three of them finally reached the dormitory building. Looking at the dormitory building door locked with an iron chain, Li Jian and Jiang Ji were in tears. "Dad Chen, what should we do? We really have to sleep on the streets." As freshmen, they abide by the laws and regulations. This is the first time they have encountered such a situation, so they are inevitably a little at a loss. For a veteran like Yang Chen, this is a common occurrence. "Uncle, please help me open the door." Under the gazes of Li Jian and Jiang Ji, Yang Chen swaggered to the dormitory manager's small room and knocked hard on the door a few times. Seeing Yang Chen's actions, both of them felt a little scalp tingling. Returning to the dormitory after curfew time is considered as staying out all night. According to the school rules of Shanghai University, you will be punished if the counselor is notified. As they looked on in horror, the dormitory manager's door was opened. Then, the dormitory manager with a sour face came out and yelled, "Which dormitory are you from? You're back so late. I'll report you to your counselor tomorrow morning." Yang Chen smiled faintly, took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, and stuffed it into the dormitory manager's hand. When the dormitory manager caught a glimpse of the red shell and its soft touch, his breathing paused, his eyes widened instantly, and then he hurriedly stuffed it back into his chest pocket. That expression was as if he was afraid that Yang Chen would suddenly go back. "Good boy, you are good at being a good person." The dormitory manager patted Yang Chen on the shoulder and said with a pleasant expression. Yang Chen smiled faintly and said in a low voice, "Uncle, I am Yang Chen from 901. If I come back late in the future, or if I am not in the dormitory during the dormitory inspection, please bear with me." The dormitory manager smiled as brightly as a chrysanthemum. Sure. At Shanghai University, the power of the dormitory manager is not too big, but not too small either. He is usually responsible for locking the door at night and occasionally checking the dormitories. For good students who abide by the law, the dormitory manager has no deterrent effect. But for a student like Yang Chen who often stayed out all night, it had some impact. It would be a bit troublesome if I was caught during dormitory inspection, or if I came home late like today. Therefore, it will do no harm to establish a good relationship with the dormitory manager. Then, the dormitory manager smiled brightly and took the initiative to open the door of the dormitory building for Yang Chen. That expression was like that of a butler serving his master. Seeing this dramatic scene, Li Jian and Jiang Xinrui were immediately shocked and almost knelt down to Yang Chen again. After returning to the dormitory safely, the three of them took turns washing up and then went to bed. Before going to bed, Yang Chen sent a goodnight message to Aragaki Mai. A second later, he immediately received a reply, "Good night, master." This girl must have been waiting for news from me, right? A complex emotion flashed through my mind. Yang Chen's eyes flashed with the scene of her wearing a maid outfit and waiting for him at home. I can only spend more time to go back and accompany her. Yang Chen was somewhat helpless about this. At this moment, another message popped up on WeChat. Yen Bingbing, Junior Yang Chen, have you returned to the dormitory? Naughty.jpg. It can be seen that this National First Love Senior cares about me very much. Yang Chen immediately replied, yes, I'm going to sleep. Yen Bingbing, Jr., your daily routine is very healthy. Good night. Yang Chen, senior sister, go to bed early too, good night. After turning off his phone, Yang Chen glanced at Li Jian and Zhang Ji who were grinning at their phones, a smile forming on the corner of his mouth. After living a new life, the lives of the people around me have also improved. That night, Yang Chen slept very well. However, for Zhang Yuqi, the school beauty of Shanghai Dance Academy, it was a bit troublesome. She stood at the door of the private cinema and waited for nearly 3 hours. Only when all the small shops nearby were closed did she reluctantly return to her dormitory. She couldn't understand why Yang Chen didn't come to see her. Is it because my figure is not good enough? Or was he busy and forgot? That night, Zhang Yuqi lost sleep for the first time because of a man. The next day, it was another nice day with no clouds in the sky. When Li Jian and Jiang Ji got up from the bed with dark circles under their eyes. Yang Chen had already returned from morning exercise, took a shower, and brought breakfast for both of them. This morning is full of classes. It's a nightmare day. Looking at the class schedule on his cell phone screensaver, Li Jian sighed and climbed out of bed reluctantly. Jiang Ji wasn't in much better condition, he looked like he was about to die. It seemed that they were too excited to sleep well last night. While wiping his hair, Yang Chen said with a smile, you two should hurry up and have breakfast, otherwise you'll be late. Seeing the steaming buns on the table, Li Jian and Zhang Ji burst into tears of gratitude. Thank you, Dad Chen. Dad Chen is so nice. After packing up, the three of them hurried out. This morning's classes are all public classes, all scheduled in the main teaching building. Because they were in a hurry, the three of them decided to splurge and take Xiaobai to the main teaching building. Xiaobai is the school's tour bus. It costs $1 per ride and can travel around the entire campus, stopping and going at will. Since it is the peak period for morning classes, Xiaobai is obviously in short supply. A group of students crowded on the side of the road, staring at the direction where Xiaobai was driving, as if they were staring at a piece of fat meat. If I can't get on these buses, I'll be late. Fuck, why are there so many people here today? Aren't there usually not many people sitting here? Li Jian turned pale when he saw this scene. The first class is college English, which is known as the Devil's class. If you are late 3 times, you will fail the course. Li Jian has already had a record once before. Zhang Ji also looked very bad. Unfortunately, he also had a record of being late. Yang Chen had a slight smile on his face. He hadn't felt this kind of tense atmosphere of being late for class for a long time. This is an experience that I haven't had for a long time. While anxiously waiting, Yang Chen noticed that GE was standing not far in front of them, waiting for the bus with her roommate. Chapter 46, Damn, there is Lao Lu. She was wearing a JK uniform and skirt, and her straight and well-proportioned legs were wrapped in black stockings. She looks like she has been carefully dressed up and looks very exquisite. Just then, 2 small white cars appeared at the corner of the road. The car is coming. I don't know who shouted. The student standing in front stopped Xiaobai in the middle of the road. Before the little white car even stopped, they rushed forward and occupied all the seats. One student was even clinging to the car door. Just like that, the first Xiaobai car drove away fully occupied. This scene was really shocking. Lao Yang. Jiang Ji. Let's go. Seeing that the situation was not right, Li Jian turned around and shouted, then went straight ahead and rushed towards the second Xiaobai bike. Jiang Ji hurriedly followed him. Seeing Li Jian's actions, others also became anxious and swarmed forward. I was originally in the front row, but the crowd squeezed me and I was immediately separated from my roommate and fell behind. That's not all. A girl who looked to be over 200 pounds squeezed past her and accidentally pushed her. Memory was caught off guard and took 2 steps back, about to fall backwards. Seeing this scene, Yang Chen's eyes narrowed. He moved his feet, and his body passed through the crowd like a nimble fish, and appeared behind Memory in the blink of an eye. Then he stretched out his arms and held the Memory in his arms. Encountering this sudden scene, the Memory is somewhat horrified. In the situation just now, if I fell down, it would very likely cause a stampede. If my face is disfigured, how will I face Yang Chen in the future? Unexpectedly, at this moment, this is what I would remember? I was stunned for more than 10 seconds before my memory came to my senses. It seemed like someone was holding me. Feeling this strong arm and warm body temperature, the Memory hurriedly jumped away, and continued to bow to Yang Chen to thank him. Thank you, classmates. Thank you. She lowered her head and didn't realize that it was Yang Chen who saved her. What are you thanking me for? Isn't it my duty to save my own girlfriend? Yang Chen smiled and teased his Memory. He discovered that no matter what the circumstances, Memories were always silly and adorable. When people see her appearance, they can't help but smile. Hey, Yang Chen. Why don't you say hello to me? You're so annoying. You just love to see people make a fool of themselves. Also, who is your girlfriend? The further we talk, the quieter the voice of Memory becomes. If I remember correctly, this should be the second time Yang Chen hugged her, right? It feels really safe. At the same time, she also breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. Fortunately, it was Yang Chen. If she was hugged by another man, she would have fallen to the ground. Yang Chen didn't know what was going on in Memory's cute little head. He noticed at this moment that the second Xiaobai was already fully loaded. The girl weighing over 200 pounds alone took up 3 seats. And Jiang Ji was squeezed in the innermost part by her. Seeing his ecstatic expression, Yang Chen felt that it would be better not to get on this Xiaobai. At the same time, the third Xiaobai also arrived late. This is the last ray of hope for all students. If I can't catch up with this group of newbies, I'll really be late. All the students who haven't gotten on the bus yet, their eyes almost glow green when they see this little white car. Looking at the random Memories, Yang Chen simply hugged her like a princess and then rushed towards Xiaobai. Memory exclaimed, glanced at Yang Chen shyly, and then buried her head in his chest. Woo woo woo, I'm too embarrassed to see anyone. Yang Chen couldn't care less at this moment. He carefully protected the Memory in his arms. Then, relying on his strong body and the sense of balance brought by Tai Chi, he moved flexibly among the crowd like a swimming fish. When Xiaobai stopped the car, Yang Chen happened to appear in front of the car holding the Memory. He immediately jumped on and put the Memory down. Fuck, there's Lao Lu. When Yang Chen jumped into the car, there was a cry of surprise from the crowd behind him, and then they swarmed forward. In just a few seconds, Xiaobai was fully loaded. The students who didn't get on the bus could only feel dejected, but there was nothing they could do. Seeing this scene, Yang Chen smiled unkindly. And Memory, who was sitting in the corner, looked at Yang Chen shyly, with a pair of sparkling eyes, and no one knew what he was thinking. 5 minutes later, before the class bell rang, Yang Chen finally took Memory's hand and entered the lecture hall. Since all other seats were occupied, Yang Chen and Ge simply sat in the first row. This scene happened to be seen by other students, and they couldn't help but whisper to each other. Yang Chen is tall and handsome, while Memory is the image of a beautiful girl who is as cuddly as a little bird. The two of them walking together are a perfect match, handsome man and beautiful woman. I'm dying. I knew they would be together. The most handsome and pretty girl in our class are simply a match made in heaven. Wow, I'm heartbroken. Brother Yang Chen actually has a partner. Help! They're showing off their love in the first class. How are we going to attend the rest of the class? Several girls in the same dormitory were looking at their backs and whispering. Li Jian and Jiang Ji were very shocked. Damn, Lao Yang is so quick. He's holding hands already? It seems like there's no hope for senior sister Yin Bingbing. Li Jian showed a look of regret on his face, and then sighed. You are young and don't know how good your senior is. You mistakenly treat a girl as a treasure. My senior sister Coco was still the best. Zhang Ji also nodded and agreed, Senior Li Ran is still the best. Just then, a middle-aged woman dressed fashionably walked into the classroom. Class is about to begin, let's take roll call first. Obviously the teacher of this class. During this time, she also glanced at Yang Chen and the memory sitting in the front row, and couldn't help but feel a little emotional. It's great to be young. I remember she and her husband were so romantic when they were in college. University classes are usually divided into 2 consecutive sessions, starting at 8:10 and ending at around 10 o'clock. During this period, Yang Chen was always concentrating on listening to the class. Apart from the necessary interactions in class, he did not have too much communication with his memory. Living his life over again, he cherishes his hard-earned college time very much and is very devoted to it. The memory on the side was absent-minded, and would turn his head to look at Yang Chen from time to time. Watching him concentrate and writing smoothly in his notebook. A serious man, so handsome. There are stars twinkling in the eyes of memory. Soon, 2 classes passed quietly. At the end of the get out of class, the fashionable English teacher walked past her and said to her, dating is important, but grades are just as important. Please pay more attention in the next class. Chapter 47 You Support Me. After saying this, she smiled at the 2 of them and left in a leisurely manner. After hearing this, Memory's face suddenly turned red, and from her snow-white swan neck to her lovely earlobes, they were all stained with a faint blush. Yang Chen looked at the memory with a faint smile on his face. He feels that there are 2 most beautiful moments in memory. First, when you smile, it seems like there are stars in your eyes. Another one is when she is shy, like she is now, with misty eyes, as if tears will drip out at any time. Humph, you're still laughing. It's all your fault. Seeing Yang Chen's smile, Memory suddenly felt a little ashamed and annoyed, and gently pinched Yang Chen's waist to show his anger. Yang Chen looked innocent. He obviously did nothing. Oh, by the way, I forgot to ask you where you went yesterday. You didn't explain it to me clearly on WeChat. After the fight, Memory frowned cutely and pretended to be serious. Little did she know, she was even cuter this way. I'm going to the securities company to handle some formalities for stock trading. Yang Chen said vaguely. It's a bit scary to talk about the matter of leveraging, and I can't guarantee that I will tell my roommate about it based on my simple memory. If it gets out, it may cause some unnecessary trouble. So Yang Chen didn't explain it too clearly. Hearing Yang Chen's words, Memory Chen's nose wrinkled and said, investing in stocks? Isn't that too risky? I heard from my family that the stock market is not doing well recently, so why don't you wait and see? Speaking of this, Yang Chen suddenly remembered something. The father in my memory seems to be a big shot in the private equity market in the north. Although it is unclear how much assets her family has, it is definitely in the tens of millions. After all, the average family cannot afford the daily expenses of memory. You know, the pair of Balenciaga shoes she is wearing now cost several $1,000s. The diamond-studded Cartier blue balloon in my hand also costs tens of thousands of dollars. This is not something that a family with assets below 10 million can afford. Living a new life, Yang Chen could naturally see many details that he could not see in his previous life. Don't worry, I have a friend who also does this. The information he provided me is quite reliable, and the money I invested is not much. Yang Chen explained. Yeah, if you don't have enough money, just tell me. You're welcome. We can be considered as friends now. Memory tried hard to put on an I'm your buddy look on his face. Seeing her cute appearance, Yang Chen couldn't help but scratch her nose, and said, I know, little rich woman. If I can't afford to eat in the future, I'll let you support me. Humph. Who wants to support you? I need to go to the bathroom. After being teased by Yang Chen, Memory felt extremely embarrassed, and ran away to find her roommate. Seeing her running away, Yang Chen shook his head with a smile, then took out his phone and started trading stocks for today. Their next class was Introduction to Computers, also in this classroom, with a 20-minute long break in the middle. It is enough for Yang Chen to complete a stock buying and selling operation. After logging into his stock account, Yang Chen saw that the total amount of funds in his account was 37.3 million. The increase in holding stocks is 49.83%. As expected, the stock trend of Greenleaf Construction was exactly the same as that shown on the God Level investment card. The stock price hit the daily limit at the opening today, and it remains at the same level until now. As long as he sells it and deducts the handling fee, he can make a net profit of 12 million yuan from this operation. Isn't this faster than picking up money? The benefits brought by 10 times leverage are so terrifying. Seeing this string of numbers, Yang Chen couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth. Combined with his original capital, his assets this time have reached 14.5 million. Without hesitation, Yang Chen sold all the stocks he had. Although the God-level investment card shows that this stock will have 4 consecutive daily limit increases in the future. But for Yang Chen, a 20% profit every day is still not enough, and he cannot maximize the effect of the God-level investment card. After selling the stocks, the balance in Yang Chen's stock account showed 37.10 W. Since he currently has a large amount of capital, the transaction fee for selling alone is close to 200,000. It's indeed a bit horrifying. Fortunately, there were no classmates around him at the moment, otherwise their jaws would have dropped when they saw this scene. The total annual income of most of their families may not even reach this amount. After selling the stocks, Yang Chen thought about it and decided to transfer 1.1 million yuan back to his bank card. Yesterday, Yan Bingbing reminded him that the May Day holiday would be coming next week. By then, Yang Chen would definitely go back home. He wanted to prepare a surprise for his parents in advance. After transferring the funds out, Yang Chen immediately began to scan the decline list. He still operates in the same mode. First, select the decline list of the Science and Technology Innovation list, and then start looking at a few stocks that have hit the limit down. The stock market has clearly recovered in the past 2 days, and today, just like yesterday, there were only a few stocks that hit the daily limit. Most of these stocks carry the SC sign, which means that the company has collapsed and will face delisting after a period of time. Among these stocks, Yang Chen did not find any magic stock that could change his fate. So I could only continue to pull down. Soon, he noticed a stock called Northwest Dairy. The stock is now down around 15%. The God-level investment card shows that this stock will gradually fall to 20% over a period of time, and then fluctuate slightly. And then, when the market opens at 1 p.m., it will instantly go against the trend and hit the daily limit. I took a look at the news information that came with the stock software. Yang Chen learned that Northwest Dairy was recently involved in negative news, and it was said that several people became unwell after drinking related products. If nothing unexpected happens, this negative news should be fake news made by a hostile company. During this time at noon, Northwest Dairy will make a positive response. This would explain why it was close to the daily limit when it opened in the afternoon. Not only that, the stock would open 16 points higher on the next day and then reach a peak of 18% shortly after the opening. If calculated conservatively, Yang Chen can also make a profit of about 55% on this stock. Because the amount of capital he has now is too huge, unless the price limit is set, he cannot buy or sell at one time, and can only operate in batches. So it's difficult to fully absorb all the gains as before. After selecting the stocks, Yang Chen began a series of dazzling operations. He divided his funds into 30 parts, each with a capital of about 1 million, and then bought stocks in batches when the stock price showed a downward trend. Call. After completing these operations, Yang Chen felt for the first time that stock trading was a bit tiring. He suddenly thought, could he also find a trader to help him complete the operation? Chapter 48 Shocked Pei Luotian. And after the 15-day God-level investment card is used up, you may need a professional manager to help you manage your assets. Otherwise, once you are involved in investment in other industries or asset management in the future, you may not be able to cope with it. Thinking of this, Pei Luotian's beautiful face emerged in Yang Chen's mind. Would it be a good choice if I could let her help me? At this moment, Pei Luotian, who was far away in the financial center of Magic City, sneezed inexplicably. She had just finished reviewing some materials and started to look at today's stock market situation on her computer. As a qualified securities company practitioner, although Pei Luotian no longer needs to carry out specific stock fund operations, he still pays attention to the market trends every day. She needs to stay sensitive to financial trends at all times, and the stock market is the barometer of finance. She took a general look at the performance of the overall market and the popular sectors. Inexplicably, Yang Chen's extremely handsome profile flashed through his mind. And the words he whispered in his ear. Pei Luotian suddenly felt a strange feeling in his heart, and his body suddenly felt a little hot. This little rascal, I wonder how the stock operation is going. I hope he doesn't lose all his money. Restraining the restlessness of her body, Pei Luotian uttered a few coquettish words and then opened her company's internal database. The company's internal database contains detailed information about each customer and records of every stock or investment product operation. It even records in detail the time he bought, the price he bought at, and how many lots he bought. As long as the customer has an account with their company, all transaction information can be checked, and this internal database is updated in real time. However, to access this database, certain permissions are required. At least a department manager at Pei Luotian's level can access it. Enter Yang Chen's name and bound mobile phone number in the query box. Soon, all the information related to him was displayed. Pei Luotian took a quick look and was shocked. Then she began to read it again carefully. According to the information, Yang Chen opened the account 8 months ago. In the past 6 months, he has only purchased a total of 5 stocks. The first 2 times were shortly after the account was opened, and the purchased capital was only 2,000 yuan. After the stock fell within a few days after the purchase, I sold it. This is a stock delivery note commonly seen by stock market leaks. Buy high and sell low. Then there was a period of more than half a year of empty positions. During this period, there was not a penny in his stock account and he did not conduct any stock trading operations. The subsequent 3 stock operations were concentrated in these few days. And during these 3 days, every move he made was amazing. First, the day before yesterday morning, Yang Chen suddenly transferred 1 million yuan into the account. Then, within 1 minute, he bought all the stocks of a company called Hecheng Heavy Industry without any hesitation. Pei Luotian had also heard of this stock. This is a stock that has been making a lot of noise in the securities industry in recent days. The reason is simple, because Hecheng Heavy Industry has experienced an amazing stock trend of floor to ceiling and ceiling to floor, limit up to limit down in 2 days. This is the only stock that has experienced this special situation in the last 3 years. The night before Yang Chen bought the stock, this stock broke out in bad negative news, saying that the company's boss used the company's cash flow to gamble and lost all his money. This also led to a direct interruption of the company's cash flow. The most outrageous thing was that the boss seemed to have run away with his sister-in-law. Normally, this stock will usually hit the daily limit for more than 10 days in a row, and it may even be delisted. Anyone with a little common sense about stocks would not choose to take over this stock at this time. But Yang Chen bought it. Unexpectedly, Hecheng Heavy Industry suddenly moved at 1:30 p.m., directly from the lower limit to the upper limit. The reason was that Lunang Group suddenly held a press conference and announced that it would acquire Hecheng Heavy Industry in full. This wave of limit up directly brought Yang Chen a 40% profit, which is 400,000. This is not the end. When the market opened the next day, Hecheng Heavy Industry once again opened at the daily limit. Yang Chen took advantage of the situation and sold it, making a total profit of 60% points. What amazed Pei Luotian the most was that 5 minutes after Yang Chen sold Hecheng Heavy Industry, Lunang Group announced that it would temporarily stop acquiring Hecheng Heavy Industry due to qualification review reasons. Immediately afterwards, Hecheng Heavy Industry's stock price fell again until it reached the limit. With this rise and fall, Yang Chen's steps were extremely precise. It was as if he had a god's vision. Looking at this delivery note, Pei Luotian also felt a surge of emotion. And Yang Chen's performance has just begun. After selling Hecheng Heavy Industry yesterday morning, Yang Chen did not make any further moves. During this period, he found Xinhua Securities Company where Pei Luotian worked, handled the leverage business, and transferred another 1 million into the account. It was not until 1:30 in the afternoon, when the leveraged funds were transferred into Yang Chen's account, that he began his second amazing performance. This time, he bought a stock called Greenleaf Construction. This stock is a small cap stock and there is nothing special about it. Before Yang Chen bought it, this stock had been falling and plummeting for several months, and the share price had dropped from more than 10 yuan per share to a few yuan per share. Logically speaking, no one should pay attention to such a half-dead stock. Especially investors like Yang Chen who handle high leverage should not choose such unpopular stocks. But Yang Chen bought it anyway. And just half an hour after Yang Chen bought it, the stock suddenly began to rise rapidly until it reached the daily limit. Although it fell a lot during the trading session, it still maintained a 16% increase before closing. Pei Luotian then pulled up the capital inflow information for this stock. As she expected, the institutions that bought this stock yesterday were all well-known speculative institutions in Jiangzhou City. These speculative institutions have a common method of cutting leaks. It is to specifically pick some unpopular small-cap stocks that have been falling for a long time, then use funds to quickly push up the stock, and at the same time spread some good news to attract some retail investors. The stock price will then be pushed up to the daily limit for 3 to 5 days in a row. After enough leaks have been lured in, the sword will be used to harvest these leaks. But unfortunately, these tourists ran into Yang Chen. After Yang Chen bought Greenleaf Construction, he first gained 30% yesterday, and then sold the stock this morning when it reached the daily limit. All in all, Yang Chen made a net profit of 50% this time. And with the effective 10 times leverage, he got 5 times the profit. That means he earned nearly 12.5 million yuan. And most of this money is earned from these speculative institutions. This method is simply horrifying. Chapter 49 Jealous Gao Jun. These days, it is always the speculators who are cutting the leeks of retail investors. When did it become the case that retail investors are using knives to cut the flesh of speculators? It's outrageous. Apart from Yang Ziming, who was known as the folk stock god more than 10 years ago, she had never heard of any retail investor who could make such a miraculous move. Is there a higher-level boss behind Yang Chen? Pei Luotian frowned his handsome brows and muttered to himself. She really couldn't understand why Yang Chen could do such a heaven-defying thing. He was just an ordinary 20-year-old college student. Apart from being handsome, having a good temperament and being a bit experienced in handling matters, there was nothing special about him. You know, the most popular saying in the stock market is big fish eat small fish eat shrimps. What this sentence means is that large institutions reap the benefits of small speculative institutions, and the speculative institutions in turn reap the benefits of retail investors. Since Yang Chen was able to make a loss from a small speculative institution, the most reasonable explanation was that there was a large institution behind him. This is the only reasonable explanation. Pei Luotian finally felt better. She is also a very competitive person, otherwise she would not have been the top student from elementary school to high school, and finally entered Huaqing University as the top scorer. While in college, she always ranked among the top 3 in her major. After graduating and joining a securities company, she achieved financial freedom by relying on the model she developed. Pei Luotian has always believed that in her professional field, she may not be the strongest, but she is definitely the top trader. Until I saw Yang Chen's stock delivery note. It was the first time that she felt powerless. Indeed, because Yang Chen's operating method is no different from that of a god. It was as if he could predict the stock market trends and hit every precise point. Facing Yang Chen, Pei Luotian felt frustrated for the first time. She now wanted to strip Yang Chen naked to see what he was made of? Unconsciously, Yang Chen's image had filled Pei Luotian's heart. At the same time, upstairs from Pei Luotian, in the deputy general manager's office. A bald man with a Mediterranean look on his face was staring at the computer with a gloomy look. His face was as black as if it had been rubbed by coal back and forth. This person was none other than Gao Jun, who had met Yang Chen before. The relevant information of Yang Chen was clearly displayed on his computer screen. As the deputy general manager of Xinhua Securities, he has the same authority as Pei Luotian, and even higher. It was natural that he could check Yang Chen's information. At this time, on Gao Jun's computer page, in addition to the operation records of the stock account, there is even relevant information about Yang Chen's bank account. Who is this guy? Damn, he's handsome, but he's also so damn lucky? It's fine if you bet on Zhonghetching heavy industry, but even buying a junk stock like Greenleaf Construction can increase its value? Staring at the handsome photo of Yang Chen in the information, Gao Jun was jealous and a little crazy. In fact, he had paid attention to the movements of Yang Chen's stock account earlier than Pei Luotian. Ever since he met Yang Chen yesterday, he had been refreshing Yang Chen's operation records in the background. However, unlike Pei Luotian, he did not think that Yang Chen had any big boss backing him. Instead, he attributed all of Yang Chen's incredible performance over the past 2 days to luck. Gao Jun had his reasons for making this judgment. Because he used his connections yesterday to conduct a simple investigation into Yang Chen's background. Judging from the information obtained from the investigation, Yang Chen was born in an ordinary family, and there was no one among his relatives and friends who could be considered powerful. And just a few days ago, Yang Chen was just an ordinary college student except for his handsome appearance. The annual transaction amount in the bank card is less than 10,000. In Gao Jun's eyes, Yang Chen is a complete loser. Apart from good looks, there is nothing else you want. But for some reason, Yang Chen suddenly had an extra 2 million in his bank account these few days, and then he made huge profits in the stock market, with direct stock funds exceeding tens of millions. What kind of shit luck is this? Gao Jun was so jealous that he became mentally twisted. You know, even though he is the deputy general manager at Xinhua Securities, he only earns 200 WA a year. It took him nearly 30 years to get to this point, during which he flattered countless people before he finally got to the top. And Yang Chen is so young, and has just started college. How can he have such wealth? Gao Jun's face was somewhat distorted. However, after seeing a transaction that Yang Chen had made 10 minutes ago, Gao Jun's ferocious expression relaxed, and then he laughed wildly a few times. Yang Chen actually bought Northwest Dairy. Isn't this just seeking death? As an executive of Xinhua Securities, Gao Jun has his own core circle in the securities industry and usually shares a lot of secret information that is unknown to the public. Take Northwest Dairy for example. On the surface, it was because of negative news reports related to several people feeling unwell after drinking milk from Northwest Dairy. But in fact, several financial giants in the circle have joined forces to suppress Northwest Dairy. If nothing unexpected happens, this stock will soon be hit by the lower limit. And the price will keep falling for several days in a row. In this way, if Yang Chen is unable to add the margin, his money in the stock market will be forcibly liquidated, and he will lose all his money. He. Thinking of this, Gao Jun laughed sinisterly, and his wrinkled old face was as ugly as a chrysanthemum. There is a road to heaven, but you don't take it, so you break into hell instead. When Yang Chen has lost all his money, wouldn't it be as easy for him to crush Yang Chen to death as to crush an ant? Wait a few more days and see if you die. Gao Jun closed the internal database and the computer desktop was displayed. Unexpectedly, the wallpaper on his computer desktop was Pei Luotian's professional photo. From this we can see how much Gao Jun desires to get Pei Luotian. Looking at Pei Luotian's photo, a hint of excitement flashed in his obscene eyes. He subconsciously reached under the table and wanted to do some needlework. But then he changed his mind, stretched out his hand again, picked up the office phone and dialed a number. Hey, bitch, come to my office for a minute. During this job competition, I will make sure you become the director of the Human Resources Department. Gao Jun's voice was filled with a perverted fanaticism. Now. I took a day off today and am shopping with my husband. After hearing Gao Jun's words, the woman opposite was stunned for a moment and said hesitantly. Now, come here immediately. Otherwise, you will never get the position of director of the Human Resources Department in your life. By the way, bring a pair of stockings over later. Gao Jun's eyes flashed with an evil light. He didn't give the woman any chance and hung up the phone. Glancing at Pei Luotian on the computer screen again, he said in a hoarse voice, once we've dealt with this brat, Sun Xing, and I will deal with you together. You're not allowed to pretend to be noble. Chapter 50, Meeting Yi Zhaowen by Chance. At this time, Wanda Commercial Plaza. A curvy young woman said to her husband in a pitiful tone after answering the phone, honey, the boss of the company asked me to go back to work overtime again. Her eyes were full and her voice was full of helplessness. What kind of person is your boss? You worked overtime last weekend, and now you finally have a day off this week, but he asks you to go back to the company again. What a lie. I've already booked the nearby Wanda Hotel, and asked my mom to come over and take care of the kids. I was thinking of going out with you to relax. After complaining for a while, her husband still said, then go ahead, be good, I'll prepare dinner and wait for you to come back in the evening. There is no other way. The mortgage and car loan have to be repaid with both of our salaries. If he complained, that was all he could do. Well, my husband is so nice. The young woman kissed her husband, then slung her donkey brand bag and walked towards the roadside, twisting her body. Looking at the young woman's back, her husband's eyes were filled with a hint of anger. There is no other way, I can only bear it and wait until night. 12 o'clock noon. Magic City University, main teaching building. As the melodious bell rang, college students who had finished their classes rushed out of the classroom impatiently and ran to the cafeteria without stopping. There is no other way. If I don't run faster, I'll only be able to eat leftovers later. After Memory packed up his textbooks, he wanted to invite Yang Chen to eat together. But who would have thought that when she looked up, Yang Chen was already standing at the door of the classroom waving at her. Jiang Ji, who was beside Yang Chen, shouted in a desperate voice, "Let's go, sister-in-law." In an instant, Memory blushed and lowered its head. Humph. Who is your sister-in-law? Yang Chen hasn't even confessed his feelings yet. She murmured to herself, and there seemed to be some resentment towards Yang Chen in her tone. What are you mumbling about? Let's go eat. At this moment, Memory's roommate Sun Jia appeared and looked at Memory suspiciously. It's nothing. Let's go. Memory hurriedly shook his head to deny it, then pulled Sun Jia out of the classroom. Wow, so embarrassing. 10 minutes later, Yang Chen, Jiang Ji and the other two appeared in the cafeteria opposite the main teaching building. Damn, are these people bogut? They run faster than rabbits. Li Jian couldn't help but curse when he saw the crowded cafeteria. Is there a possibility that you are talking about Bolt? Jiang Ji said weakly. Seeing the crowded cafeteria, Yang Chen felt powerless to complain. Coming here to eat once is a sentimental experience, but coming here to eat every day is a bit of torture. Yang Chen didn't want to waste his time queuing. How about we go eat upstairs? I'll treat you, Yang Chen said generously. The third floor of the cafeteria is a specialty cafeteria. The prices are almost as expensive as those in restaurants outside, so there are fewer people. That one tea do. You were the one who paid for last night, so it's my turn to treat you today. After Yang Chen finished speaking, he was immediately opposed by Jiang Ji. That's right. It's time for Jiang Ji and I to treat us. If we continue like this, we'll no longer be brothers. Li Jian immediately agreed. Just when Yang Chen wanted to compromise, he glanced and caught sight of two figures not far away. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and Yang Chen smiled evilly. We don't have to pay, the meal tickets are here. Then he walked over quickly. Brother Zhaowen, senior sister Su Yan, what a coincidence. Are you coming here for lunch too? Yang Chen had a smile on his face and patted Yi Zhaowen's shoulder enthusiastically. Looking back and seeing Yang Chen's handsome face, Yi Zhaowen's expression froze for a moment, then he put on a harmless smile. Yes, junior brother. When Su Yan saw Yang Chen, a hint of joy flashed in her eyes, and then she pretended to be cold and said, yeah. After seeing Jiang Ji and Li Jian following over, Yang Chen immediately introduced Jiang Xinrui and Li Jian, my roommates. Yi Zhaowen, the senior on my team, and Su Yan, the school belle of our school. You should have seen them before. After Yang Chen finished the introduction, Li Jian immediately shook Yi Zhaowen's hand enthusiastically. Brother Zhaowen, right? Apart from Yang Chen, you are my biggest idol. Last time you played against the Sports Institute, we went to watch. Although your performance was not very good, your jumping posture was very cool. Li Jian's endless praise made Yi Zhaowen's face turn black. If you didn't know, you would think he was mocking him. Everyone knows that the most popular person in the last competition was Yang Chen. As brilliant as Yang Chen's performance was, his performance was just as poor. Invisibly, Yi Zhaowen felt his face being rubbed on the ground again. Especially in front of Su Yan. I was whipped again. Yi Zhaowen's facial muscles twitched twice, and then he said with a fake smile, No, Yang Chen is still a better basketball player. Hearing this, Yang Chen smiled and said, No way, we are all on the same team, there is no need to differentiate ourselves. Brother Zhaowen is going upstairs to eat too? It's a good opportunity for us to eat together. Yang Chen smiled, and he and Yi Zhaowen were arm in arm, looking like they had a very good relationship. Okay, I have no problem with that, but my Yan prefers quietness when eating and doesn't like crowds of people. Yi Zhaowen had a harmless smile on his face. In fact, he had already cursed Yang Chen and the other two in his heart. These three losers went to eat at a restaurant. I'm afraid they will have to eat steamed buns for the next few days? Don't you know that one meal I eat can cover your living expenses for a month? Yi Zhaowen is such a hypocritical person. Although he despises Yang Chen and the other two in his heart, he still pretends to be close to them on the surface. No problem for me. It's a good opportunity for me to get to know the new students. Su Yan smiled faintly, which instantly made Li Jian and Jiang Ji at a loss. Su Yan slapped Yi Zhaowen in the face instantly. Hearing this, Yi Zhaowen's eyes flashed with a haze, and then he pretended to be nonchalant and said, it's rare that Yan is in a good mood today, so let's go together. Then, 5 of them went up to the 3rd floor together. The layout of the 3rd floor is completely different from the cafeteria downstairs, and it has several restaurants with different flavors. There are Northwestern cuisine, seafood restaurants, Sichuan restaurants, and so on. Soon, Yang Chen found a restaurant that looked ordinary from the outside. Pointing at the sign Old Farmer, he said to Yi Zhaowen with an innocent look on his face, Brother Zhaowen, why don't we eat here for lunch? Seeing the restaurant that Yang Chen pointed to, Yi Zhaowen almost laughed out loud. The name of this restaurant, Old Farmer, sounds very rustic, but it is actually the most expensive restaurant on this floor. It is not an exaggeration to even say that it is the most expensive in the whole school. Even many school leaders are entertained here. Here, wild game is considered low class, and lobster and abalone are even more common. I wonder if Yang Chen and his group of losers will be so scared that their eyes pop out when they see the menu later? Yi Zhaowen was looking forward to seeing their expressions. Okay, Junior. Yi Zhaowen showed a harmless expression. Chapter 51. Senior Yi Jiawen is such a good person. To be honest, Yi Jiawen really wanted to see Yang Chen's embarrassed expression. Especially when they saw the menu, they looked at a loss. I'm afraid they will never be able to afford a store like this in their lifetime? A bunch of stinky losers. Yi Jiawen finally found a little balance in his heart. Then, the five of them walked into the Old Farmer restaurant together. Welcome to the Old Farmer. As soon as I entered the store, a pretty young woman clerk came to greet me. Judging from his clothes, he should be the supervisor here. After seeing Yi Jiawen, her eyes lit up and she said enthusiastically, "Hello, Mr. Yi. How come you have time to come today?" Obviously, Yi Jiawen had spent money here quite often, so the young woman's supervisor naturally knew him. Yi Jiawen really enjoyed the feeling of pretentiousness from this special treatment, and felt that he was superior to Yang Chen and the other two. However, he still nodded calmly. Facing Yi Jiawen's cold attitude, the young woman manager didn't care at all, but still said enthusiastically, "How about opening box 8 for you?" "Okay." Yi Jiawen nodded calmly. Then, the young supervisor led the 5 people into box number 8. Unlike the restaurant's low-key facade, the interior of the restaurant is decorated in a simple and elegant style, and the private rooms are even more magnificent. Whether it is the solid wood chairs, crystal chandeliers or gold-inlaid dishes and chopsticks, they are enough to show the extraordinariness of this restaurant. After entering the box, Li Jian and Zhang Ji felt a little nervous. Judging from the situation, they probably can't afford it at all. Then, Zhang Ji pulled the corner of Yang Chen's clothes and said in a low voice, "Old John, why don't we just forget about it? This place doesn't look cheap, why don't we find a reason to leave?" Hearing Zhang Ji's words, Yang Chen smiled faintly, turned around and gave them a reassuring look. "Don't worry, Senior Yi Jiawen is a good person, he will treat us today." After saying this, Zhang Ji and Li Jian's expressions relaxed. Senior Yi Jiawen is such a good person. Li Jian couldn't help but sigh. Yi Jiawen kept his eyes on Yang Chen. The little movements of the 3 people at this time naturally caught his eyes, and then, a trace of contempt and ridicule flashed in Yi Jiawen's eyes. As he expected, Yang Chen's dormitory was full of losers who had never seen the world. They became scared as soon as they entered the private room? Then when you see the menu, 1 tea, you be so scared that you'll pee your pants? Junior Yang Chen, come and sit down. I'll ask the waiter to make some tea first, you guys take a look at the menu. Yi Jiawen greeted enthusiastically. Hey! Yang Chen pretended to be silly and was about to sit next to Yi Jiawen. Unexpectedly, Li Jian suddenly leapt past Yang Chen and sat down next to Yi Jiawen first. "Brother Jiawen, I've heard of your great name for a long time. Yang Chen often mentions you in front of us, saying that Brother Jiawen is a good person. You shouldn't mind if I sit next to you, right?" Li Jian's eyes narrowed into slits with a smile, and he was very affectionate to Yi Jiawen. Seeing Li Jian's fat face approaching him, Yi Jiawen's expression froze. God is such a good person. You are a good person, and so are your whole family. Hearing Li Jian's words, Yi Jiawen almost laughed out of anger. I have to say, he is indeed Yang Chen's roommate, and he is as annoying as Yang Chen. Originally, Yi Jiawen wanted to admire Yang Chen's embarrassed expression from a close distance. As a result of Li Jian's behavior, this little expectation was dashed. To be honest, Yi Jiawen felt a little unhappy. However, it is not advisable to hit a smiling person, and he couldn't deny Li Jian's face in front of everyone. I could only say with a fake smile, "Of course I don't mind." Then, Zhang Ji also sat down next to Li Jian. In this way, the seat next to Su Yan was left to Yang Chen. What a great assist, Jian, you are worthy of it. Yang Chen subconsciously glanced at Su Yan. Coincidentally, at this time Su Yan was also staring at Yang Chen, with a hint of charm in her big eyes. Her flawless white hands gently covered her cheeks, and the corners of her mouth secretly raised a fox-like smile towards Yang Chen. Seeing her like this, Yang Chen had already guessed what she was thinking. Hi, Brother Jarvan, I'm so sorry. Yang Chen had no choice but to sit down next to Su Yan. Although this private room is decorated very luxuriously, it is only for 6 people, and there is a tea-making table next to it, so the space is not very large. Therefore, the distance between each person is not far. Seeing Yang Chen sitting next to Su Yan, a trace of bloom flashed across Yi Jiawen's face. He regarded Su Yan as his forbidden love, so how could he allow other men to get so close to Su Yan? What's more, it was the handsome Yang Chen. Poor Yi Jiawen, he doesn't even know that there is a vast grassland on his head. Although he was very unhappy in his heart, Yi Jiawen still had a harmless smile on his face. Junior brother Yang Chen, take a look at the menu first. Long before the few people entered the box, the waiter had thoughtfully prepared a menu in front of each seat. Okay. Yang Chen nodded innocently. Then, everyone opened the menu. Just as Yang Chen was about to open the menu, a cold and soft object suddenly touched his calf. Yang Chen couldn't help but shudder. At this moment, Li Jian also made a similar sound. However, the reason why Li Jian made this sound was different from Yang Chen's. Hiss. As soon as he opened the menu, Li Jian took a breath. On the first page, the signature dish of the old farmer's restaurant is listed. Buddha jumps over the wall. 288 yuan cup. I looked at the colorful picture of Buddha jumps over the wall, and then at the small line of prices at the bottom of the menu. Li Jian suddenly felt a little restless. 288 yuan for just a small cup? Might as well just go and rob it. Zhang Ji's performance wasn't much better. His hands holding the menu began to shake uncontrollably. When he first saw Buddha jumps over the wall, he thought it was a specialty dish, so it was more expensive, and thought the later menu items would be cheaper. As a result, the further I turned, the more interesting his expression became. Maodai stewed soft-shelled turtle 2,000 yuan. Bluefin tuna 288 piece. 5 ways to eat king crab 299 yuan caddies. A 5 wagyu. All kinds of unimaginable ingredients are vividly presented on paper. In this age before short videos, these dishes and prices are enough to have a huge impact on their consumption perspectives. Zhang Ji also took a breath of cold air. Seeing the three people's simultaneous movements and the sounds of them gasping for air, Yi Jiawen was very satisfied and felt secretly happy in his heart. He naturally thought that Yang Chen and the other two were shocked by the prices on the menu, so they gasped. They are indeed a bunch of country bumpkins. I wonder if they can't even understand the names of the dishes? Chapter 52, Who are we going to do with each other? After mocking him in his heart for a while, Yi Jiawen still had a fake smile on his face. What's wrong, juniors? Is there anything wrong with the menu? He pretended to be ignorant even though he knew the truth, just to embarrass Yang Chen and the other two. Especially Yang Chen. Whenever Yi Jiawen thought of Yang Chen being embarrassed in front of Su Yan, he would feel an inexplicable and perverted pleasure in his heart. But little did they know that Yang Chen was arguing with Su Yan under the table, and didn't even notice what was written on the menu. Hearing Yi Jiawen's words, Li Jian immediately said in a trembling voice, Brother Jiawen, the price on this menu is probably wrong? Yi Jiawen asked with a half smile, Oh? Junior Li Jian, which dish is problematic? I'll ask the waiter to come over and take a look. What kind of king crab is this? Crabs where I live are only 20 yuan per pound. Why does it say 299 here? Li Jian asked in a trembling voice, pointing at the 5 ways to eat king crab. Let me see. Yi Jiawen pretended to move closer to Li Jian and took a look at the menu. Then, he explained calmly, well, this king crab is priced at this price. It is a foreign variety that can only be produced in some deep sea areas. Because the annual catch is not large, plus there are transportation costs from foreign countries, so this is the price. In fact, the taste of this kind of crab meat is also very ordinary, not as delicious as our native Chinese crabs. After saying these professional words, Yi Jiawen felt a little smug. He liked this kind of moment of showing off in front of others the most, especially showing off in front of Su Yan, which made him feel even more proud. Little did he know that when he turned around to talk to Li Jian, Su Yan's face had already flushed and her body was straightened. She didn't hear what Yi Jiawen said at all. Oh. I see. Brother Jiawen, you are really knowledgeable. When Zhang Ji heard this, he immediately admired Yi Jiawen. Oh, it's nothing. If you eat a lot, you will naturally understand it. Yi Jiawen acted as if it was no big deal. He was already feeling very happy at this moment. At the same time, Yang Chen on the side was also very happy. In Yang Chen's eyes, the color of Yi Jiawen's hat became darker and darker. At this moment, Yi Jiawen turned his head and looked at Yang Chen. Young brother Yang Chen, have you looked at the menu? Is there anything you want to order? Yi Jiawen's sudden action made Su Yan's body tense, and she suddenly couldn't control her strength. Hiss. Yang Chen took a breath of cold air, his hands trembling slightly. Seeing Yang Chen's expression in trembling hands, Yi Jiawen's contempt in his heart became even greater. You stupid loser. You performed worse than your 2 roommates. Just look at the menu, is that necessary? After a while, Yang Chen said in a trembling voice, "Hiss, Brother Jowen, this dish is too expensive, isn't it? We only have 1,000 yuan a month to live on. I'm afraid we can't afford to eat at this restaurant." Yang Chen's brows were furrowed, as if he was holding back something. This look was extremely embarrassing in Yi Jiawen's eyes. At the same time, Li Jian and Jiang Xinrui on the side also echoed, "Yeah, how about you and senior sister Suyen eat together, Brother Jiawen? The three of us can just go to the cafeteria downstairs and eat." Looking at the shabby appearance of the three people, Yi Jiawen felt extremely happy. Especially Yang Chen's somewhat embarrassed expression, which made him feel even more touched. Ever since Yang Chen stole the spotlight on the court the day before yesterday, Yi Jiawen has been shrouded in Yang Chen's shadow for the past 2 days. Whenever he thought of Yang Chen's handsome figure when he dunked at the basket, he would feel helpless and furious in his heart, so angry that he couldn't sleep at night. But at this moment, he felt that all his anger had been released. After all, this world is real. Money is king. So what if he can dunk a basketball? He can't even afford a plate of food? Looking at Yang Chen's frowning face, Yi Jiawen said slowly, "Harm. Young brother Yang Chen, we are both brothers from the same team. We should follow each other. Your roommate is my roommate. How much does a meal cost? It's my treat," Yi Jiawen said proudly. In fact, he was also calculating in his mind. In his opinion, Yang Chen and the other two were pure losers, and they wouldn't dare to order any expensive dishes. Just order some seafood and some staple food and it will be enough for them to eat. A table costs only 1 or 2,000 yuan at most, which is nothing to him. The most important thing is that he can enjoy the pleasure of attacking Yang Chen with this dimensionality reduction attack. This is what Yi Jiawen enjoys the most. This, isn't good? Yang Chen showed a hesitant expression. My girlfriend treated me to a meal and also treated me to a meal. Brother Jiawen, you are such a good person. Oh. Just a few more pairs of chopsticks. It's a rare opportunity for us to have a meal together today. It's settled. Today is my treat, order whatever you want and eat as much as you want. Yi Jiawen waved his hand generously. In his fantasy, Su Yan has already been conquered by his majestic image, and maybe their relationship will soon be able to take a step further. Thinking of the lovey-dovey moments he and Su Yan had in the cinema yesterday afternoon, Yi Jiawen felt even happier. Poor Yi Jiawen, he is still in the dark and has no idea that the person who was intimate with him yesterday was actually Yao Yao. Hearing Yi Jiawen's words, Yang Chen's eyes revealed a trace of pity. I don't know whether to say that Yi Jiawen is ignorant or too bold. Anything? Maybe you don't know that this restaurant has a so-called hidden menu? Brother Jiawen, you are such a good person. Then I want to be polite, Brother Jiawen. Yang Chen showed a hint of gratitude on his face. Yi Jiawen nodded encouragingly and then pressed the service bell on the table. Soon, a young and beautiful waiter came in. Sir, would you like to order? Well, you three are the guests, order first. Yi Jiawen waved his hand casually. Li Jian was moved and said, First, let me start with this. It's the cheapest Buddha jumps over the wall. Okay, each person gets 1 bowl of Buddha jumps over the wall. I'll serve you 5 bowls first. The waiter smiled sweetly and then recorded the dish on the tablet. The waiters use Apple's latest tablets to take orders. From this detail, you can see how luxurious this restaurant is. Hearing this, Yi Jiawen's heart suddenly began to bleed. This is just a starting point, and it's the cheapest. For 5 people, this dish alone costs more than 1,000. Yi Jiawen's smile became a little forced. Since Li Jian ordered a cheap one, I can't order something too expensive. I'll order the 5-course king crab. I'm not greedy for this king crab, I just want to expand my horizons and try to see if it's as common as Brother Jiawen said. Zhang Ji spread out the menu and ordered a dish. Yi Jiawen's smile froze instantly. Damn it, why is it different from what I thought? Chapter 53 Is it too hot to wear Balenciaga? Sir, you have a good eye. King crab 5 ways to eat is our signature dish. Let me tell you secretly, Secretary Lu of our school likes to eat this dish very much and must order it every time he comes. The waitress had a sweet smile on her face and praised Zhang Ji so much that he felt a little embarrassed. She continued. You ordered 5 ways to cook the king crab. The king crab head is used to make baked crab treasure, the king crab legs are used to make sashimi, steamed and grilled, and the king crab body is used to make a typhoon shelter stir fry. It just so happened that a 9-pound king crab was airlifted in yesterday. I'll add it to the menu for you. Hearing what the waitress said, Yi Jiawen felt disappointed. A 9-pound king crab, plus the production cost, would cost a total of 3,000 yuan. It would be fine if the money was given to Su Yan. Yi Jiawen would also be willing to do so. The problem is that inviting Yang Chen and his bunch of losers to dinner makes his heart bleed. However, the bold words have already been spoken, and Yi Jiawen is now in a difficult position. I can't take back what I just said in front of Su Yan, right? How can a crab be so heavy? The biggest crab in my hometown only weighs 1 pound. Brother Jiawen, is it too expensive? How about I change the dish? Jiang Ji said hurriedly after hearing the waitress' words. Oh, it's okay, this kind of king crab is priced at this price, it's not very expensive. It just so happens that I haven't eaten in a while. I'll order this. Yi Jiawen forced a smile, then he turned to look at Yang Chen. Young brother Yang Chen, order 2 dishes too. No rush, let senior sister Su Yan order first, I'll come last. Yang Chen said politely. Then, Yi Jiawen turned his gaze to Su Yan and asked gently. Yan, what do you want to eat today? He found that Su Yan's condition was a little strange at this moment. Her face was flushed and there was a thin layer of sweat on her forehead. She seemed to be very hot. Is it because it's too hot to wear Balenciaga? Subconsciously glancing down, he found that Su Yan's legs were completely covered by the thick tablecloth and he could not see anything. That should be right, no wonder my forehead is sweating. Yi Jiawen thought of it as a matter of course. Without waiting for Su Yan to answer, Yi Jiawen handed the tissue box to Su Yan in a gentlemanly manner and said, it's a bit hot, right? Use the tissue to wipe the sweat off your face first. Then, he said to the waitress beside him, please help me lower the temperature of the air conditioner. Yi Jiawen's performance at this moment is undoubtedly that of a warm-hearted man. Little did he know that his actions made Yang Chen beside him want to cry. Brother Jarvan is so thoughtful. Su Yan leaned slightly to one side, took a piece of paper with her left hand, gently wiped the sweat from her forehead, and smiled sweetly at Yi Jiawen. Thank you. If Yi Jiawen looked carefully, he would find that Su Yan's lips were a little pale, as if she was dehydrated. However, Su Yan's body was facing sideways towards Yi Jiawen, and due to the obstruction of her long hair, Yi Jiawen could not see her clearly. I won't order, let fellow student Yang Chen do it. Okay, order it. As she spoke, Su Yan suddenly made a strange sound from her nose, but she quickly covered it up. Yi Jiawen keenly caught the sound, but didn't think much about it. Then, he put on a harmless smile on his face, and said to Yang Chen, young brother Yang Chen, you can order the other dishes. After all, it's rare for you to come here to eat, so feel free to order whatever you like. Yi Jiawen's tone seemed generous, but in fact it meant to belittle Yang Chen. Laugh at him for not having money to eat here. Yang Chen could naturally understand this meaning. However, he did not show it, but pretended to be worldly wise and said with tears of gratitude, Brother Jiawen, you were so kind. Then I'll order some cheaper dishes. Yang Chen hurriedly picked up the menu, looking nervous as if he was ordering food for the first time. The dishes above are too expensive. I'd better order something cheaper. After taking a look at the first 2 pages of the menu, Yang Chen hurriedly flipped through the pages. Seeing Yang Chen's actions, Yi Jiawen was quite satisfied. In his eyes, although Yang Chen was handsome, he was just a loser who had never seen the world and could be manipulated at will. He didn't dare to order any expensive dishes. Generally, normal restaurants put special dishes and signature dishes on the first few pages, and products such as vegetables and beverages on the last few pages. This is common sense. In Yi Jiawen's opinion, Yang Chen flipped back just to order these dishes. However, what he didn't know was that this was not the case with the old farmer's restaurant, it was quite the opposite. Strictly speaking, its menu is divided into 3 parts, the first of which is the signature dishes. Just like the 2 dishes ordered by Jiang Ji and Li Jian, although they are very expensive, they are still relatively common dishes in the eyes of rich people. The second part is some common meats and seasonal vegetables, which are relatively cheap, usually only 100 yuan. The third part is the so-called hidden menu. This hidden menu is hidden in one of the following pages and is in a relatively hidden location. And there is one thing about this part of the dishes, that is, there is no price tag. Because it's too expensive. You know, this is a restaurant in the school after all, and some bosses often invite school leaders to dine here. If the price is marked, how will the school leaders have the nerve to order? The old farmer did this not only to keep a low profile and avoid being investigated, but also to make it easier for the leaders to order food. I have to say, it is indeed very exquisite. Even someone like Yi Jiawen, who had eaten here several times, had never known about this so-called hidden menu. The reason why Yang Chen knew this was because in his previous life, as an outstanding graduate, he was fortunate enough to be invited to give a speech at the school, and after the speech, he ate at the meal of this old farmer. At that time, a big boss invited them to dinner, and Secretary Wang of the college, who had become a school leader at that time, also called Yang Chen because of the relationship with the team. After eating this meal, Yang Chen realized that there was such a magical restaurant in their school, and there was also such a thing as a hidden menu. I'm afraid Yi Jiawen will bleed heavily today. Looking at Yi Jiawen's reckless look, Yang Chen almost laughed out loud in his heart. Just like that, Yang Chen enjoyed Su Yan's under-table massage while flipping through the menu. How about an order of this caviar chocolate pudding? It looks like it should just be an inexpensive dessert. Yang Chen turned to the pages of the menu that didn't have prices marked on them, and pointed to a dish at random. Hearing this, the waiter was stunned, but out of professionalism, he didn't say anything more, but asked, "This is a single portion, do you want one for everyone?" Chapter 54. No, 2 servings. Wow! This caviar is made of top-grade sturgeon caviar imported from foreign countries, and one portion costs 2,000 yuan. The serving for 5 people is 10,000. She can make hundreds of dollars just from service fees. 1 for each person. No, 2 for each person. From the picture, I can see that the portion size is not that big, which is perfect. I haven't had caviar in a while. Without waiting for Yang Chen to speak, Yi Jiawen waved his hand and said very heroically. The caviar he used to eat only cost 500 or 600 yuan a box. With the amount in the picture, I'm afraid that 5 servings combined would not even fill half a box. How could he know that the caviar used in this dish was top-grade caviar, and not at all the caviar made from domestic sturgeon roe that he had eaten before? Wow, this dish alone cost 20,000. Hearing Yi Jiawen's words, the waitress instantly became excited, and her voice became more respectful. Okay sir, you really have great taste. This season is the spawning season for sturgeons, so caviar is perfect for eating at this time. I'll order it for you right away, 2 servings per person. Including this dish, the tablet in the waitress's hand showed that the total cost of the dishes had reached 25,000. Wow, in this era, the housing price in many second-tier cities is only 4,000 or 5,000 yuan per square meter. The price of a house in a small fourth-tier city is only tens of thousands of yuan. One meal costs 25,000 yuan, which is equivalent to eating up an entire bedroom. How exaggerated this is. The waitress's eyes began to light up when she looked at Yi Jiawen. This is simply the god of wealth who comes to give you money. Moreover, it seems that the dishes have not been ordered yet. After hearing what Yi Jiawen said, Yang Chen almost died, and the water he just drank almost spit out. This guy is simply a born sucker. Did Yi Jiawen think that the caviar here was the second-rate stuff that costs 200 or 300 yuan a box on the market? Although Yang Chen didn't know the price of this dish, based on his experience, it was definitely no less than 10,000 yuan. Obviously, Yang Chen was also a little conservative. Holding back his laughter, he continued to look at the menu. This black truffle pizza looks delicious. I've always wanted to try Pizza Hut, but unfortunately I don't have much money, so I've never been there. Yang Chen pointed at the picture of pizza on the menu and pretended to be drooling. Seeing Yang Chen's miserable appearance, Yi Jiawen felt secretly happy, and then he burst into ridicule again. This guy is definitely a poor loser. What era is this? He has never even eaten pizza? No way, no way? Is there really someone that poor? As for the black truffle, Yi Jiawen simply ignored it. He has eaten at many high-end restaurants, and they like to add black truffles to all dishes, which are actually just a kind of fungus. Just sprinkling a little bit of these dishes on top of each other to make the price higher is actually just a gimmick. Yi Jiawen acted quite experienced. He said calmly, "Really, since junior brother Yang Chen likes to eat it, then order 2 more servings. I see the picture doesn't show a big picture, and there's nothing to eat, so let's use pizza as the main course." Yi Jiawen is as heroic as ever. Brother Jarvan is so generous. It just so happens that I have never eaten pizza either. It's my first time eating this too. Hearing Yi Jiawen's words, Li Jian and Jiang Xinrui immediately cheered. What old Yang said was right. Senior Yi Jiawen was indeed a good person. He ordered the dishes so recklessly, as if he was afraid that they would not be full. What a nice person. Li Jian and Jiang Xinrui were moved. Yang Chen pretended to be touched on the surface, but in fact he was about to burst out laughing. He had actually eaten this dish in his previous life. The black truffles used in this pizza are top quality imported black truffles, and they are not just sprinkled randomly, but cut into large slices and put inside. Therefore, this makes the dish very expensive. When Yang Chen ate it in his previous life, the price of this dish was 15,000 W. I wonder how much it costs now. But what is certain is that it will not be cheap. Yi Jiawen ordered 3 pieces at once. I have to say, he was such an idiot. Just as Yang Chen was mocking Yi Jiawen in his heart, Yi Jiawen was also mocking Yang Chen and the other two in his heart. Damn, they are really a bunch of poor bastards. They just ate a pizza, why do they have to act so grateful? You really have never seen the world. The contempt in Yi Jiawen's eyes became more and more intense. Noticing Yi Jiawen's expression, Yang Chen remained calm on the surface. This guy probably doesn't know how much the food he ordered cost. I wonder what kind of expression he will have when he pays. Holding back the smile in his heart, Yang Chen still had a touched expression. Brother Jiawen, will ordering so much cost you money? After all, it's just a lunch. Hearing Yang Chen's words, Yi Jiawen immediately waved his hand and said, Harm, not that bad. Your senior sister Su Yan and I often come here to eat. These dishes may seem expensive, but they are actually not that expensive to eat. After all, my father gives me 10,000 yuan a month for living expenses. Eating these dishes is a piece of cake. In his words, Yi Jiawen revealed intentionally or unintentionally that his family was very rich and that the monthly living expenses alone were 10,000 yuan. As expected, upon hearing this, Li Jian and Jiang Xinrui immediately showed a shocked expression. 10,000 yuan, that's their living expenses for a year. Sure enough, the world of rich people is not what they can imagine. Seeing their expressions, Yi Jiawen showed satisfaction. This is the effect he wanted to achieve. Then, Yi Jiawen looked at Yang Chen who was standing beside him. Yang Chen also showed a shocked expression at the right moment. This made Yi Jiawen feel a sense of showing off. This time, it wasn't that Yang Chen was pretending, it was because he felt the pace suddenly quickened. After a while, Yang Chen's expression changed to one of relief. Then I feel relieved. Then, Yang Chen took a breath. Facing Yi Jiawen's eyes, he randomly pointed at a dish on the menu and asked in confusion, Brother Jiawen, what kind of beef is this Shinhu beef? It looks very high-end. Hearing Yang Chen's words, Yi Jiawen immediately acted as if he was used to it, and said calmly, Oh, this beef is actually a specialty of Japan. During the Chinese New Year, my family and I made a special trip to Japan and ate there several times. Actually, this thing is not that high-end. It just tastes tender and smooth, and has a strong aroma. There is nothing special about it. You will know after eating more. Yi Jiawen's words revealed that Yang Chen was surprised by what he had seen, and at the same time, he was pretending to be cool invisibly. Chapter 55 God-Level Selection Trigger. Putting others down while raising one's own status is Yi Jiawen's usual trick of showing off. After pretending to be cool, Yi Jiawen immediately said proudly, Well, since junior brother Yang Chen wants to eat it, let us order 1 pound to try today. I also want to see if the Kamigo beef in this restaurant is authentic. Yi Jiawen showed a calm smile on his face, but in Yang Chen's eyes he looked like an idiot. A pound of Shinhu beef? This guy probably doesn't know the price of Shingo beef? You should know that high-quality beef in Japan is generally divided into 5 grades, from high to low, A5, 4, A3, A2, and A1. Generally speaking, the highest grade of beef is called A5 Wagyu. But in fact, there is another grade of beef above A5 Wagyu, and that is Kamigo beef. The Shinhu beef, which is said to have a production of only 2,000 pieces a year, is terribly expensive. It is no exaggeration to call it the gold of beef. Normally, Shingo beef is calculated by the gram or ounce. Who would count by the kilogram? Isn't this just seeking death? Yang Chen's guess was correct. When Yi Jiawen went to Japan to eat the Shinhu beef, he did not pay for it. He usually does this to show off in the country, and sometimes he invites some young models or schoolmates to eat with him behind Su Yan's back. The Shingo beef sold in those restaurants is actually fake A3 beef, so it only costs about 1 or 2,000 yuan per pound. Yi Jiawen thought that the old farmer's divine beef was the same. I didn't expect that the Shinhu beef from Old Farmer's kitchen is so authentic. And it was just airlifted from Japan a few days ago. At this time, the waitress who was in charge of taking orders was also frightened. According to the current market price, 1 gram of Shinhu beef costs 180 yuan, so 1 pound of 500 grams of Shinhu beef costs 90,000 yuan. Although Yi Jiawen may be a rich second generation, he may not be able to afford this kind of beef. For a moment, the waitress didn't dare to place an order directly. So, she asked hesitantly. Mr. Yi, we calculate the price of the Shinhu beef by gram, would you like to? Before he could finish his words, Yi Jiawen interrupted him domineeringly. What? Don't you have 1 pound of goods? That's not the case, it's just that the price of our Shinhu beef is relatively. The waitress hesitated to speak. What? Are you worried that we can't afford it? Yi Jiawen's expression suddenly looked a little ugly. Damn it, I was just trying to show off, but the waiter actually questioned my financial strength? I can't tolerate this. No, Mr. Yi, it's mainly the Shinhu beef, The waitress wanted to explain. But he was interrupted again by Yi Jiawen. All right, bring it to me if you have it, just order 1 pound. You didn't see that there are so many people here, maybe even a pound is not enough to eat. Yi Jiawen looked disdainful, like a domineering president. He thought Su Yan was looking at him with admiration. Little did they know that Su Yan was worried about something at this moment. Because her Balenciaga bag accidentally got some dirt on it and she didn't know how to deal with it. So I didn't hear what Yi Jiawen said at all. On the other hand, Li Jian and Zhang Xinrui looked at him with shining faces. Yes. I'll light it for you right away. Seeing this, the waitress nodded immediately and added the Kamosian beef with a smile on her face. Since Yi Jiawen insisted on ordering, she couldn't say anything else. After all, the money from the dishes you order can be deducted as your service fee. This pound of Shinhu beef alone is enough to cover her basic salary for the whole year. Seeing this scene, Yang Chen no longer lived in Bengbu and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Hearing Yang Chen's laughter, Yi Jiawen immediately asked curiously, "Young brother Yang Chen, what are you laughing at?" Yang Chen immediately held back his laughter and said calmly, "I remembered something happy." "What happy news?" Yi Jiawen looked puzzled. "I have a senior who is very good at massage." Puff. Yang Chen couldn't help but laughed out loud again. "What are you laughing at again?" Yi Jiawen was puzzled again. "I thought about my senior sister's boyfriend being a very nice person, and he often invites me out for dinner." Yang Chen held back his laughter. I'm afraid Su Yan was the only one who understood this joke at the dinner table. Even Li Jian and Zhang Xinrui looked confused. Then the two of them started whispering. "What's wrong with Lao Yang?" Li Jian asked puzzledly. "Maybe Brother Jiawen ordered a lot of his favorite dishes, so he was happy?" Zhang Xinrui was not sure. Yi Jiawen's face showed an expression as if he was looking at a mentally retarded person. This Yang Chen, is he a fucking riddle man? Is it because the stimulation is too great? Is his brain malfunctioning? Ignoring Yang Chen no longer, Yi Jiawen said to the waitress, "All right, order these first, and we'll serve more later if they're not enough." "Okay, Mr. Yi. I'll go to the front desk to place the order first." The waitress bowed respectfully and then went out with the tablet. After the waiter left, Su Yan also stood up and said, "I'm going to the bathroom." "Yeah." Yi Jiawen smiled warmly and nodded slightly. It can be seen that Su Yan was sweating from the heat just now, so it is normal for her to go to the bathroom to touch up her makeup or something. Soon, there were only 4 men left in the box. The topic became open. "Brother Jiawen, you must be very happy to have a girlfriend like senior sister Su Yan, right?" Li Jian emphasized the word lucky and showed an expression that all men could understand. Yi Jiawen understood what he meant and smiled shyly. "Well, it's the same even if we turn off the lights." Although he had never even held Su Yan's hand, he had to pretend to be a veteran. Li Jian and Zhang Xinrui didn't know the real situation, and they showed envious expressions when they heard this. If you have a girlfriend as school beauty as Su Yan, you would probably wake up laughing in your dreams, right? Yang Chen also had an envious expression on the surface, but he sneered in his heart. How does it feel for Yi Jiawen, a weak man, to never be able to enjoy happiness in his entire life? At this moment, Yang Chen felt the phone in his pocket vibrate. When I took it out and looked at it, I found that it was a WeChat message from Su Yan. "Su Yan, honey, you just made my hands dirty. Can you bring me some paper from the bathroom?" "Su Yan, it's still the innermost grid. Don't make a mistake. Hurry up, it won't be good if you take too long." Seeing these two sentences, Yang Chen's mouth corners curled up unconsciously. "Little vixen, how do you know that your body is made of iron? But it wouldn't be a good idea to go there now, right? Wouldn't that be a bit too obvious?" Just when he was hesitant, a prompt sound suddenly rang in Yang Chen's mind. Ding! God level selection is triggered. Chapter 56, Gratitude. Choice 1, return the favor, repay Su Yan for her hard work in massaging you just now. You decide to agree to her request and go to the bathroom to give her tissues. You will get a reward, one Richard Miller Watch Skull limited edition. Choice 2, be an ungrateful person and pretend that you didn't see Su Yan's message. She will not contact you again within 1 day. Young fellow Yang Chen, what's the matter? Noticing that Yang Chen was looking at his phone with a strange smile on his face, Yi Jiawen became a little curious. My family suddenly needs me for something, so I'm going to go out and make a phone call. Brother Jiawen, please take care of my 2 roommates first. Yang Chen stood up, looking like he had something urgent to do. Go ahead and don't worry. Yi Jiawen showed a harmless smile. Old Yang, is everything all right? Li Jian and Jiang Ji also heard their conversation and asked with concern. Nothing. I'm just going to make a phone call. When the food is ready, you can eat first, no need to wait for me. Yang Chen smiled slightly, and immediately walked out of the box. Brother Jiawen, can you give me some tips on finding a girlfriend? After Yang Chen left, Li Jian continued to humbly seek advice from Yi Jiawen. Oh, I don't have much experience. In fact, it doesn't matter if you are handsome or tall, and it doesn't matter if your family is rich. The most important thing is to be sincere to the girl you pursue. If only. Yi Jiawen started to show off again. Although Su Yan and Yang Chen were not there, showing off in front of Yang Chen's roommates was, in Yi Jiawen's opinion, the same as stepping on Yang Chen. Therefore, he continued to pretend to be cool and had no idea that something was wrong. After Yang Chen walked out of the private room, he went straight to the toilet. Ding! The host has met the requirements. Reward, Richard Miller Watch Skull Limited Edition 1, which will be delivered by a special person in 1 day. Hearing the system's prompt, Yang Chen smiled slightly. Richard Miller, the billionaire's ticket. I really have to thank Yi Jiawen for this reward, baby. As it is noontime and the prices at Old Farmers are relatively high, there are not many customers in the entire restaurant. There is basically no one in the hall, and only 1 or 2 private rooms have people. This is not surprising, because social gatherings basically require drinking, and few people choose to entertain guests during the day. This was convenient for Yang Chen and Su Yan. Coming to the innermost room of the men's restroom with ease, Yang Chen knocked rhythmically on the door a few times. Soon, the compartment door was opened. At the same time, a slender arm as white as a lotus root was revealed. Meanwhile, in box 8, the waitress who had gone to place the order came back. Mr. Yi, this is the case. Because the amount of the dishes you ordered today is quite large, I'm sorry to bother you to go to the front desk to pay first. She held a list and spoke respectfully to Yi Jiawen. Oh? Hearing this, Yi Jiawen's face instantly fell. Does this waiter mean that he is afraid that he can't pay and will dine and dine for free? He was about to lose his temper, but when he noticed the admiring looks of Li Jian and Jiang Xinrui, he immediately stopped the curse words that were about to come out. There was no other way. He had to maintain his gentlemanly image in front of others, so he said, well, then take me to the front desk to pay. 2 juniors, please stay here for a while. Nodding to Li Jian and Jiang Xinrui, Yi Jiawen followed the waiter to the front desk. At the front desk, the person in charge of settlement was the young female supervisor who had greeted Yi Jiawen and the others at the beginning. Seeing the waiter coming over with Yi Jiawen, she bowed respectfully to Yi Jiawen and then said, Master Yi, your total spending today is 150,000 yuan, 1,200 yuan. I'll round off the amount for you, so it's 150,000 yuan. Would you like to pay by card or cash? The young woman's supervisor's words hit Yi Jiawen on the head like a hammer. In an instant, Yi Jiawen's head started buzzing. 15W? In Yi Jiawen's original budget, it would only be a few $1,000s at most, right? What the hell is 15W? What? Yi Jiawen thought he had heard it wrong and asked again in a trembling voice. The young woman manager looked at Yi Jiawen strangely, and then repeated respectfully, Mr. Yi, your total consumption today is 150,000 yuan, and I specially gave you the change. 15W? After hearing the young supervisor's words, Yi Jiawen felt like he was struck by lightning, and instantly began to doubt the world. Damn, is this a shady shop? Seeing Yi Jiawen's incredulous eyes, the young woman manager said coldly, Shawan, what are you standing there for? Why don't you give the order to Master Yi to check? Then, the waiter at the side handed the order to Yi Jiawen. Yi Jiawen took the list tremblingly, calmed himself down, and read the contents on the list carefully. Buddha jumps over the wall, $2.88 per bowl, quantity, 5 servings, total price, $14.40. 5 ways to eat king crab, $299 per pound, quantity, 1 piece 9.2 pounds, processing fee, $240, total price, $3,000. Caviar chocolate pudding, 2,000 portion, quantity, 10 portions, total price, $20,000. Black truffle pizza, 10,000 serving, quantity, 3 servings, total price, $30,000. Shinhu beef, 180g, quantity, 500g, total price, $90,000. The prices at the beginning were normal and were all in line with the prices on the menu. But when it came to the dishes Yang Chen ordered, the prices suddenly soared, all starting at several W. The most expensive Shingo beef costs 90,000 yuan per pound? Even Yi Jiawen was shocked. The high-end restaurants he usually takes Su Yan or other sisters to eat at cost only around 10,000 yuan at most. This was the first time he had seen a dish like this cost so much. Why is this caviar chocolate pudding so expensive? Isn't normal caviar only a few hundred yuan a box? Soon, Yi Jiawen couldn't help but ask the question in his mind. Hearing Yi Jiawen's words, the young lady manager immediately replied respectfully. Master Yi, it's like this. Generally, the caviar that costs a few $100s is made from our domestic sturgeon roe, which is of a relatively common grade. We at Old Farmer mainly serve the school leaders and some bosses who have cooperation with the school. The caviar we use is all imported high-quality caviar from foreign countries. A box of this kind of caviar usually costs between 4,000 and 10,000 yuan, and the caviar we're using today is from the Bear Country, which is not the highest grade. Of course, if you have any questions, I can ask the chef to serve the unpacked box with the dish later. You can check the price of this caviar through any channel. We are doing legitimate business. Prices are always transparent. Chapter 57, This is what the rich second generation is like. After hearing these words, Yi Jiawen was immediately speechless. Damn, was all the caviar I ate before fake? Yi Jiawen understood instantly. It turns out that those high-end restaurants out there use domestic sturgeon caviar. No wonder it's so cheap for a dish. It's such a fucking ripoff. After cursing those unscrupulous merchants in his heart, Yi Jiawen asked again, what about this black truffle pizza? Why is it so expensive? I usually eat out, and these dishes with black truffles cost only a little over $1,000 at most. How come a pizza here costs 10,000 yuan? Pointing at the second dish Yang Chen ordered, Yi Jiawen continued to ask. At this time, the young female supervisor had figured out something. It turns out that this young Master Yi is hesitating here. I'm afraid he doesn't have enough money. She has worked in the restaurant for more than 10 years. How many guests has she received? She immediately saw Yi Jiawen's embarrassment. However, she still patiently explained, Young Master Yi, it's like this. The dishes served at those so-called high-end restaurants, including those with Michelin stars from foreign countries, are mostly gimmicks. For example, black truffles. Most high-end restaurants just sprinkle some crumbs on it or shave a thin layer of crust on it and then call it a black truffle pizza. And the black truffles they use are all domestic black truffles. We use authentic black truffles airlifted from foreign countries, and we add them to the pizza in large pieces. If you don't believe me, I can take you to the kitchen right away. The chefs should have already cut the black truffles. And I won't hide it from you. Principal Lin of our Magic City University comes to our place every 10 days or half a month to eat this black truffle pizza. If there were problems with the prices and ingredients, would our store still be open today? Even the principal has moved out, what else does Yi Jiawen have to say? Naturally, he had no doubts about what the young woman supervisor said. Because he first knew this old farmer when he was a freshman in college. His father specially invited Secretary Chen from the college to have dinner here. After that, Yi Jiawen would bring Su Yan or some inexperienced schoolmates to eat whenever he had time, taking the opportunity to show off. Moreover, I do occasionally run into some college or school leaders. Therefore, he did not doubt the words of the young woman supervisor at all. Even so, Yi Jiawen still had a wicked heart. He pointed at the last dish Yang Chen ordered and asked. Well, I have no doubts about the first 2 dishes, but what about this Shinhu beef? Why is it 90,000? Is the price wrong? Kobe beef costs 180 per gram, and the price of gold at this time is only 170, right? This beef is more expensive than gold? To be honest, no matter which possibility it was, Yi Jiawen didn't believe it. It's totally off the mark. After hearing Yi Jiawen's words, the young lady supervisor did not answer immediately, but instead scolded the waiter beside her harshly. Xiaowan, didn't you tell Master Yi clearly about the price of Xinhu beef? Didn't I repeatedly emphasize before that this dish is quite expensive? In order to avoid customers being unable to accept the price after placing the order, do we have to confirm the price with the customer in advance? Didn't you tell Master Yi? In this passage, it seems that the young female supervisor is scolding the waiter, but in fact she is implying that Yi Jiawen has no money. When she was placing the bill just now, she confirmed it again and again with the waiter. I ordered a pound of Xinhu beef. To be honest, even this young female supervisor had never seen it before. Even the school leaders wouldn't dare to do this. Normally, if each person orders a small portion of 10-20 grams, it is considered very luxurious. 5 people order a pound? I have never seen it. Manager, I have already reminded Master Yi several times. He still thinks I look down on him and think he can't eat this dish. If you say anything more, I'm afraid Master Yi will get angry. How would I know? He also thinks this dish is expensive. I thought he was really a rich second generation. The waitress Xiaowan said aggrievedly. Hearing this, Yi Jiawen's face immediately turned pale and blue. Especially the last sentence of the waitress Xiaowan was like a slap in the face. Damn, are the EQs of waiters these days so low? Did I say I can't afford it? In an instant, Yi Jiawen's blood pressure rushed to his forehead. What nonsense are you talking about, Xiaowan? Is Master Yi that kind of person? Hurry up and apologize to Master Yi. Although the young female supervisor thought so in her heart, she still had to say it in a nice way. I'm sorry, I said the wrong thing, Mr. Yi. Xiaowan said aggrievedly, but there was obviously no respect in her words. Yi Jiawen was already a little drunk at this time. Although 150,000 yuan would hurt him, it is far from being unaffordable. After all, his family is in real estate business, so it is no problem for him to take out this amount of money. The only problem is that he only has 50,000 yuan on him, and he needs to ask his family for at least 100,000 yuan to have enough money to pay. This more or less made him feel like a sucker. Especially the last 3 dishes, all of which were ordered by Yang Chen. And I still felt it was not enough, so I ordered a few more. Thinking about it now, Yi Jiawen wanted to slap himself a few times. At the same time, he was a little confused. Could it be that Yang Chen knew the prices of these 3 dishes? Impossible. How could this poor loser know? How could someone who wears a pair of basketball shoes worth hundreds of dollars for 2 years and whose monthly living expenses are only $1,000 know the prices of these vegetables? Thinking carefully about the previous details, Yi Jiawen became more and more certain. Yang Chen ordered these dishes completely by accident. Thinking of this, Yi Jiawen's mentality became more balanced. If this was really a trap set up by Yang Chen, then he would really be a fool and a victim. This is something Yi Jiawen can never accept. But when he thought about treating Yang Chen and the other 2 to a 150,000 yuan meal, his heart felt like bleeding. Mr. Yi? How is it? Do you have any questions? Seeing Yi Jiawen's face gloomy and silent for a long time, the young woman's supervisor could only take the initiative to ask. No doubt. Well, I have another bank card in my dormitory. I will call home now and ask them to transfer the money over. I will come over to pay later. Yi Jiawen said this with a stiff upper lip, looking somewhat embarrassed. As smug as he was when he ordered the food just now, he is as embarrassed now. I have to say, invisible pretense is the most deadly. Okay. Then please hurry up, otherwise it might affect the speed of serving the dishes in the kitchen. The young female supervisor said with a smile. But she felt very contemptuous in her heart. You have no money but still pretend to be cool and treat people to dinner? Is this what the second generation of rich people are like? Chapter 58, Journeyman Yi Jiawen. Hearing the disrespectful words from the young supervisor, Yi Jiawen's face darkened. Damn, these businessmen are so realistic. I treated him like a big shot when I was ordering food just now. Now that he saw that he had no money to pay, his attitude immediately took a 180-degree turn. At this moment, Yi Jiawen, the young master, experienced the warmth and coldness of life for the first time. However, he couldn't say anything. After all, he did perform a little poorly today. With a cold snort, Yi Jiawen immediately walked towards the toilet. It's so embarrassing to make a phone call here. I can only find a quiet place. Soon, he found the men's restroom. just walked into a cubicle. He didn't notice at all that the door lock of the compartment next to him had a red sign, which meant there was someone inside. Not long after, Yi Jiawen's voice was heard in the compartment. "Hey, Mom, I want to sign up for an English class for the TOEFL, but I don't have enough money on hand. Can you transfer some money to me now? This TOEFL class is not expensive. Only 150,000 yuan is enough." "Ah, what? You just bought an Hermes bag, and you don't have that much money in your card? Okay, I'll ask Dad for it." Then, Yi Jiawen's voice fell silent again. Hearing this, Yang Chen next door was stunned instantly. It turns out that stupid Yi Jiawen didn't have enough money in his card, so he came to the bathroom to ask his family for money. What a waste! To be honest, this is the kind of people Yang Chen despises the most. He spends his family's money to show off, but he actually has no ability. The reason why Yang Chen usually saves money is not because his family cannot afford his expenses, but because he understands that it is not easy for his parents to make money, so he saves whenever possible. Otherwise, with Yang Chen's family conditions, it would not be a problem for him to live a petty bourgeois life in school. Su Yan, who was lying in front, obviously recognized Yi Jiawen's voice. She turned around and gave Yang Chen a charming smile, with a hint of mockery towards Yi Jiawen in her eyes. She is absolutely loyal to Yang Chen, so she also looks down on Yi Jiawen in her heart. Not only is he a weak man, he's also a mama's boy. He's not as manly as Yang Chen at all. Still so strong. After a few seconds of silence, Yi Jiawen's voice from next door rang out again. "Hey, Dad. Isn't Valentine's Day coming soon? I want to prepare a Valentine's Day gift for Su Yan. Can you sponsor me some money? A Hermes bag is not expensive, only about 200,000 yuan. Wow, a meal costs 150,000 yuan, and he asks his dad for 200,000 yuan. Does that mean he can still earn another 50,000 yuan? Yi Jiawen's tone was very natural, and it was obviously not the first time he had done this. He is truly a skilled worker. However, it can also be seen that the tone in which he spoke to his father was obviously much more respectful than that to his mother. Soon, the voice of Yi Jiawen's father came from the phone. His father's voice was deep and rich, and there was an aura of a superior in his words. Even Yang Chen next door could hear their conversation clearly. After all, Yang Chen's body is now that of a dragon, and his abilities in all aspects have been enhanced, so his hearing is naturally much sharper than that of ordinary people. For example, Su Yan, who was standing next to her, couldn't hear clearly and could only hear some noise in the microphone. At the same time, Yang Chen also remembered some things from his previous life. Yang Chen has met Yi Jiawen's father. His full name is Yi Jingrong, and he is the chairman of Jingrong Real Estate Group. The Jingrong Real Estate Group is considered to be one of the more powerful second-tier real estate developers. In Yang Chen's previous life, because of his cooperation with Yi Jiawen, he had dinner with Yi Jingrong. He didn't have a good impression of Yi Jingrong. Although he seemed very decent on the surface, there was an unconcealable sinister look in his eyes. He looked like a tyrant type of person. However, due to Yi Jiawen's relationship at that time, Yang Chen still respected Yi Jingrong very much. At this time, Yi Jiawen's father, Yi Jingrong, scolded Yi Jiawen in the microphone. "How is your relationship with Su Yan going? You've been together for more than half a year, so why is there no substantial progress? Taking Su Yan is equivalent to taking over the Su family. You have to know that Su Tianhai only has this one daughter, and she is extremely precious to him. If your relationship is stable, after you graduate and get married, won't everything in the Su family be ours?" Hearing Yi Jingrong's words, a dark look flashed across Yang Chen's eyes. There is a lot of information in these words. Yang Chen also didn't expect that Yi Jiawen's pursuit of Su Yan actually had such a hidden reason. It turns out that Yi Jiawen was not only attracted by Su Yan's status and conditions as a school beauty, but also by her family background. And Yi Jingrong was behind all of this. It's such a big chess game. Hearing this, Yang Chen suddenly understood something. The means by which Yi Jiawen obtained core technology from him in his previous life were so similar to what Yi Jingrong was saying now. It's exactly the same. First, they use their close relationship to bind interests, and then use various means to plunder the other party's resources. Play hard. In Yang Chen's previous life, Yi Jiawen had stolen the company's core technology by trickery without him being on guard. Finally, he colluded with other companies, causing the company's capital chain to break, forcing Yang Chen to commit suicide. Wait, suicide? Suddenly, a fragment flashed through Yang Chen's mind. In his previous life, he seemed to have seen a piece of news on the headlines today, which was that a real estate entrepreneur named Su Tianhai in Shanghai committed suicide by jumping off a building. Could it be that this Su Tianhai and the Su Tianhai mentioned by Yi Zhengrong are the same person? Or is it just a coincidence? Just as Yang Chen was thinking, the voice from Yi Jiawen's phone next door came again. Don't be annoying to your dad. Everything he says is for your own good. You are the only child in our family. Won't all these things be yours when I get old? Although Su Tianhai's Tianhai Real Estate Group is our partner, it will sooner or later become a competitor. If you don't take down Su Yan, the Su family may become your enemy in the future. On the contrary, if you take down Su Yan, after swallowing up the Su family, our Zhengrong Real Estate Group will immediately become a first-tier real estate developer. Then the descendants of our Yi family will enjoy endless wealth and glory. This time, Yi Zhengrong's words were less harsh and more earnest. I have to say that Yi Zhengrong's speaking skills are indeed very good. If they were not discussing something dirty and despicable, Yang Chen would have thought that Yi Zhengrong was a good father who only cared about his son. It's a pity that blood-sucking worms are always blood-sucking worms. Educating the next generation in this way will only pollute the next generation. At this moment, Yang Chen only felt disgust in his heart. No wonder Yi Jiawen did such a despicable thing later on. The root cause was that he learned it completely from his father Yi Zhengrong. This further strengthened Yang Chen's determination to completely destroy the Yi family. Just then, Yi Jiawen spoke. Chapter 59 Yi Jiawen's Lucky Day. Dad, I know how good you are to me. I haven't had time to tell you a good news. Su Yan and I went to the movies yesterday afternoon and we have made substantial progress. It can be said that I am only one step away from completely conquering Su Yan. There was a hint of pride in Yi Jiawen's tone. Then, Yi Jiawen told Yi Zhengrong about what happened when he watched a movie in Baoxiang City yesterday afternoon, adding some exaggeration to it. In his words, Su Yan took the initiative to hug him and even asked for a kiss. To put it simply, he kissed everyone he should have kissed, and touched everyone he shouldn't have touched. If it weren't for the fact that he wasn't in a position to do that, they might even have had a physical fight right there in the cinema. Listening to Yi Jiawen's self-satisfied tone of seeking credit, Yang Chen almost moved to Bengbu. Poor Yi Jiawen, he is still in the dark. He had no idea that the person he had kissed passionately yesterday was not Su Yan, but her tank roommate Yao Yao. Su Yan was not aware of this matter. After all, she was the active party yesterday, and Yang Chen sat on the chair and passively enjoyed the service the whole time. So she really didn't know what happened to Yi Jiawen. When she heard Yi Jiawen's words, a hint of anger flashed in her eyes. This is absolutely blatant slander. At this moment, she was kneeling on the floor, looking up at Yang Chen pitifully, and shook her head, meaning that things were not at all as Yi Jiawen said. It can be seen that she was very afraid that Yang Chen would misunderstand. Yang Chen stroked Su Yan's head and gave her a reassuring expression. Naturally, he would not doubt Su Yan. After all, her loyalty had reached 100% and she was completely devoted to him. Soon, Yi Zhengrong's voice was heard from the phone next door. At this time, his tone became very relieved. My good son has finally grown up. Don't worry, Dad has already contacted the most authoritative medical expert in the United States. He is an expert in treating congenital dysfunction in that area. He will take the time to fly to China this weekend. I have emailed him your condition and the test report. He said the chance of a successful cure is over 75%. In less than 3 months, you will be able to live the life of a normal man. There was also a hint of joy in Yi Zhengrong's tone. Yi Jiawen is a weak man, and this matter has always been a stone weighing on his heart. Hearing this, Yi Jiawen suddenly shouted out in excitement, and his words were a little incoherent. Really? Dad, I really want to sing a song for you, listen to me, thank you, because... After talking nonsense for a while, his emotions finally stabilized. I'm sorry, Dad. I got a little excited. Yi Jiawen hurriedly explained his behavior, fearing that his father would lecture him again. Because Yi Zhengrong often taught him that those who want to achieve great things must have a calm face and a strong heart. If one shows his emotions on his face, he will never achieve great things. Unexpectedly, this time Yi Zhengrong did not blame him, but laughed heartily on the phone. It's okay, this is something to be happy about. Jiawen, Dad is telling you, don't let your guard down. Seize the opportunity and continue to attack Su Yan. Once you have recovered, you can get married to her immediately, and everything will fall into place smoothly after that. Dad will give you 400,000 yuan as funding right now. You must be willing to spend money on girls and create some surprises. Especially girls like Su Yan who are still in college, they like some unrealistic romance. Yi Zhengrong analyzed to Yi Jiawen with clear ideas. And when it comes to picking up girls, it seems that Yi Zhengrong is more experienced than Yi Jiawen, and he has obviously played with many female college students outside. Yeah. Yi Jiawen said vigorously, his heart full of confidence at this time. It was indeed a roller coaster ride for him. Even though Yang Chen and his friends ripped him off with 150,000 yuan for food, his father now gave him 400,000 yuan directly, which was equivalent to earning 250,000 yuan for free. Moreover, the congenital dysfunction that had been plaguing him seemed to have seen some light at the end of the tunnel. In an instant, today became Yi Jiawen's lucky day. After hanging up the phone, he walked out of the bathroom humming a little tune. Little did he know that Yang Chen had heard every word of his conversation with Yi Zhengrong. At this moment, Yang Chen frowned slightly, digesting what he had just heard. What he can be sure of now is that Su Tianhai is Su Yan's father, and also Yi Zhengrong's partner and the chairman of Tianhai Real Estate Group. It is obvious that Yi Jiawen and the old silver coin Yi Zhengrong are brewing a conspiracy against Su Yan's family. However, because of the changes in their own choices in this life, their conspiracy has now basically failed. The reason is very simple, because Su Yan is already his woman, and is 100% loyal to him. It is basically impossible for Yi Jiawen to marry Su Yan. However, there are still some variables in this matter. On the one hand, there is the attitude of Su Yan's father, Su Tianhai. If Su Tianhai's attitude is very tough and he really wants to join forces with the Yi family, there is a chance that he will sacrifice his daughter's happiness. Although this possibility is very small, Yang Chen has to consider it. On the other hand, it is related to the Yi family. Assuming they find out that the conspiracy has failed, they may resort to some despicable means. People like Yi Zhengrong are obviously those who will do whatever it takes to achieve their goals. It is very likely that Yi Zhengrong was responsible for Su Tianhai's suicide in his previous life. It is hard to say whether they would attack Su Yan if they were furious. So Yang Chen had to be on guard. At this time, Yang Chen suddenly remembered their previous conversation. According to Yi Zhengrong, Yi Jiawen will receive treatment from American medical experts this weekend, and it seems that the success rate of the treatment is still above 75%. Since the success rate is 75%, that means there is still a 25% failure rate. Yang Chen immediately remembered the reward the system had issued before, 3 Joker Doom cards. It seems that they can come in handy. The corner of Yang Chen's mouth curled up into an evil smile. 20 minutes later, Yang Chen and Su Yan returned to box number 81 after another. When he saw Yi Jiawen again, he looked very happy and triumphant. He is bragging to Li Jian and Jiang Xinrui. Young fellow Yang Chen. When he saw Yang Chen, he immediately showed a harmless smile and waved his hand in a fake enthusiasm. Why does it take so long to make a phone call? Is everything okay at home? Come and eat quickly, the dishes are already served. Yang Chen also responded enthusiastically, oh, it's nothing, my family is just nagging. Then he sat down. 5 minutes later, Su Yan also arrived late. If you look carefully, you can see that the Balenciaga bag on her legs is no longer there. However, Yi Jiawen was in high spirits at the moment and did not notice this at all. Chapter 60. This guy actually wants to have sex with me for free every day. This meal was enjoyable for both the host and the guests. Yang Chen and the other two ate and drank heartily, and took advantage of Yi Jiawen for free. Although Yi Jiawen was ripped off for 150,000 yuan, he turned a disaster into a blessing and earned 400,000 yuan from his father with tears and blood. With this calculation, I have an extra 250,000 yuan in my wallet. I have to say, he is a typical representative of filial piety in modern times. The meal lasted until after 2 o'clock. This meal was not wasted at all. At least 120,000 out of the 150,000 went into the stomachs of Yang Chen and the other two, and the other 30,000 was eaten by Su Yan. Yi Jiawen basically didn't move his chopsticks. Especially the 1-pound Wagyu beef, before Yi Jiawen could even take a good look at it, it was all divided up by Yang Chen and the other two. Yang Chen even politely forked a piece for Su Yan. Seeing the scene, Yi Jiawen's blood pressure rose uncontrollably. Are you spending my money and trying to please my girlfriend? I can't stand it. However, Yi Jiawen quickly restrained himself. A lack of patience will ruin great plans. It's not worth getting angry with a loser like Yang Chen. He must maintain his image in front of Su Yan. And he made a whopping 250,000 yuan today. After dinner, the five of them said goodbye downstairs in the cafeteria. Li Jian held Yi Jiawen's hands tightly, tears welling up in his eyes, and said speechlessly, "Brother Jiawen, you are such a good person. Today's feast is delicious. When can we meet again at the old farmer's?" Hearing this, Yi Jiawen's expression froze and the veins on his forehead jumped twice. Damn it, eating and drinking for free and still giving out nice guys cards. He even asked me when we will meet at the old farmer's next time? I'm afraid he wants to get some free stuff from me again? Then, he said with a fake smile, "Thank you very much. We will meet again if we are destined to do so." Jiang Ji immediately said with emotion, "I really hope I can see Brother Jiawen every day." Yi Jiawen's face froze again. I didn't expect that this harmless guy with round frame glasses and a middle parted hair would want to take advantage of me every day. That's too much. In his mind, Yang Chen's dormitory has been completely labeled as a loser's dormitory. After finally getting rid of the two people's entanglement, Yi Jiawen put on a harmless expression and said to Yang Chen, "Junior brother Yang Chen, see you at the competition the day after tomorrow. Don't forget, there will be a team dinner in the evening after the team game. See you there." There was a well-hidden sinisterness in Yi Jiawen's eyes. After the last competition, he had secretly contacted Brother Dao and was ready to take action against Yang Chen after the dinner the day after tomorrow. Their plan was simple. They would wait for Yang Chen to get drunk, have Yi Jiawen take him to an empty alley in the back street, and then hand him over to one of Brother Dao's younger brothers to deal with. This younger brother of Brother Dao is nicknamed Chrysanthemum. The reason for this nickname is simply because he is a gay lover. And he's a top. I usually like pretty boys with delicate skin and tender flesh. When Chrysanthemum saw Yang Chen's photo, she was so excited that her body couldn't help shaking. It was easy to imagine what would happen if the drunk Yang Chen was brought in front of him. Thinking of that picturesque scene, Yi Jiawen's mouth corners unconsciously curled up. Looking at Yi Jiawen's extremely hypocritical face, Yang Chen also pretended to be silly and said with a smile, "Brother Jiawen, see you the day after tomorrow. Thank you for the treat today." After exchanging insincere greetings, the group went their separate ways. Su Yan, Yang Chen and the other two went back to their dormitories, while Yi Jiawen, not knowing what was going on, walked out of the school. When Yang Chen and the other two returned to the dormitory, it was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Since there were no classes in the afternoon and Li Jian and Jiang Ji stayed up late last night, they went to bed and fell asleep as soon as they returned to the dormitory. Before going to bed, Li Jian and Jiang Ji sighed again, "Dad Chen, you were such a good senior." After getting it for free, they seemed to sleep even more soundly, and after a few minutes, snoring sounds could be heard one after another. Yang Chen smiled, then lay on the bed and started playing with his phone. I opened WeChat and several messages popped up. "My Aragaki, master, I received several packages this morning. They are the uniforms I bought. My Aragaki, this is a black OL suit. How about pairing it with the high heels you gave me? Picture, picture, picture. My Aragaki, there are also stewardesses and sailors, picture, picture, picture. My Aragaki, it looks good. Which one should I wear to welcome you next time you come back? Little Goblin." Seeing the WeChat message sent by Aragaki Mai, Yang Chen's mouth curled up slightly, then he clicked on the picture and began to appreciate it. I have to say that my Aragaki's fashion sense is quite good, and her photography skills are quite good. She looks very seductive in all the various poses she strikes. If any random photo pose is posted on the Zaya Hongshu app in the future, there will surely be a group of so-called hot girls following suit. However, he also discovered a small problem. It seemed that my Aragaki's uniforms were a little too small. This makes Aragaki Mai feel very tight when she wears it. And the quality doesn't seem to be very good, with a piece of cloth missing here and a corner missing there. What a waste of money. No, I must find a time to go back and punish Aragaki Mai. Then, Yang Chen replied on WeChat, "I will go back to the Riverside Villa to eat at noon tomorrow. Well, I'll just wear the stewardess uniform." Less than 2 seconds after the message was sent, my Aragaki immediately replied, "Master, I'm waiting for you." Alas, there is nothing I can do, she is just too good. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and Yang Chen immediately closed the WeChat chat box with Aragaki Mai. Then, he clicked on the message sent by Memory. "Memory, humph. You ran so fast at noon. Didn't you say you would treat me to a meal last time? Memory, you must be cautious when investing in stocks recently. I called my father at noon and he said that the environment has been very bad recently, so you should be conservative. Memory, but if you really want to make money, you can buy the stock of Mingyang Mining. My father told me this after I begged him for a long time. There may be a big rise recently, with a rise of 30 points. Memory, also, if you don't have enough money to spend, be sure to tell me. I have saved a lot of money in my card. Memory, don't misunderstand me. I just regard you as my good friend. Seeing the information in the memory, Yang Chen couldn't help laughing. Yang Chen knew that Memory Dad was a private equity tycoon. Therefore, the stock her father mentioned is, if nothing unexpected happens, a stock that their private equity fund will hold heavily in the near future, and the probability of it rising is very high. As the old saying goes, girls should not be kept when they grow up. She wasn't even his girlfriend yet, but she had already started helping him get insider information about stocks from her father. This elbow is bent outward. I like it. The corners of Yang Chen's mouth curled up slightly. Chapter 61, Strange Desire to Win. And the last sentence also has a bit of a hint of trying to cover up one's own guilt. Memories are so pure and lovely. Then, Yang Chen replied, I know, thank you in advance, Miss Memory. How about I treat you to a big meal this weekend? Would you mind doing me a favor? Soon, Memory's message came back, okay. Saturday or Sunday? Yang Chen, Sunday, I'll tell you the location then. Memory, it's a deal. Whoever does not stay is a puppy. Yang Chen, it's a deal. Smiley face.jpg. After closing the chat box with Memories, Yang Chen glanced at the message list and let out a light exclamation. An unexpected person actually took the initiative to send him a message. Pei Lu Ocean. Yang Chen's mind instantly appeared that big wavy wine red hair, that extremely plump figure, and that amazing elasticity. Unexpectedly, after the last close contact, she would take the initiative to contact me. This was something Yang Chen had not expected. Then, Yang Chen opened Pei Lu Ocean's WeChat chat box. Pei Lu Ocean, handsome boy, can you answer a question of mine? How did you manage to perfectly judge the trend of individual stocks and make a profit of 10 times in 2 days? Pei Lu Ocean, am I witnessing the birth of a stock market legend? Playful.jpg. It can be seen that there is a hint of curiosity in Pei Lu Ocean's tone. She seemed to be eager to get Yang Chen's answer. Seeing her message, Yang Chen was a little surprised, but after thinking about it, he understood a little. First of all, as a middle-level manager of Xinhua Securities, it is not surprising that she can see her own stock operation information. But Yang Chen didn't expect that she would tell him directly. Because according to relevant regulations, securities companies cannot retrieve or disclose customer information at will. What Pei Lu Ocean did was already against the rules. Of course, Yang Chen would definitely not bother with her about such a small matter. What Yang Chen didn't expect was that she was so curious about him and paid so much attention to him. Thinking of the little episode that happened between him and Pei Lu Ocean before, Yang Chen's mouth curled up slightly. It seems that she is a very competitive woman. Indeed, anyone who sees their stock delivery notes during this period would probably find it difficult to remain calm. After all, almost every stock I traded was bought at the lowest point and sold at the highest point. This kind of operation is basically no different from cheating. It is normal that Pei Lu Ocean cannot understand. However, Yang Chen would definitely not be able to give an answer to this question. Can I see the stock trend in the next 10 days? Isn't this nonsense? Then, Yang Chen replied on WeChat, maybe it's just luck. .jpg. A few seconds later, Pei Lu Ocean sent a message, stingy guy. I just had a small question, but you didn't even answer it for me. Pei Lu Ocean, sister has a small request, you won't refuse it, right? Yang Chen, just say it, if I can help, I will definitely help. Pei Lu Ocean, my sister has some spare money, can I ask you to help me invest it? Of course, there will be a reward. Seeing the message sent by Pei Lu Ocean, Yang Chen smiled. Sure enough, women who have been in society for a period of time are different. They tend to consider issues with a certain purpose and are good at tapping into the resources around them. Yang Chen did not reject this. On the contrary, he admired women like Pei Lu Ocean very much. Because this society itself is realistic. If you want to live a good life for yourself and your family, you must learn to make use of resources. Smart woman. After thinking for a moment, Yang Chen replied, happy to serve. How much money do you want to invest? Pei Lu Ocean, not much, probably 800W to 1000W. Yang Chen, to be able to come up with so much liquid funds immediately, my sister is really unfathomable. She has abundant capital. Pei Luotian, brother, the way you said this can easily make people think of something wrong. Are you teasing your sister? Seeing this, Yang Chen couldn't help but feel ashamed. He was not paying attention and was teased by Pei Luotian. Yang Chen, shame.jpg, shame.jpg. Pei Luotian, he, no more jokes, how is your brother going to collect the commission from your sister? Yang Chen, let us take the principle of 10 million for example. I promised to return 11.5 million to you in 2 weeks, which is a 15% return. This rate of return is already very sincere. If it were someone else, they could only promise a maximum return of 6%. At this time, Pei Luotian, who was sitting in the office, gritted his teeth and looked hateful. This guy can make more than 50% profit in a single day's operation, but he is only willing to give himself 15% profit after 2 weeks. Am I not attractive enough? Hateful. In fact, the rate of return given by Yang Chen is really very conscientious. Some professional investment institutions, for example, only promise a maximum return of 8% 12% in a year. Yang Chen offered a 15% return within 2 weeks, which really showed that he already regarded Pei Luotian as a friend. However, after witnessing Yang Chen's incredible operation, Pei Luotian felt that the rate of return given by Yang Chen was obviously not sincere enough. To put it bluntly, Yang Chen spoiled her. After thinking for a moment, Pei Luotian replied, so this is the position of my sister in your heart. Although the 15% rate of return is very high, I believe that with my brother's ability, he should be able to give a higher rate of return. Yang Chen didn't even think about it, and immediately replied on WeChat, then 20%. In fact, Yang Chen's initial thought was to promise a 20% rate of return. But he knew that with Pei Luotian's character, he would definitely bargain. Therefore, he deliberately offered a 15% rate of return at the beginning. In this way, when Pei Luotian bargains, he will make concessions and say a 20% rate of return, and Pei Luotian will have nothing to say. This is also a basic negotiation skill. Seeing Yang Chen's decisive reply, Pei Luotian was stunned for a moment. But soon, she reacted and a look of shame and anger appeared on her face. Damn Yang Chen, he actually used this negotiation technique to trick me. At the same time, Pei Luotian also felt a sense of powerlessness in his heart. Since Yang Chen had already made concessions, it was not easy for her to make any more requests at this time, but she still replied hatefully on WeChat. You little ungrateful bastard. I was so busy helping you with the leverage that I didn't even have lunch. Now you're calculating so clearly with me for just a few points. What bad intentions could I have? Seeing this, Yang Chen smiled slightly and replied, I hope so. In that case, it wouldn't be a problem to increase it 5 or 6 times. Pei Luotian blushed, but her beautiful eyes turned, revealing a fox-like cunning, and then she sent a voice message directly, okay. But sister is a little scared. After all, my younger brother is a young and strong man. Turning down the volume, Yang Chen suddenly felt a little overwhelmed when he heard Pei Luotian's heart-swaying voice. Chapter 62 Snowball. They couldn't talk any further, otherwise Yang Chen would have to drive back to the riverside villa to cool down. As for why she didn't look for Su Yan, it was because she had been cleaning the glass in the bathroom for too long today and her waist was a little sore. If nothing unexpected happened, she should be resting in bed now. And Pei Luotian, the fox, definitely can't be eaten. Don't be fooled by her ambiguous tone now, but if you cross the line easily, she will definitely turn against you mercilessly. In society, if a woman is easily hooked by just beckoning her finger, she would probably die without knowing how she died. Yang Chen didn't want to test the law himself. Then, he replied on WeChat, sister is really good at joking. How dare my brother have any unreasonable thoughts? Then let us follow what we just agreed on, 20% rate of return, 10 million yuan of principal, and I will return you 12 million yuan in 2 weeks. Seeing these words, Pei Luotian felt powerless again, as if he had punched cotton. This guy Yang Chen is more slippery than a loach. He didn't even respond. She gritted her teeth and could only use her slender fingers to reply on the phone, okay, I'll do as my brother says, and I'll transfer 10 million to you tonight. Yang Chen, please ask my sister to make a contract and send it to the university town. This way, my sister will feel more at ease when she hands the money to me. Pei Luotian, there is no need to go to so much trouble. Sooner or later, you will eat me up completely, so what is this little money? Seeing this, Yang Chen laughed, then replied with a smiley face, and closed the WeChat chat box. This vixen is still thinking of seducing me. Yang Chen has always been very cautious about things that are out of control. How could it be so easy for Pei Luotian to become a middle-level manager of Xinhua Securities at such a young age? Although the tone of the conversation was always ambiguous, in Yang Chen's eyes, it was still a transaction after all. Pei Luotian earned some pocket money, and Yang Chen used this money as his capital to speed up the process of picking up money. Anyway, Yang Chen can get this money for free and earn tens of millions more, so why not do it? It is a win-win deal for both parties. As for what other purposes Pei Luotian had, Yang Chen was too lazy to think about it. 4 words, wait and see. Up to now, Yang Chen had just replied to all the messages in WeChat chat. In fact, there are not many people in his friend list in this life. In addition to the few women he currently has interactions with, Aragaki Mai, Ge, Su Yan, Pei Luotian, Zhang Yuzhen, there are also roommates and classmates who are more familiar with him, as well as some people in the basketball team. Even after Yang Chen was reborn, he deliberately cleaned up his friend list. This is completely different from what he did in his previous life. In his previous life, when Yang Chen first entered university, he always believed that when he was out and about, as long as he made one more friend, he would have one more way to go, so his friend list often contained a bunch of people he had no contact with. Later on, these people did nothing else except forwarding messages asking him to help with a chop, or getting married or borrowing money. Therefore, Yang Chen realized what is effective interpersonal relationship and what is ineffective interpersonal relationship. Ineffective interpersonal relationships will only waste your time, money, energy, and emotions. Only effective interpersonal relationships are worth your efforts. This is also Yang Chen's change. After closing the WeChat chat, he opened his stock account. According to Pei Luotian, if nothing unexpected happens, Northwest Dairy has successfully soared from the lower limit to the upper limit. Sure enough, it was another gorgeous reversal, the floor and the ceiling. At this time, the funds in Yang Chen's stock account had increased from 36 million to 49.3 million. In the morning, after selling Green Leaf Building, after deducting the handling fee, the funds were 37.1 million. After withdrawing 1.1 million yuan and transferring it back to the bank card, he bought Northwest Dairy again with 36 million yuan. Current accounts show that Yang Chen has earned 37% of the profits from Northwest Dairy. In other words, in just half a day, a direct profit of 13 million was made. This is the scary thing about stocks, they keep snowballing. Not counting leverage, Yang Chen's total funds have reached 24 million. How much money is this that many people cannot earn in several lifetimes? To be honest, compared to his previous excitement, Yang Chen is now numb. He couldn't help but think of a question. Is it possible to withdraw the money from the account and leverage it again? Then, Yang Chen consulted Zhang Yuzhen about the relevant policies on WeChat. Compared to chatting with Pei Luotian, communicating with Zhang Yuzhen was much smoother. She quickly gave an answer from a professional perspective. It cannot be processed in the short term because the shortest interval for applying for leverage is 1 week, and the maximum leverage amount is 5,000 W. This rule applies to all securities companies at the same time. In other words, Yang Chen can only apply for leverage again next week at the earliest, and this time he can only leverage a maximum of 25 million yuan. In this way, Yang Chen was no longer in a hurry. After a week, his funds had reached hundreds of millions, so the 20 million was really nothing. Then, close the WeChat chat box and stock software. Yang Chen also fell asleep. The opportunity to sleep soundly in the dormitory on a weekday afternoon is only available in college. This is the happiness that office workers can never experience. We must cherish it. Soon, Yang Chen also fell asleep. During this sleep, Yang Chen and the other two slept soundly. When I woke up again, it was already past 7 in the evening. What's for dinner? Yang Chen shook his heavy head and asked. Let's eat Mao Kai. Zhang Ji and I have already ordered takeout for you. It should be here soon. Li Jian was lying on the bed diagonally opposite, playing with his mobile phone, looking like a complete slacker. Hearing this, Yang Chen felt warm in his heart. At this time, Zhang Ji had already fallen asleep and was reading a literary book on the table under the bed with a look of great interest. After hearing what the two said, he put down his book and said with a heavy face, Brothers, we are corrupted. We have been corrupted by capital. Dad Chen worked so hard to earn so much money. We can't just squander it. Eating Mao Kai is too much of a luxury for us. I have to say, Zhang Ji's expression, coupled with his round frame glasses and middle-parted hair, is quite charming. Oh, I forgot to tell you that the stock market has soared again today, and each of us has made more than 10,000. Yang Chen rubbed his sleepy eyes and said nonchalantly. Damn it! Zhang Ji's book fell directly to the ground. Li Jian sat up from the bed in shock, looking doubtful about his life. Is it so easy to make money now? Yang Chen had clearly been with me the entire day. How come he had made so much money without anyone noticing? Li Jian and Zhang Ji were simply numb. Then, Yang Chen kicked Zhang Ji, who had a smirk on his face, off the bed, then got up and took a shower. Refreshed. Just then, the takeaway food arrived. Chapter 63 Limited Time Double Cash Back Card. The dormitory was air-conditioned, and with some ice cola, the three of them finished their maokai quickly. I have to say that the maokai from this back street restaurant is really delicious. Whether it is fragrance, numbness or spiciness, they are all brought to the extreme. The three of them were really excited. After finishing their meal, the three of them went downstairs and started strolling around in the playground nearby. The summer night at this time is not hot and humid, and there are even gusts of cool breeze, which is very comfortable to people. On the playground, students can be seen everywhere taking a walk to cool off, and there are also some club members playing table games on the lawn. At this time, there were already many beauties wearing shorts and short skirts, showing off their long white legs. Although both Aragaki Mai and Su Yan's legs were of top quality, this did not prevent Yang Chen from enjoying the scenery here. After all, people should always keep an eye open to discover beauty. During this period, Yang Chen was also approached by several senior schoolmates and girls from the same class on the playground. The last basketball game against the sports college made him somewhat famous in the school. That terrifying bounce, perfect figure, and handsome face made Yang Chen remembered by many girls. This made Li Jian and Zhang Ji standing by quite envious. Just like that, the three of them returned to the dormitory after strolling around for a few laps. It was almost 9 o'clock at this time. As soon as he returned to the dormitory, Zhang Ji couldn't wait to climb onto the bed and pulled the bed curtains. Li Jian hurriedly took the roll of toilet paper on the table and ran to the toilet. What's going on? Yang Chen was stunned, and then he remembered the conversation between Li Jian and Zhang Ji when they were having barbecue last night. Are you rushing to watch Zhang Yuqi's live broadcast? At this moment, Zhang Ji poked his head out from the bed curtain and said to Yang Chen, I have already shared the live broadcast room with you, don't say that I am not considerate enough. Where is your senior sister Li Ran? Yang Chen couldn't help but ask. Isn't this guy going to have an in-depth discussion with senior Li Ran about the future of literature? She's going to take a shower. I have to seize this precious time. No more talking. Before he could finish his words, Zhang Ji's head quickly shrank back. This made Yang Chen laugh for a while. Since he had nothing to do, Yang Chen immediately opened the link given by Zhang Ji. Soon, Zhang Yuqi's perfect figure appeared on Yang Chen's mobile phone screen. At this time, Zhang Yuqi seemed to be in a dormitory. She was doing aerobics to warm up with her back to the audience in the live broadcast room. She was wearing a light blue yoga outfit that perfectly showed off her hot body. At this moment, she danced to the music, which made people feel excited. I have to say, Zhang Yuqi is really good at putting on a show. Someone in the live broadcast room immediately sent 2 big rockets, and various small gifts never stopped. The barrage at this time. The 33rd leader of the Ming cult, I, Yang Dingtian, type with both hands to prove my innocence. In a hurry, Yang Zhang from Shanzhou University, I know you are watching. Have you memorized the words for the postgraduate entrance examination today? Straight to Huanglong, brothers, I will stop here today, and say goodbye first. Harry Potter, this brother can't even last 3 minutes a day. Doraemon, I can't control myself. Greener than the Hulk, 66,666. The old man next door has swiped 2 more rockets. Awesome brother Wang. Vampire Day Reporter, 666, 6666. 666,666. After 2 big rockets were launched, the screen was filled with 66666. Feeling this familiar atmosphere, Yang Chen's mouth curled up slightly. I have to say, there is still a lot of fun in the live broadcast room. Come to think of it, I haven't watched a live broadcast in several years. During the difficult period of starting a business, it was live streaming that brought Yang Chen a lot of joy. However, after the startup company got on track, he no longer had time to watch it. Even when eating, you should take time to look at various reports. At this moment, a prompt sound suddenly rang in Yang Chen's mind. Ding! Triggering the God-level choice. Option 1, recharge 1 million Huya coins in Zhang Yuqi's live broadcast room and get a limited time double cashback card half an hour. Choice 2, continue to get free stuff and get the title of Glorious Freeloader. Oh? A limited time double cashback card? Hearing the system's prompt tone, Yang Chen immediately became interested. Is there any need to choose? Coincidentally, Yang Chen took out 1.1 million yuan from the stock market this morning. Without hesitation, he recharged 1 million yuan into his live broadcast account. Ding! The host has met the requirements. Reward, the limited-time double cashback card has automatically taken effect, valid for half an hour. Note, during this half hour, any consumption by the host in Zhang Yuqi's live broadcast room will be rebated twice to the host's bank card. The more you work, the more you earn. The more you consume, the more cash back you can get. More work, more pay? Is that how it works? Hearing the system's prompt, Yang Chen's face turned red, and he felt ashamed of his ignorance. Then he opened his personal account in the live broadcast room. Since Yang Chen had just recharged 1 million, it has now all been converted into 1 million Huya coins. On the Douhu platform, Huya coins and cash are exchanged on a one-to-one basis. Glancing at the gift column, Yang Chen directly activated the Emperor for 10 months. Compared to giving gifts, opening a title in the live broadcast room is more efficient. 1 month of being an Emperor is 100,000, and 10 months is 1 million. Yang Chen opened it directly for 10 months and spent all the 1 million Huya coins in the account. Instantly, a colorful announcement appeared at the top of Zhang Yuqi's live broadcast room. Congratulations to Yang Di for successfully opening the Emperor account in the live broadcast room of A Little Yuqi for 10 months. This colorful announcement will appear on the screens of all viewers in the live broadcast room. Even in other live broadcast rooms, this colorful announcement will appear randomly. Because according to Douhu's live broadcast rules, as long as a single consumption exceeds 100,000, this announcement mechanism can be triggered. All of a sudden, the entire live broadcast room was boiling. Barrage. Fahai's daughter, I'm so stupid. What did I see? This colorful announcement blinded my eyes. Harry Potter, who is this Yang Di? Such a big deal. He opened a 10-month Emperor account right after he arrived. If converted into cash, wouldn't that be 100W? Greener than the Hulk, 100W. A pure local tyrant. It is a great honor to see Yang Di open the Emperor on the spot. Vampire Day Reporter, 666, 6666. The salted fish will never turn over, 6666, 666, 6666. Opening a title in the live broadcast room is equivalent to giving a gift of equal value. Yang Chen jumped up the rich list in the live broadcast room and became the 5th place. It can also be seen that Zhang Yuqi's live broadcast room is still very popular. Even though Yang Chen spent 1 million yuan, he could only rank 5th. Just after Yang Chen finished his consumption, his phone vibrated at the same time. When he opened his phone, he saw a text message reminding him that 2 million yuan had arrived from China Construction Bank. Yang Chen casually recharged the 2 million directly to Douhu's live broadcast platform. Then, he opened up the Imperial title for 20 months. Spend 200W again. Another rainbow-colored announcement dominates the screen. In an instant, countless barrages of comments flooded the screen. The 33rd leader of the Ming cult, welcome our Emperor. In a hurry, welcoming our Emperor. Straight to Huanglong, welcome our Emperor. Chapter 64, 10 Years of Emperor. The Lonely Turtle of Haizhou, welcome our Emperor. Jiazhou Philosopher, welcome our Emperor. In the barrage, Yang Chen also saw the IDs of Zhang Ji and Li Jian. I have to say, it's quite peculiar. Fuck. Just as the barrage of comments in the live broadcast room was scrolling wildly, Zhang Ji on the bed let out an exclamation, as if he was stimulated by something. After a few seconds, he poked his head out from behind the bed curtain and said to Yang Chen with a shocked look on his face. Old Yang, are you watching the live broadcast? Someone has been using the Emperor account for 30 consecutive months. I'm so excited. I never thought I'd be able to see such a grand spectacle in my lifetime. Hey, this guy is called Yang Di, maybe he has the same last name as you. Hearing Zhang Ji's words, Yang Chen pretended to be dumbfounded and asked, what is an emperor? At this time, Yang Chen could only be forced to play dumb. After all, this matter could not be explained. The title in the live broadcast room. 100,000 a month. Okay, I won't talk to you anymore, I'm going to post a comment. Zhang Ji explained, then hurriedly got back into the bed curtain. Seeing Zhang Ji's actions, Yang Chen couldn't help but find it a little funny. However, he also has to hurry up. Soon, Yang Chen lowered his head and began to operate. For Yang Chen now, every minute counts. The more he consumes within an hour, the more rewards he will get. At this time, his mobile phone received another text message reminder that he had received a transfer of 4 million yuan. Yang Chen conveniently recharged the account on the Douhu platform. Immediately, the colorful announcement flooded the screen again. Congratulations to Yang Di for successfully opening the Emperor in the live broadcast room of A Little Yuchi for 24 months. Congratulations to Yang Di for successfully opening the Emperor in the live broadcast room of A Little Yuchi for 24 months. Congratulations to Yang Di for successfully opening the Emperor in the live broadcast room of A Little Yuchi for 24 months. Congratulations to Yang Di for successfully opening the Emperor account in the live broadcast room of A Little Yuchi for 18 months. Yang Chen has been playing the role of Emperor in Zhang Yuqi's live broadcast room for a full 10 years. It's not that Yang Chen doesn't want to continue opening it, but because according to the regulations of the Douhu platform, the highest advance renewal period for the Emperor title is only 10 years. Yang Chen has reached the purchase limit. As for why he opened it in so many times, it was because it could only be opened for a maximum of 2 years at a time. During this period of time, Yang Chen spent a total of 12 million. According to the rules of the double cashback card, Yang Chen now has 13 million in the card. It is equivalent to earning 12 million yuan for nothing with 1 million yuan. Wow, the System S rewards are really awesome. Once again, Yang Chen experienced the pleasure of picking up money. Looking at the extra string of numbers in his bank account, Yang Chen felt a little numb. However, it won't be so easy to make money in the future. Yang Chen can only get cash back by giving gifts. According to the gift-giving rules of the Douhu platform, the most expensive gift is a rocket, which costs 1,000 yuan, and a maximum of 10 rockets can be given at one time. This means that after giving away a wave of gifts, you can only get 10,000 cash back. This money is obviously much harder to earn than opening an imperial title. It's time to make money by moving bricks. With no other options, Yang Chen could only recharge another 500 W onto the platform, and then start sending rockets like crazy. At the same time, Zhang Yuqi's live broadcast room exploded. Normally, the number of viewers of her online live broadcast was only about 300,000. After Yang Chen opened the 10-year Emperor title, the number of viewers directly exceeded 1 million, which was comparable to some of the top anchors. And the number of real-time viewers is still soaring. These people were all attracted by the colorful announcement that dominated the screen. After all, he was the Emperor for 10 years. A full 12 million in cash. What kind of rich person can spend so much money on the platform? Everyone is curious. As a result, as soon as these people came in, they were hit by a bunch of rockets before they could figure out what was going on. Yang Di sent out Super Rocket 10. Yang Di sent out a Super Rocket 99. Yang Di sent out Super Rocket 200. Yang Di sent out a Super Rocket 500. Yang Di sent out a Super Rocket 999. Yang Di sent out a Super Rocket 999. Yang Di sent out a Super Rocket 999. The screen was filled with Super Rocket special effects that kept playing, so much so that even the barrage couldn't be seen clearly. Seeing the numbers twitching in the lower right corner, the audience who entered the live broadcast room thought that the Douhu platform was stuck. In fact, it is due to the system limitations of the Douhu platform, which can only display a maximum of 999 rockets sent out. But in fact, Yang Chen has sent out more than 1,200 rockets. The special effects still don't stop. The audience in the live broadcast room waited for several minutes before reluctantly turning off the special effects. There is no way. If this continues, let alone the barrage, even Zhang Yuqi herself won't be visible. After turning off the special effects of the live broadcast room, the barrage and Zhang Yuqi reappeared on the screen. At this time, the barrage was filled with 666 and welcome to our Emperor. For the first time, the audience in the live broadcast room did not drive, but instead posted the same barrage of comments in unison. At this time, Zhang Yuqi also noticed the abnormality in the live broadcast room, and hurriedly walked to the camera, picked up her mobile phone and looked at her own live broadcast room. Only then did she realize that Yang Chen had actually opened the Emperor account in her live broadcast room for 10 years. And nearly 1,500 super rockets. Immediately, she covered her mouth with her hands, her eyes full of disbelief. According to the rules of the Douhu live broadcast platform, if the audience opens a title in the anchor's live broadcast room, the anchor can get a 15% commission. For top titles like Emperor, the anchor can get a 20% commission. According to Yang Chen's calculation of Emperor's 10 years of usage, the total is 1,200 W, and Zhang Yuqi can get a commission of 2.40 W. As for the super rocket that Yang Chen swipes, she can take a 40% commission from it. For example, for every 100 super rockets delivered by Yang Chen, Zhang Yuqi can get a commission of 40,000 yuan. Isn't this faster than winning the lottery? Zhang Yuqi felt like she was hit by a huge cake and her eyes were a little misty. It took her more than a minute to recover from the huge surprise, and she said with tears in her eyes, "Thank you. Thank you Yang Di for opening the Emperor live broadcast room. Thank you Yang Di for the super rocket. Thank you so much." Zhang Yuqi didn't care about the platform regulations at this time and bowed repeatedly in front of the camera of her mobile phone. This also allows for an unobstructed view of the magnificent scenery. In an instant, someone saw the barrage. Shanji Arini, XDM, go ahead. If not now, when? I have abstained from sex for 10 years, never mind, meat and wine pass through the intestines, but the Buddha remains in the heart. Today I have broken my vow. Lonely Turtle and Haijo, is this something we can watch without paying? No more words, I'm going to rush first. Harry Potter, brothers, stop your sewing and listen to me. Straight to the dragon? You better tell me now. It can be seen that there is no serious person in Zhang Yuqi's live broadcast room. Chapter 65, the second on the list deleted his account and ran away. Just as the live broadcast room was becoming lively, Yang Chen was concentrating on sending rockets. Thanks to his dragon body, his endurance and physical strength were greatly enhanced, otherwise his fingers would cramp after just a few minutes of pressing. But even so, he still felt a little numb in his fingers. This platform is so fucking inhumane, it can only send 10 super rockets at a time. Yang Chen silently complained in his heart, glanced at the time that was constantly passing by, and could only grit his teeth and persevere. There is no other way, the more you work, the more you earn. Only persistence can lead to victory. 20 minutes later, Yang Chen collapsed on the bed with lifeless eyes. As for why he didn't send more gifts, it wasn't because Yang Chen's hand speed was not fast enough, nor was it because the double cashback card time was up. It's because of platform restrictions that it is not allowed to be sent. When the number of super rockets sent by Yang Chen reached 5,000, a prompt popped up on the live broadcast software: "Sorry, the gifts you sent today have reached the upper limit. Please come back tomorrow." Damn it! It was actually restrained by the platform. Yang Chen was numb. Then, he finally had time to check his results. In the past half hour, in addition to opening the 10 years Emperor, Yang Chen also sent out 5,000 super rockets. Yang Chen only spent 5 minutes on the Emperor, which had been in use for 10 years, and earned 12 million yuan. It took Yang Chen 25 minutes to earn 5 million yuan by sending out 5,000 plus super rockets. Compared to opening the Emperor, sending super rockets is indeed hard-earned money. The system is right, the more you work, the more you get. Yang Chen immediately opened the bank account on his phone. At this time, he had 18 million yuan in cash in his bank card. A limited-time cashback card directly increased the money in his card from 1 million to 18 million in just half an hour. This speed of making money is simply outrageous. This is the charm of system rewards. After some emotional expression, Yang Chen finally had time to watch the live broadcast. The live broadcast room barrage at this time. Luo Dihuangwan, just a quick question, has Emperor Yang's rocket rain ended? In a hurry, damn, has it finally stopped? The 33rd leader of the Ming cult, it's numb, really numb. I guess it's because Emperor Yang's hands are sore. Leader of Tongtian sect, is it possible that Boss Yang Di has no money? Shanji Arini, impossible. This is absolutely impossible. At this time, someone who understood the situation immediately came out to explain. A little leak, it's not that Yang Di has no money, nor that he is tired, but that he is restricted by the system. Look at his contribution value. After deducting the contribution points of Kaidi Wang, divided by the contribution points brought by each rocket, it is exactly 5,000. 5,000 is the upper limit of the daily super rocket. A little leak, to put it simply, the number of super rockets that Boss Yang Di has brushed has reached the daily limit of the system, so he can't brush it anymore. How many bowls of jelly did you eat? I questioned a little leak with my real name. How do you know the limited number of super rockets? Have you tried it? Luo Dihuang pills, exactly. I checked Baidu and there is no such quantity limit. A little leak, oh, yes. Just as the comments were arguing, a red comment suddenly passed by. Super Manager number 1, what a little leak said is right, the Douhu platform does have this hidden restriction, and this is also a regulation made to protect personal property, so don't argue. Harry Potter, holy crap! Super Manager number 1 shows up. What day is today? All the gods are here? Vampire Daily Reporter, was he also attracted by the gifts given by Young D? Hijo Lonely Turtle, welcome Super Manager number 1. Jajo Philosopher, welcome Super Manager number 1. Hulk, welcome to Super Manager number 1. After seeing the Super Administrator's comments, those who had originally questioned a small leak all shut up and didn't even dare to post comments. Now the whole screen is filled with welcome Super Manager number 1. I have to say that the Super Administrator has a lot of face. After seeing this, Zhang Yuqi also said sweetly during the live broadcast, super good management. Then, she looked at the screen with bright eyes and said sweetly, Dear Mr. Yang, what do you want to see me perform? Tonight I will only serve you. After saying this, she blinked her big eyes playfully. After hearing what Zhang Yuqi said, Yang Chen thought for a moment, and typed on the screen, when you get off the air later, accompany me to a private cinema to watch a movie. I happen to be in Magic City as well. The barrage sent by Yang Chen has a colorful special effect, and also has an exclusive effect in a certain area, which is very conspicuous. When Zhang Yuqi saw Yang Chen's comments, she was stunned for a moment. So direct? He even asked directly in the barrage? Anyone who is an adult should understand what this means, right? It's already past 9:30. If I go to the movies after the show, do I still need to go back to the dormitory? However, she hesitated for a moment before she immediately agreed sweetly, okay, as long as Mr. Yang is interested, I can watch the movie with you no matter how late it is. I have sent you my WeChat and mobile phone numbers privately. Please receive them in the background when you are free. Zhang Yuqi is a very smart woman and also a very realistic woman. She had been live streaming for more than a year and a half, and the total gift rewards she received were only close to 1 million yuan. Most of the gifts were given by the top 3 on the rich list. Most viewers in the live broadcast room would give gifts worth tens of dollars at most, which is not enough at all. As soon as Emperor Yang arrived, he immediately granted the Emperor's title for 10 years without saying a word. Plus the super rocket that took more than 20 minutes. In just half an hour, Zhang Yuqi earned more than 4 million yuan. This is not just a slap in the face with money, but directly showering Zhang Yuqi with money. In this situation, would she still be so ignorant as to reject Emperor Yang? Obviously impossible. Her main purpose of live streaming is not to make money, but to meet some wealthy people through live streaming. Her goal is to find a rich man. And obviously, Yang Chen is the rich man she has been waiting for. When Zhang Yuqi said these words, how many heartbroken voices could be heard from the audience in the live broadcast room? At this moment, the sharp-eyed audience discovered that the avatar at the second position on the local tycoon list had now turned into a question mark. At the same time, all the original information on the second place was cleared, and only 2 words were displayed, unknown. Immediately, the barrage of comments exploded. Harry Potter, damn it, look at the original number 1, now the number 2, has disappeared. Did he delete his account and run away? Hulk, TSK, I guess she can't stand the stimulation. After all, the second place in the list used to flatter the anchor and asked him to have dinner, but was ruthlessly rejected. But now Yang D invites the anchor to watch a movie at 9 o'clock in the evening, and she accepts it with a smile. Oh. This society is so realistic. Chapter 66, Are there mirrors on all 3 walls? Barrage. In a hurry, oh, the gap between people is even bigger than the gap between people and dogs. Oh my god. I have abstained from sex for 10 years, Mr. Wet, why don't you abstain from sex with me? Sex is emptiness, emptiness is sex. Shanji Irinii, the gentleman above, if I remember correctly, you may have broken the rules just now? I have abstained from sex for 10 years, ahem, Mr. Wet, please don't worry about such details. Seeing Zhang Yuqi being so sensible, Yang Chen immediately posted on the barrage, okay, I'll add you on WeChat, and let me know when you get off the air. My fingers are a little sore from using too many super rockets. I'm going to log off first. Yang Chen's barrage had colorful cool special effects, plus an exclusive mode, so it occupied a quarter of the screen as soon as it appeared. Listen to this, is this even human language? Do your fingers get sore from brushing super rockets? Isn't this too Versailles? However, no one in the live broadcast room dared to question Yang Chen's words. After all, within half an hour, he renewed his emperor title for 10 years and fired 5,000 rockets. Even the son of the richest man wouldn't dare to do that, right? Who dares to question? When Zhang Yuqi saw this, she immediately smiled sweetly and said, "Okay, Yang Di, you take a rest first. I will give you a good massage on your fingers tonight." Hearing Zhang Yuqi's words, Yang Chen smiled and then logged off. The barrage at this time. Harry Potter and the Great, Emperor Yang is mighty. Farewell to our emperor. Hulk, isn't Yang Di too Versailles? But I like it. Farewell to the emperor. The lonely turtle of Haijo, farewell to our emperor. Jiaozhou philosopher, farewell to our emperor. A little leak, farewell to our emperor. Immediately, the screen was filled with comments such as farewell to the emperor. Even Super Manager number 1 followed suit and said farewell Emperor Yang. This is Yang Chen's performance in the live broadcast room. This is destined to be a night that will go down in the history of live streaming. Not long after Yang Chen logged off, Li Jian came out of the toilet. Today, unusually, he did not do any needlework, but his face was as excited as if he had been injected with chicken blood. This is so awesome. Someone actually spent 17 million in the live broadcast room. It's true that a sparrow licks a cow's as the sparrow eats the cow, Li Jian said with excitement on his face. Hearing Li Jian's voice, Zhang Ji also poked his head out from behind the bed curtain. Yeah, I've been watching live broadcasts for a year or two, and this is the first time I've seen such an exciting live broadcast. The previous record for the most gifts given at one time during a live broadcast should be Brother Seatsong's 5 million, right? Old Zhang, you are so lucky to be able to see this kind of scene when you watch the live broadcast. Zhang Ji was also extremely excited. Hearing this, Yang Chen smiled but said nothing. You can't say you did it all yourself, right? I'm afraid they'll both have a heart attack on the spot. Suddenly, Li Jian shouted excitedly, "Look, the top 10 trending searches on Weibo. A mysterious rich man spent 17 million yuan on a live streaming platform just to watch a midnight movie with a school beauty?" This matter has actually made it to Weibo's hot search list. And the attention is still rising. Zhang Ji at the side also said, not only Weibo, but also Tushio and Tieba are spreading this news today. Who on earth is this Emperor Yang? He spends a fortune just to win a beautiful woman's smile. He is truly a role model for us. I admire him so much. Just as Li Jian and Zhang Ji continued to sigh, Yang Chen's phone rang. It was a WeChat message sent to him by Zhang Yuqi. Sure enough, not long after Yang Chen logged off his account, Zhang Yuqi also quickly ended her live stream. She sent a message to Yang Chen on WeChat, "Great Yang Di, where shall we meet later? I'll take a shower and change clothes, it'll be quick." Yang Chen raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and immediately replied, "Let's meet at the Tonight Private Cinema in the backstreet of University Town. I'll wear the yoga clothes I'm wearing for today's live broadcast. I think it fits me well." Zhang Yuqi was stunned when she saw the message sent by Yang Chen. Why did these words sound so familiar? Why is it a private cinema again tonight? Yoga clothes again? She immediately thought of the sleepless night she had last night. It shouldn't be the rich second generation who lives in a villa by the river, right? But soon, Zhang Yuqi put this speculation behind her. It doesn't matter to her who he is, as long as he has money. As a student of the Magic City University, she knew very well what kind of private cinema this was. This is not a place to watch movies properly. Man, why are you so impatient? Zhang Yuqi bit her teeth gently, as if she had made up her mind. Then, she typed on WeChat, "Why don't we go to the private cinema? Let's go to the school's dance studio. There's a room inside with mirrors on 3 walls. There must be no one there at this time. I'll go there and dance for you." Upon receiving the news, Yang Chen immediately stood in awe. I have to say that Zhang Yuqi really knows how to have fun. No wonder she was able to get a breakup fee of 3 million yuan when she broke up with the rich second-generation Wang in her previous life. Mirrors on all 3 sides? This. Also, Zhang Yuqi is a dancer by training, so she should be good at doing splits and stuff, right? Yang Chen revealed a wicked smile and replied, "Okay, send me a location, see you at 10 o'clock? Zhang Yuqi, At 11 o'clock, Yang Chen walked out of the dance studio of Magic City Dance Academy refreshed. I have to say, this room with mirrors on 3 walls is really magical. Let the visual sense reach the extreme. Zhang Yuqi is worthy of being the school belle of the dance academy. Not only does she have a perfect figure, but she also possesses unimaginable flexibility. She can perform any unexpected action with ease. Let Yang Chen experience an incomparable and ultimate experience. I'm talking, of course, about dance poses and the experience of watching a dance performance. In the end, Yang Chen did not choose to take Zhang Yuqi to the hotel, but let her rest for a while and go back to the dormitory by herself. After all, in Yang Chen's mind, Zhang Yuqi was just a school beauty who was used to unlocked postures, and it was impossible for her to become Yang Chen's girlfriend. Just play together. Because Zhang Yuqi is essentially a gold digger. Yang Chen saw this clearly. And the results of the detection also illustrate this point. Although Zhang Yuqi is obedient to Yang Chen, her loyalty is not high, only around 60. This loyalty meant that as long as she met a man richer than Yang Chen, she would most likely betray Yang Chen. Yang Chen is not like Yi Jiawen, who likes to be forgiven. Whistling, Yang Chen felt very happy, and soon walked out of the gate of the Magic City Dance Academy. Then he came to the back street. Since the Magic City Dance Academy and Magic City University are located on both sides of the back street, Yang Chen can only go through the back street if he wants to return to school as quickly as possible. The back streets were already a bit deserted at 11 o'clock. In addition to some brightly lit food stalls, there were also some male students sitting there drinking. Many other small shops have closed. Chapter 67 Encounter with Cheng Xiao. Apart from some young couples walking to the small hotel, there were not many pedestrians on the road. It seems quite deserted. Just as Yang Chen passed by a small alley, a familiar scream reached his ears. "What are you doing? Beauty, we don't mean any harm to you. We just want to make friends with you. We are all exchange students from the International College. This face and figure are similar to those of female artists and celebrities in our country, right?" There was a noisy sound in the alley at the corner. Yang Chen looked in the direction of the voice and found a familiar figure being blocked by a group of people at the door of a closed milk tea shop. She was forced into a corner, with nowhere to retreat. She could only hug herself tightly with her arms to provide some sense of security. However, because of her movements, something seemed even more obvious. Cheng Xiao? Yang Chen was a little surprised. Judging from the situation, Cheng Xiao was probably harassed by a group of drunk men. Judging from their accents, if nothing unexpected happens, these people should be exchange students who like to eat kimchi. Indeed, they were dressed in a feminine way, with their hair dyed in various colors, and some of them even put on makeup and eyeshadow. He doesn't look like a Chinese. Yang Chen? Cheng Xiao, who was surrounded by a group of people, looked at Yang Chen in disbelief and muttered. She also didn't expect to meet someone she knew at this time. There is help. In an instant, Cheng Xiao's face blossomed with joy, and he quickly waved towards Yang Chen. Seeing Cheng Xiao's actions, this group of colorful creatures turned their heads at the same time, looking at Yang Chen, the uninvited guest, with unfriendly eyes. In their eyes, Yang Chen came here to disturb their good things. Obviously, this group of bastards is not the first time to do such a thing. After drinking, they often wandered around the alleys in the back streets, and if they met a female student alone, they would approach and flirt with her. Due to their status as international exchange students and their good looks, many female students reluctantly went to check into a hotel with them. When they encounter some people who are not cooperative, they just use a little force, take some videos, and the matter will be left unresolved in the end. Over time, they became habitual criminals in the area. ACI, where did this fly come from? Get out of the way. Can't you see we are doing something important? At this moment, one of the sissy girls with dyed blonde hair and eyeshadow walked towards Yang Chen. He pointed at Yang Chen and spoke rudely. Looking at the face of this damn sissy, Yang Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, revealing a hint of danger. At this moment, a prompt sound appeared in his mind. Ding! Triggering the God-level choice. Choice 1, see injustice and help those who are in trouble. Give them a good lesson. Rewards, Special Forces skills, limited time cashback card. Choice 2, ignore it. Cheng Xiao no longer trusts you and takes back the previous reward. Hearing the voice in his mind, the corners of Yang Chen's mouth curled up slightly. Is there any need to choose? Being able to deal with these scum and also get system rewards, isn't that the best of both worlds? Choose one. Yang Chen recited in his heart without hesitation. Congratulations to the host for completing the selection. System reward, a complete set of Special Forces skills, immediately input into the host's body. The host can master all the Special Forces combat skills and combat experience, and master the use of various weapons and equipment. System reward, limited time cashback card. Within 1 hour, the amount spent by the host will be returned as cash. The cashback amount is 2 million, effective immediately. As soon as the system finished speaking, Yang Chen immediately felt a strange change taking place in his body. First, many new combat techniques and fighting skills appeared in my mind, and then my body formed muscle memory, and my temperament was also undergoing drastically changes. Cheng Xiao, who was not far away, saw this scene and felt a little depressed. Only now did she realize that Yang Chen was alone, while this group of bastards numbered 6 or 7. "You go first. Call the police to save me." Cheng Xiao shouted nervously, and his pair of big white rabbits trembled a few times. Yang Chen smiled, and showed Cheng Xiao a relieved expression. In his eyes, these little bastards are not worth his trouble. As for why Yang Chen dared to take action, it was because they were in a remote alley. There is no such thing as a monitor. This will make it easier for him to show his talents. The blonde sissy watched closer and closer, and her finger was about to point at the tip of Yang Chen's nose. Yang Chen then made a move at lightning speed, and before they could even see his movements clearly, he directly grabbed the blonde sissy's fingers with one hand, and then twisted them hard. Crack! A crisp sound was heard. Immediately, the blonde sissy covered her fingers, fell to the ground in pain, and let out a heart-wrenching wail. Shit! Shit! My finger is broken. The blonde sissy rolled on the ground in agony, tears and snot running down her face. Her eyeshadow instantly became a mess, leaving 2 big dark circles on her face, which looked very funny. Seeing that something was wrong, his other friends swarmed over him immediately. They first checked the injuries of the blonde sissy lying on the ground. When they saw the blonde sissy bend one of his fingers 180 degrees, their faces changed instantly. What a cruel method! Then, a pretty boy with dyed silver hair stood up and said with a sinister look in his eyes, "Are you a martial artist? Such cruel methods. Don't you know we are international exchange students? If we call the police, you won't even be able to read your books." Hearing the words of the silver-haired pretty boy, Yang Chen couldn't help but sneer. "Then you can give it a try and see who the police officer will believe." Yang Chen didn't think that these bastards dared to call the police. Because if the police really came, Yang Chen's case would at most be a fight, but their problem was much more serious and involved molestation. Sure enough, after hearing Yang Chen's words, the silver-haired pretty boy's expression instantly turned gloomy. He discovered that Yang Chen didn't look like an ordinary college student at all, and wasn't that easy to fool. Then we can only see the truth with our own hands. Park Dong-sung, Taekwondo black belt, 6th degree. The silver-haired pretty boy named Park Dong-cheng suddenly made Taekwondo moves and said to Yang Chen in a deep voice. A disdainful smile appeared on Yang Chen's lips. "Yi Jiawen, please teach me." Seeing Yang Chen's expression that looked like he deserved a beating, Park Dong-cheng couldn't help it anymore. He rushed forward and gave him a flying kick in the air. It can be seen that Park Dong-sung is indeed quite capable, as he easily performed a stunt shot comparable to that in an action movie. If this move is used against an ordinary person who knows nothing about kung fu, it is more than enough. But unfortunately, the person Park Dong-cheng met was Yang Chen. A man with the body of a dragon, the martial art of Tai Chi, and the bonus skills of a special forces soldier. Chapter 68. Yi Jiawen, our Taekwondo club will fight you to the death. Seeing Park Dong-cheng's actions, Yang Chen stood there like a sculpture, motionless. Cheng Xiao, who was not far away, saw this scene and couldn't help but feel nervous. She also realized that Park Dong-sung had learned kung fu. She was worried that Yang Chen would get hurt. The other few bastards saw Yang Chen standing there motionless, thinking that he had been frightened silly by Park Dong-chung, and everyone had a cruel and excited smile on their face. They know Park Dong-sung's strength. Because Park Dong-sung comes from a Taekwondo family, he is well known even among them. Die. They seem to have seen Yang Chen being beaten to the point of kneeling on the ground begging for mercy. When Park Dong-cheng saw Yang Chen, who was dumbfounded, an evil smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. But in the next moment, the faces of these bastards changed drastically. Because at the moment when Park Dong-cheng was about to kick Yang Chen in the face, Yang Chen took action. Just like last time, Yang Chen's movements were so fast that they could not be captured by the eyes. He was like a flash of lightning, and without knowing when, he had grabbed Park Dong-sung's ankle with his right hand. Yang Chen's speed was even faster than he had imagined. What's going on? Just when they couldn't react at all, Yang Chen attacked again. I saw him using his right foot as a fulcrum and kicking his left foot diagonally upwards like lightning. Yang Chen's movements were so fast that an afterimage even appeared. The next second, Park Dong-sung's body, like a kite with a broken string, fell towards the idiot who was watching the fight in the distance. Bang! The other guys wanted to catch Park Dong-sung, but they couldn't withstand such overwhelming force and were knocked to the ground. In just a few breaths, the situation was reversed. At this time, Yang Chen was the only one standing on the scene. The blonde sissy was still rolling on the ground, her body bent like a shrimp. Park Dong-sung fell to the ground, completely losing consciousness. The remaining few people were also knocked unconscious and lay on the ground grimacing in pain. TSK, a bunch of rotten fish and shrimp. Not even one of them can fight. Yang Chen sneered disdainfully. Hearing Yang Chen's words, Zamao's face, which was lying on the ground, instantly turned red, like the color of pig liver. But they didn't dare to refute out loud. Because Park Dong-sung, who was the best fighter, had fallen to the ground and was completely unconscious. How could the remaining few of them dare to fight Yang Chen? Then, the remaining few conscious bastards immediately helped up Park Dong-chung, as well as the blonde sissy who was howling beside them, and then said something cruel to Yang Chen. Yi Jiawen, we will remember you. Our taekwondo club will fight you to the death. Wait for death. Shit. After uttering those harsh words, those bastards immediately ran away with the two injured people. I didn't even dare to look back the whole time. Afraid that Yang Chen would chase after them. A bunch of cowards. Seeing their panicked backs, Yang Chen cursed in a low voice. Then, a string of silver bell-like laughter reached Yang Chen's ears. You are so bad that you lied to them. Yang Chen turned his head and looked. At some point, Chang Xiao had already stood beside him, looking at Yang Chen with full eyes. Hee, all is fair in war. Besides, Yi Jiawen is a good brother in my team. If anything goes wrong, he should take the blame. Yang Chen smiled. At this time, Chang Xiao's baby face was slightly flushed, which looked very charming in the dim environment. Thank you, classmate Yang Chen. You were awesome just now. As if she was a little shy being stared at by Yang Chen, she lowered her head slightly and spoke in a low voice. Yang Chen smiled slightly and said, Does this count as you just getting out of the wolf's den and entering the tiger's den again? Hearing his words, Chang Xiao didn't react for a moment, and said hesitantly, What? Yang Chen patiently explained, now we are standing here alone, and I am the hero saving the beauty, do you think you should do something to repay me? Then, Chang Xiao's expression changed slightly, and he subconsciously took a half step back, and said, Student Yang Chen, you shouldn't be that kind of person, right? Ha. Seeing Chang Xiao's actions, Yang Chen laughed, I'm just teasing you, but are you going to treat me to something? Hearing this, Chang Xiao's face showed obvious relief. However, a conflicted look immediately appeared on her face, as if she was feeling some pain. After a while, she said, Okay, I'll treat you to a barbecue. At this time, these barbecue stalls are the only ones still open in the back street. Yang Chen could understand the confusion on Chang Xiao's face. A barbecue meal costs dozens of dollars, which is equivalent to what Chang Xiao earns from a part-time job. For Chang Xiao, who is extremely short of money now, this is definitely a luxury consumption. He knew that since Chang Xiao worked part-time in the cafeteria, he could get one meal every day. Therefore, Chang Xiao's usual spending on 3 meals would not exceed 8 yuan, and a barbecue meal would almost be as much as her weekly food expenses. Yang Chen smiled but didn't point it out. He was just talking and wouldn't really let Chang Xiao pay. Soon, the two of them went to Fatty's barbecue together. At this point, Fatty Barbecue is still busy, but it is not packed. The two of them then found a corner where there were not many people and sat down. As soon as we sat down, a waiter placed the menu and disposable bowls and chopsticks on the table. Just order what you want to eat and bring it to the front desk later. After putting the things down, the waiter left. Looking at the prices on the menu, Chang Xiao bit his lip and said, Student Yang Chen, just order what you want to eat. It's not that I'm not hungry. Her face flushed slightly, and it was hard to tell whether it was out of embarrassment or shyness. Yang Chen smiled without saying anything, then began to write skillfully on the menu. His handwriting is vigorous and majestic, with a sense of grandeur. At the beginning, Chang Xiao was still admiring Yang Chen's calligraphy. But not long after, her expression changed slightly. Because Yang Chen actually wrote more than a dozen lines. And there seemed to be no sign of stopping. Garlic baked oysters, 2 dozen. Roasted chicken legs, 10 skewers. Grilled chicken wings, 10 skewers. Roasted leeks, roasted eggplant, roasted chicken feet. A huge menu was filled with items. How can she afford this? Chang Xiao was a little flustered, and stammered, Yang Chen, did you order too much? I don't eat midnight snacks. Yang Chen grinned, not much, I have a big appetite. Hearing this, Chang Xiao felt like crying but had no tears. The money from this barbecue was almost equal to what she earned from working part-time for several days. Seeing Cheng Xiao about to cry, Yang Chen smiled slightly and said, "Don't worry, I'll treat you tonight, eat whatever you want." "I was just teasing you. It's the first time I'm having dinner with a girl, how can I let her pay?" Hearing Yang Chen's words, Cheng Xiao was stunned and stared at Yang Chen blankly. Chapter 69 Yang Chen's Enlightenment. Yang Chen smiled, his clear eyes seemed to be able to see into her heart. At this moment, Cheng Xiao had an illusion that Yang Chen could know what he was thinking. It seemed that he was very familiar with himself. It's a wonderful feeling. How could it be? She and Yang Chen only met a few times in public classes, and they didn't have much communication the rest of the time. When she came to her senses, Yang Chen had already paid and returned. "This barbecue is still my treat. I should be thanking you. What's your WeChat number? I'll transfer money to you on WeChat." As soon as Yang Chen sat down, Cheng Xiao spoke with a serious expression on his face. She took out an old, broken phone from her pocket and wanted to add Yang Chen's WeChat number. Just like Yang Chen's old phone, this old domestic phone looked like it had been used several times, and the screen even had a few cracks. Yang Chen's heartstrings couldn't help but be touched. He recalled the night in his previous life when he chatted with Cheng Xiao. They drank a lot of wine and talked about a lot of things between each other. Yang Chen thought that he was relatively frugal, but after chatting with Cheng Xiao, he first understood what it meant to spend $1.50. She saves almost every penny she can in life. Just like this broken mobile phone, Cheng Xiao had to buy it in order to contact his boss for his part-time job. This domestic mobile phone, originally priced at $699, was passed through several hands, and finally she only paid $125 for it. It was the first time that Yang Chen knew that he could buy a domestically produced smartphone for 125 yuan. Cheng Xiao's world is not the same as his at all. She is like a white lotus, growing out of the mud without being stained, struggling stubbornly to grow in her muddy world. But never complained. She has never relied on others and is stubborn and independent. Yang Chen shook his head and said, "This little money is okay." Hearing Yang Chen's words, Cheng Xiao insisted, contrary to his usual behavior, "No, it was agreed that I would treat you, and in the situation just now, if it wasn't for you, I can't imagine what would have happened afterwards. Please take the money." Yang Chen looked directly into Cheng Xiao's big eyes. In her eyes, Yang Chen read stubbornness and persistence, as well as a hint of pleading. "Beg?" Suddenly, Yang Chen had a flash of enlightenment. He suddenly realized why Cheng Xiao chose to commit suicide in his previous life. This has actually always been something that Yang Chen has been unable to figure out. Because in Yang Chen's understanding, Cheng Xiao's mother is her support, but also her burden. Logically speaking, even if Cheng Xiao's mother died in the end, there would be nothing that could be done about it. Cheng Xiao had tried her best to save her mother's life. Even if she didn't do it in the end, there was nothing she could do about it, and she should have been mentally prepared. What's more, her mother raised her with great difficulty in the hope of seeing her live a good life. With so many suitors around her, she can easily choose a suitable one and start a new life. Although I won't become rich, I will definitely have enough food and clothing and live a good life through my own efforts. Although she agreed to be with Lin Chang because of the money, in the end they did not go that far. Cheng Xiao can completely start his life over again. It can be said that from an objective perspective, Cheng Xiao had absolutely no reason to commit suicide. But she finally got there. In his previous life, this matter had always been a hurdle in Yang Chen's heart, and it was also a mystery that had never been solved. In this life, he seemed to read the answer in Cheng Xiao's eyes. Perhaps, Cheng Xiao's tragedy was not caused by objective factors, but by her personality. Things that are too rigid will easily break. It's actually very easy to understand, but you have to look at it in the context of her life experiences. Because Cheng Xiao's life was extremely rough, she suffered family changes in her childhood, and her mother then took her to a big city to work. I finally managed to train her into a college student, and everything is going in a good direction. But her mother was suddenly diagnosed with kidney failure. This was the second major blow that fate dealt to Cheng Xiao. But she did not give up easily, and continued to move forward with incredible strength and persistence. Relying on his hard work and thriftiness, he covered the tuition and his mother's medical expenses. Later, her mother's condition worsened, and she had to stay with Lin Chang in order to treat her mother. But during a crucial operation, Lin Chang did not give the money, which eventually caused her mother to miss the best time for treatment and die of the illness. In the end, Cheng Xiao committed suicide. Throughout Cheng Xiao's life, she was actually always fighting against her own destiny. During this process, she has seen too much darkness and unbearableness, and encountered too many difficulties and blows. It can be said that if she did not have an almost paranoid persistence and rock-hard strength, she would not have been able to persevere through these hardships. But it was this almost paranoid and idealistic persistence that led her to have a misunderstanding of the world. In Chang Zhao's cognition, she believes that as long as she relies on her own persistence and hard work, she will be able to overcome all difficulties and obstacles, and her life will gradually get better. Therefore, she worked part-time and saved money almost in a self-abuse way, thinking that she could afford her mother's sky-high surgery fees through her own efforts. Therefore, she refused anyone's kindness and help, fearing that she could not repay them. Her thinking had reached a dead end and she was constantly pushing herself into a corner. She was unwilling to admit that this world was realistic, nor was she willing to admit that there were some things she could not accomplish. At this time, Yang Chen also slowly understood. If you want to change Cheng Zhao's fate and complete the system's task, it is not enough to simply give Cheng Zhao money for his treatment. Only by completely changing and subverting her thinking can we help her grow. To achieve this, the most important step is to make her recognize the world and the reality. Thinking of this, Yang Chen nodded and said, "Okay, I'll take the money. But there is one condition, you must promise me." Yang Chen's tone did not allow for discussion. "What conditions?" Chang Xiao hesitated. "Come with me to the bar later." "Don't worry, I won't force you to do anything, but you have to stay there with me for an hour," Yang Chen said lightly. Hearing Yang Chen's words, Chang Xiao showed a hint of hesitation. But out of trust in Yang Chen, she still nodded and said, okay, but not too late, I still have to do a part-time job tomorrow morning." Yang Chen smiled, "Okay, it shouldn't take more than 1 o'clock. The barbecue is here, let's fill our stomachs first." At this time, the waiter quickly brought out the first wave of baked goods. Chang Xiao said, "You have to collect my money first. After that, you can eat." Okay. Yang Chen was also quite helpless. On WeChat, Yang Chen passed Cheng Zhao's friend verification and immediately received a transfer from Cheng Xiao. You can see that there is still some pain on her face. Chapter 70, Magic City Bar. A barbecue meal costs 200 yuan, which is equivalent to what she earns from 2 days of part-time work. Giving Yang Chen a hateful look, Cheng Xiao began to vent his anger on the skewers on the table. Since she paid for it, there's no need to be polite. Eating the barbecue in his hand, Cheng Zhao's eyes lit up again. She had completely forgotten how long it had been since she had eaten barbecue. In addition, she had not eaten anything at night and her stomach was already starving, so she immediately began to eat voraciously. Yang Chen smiled helplessly and then started to eat the skewers. Soon, in about 20 minutes, the two of them finished all the barbecue. Yang Chen touched his stomach, but he didn't feel full at all. After all, with his current physical condition, these portions of kebabs can only whet his appetite, and it is impossible for him to be full. "Okay, you have to fulfill your promise and go to the bar with me." Yang Chen immediately stood up. Although Chang Xiao looked a little nervous, he still said, "Since I promised you, I won't regret it." "Which bar do you want to go to? Is it near the school?" Yang Chen smiled, "Just follow me." Soon, Yang Chen brought Chang Xiao to the shopping mall next to the back street. When he drove the Lamborghini Venom out of the underground garage, Chang Zhao's baby face was filled with the word surprise. There was no way, the contrast of this scene was too great, enough to stir up huge waves in her heart. Judging from Yang Chen's dress and habits, he doesn't look like a rich man at all. They were clearly college students sitting together and eating skewers just now. How come a luxury sports car suddenly drove out? Although Chang Xiao did not recognize the Lamborghini Bull logo, it did not prevent her from inferring the value of the car from its appearance. She couldn't even estimate the price range of the car, it was completely beyond her comprehension. Anyway, she will never be able to afford it in her lifetime. "Are you a rich second generation?" Chang Zhao's tone was full of suspicion and disbelief. She had a feeling of being tricked and deceived by Yang Chen. Yang Chen shook his head, without explaining, and said calmly, "Get in the car." Although Chang Xiao felt a little regretful, she still sat in the passenger seat in order to fulfill her promise. It can be seen that she seems to be somewhat repulsed by the so-called rich second generation. Then, the Lamborghini roared and headed towards the city. Along the way, the two did not communicate again. After learning that Yang Chen owned a sports car, Chang Zhao's eyes were filled with a sense of distance and a hint of distrust. It seemed as if Yang Chen had deceived her. Yang Chen did not give any explanation for this. From the moment he drove out of the Lamborghini, he was already teaching Chang Xiao. He saw clearly that although Chang Xiao was very strong and hardworking, he actually always had an ostrich mentality. She buried her head deep in the soil, unwilling to see and acknowledge the reality of the world, wishfully thinking that as long as she worked hard, she could change the fate of herself and her mother. However, the world is real and inherently unfair. It was precisely because of this that Chang Xiao could not bear the blow after losing her mother and eventually committed suicide. In fact, she is brave but timid at the same time. Very contradictory. But that's the way it is. Yang Chen understood. Only when Chang Xiao realizes that the world is realistic and unfair can she undergo transformation, and only then can she truly face life bravely and change her life. This is also the purpose of his trip. Yang Chen drove very fast, and it took him about 20 minutes to reach the largest bar in Magic City Moto Club. Matu Bar, the name is the homonym of its Chinese name. This is the most luxurious bar in Shanghai. It is located next to Shanghai Sports Center and is a super luxurious bar of the same level as Gondi Bar in Kyoto. Only here can you find the most perfect interpretation of what Shanghai at night is. Bright neon lights, luxury cars, and beautiful women. This street is full of luxury cars parked randomly and beautiful women in hot clothes. There are bars and KTVs all around. The sound of the sports car and the surrounding music are intertwined, making the people around them feel excited. There was a vague feeling of heat and excitement in the air. As soon as he arrived here, Chang Xiao felt extremely uncomfortable, as if he was out of place here. It seemed that everyone here was dressed fashionably and had exquisite makeup, but she was dressed in the simplest outfit, a black t-shirt and washed-out jeans. Seeing the jealous eyes of the beauties around him, Chang Xiao could only bury his head deeply in his chest. She felt a little inferior. Seeing Chang Xiao's performance, Yang Chen pursed his lips and said nothing. In fact, Yang Chen's outfit was also very simple, but just because he drove a Lamborghini Venom worth 60 million yuan, no one dared to look down on him. Even, you have to look up to him. Many young ladies on the street cast flirtatious glances at Yang Chen. Some bold young ladies even bent over and made some charming poses, unscrupulously showing off their cleavage, hoping to get Yang Chen's attention. It can be said that when Yang Chen's Lamborghini Venom appeared here, it attracted the attention of countless people around. Yang Chen had a faint smile on his face, and without looking away, he drove straight to the door of the Magic City bar. Get out of the car, then open the door for Chang Xiao like a gentleman. Chang Xiao sat in the passenger seat and felt his body a little stiff. Looking at the magnificent decoration, Chang Xiao pursed his lips, and mustered up the courage to get off the Lamborghini, carefully following Yang Chen. She now behaves like a country girl who has just come to the city. Yang Chen casually tossed the keys to the parking attendant beside him, and then took Chang Xiao into the Magic City bar. Noticing the Lamborghini Venom that Yang Chen was driving, the bar manager who was originally standing at the door immediately followed Yang Chen with a smile on his face. To work in this field, you need good eyesight. Obviously, in their eyes, Yang Chen is a big customer. Hello sir, is this your first time in the Modu bar? You look unfamiliar, what should I call you? The bar manager was dressed in a neat suit and had a professional smile. Yang Chen nodded, and said calmly, my surname is Yang. In response to Yang Chen's indifference, the bar manager still smiled and said respectfully, Mr. Yang, do you want to sit at the bar or get a booth? Let's open a booth. We need the best seat. What's the standard of consumption in your booth? Yang Chen asked casually. After turning the corner and before entering the inner door, Yang Chen heard waves of extremely rhythmic sounds, which made his heartbeat speed up unconsciously. Wait a moment, I'll ask what booths are left. The bar manager answered respectfully, then took out the intercom on his chest and had a conversation with the person in charge of the bar. Chapter 7188.8 W Emperor Dragon Set. Soon, the bar manager communicated with the backstage via the intercom. He immediately turned around and replied, Mr. Yang, it's like this, you are lucky, the best booths 666 and 888 are still available today, do you want to reserve these two booths? Because these two booths have the best locations, the minimum consumption may be higher. It doesn't matter, just take the 888 booth. Yang Chen said directly without even asking the price. Hearing this, the bar manager's eyes lit up. People who don't even care about the price must be rich people. However, this was also within his expectations. After all, who can drive a Lamborghini is not a rich person. The bar manager feels that his commission tonight is promising. Then, he introduced in a slightly faster pace, 888 is a VIP seat, which requires a certain minimum consumption. We have 88,000, 108,000, 188,000, and 268,000 levels here. As he said these words, he unconsciously bent his waist a little further down, appearing extremely respectful. Hearing the bar manager's words, Chang Zhao's face turned pale and he felt his heart skip a beat. The cheapest package costs 88,000? This amount of money is more than enough for her mother's initial treatment. How many days does it take her to earn this much money? Moreover, there is a consumption package with a maximum price of 268,000? For a moment, Chang Zhao felt that this world was somewhat unreal. Are there any more expensive packages? Yang Chen asked indifferently. Yang Chen didn't think that as the most upscale bar and nightclub in Magic City, it only had this level of set menu. After all, the consumption cashback card is still valid, and the maximum cashback can be 2 million. If you don't spend 1 million yuan in the next half hour, it means that you have wasted this cashback card. Even though it was only 1 million, even a small amount was still meat. For a freeloader like Yang Chen, not a penny would be wasted easily. Hearing this, the bar manager's expression was visibly stunned. 26W8 ISNT good enough? It turned out that he still underestimated Yang Chen's spending power. After being stunned for a moment, the bar manager soon showed uncontrollable joy on his face, and his smile became even brighter. Yes. Mr. Yang, please let me introduce it to you in detail. The 4 packages I introduced to you earlier are regular packages for VIP seats. For distinguished customers like you, we have several specially customized packages. One is the Earl Dragon set for 666,000 yuan, and the other is the Emperor Dragon set for 888,000 yuan. The core contents of these 2 packages are 66 bottles and 88 bottles of Ace of Spades respectively. And they also come with a fruit plate, Voss mineral water, champagne and other gifts. Which package do you want? The bar manager's waist was bent deeply at this time, and his whole figure looked a little hunched and humble. He could only express his respect to Yang Chen in this way. Let's take the 888,000 package. Yang Chen said calmly. Bars and nightclubs are different from other places. The most high-end wine here is a bottle of Ace of Spades worth nearly 10,000 yuan. There is no such thing as 1982 Lafite or other high-end red wine that costs more than 10 W a bottle. If you want to spend a lot, you basically win by quantity. Hearing this, the bar manager's mouth was grinning from ear to ear. You may not meet someone who buys this kind of Emperor Dragon set twice a year. He immediately nodded and said, Okay sir, I'll arrange it for you right away. I'll take you to the booth first. He bent his waist even deeper, walked in front of Yang Chen, and considerately opened the inner door for Yang Chen and Chang Zhao. As soon as the inner door opened, the restless sound waves just now surged out, enveloping Yang Chen and Chang Zhao. Although this Shanghai bar is called a bar, it is actually a large nightclub. The reason why it is the most upscale bar in Shanghai is that it requires an admission ticket, a ticket worth 288. This ticket also comes with a free cocktail. In other words, anyone who wants to enter this bar must spend a minimum of 288. Even if you don't order anything after you come in and just want to dance on the dance floor, you still have to pay 288. Therefore, this rule screens out those people at the lower level of society, such as those who have nothing to do and just want to pick up girls in bars. Those who dare to come in are basically people with certain economic strength. This raises the threshold here and at the same time attracts many higher quality young ladies to come in and play. This is why Modu Bar is the most upscale bar in Modu. But in fact, this rule only applies to ordinary consumer groups. People like Yang Chen and Chang Zhao don't need to pay this fee when they enter the bar. The reason is very simple, it's because Yang Chen is driving a Lamborghini. Would someone who can afford such a luxury car be short of this little money? This is the cleverness of the Magic City Bar. For ordinary consumers, they screen customers by charging entry fees and raise the threshold. As for the wealthy, they directly give them admission tickets to win the favor of these guests. Not long after, under the guidance of the bar manager, Yang Chen and Chang Zhao walked through the crowd and came to the booth. The position code of the card holder is 888. This booth is located in the very center of the nightclub, on the 3rd floor, with the best view of the nightclub, allowing you to see the people dancing and drinking below. At the same time, dry ice mist is emitted around the table, which can effectively protect the privacy of people sitting in the booths, so that people under the table cannot see what is happening in the booths. This design is quite thoughtful and exquisite. The booths are a row of semicircular leather sofas and a solid wood round table. It was already midnight, but it was the busiest time in the nightclub. In dim light, Many people were in the middle of the dance floor, swaying their bodies to the exciting music, especially the young ladies in hot clothes, who were dancing in ecstasy. Here, high-tech, tight short dresses, and backless suspenders can be seen everywhere. Some bolder ones even wear lace see-through clothes, and even the color of the clothes underneath can be clearly seen. Especially in Yang Chen's position, it was like having a goddess perspective, and he could see the deep scenery that many people could not see. After the bar manager poured a glass of water for Yang Chen and Chang Xiao, he immediately took out the intercom and gave some instructions, saying that Yang Chen had arrived at the table and asked them to quickly deliver the 888,000 yuan set meal. Not long after, another bar manager dressed similarly came to the bar where Yang Chen was. As soon as they met, he bowed deeply to Yang Chen and said respectfully, "Hello, both of you, welcome to the Magic City Bar, we are honored." Chapter 72 Xiao Yimo. It's like this, because the amount of the 888,000 Shenlong suit you ordered is quite large, and you have no previous consumption record, so please pay this fee first. I am deeply sorry for the inconvenience. Having said this, the manager bowed deeply again. Yang Chen was not surprised by this rule. In his previous life, because of social engagements, he sometimes had to accompany clients to bars and nightclubs. Generally, if the consumption was over 10,000 yuan, he had to pay in advance. After all, bar owners are also afraid that someone will come and dine for free. What else more, it's this 88W8 Emperor Dragon set. Okay, swipe the card. Yang Chen said lightly, and pulled out a bank card from his arms. Hey, okay. The bar manager nodded hurriedly, took out the POS machine hanging on his waist, and took Yang Chen's card with both hands. After a series of operations, the consumption of 88W8 was successful. Ding, your transaction is successful, the consumption amount is 88W8, please check the amount in time. A mechanical sound came from the POS machine, which meant that the 88W8 in Yang Chen's card had been deducted. Yang Chen's face was somewhat calm. He is indeed a little numb. He used his own experience to prove one point: when money reaches a certain amount, it is indeed just a string of numbers. After all, Yang Chen had already earned 700W tonight by relying on the limited-time double cashback card. To him, this 88W8 is nothing. What's more, he now has a cashback card. Within 1 hour, you can spend up to 1 million yuan and get a cashback of 2 million yuan. Pure freeloading. Chang Xiao, who was standing by, looked a little dazed when he saw this scene. 88W8, just spend it like that? This money is equivalent to her mother's life-saving money. The hospitalization fee, surgery fee, and the fee for finding a kidney donor, I guess it shouldn't cost less than 888,000 yuan, right? It turns out that her mother's life-saving money is what rich people spend in bars and nightclubs in one night? It would take her at least several years to earn this money by working part-time. Chang Xiao began to wonder why she worked so hard part-time to save money. She lives frugally every day just to save a few dollars for food. Why? At this time, Chang Zhao's state was like sleepwalking, and he felt that his brain and body were somewhat separated. Everything around her was happening right in front of her, yet it seemed so far away. Seeing Yang Chen spend 888,000 so easily, she felt how unreal it all was. She wanted to escape from here desperately, but her body seemed to have been drained of all strength. She could only lean on the sofa to feel a little at ease. Chang Zhao's 3 views had indeed suffered an unprecedented impact. Simply put, she is emo. After swiping the card, the manager in the backstage left first, apparently to arrange follow-up matters. The manager outside was still on standby, waiting for Yang Chen's orders. This is enough to show how much they value Yang Chen. This is no wonder. After all, Yang Chen's consumption tonight is equivalent to that of thousands of ordinary customers. The people in the bar are not stupid, of course they will take good care of this god of wealth. At this moment, the bar manager first glanced at Cheng Xiao beside him, then bent down and whispered in Yang Chen's ear, "Mr. Yang, do you need to call some beauties to warm up the place for you?" Hearing this, Yang Chen was not surprised. Bars and nightclubs often contact cheerful and beautiful young ladies, or models, internet celebrities, etc. When a customer opens a booth by himself, the bar manager will ask similar questions and can help contact these young ladies to warm up the audience in the booth. These young ladies don't charge any extra fees, nor do they proactively provide any services. They just come to have drinks and take up booths. As for whether the guests can take them home to spend the night, it all depends on their own abilities. Therefore, some people jokingly call these young ladies who come to warm up the audience the dishes served to the guests. And those high-quality and beautiful warm-up girls are called heavenly dishes. This is also a common code word in nightclubs. At this time, Yang Chen raised the corner of his mouth slightly and said, "Okay, but the young lady you call over must at least be a heavenly lady, and must be from a famous university or have a decent career." Nightclub veteran. He even knows the code word for heavenly dish. Hearing Yang Chen's words, the bar manager looked at him differently. He then said seriously, "Mr. Yang, don't worry, the young lady I arranged for you will definitely satisfy you. We have done background checks on these young ladies, and they are definitely decent people." Then he gave some instructions into the intercom. Yang Chen drank his lemonade calmly, ignoring Chang Xiao, who had a dazed look on his face beside him. He brought Chang Xiao here to challenge her worldview and change her perception of the world. Only in this way could she change her opinion and accept Yang Chen's help. Simply put, tonight is about stimulating her. Therefore, Yang Chen ignored her. Now this level is far from enough. Not long after, the bar manager received the message on the intercom and left the bar. Looking down from Yang Chen's perspective, he could clearly see that he was going down to pick up the three young ladies who came to warm up the audience. With the arrival of these three young ladies, the rhythm of the dance floor below seemed to suddenly slow down. They are like a magnet, attracting the attention of countless people around them. It can be seen that these three young ladies are absolutely very beautiful. Since Yang Chen was looking down from above, he couldn't see their looks clearly, but just by looking at their figures, he knew that they were definitely not bad looking. It's definitely a heavenly dish level. Soon, the bar manager and three young ladies walked up to the bar. "Mr. Yang, please allow me to introduce them to you. These three young ladies from left to right are Lin Tuaner, Huang Mina, and Isu Shar." Lin Tuaner is a graduate of Kyoto University of Aeronautics and Astronautics, with a minor in English. She is now a flight attendant for Shanghai Airlines, flying international routes from China to foreign countries. Huang Mina is a top student who graduated from Shanghai University of Political Science and Law. She now works at Shanghai Tianqian Law Firm. She is considered a well-known female lawyer in the industry. Isu Shar graduated from Kyoto Film and Television Academy. She usually takes on some print modeling and magazine cover shooting jobs, and occasionally plays some guest acting roles. These three beauties are also regular customers of our Magic City bar. They are lively and like to make friends. Occasionally, they come to help warm up the VIP booth for the sake of our bar owner. To be honest, it's not easy to invite all three of them here today. The bar manager was obviously very familiar with the three people and introduced them very skillfully. Chapter 73: The Best Heavenly Vegetables. While listening to the bar manager's introduction, Yang Chen looked at the three beauties in front of him. From left to right, they are Lin Tuaner, Huang Mina, and Yisishare. The looks and figures of these three beauties are impeccable, but each has their own merits, and they are different types of beauties. First is Lin Tuaner on the far left. Her outfit is the most trendy and bold. She wears a leopard print suspenders on her upper body. Except for covering the key parts, the rest of the body is exposed in snow white, which is very dazzling. Her lower body was wearing a pair of black hot pants, which perfectly exposed her pair of long white legs. She has the look of an internet celebrity, with heavy makeup on her face, and looks very charming under the dim light. Seeing Lin Tuaner, Yang Chen was still a little surprised. Because this Lin Tuaner looked very similar to a female anchor he had seen on the Dohu platform in his previous life, Fu Tuaner, who was famous for her beautiful legs. The reason why she can attract millions of fans on the Dohu platform is because of her pair of beautiful legs that can last for years. From this point of view, it is very likely that they are the same person. "Hello, Brother Yang." Feeling Yang Chen's gaze, Lin Tuaner revealed a generous smile. Yang Chen also smiled and nodded in response. Then he turned his attention to the next beauty. Standing in the middle is Huang Mina, whose temperament and style are completely different from Lin Tuaner. I don't know whether it was intentional or unintentional, but Huang Mina was wearing a standard OL outfit today. She wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses on her high nose bridge, a thin white shirt on the upper body, and a black hip skirt on the lower body, as well as black stockings and high heels. Because her figure is so hot, especially her magnificent breasts, the clothes she wears seem to be somewhat seductive. Especially in such settings as bars and nightclubs, there is a sense of contrast and shock. Coupled with the somewhat cold and serious expression on Huang Mina's face, Yang Chen couldn't help but feel a desire to conquer her. Seeing Yang Chen's eyes on her, Huang Mina just nodded slightly. Yang Chen also nodded in response. Soon, he turned his gaze to Yisishare on the right. Her style is completely different from the previous two. She wears a tailored black cheongsam and her hairstyle is also retro, making her look like a classical beauty. But her face has a sweet and innocent feeling, and with some baby fat, she has the type of first love face. Yang Chen also had some impression of this Yisashare in his mind. Later, with the advent of the 4G era and the rise of short videos, Yisashare became an overnight sensation with just one short video and gained millions of followers. Yang Chen was particularly impressed by the way she twisted her body in her blue battlesuit. Is it really that chewy? As if sensing Yang Chen's gaze, Yisashare smiled sweetly, revealing two cute dimples. Hello, brother Yang Chen, I'm Yisashare. Yang Chen also responded with a smile, hello. From this perspective, it can be said that the quality of these three beauties is quite high, and they are definitely beauties of the heavenly level. Not only do they have good looks, figures and fashion sense, their education and cultural background are also quite good. They all graduated from top universities in their respective industries. Especially Huang Mina, who graduated from Shanghai University of Political Science and Law, is definitely a beauty at the academic level. Yang Chen also felt a little emotional at this time. Sure enough, it's good to have money. Whenever you go to a bar or nightclub, you will find beauties of this level coming to accompany you for drinks and warm up the atmosphere. However, Yang Chen did not become complacent because of this, and his eyes remained clear. He knew very well that this place was different from school and was not that simple. These three beauties took the initiative to come to the booth to warm up the audience, probably because they had their own purposes. As for whether he came here to get a free drink or to hook up with a rich husband, Yang Chen was too lazy to guess. Yang Chen also had his own considerations in agreeing with the bar manager to invite these heavenly dishes to warm up the crowd. To put it bluntly, they were used as tools to give Cheng Xiao on-site teaching. In Yang Chen's opinion, although these three beauties have various halos, such as good looks, good figures, graduation from prestigious universities, etc., and their respective jobs also look quite decent. But they have one thing in common, that is, they are neither high nor low. Besides, there might not be much money in the bank card. It's just that the external conditions are more refined. To some ordinary people, they are goddesses who need to be looked up to, but to some truly rich and powerful people, they are still not good enough. They seem to live a decent life and have exquisite appearance, but in fact they still belong to the bottom of this society and are still poor. These beauties certainly don't want to become ordinary people and stay mediocre. They also want to break the class barriers and achieve class transcendence. That's why they come here to be the heavenly dish, because it is a shortcut to contact powerful and wealthy people. If they are chosen, their lives will change. In his previous life, because of starting a business, Yang Chen had seen many people like this, so he understood their psychology very well. In this sense, their situation is very similar to Zhang Yuqi's. However, Yang Chen didn't mind getting to know more of these ambitious beauties. Anyway, in the adult world, everyone gets what they need. It would be nice if we could have an in-depth exchange. After living a new life, Yang Chen's mentality has become completely different. Welcome everyone, my name is Yang Chen, it's my honor to be able to relax with three beauties. Please take a seat first. Yang Chen had a faint smile on his face, and said a few polite words very naturally. However, he did not make any move to stand up to greet him. This is the right timing for him. For this type of woman, you must show due respect, but it is not advisable to be too enthusiastic. Otherwise, they will subconsciously regard you as one of those bootlickers out there, or a loser who has never seen a beautiful woman, and will look down on you. However, if you act too arrogantly, it will inevitably arouse their rebelliousness and may end in a bad mood. When it comes to understanding women's psychology, Yang Chen has a firm grasp on it. Brother Yang Chen, then we won't be polite. The first person to respond was Yisashare, who was wearing a cheongsam. With a sweet smile on her face, she took the lead and sat on the right side of Yang Chen. When she sat down, she glanced at Cheng Xiao in the corner with curiosity. Lin Tuaner generously sat on Yang Chen's left. And Huang Mina could only sit next to Lin Tuaner. Seeing that the three girls were already seated, the bar manager said very considerately, Mr. Yang, please enjoy your time with the beauties. Call me if you need anything. Yang Chen nodded in response. Then, the bar manager tactfully left. As members of the atmosphere group who came to warm up the audience, the three girls all knew how to liven up the atmosphere. Especially Yisashare, she had the most lively personality, and soon started chatting enthusiastically with Yang Chen. Chapter 74, The Emperor Dragon Set. Brother Yang Chen, what is your occupation? Yisashare tilted her head, and looked at Yang Chen with her big eyes as if they could speak. Hearing her words, Yang Chen raised his lips a little, and said, I'm still a college student and don't have a job. Oh. Then your family must be very rich. Could you tell us what industry you are in? Yisashare said curiously. He. Yang Chen smiled faintly. I'm not some rich second generation, I just have some investments privately. Hearing this, Yisashare showed an incredible expression. Lin Tuaner and Huang Mina on the side also looked over. Obviously, there was some suspicion in their eyes. What kind of investment can make so much money that one can easily spend 80 or 90,000 in one night? However, they were all tactful and did not ask any further questions. Lin Tuaner gently covered her mouth with one hand and said in surprise, Brother Yang, you are really young and promising. He. Yang Chen just smiled faintly, unperturbed by praise or criticism. With the presence of Yisashare, the atmosphere was lively and the chat between the few people was harmonious without any dull moments. During this time, Yisashare secretly asked Yang Chen, Brother Yang Chen, who was that little girl in the corner? Yang Chen just said vaguely, she is my sister. She is upset with me now. It doesn't matter. It will be fine after a while. Other than that, there is no further introduction. Indeed, compared to the four people who were chatting, Chang Xiao, who was wearing simple clothes, seemed out of place. After hearing Yang Chen's words, Yisashare nodded in sudden enlightenment and did not continue to ask. At this moment, the lights inside the bar suddenly changed, and several spotlights suddenly shone down. The eyes of everyone in the nightclub were attracted, and they saw the bar manager leading a team of about 10 people, slowly walking towards booth 888 where Yang Chen was. The bar manager walked at the front of the line with his head held high. It is worth noting that everyone in the team is holding a high-end crystal box in their hands. This crystal box has been opened from the middle. The outer shell is carved with intricate and exquisite patterns, and 8 bottles of champagne of different colors are neatly placed inside. The ambient lights inside the box flickered, making the 8 bottles of Spade Ace sparkle. In an instant, everyone in the nightclub focused their attention on this team. Dragon set? I'm so lucky today. I saw someone ordering the dragon set on my first visit. A young man said excitedly. What's so strange about this? Someone just ordered a VIP booth, and the minimum consumption there is 88,000 yuan, which is exactly the price of a Shenlong suit. And look carefully, there are 11 people in this team, and each of them is holding the same crystal box in their hands. Each box contains 8 bottles of Ace of Spades, so 11 people have a total of 88 bottles of Ace of Spades. This means that this person didn't order an ordinary dragon suit, but most likely the legendary Emperor Dragon suit. I heard from a friend who works here that the Emperor Dragon set costs 88,800,000 yuan. The core of the set is 88 bottles of Spade Ace. Only Sikong and Qin Gongzi have ordered it here before. An expert immediately came out to explain. 88W8? The price of an Emperor Dragon set is enough for me to pay the down payment for a house. What a rich guy. No wonder those 3 top-notch dishes went there. Why is the gap between people so big? Seeing the bar manager and his group slowly walking towards the booth in the middle of the venue, everyone showed expressions of envy and jealousy. Who makes him so rich? Soon, the bar manager brought the waiter to Yang Chen. Mr. Yang, the Emperor Dragon set you ordered is here. Then the bar manager took the wine out of the crystal box. A large round table was soon filled with bottles of Spade Ace of different colors. The average price of a bottle of Spade Ace is around 8,000–9,000. This champagne is completely handmade and comes in 8 versions: gold, green gold, pink gold, violet, white gold, black gold, diamond, and emerald. 88 bottles of Spade Ace were placed on the round table, creating an unparalleled visual impact. Not only Yisashare and Lin Tuaner picked up their phones and started taking pictures, even the more aloof Huang Mina took out her phone and started taking selfies. For girls who like to go to bars and nightclubs, this is definitely a moment worth remembering. After all, in Shanghai, how many people dare to say that they have ordered the Emperor Dragon set in their booth? Only Chang Xiao was still sitting alone in the corner, staring blankly at the table full of aces of spades, not knowing what he was thinking. Brother Yang Chen, shall we take a photo together? At this moment, Yisashare hugged Yang Chen's right hand and asked sweetly. Yang Chen could even feel a soft and elastic feeling like jelly coming from his right hand. The blue-clad god of war is indeed worthy of his reputation. Okay. Yang Chen did not refuse. Among these 3 heavenly dishes, Yang Chen likes Yisashare the most. Because she is not only the most lively, always actively looking for Yang Chen to talk, more importantly, her emotional intelligence is very high, and she knows how to read people's expressions. As for Lin Tuaner and Huang Mina on the side, Yang Chen simply wanted to explore the true meaning of life with them. especially Huang Mina, who always acts very cool. After getting Yang Chen's consent, Yisashare naturally leaned her head on Yang Chen's shoulder and took a selfie. Then they changed to several other postures, but all of them were ambiguous without exception. Taking advantage of the excuse of sending photos to Yang Chen, Yisashare quickly added Yang Chen's WeChat account. At this time, after patiently waiting for Yisashare and the others to finish taking pictures, the bar manager next to them respectfully said, "Mr. Yang, do you need me to open the wine for you?" Yang Chen did not answer immediately, but turned to look at the three people. "Which flavor do you want to drink?" "I want the black and gold version. I think this diamond version is pretty good." Lin Tuaner and Huang Mina spoke up immediately. And Isu Shar said sensibly, "Brother Yang Chen, which one do you want to drink?" "I can drink any of them." It has to be said that this action may seem a bit like green tea in the eyes of Lin Tuaner and Huang Mina. But Yang Chen just likes this. Compared to Lin Tuaner and Huang Mina, who made choices on their own, Yisashare seemed more considerate and sensible. Yang Chen touched Isu Shar's hair and said to the bar manager beside him, "Open one bottle of each flavor first. Bring me a few extra cups and fill them with one for each flavor. 8 bottles of Ace of Spades, just open it." Hearing these heroic words, Yisashare and the other two girls couldn't help but smack their lips in amazement. "Okay, Mr. Yang, please wait a moment." Immediately, the bar manager began to open the drinks skillfully and asked the waiters to help set the glasses. Chapter 75. Huang Mina takes the initiative. Soon, cups of wine were placed in front of Yang Chen and the others. Although Chang Xiao was silent, the bar manager was still considerate enough to pour her a drink. After all, he was brought here by Yang Chen, so he certainly wouldn't dare to neglect him. After pouring the wine, the bar manager and the waiters left quietly. When drinking like this, the thing guests hate most is being disturbed. I suggest that we toast Brother Yang Chen together. Thank you, Brother Chen, for your hospitality tonight. It really opened my eyes. Yisashare raised her glass and looked at Yang Chen with full eyes. Cheers to Brother Yang. Cheers to Yang Chen. Lin Tuaner and Huang Mina also raised their glasses and clinked them with Yang Chen. I also thank all the beauties for your kindness. Come on, let us drink. Yang Chen also picked up the wine glass and said with a smile in his eyes. Then, everyone drank it all in one gulp. After a glass of wine, the atmosphere at the booth really became lively. Lin Tuaner and Huang Mina, who were more reserved at first, also toasted Yang Chen individually. Especially Lin Tuaner, who was sitting on Yang Chen's left, began to touch Yang Chen with her legs under the table intentionally or unintentionally. After a few drinks, he blatantly placed his hand on Yang Chen's calf. Yisashare tightly hooked Yang Chen's right arm and would not let go, and sometimes she would gently lean her head on Yang Chen's shoulder. As the atmosphere became more heated, it seemed that a war without gunpowder between women had officially begun. To be honest, this was also the first time that Yang Chen was besieged by goddesses from both sides like this. Coupled with the stimulation of alcohol, his body began to feel slightly hot again, and his hands naturally went around their waists. Yang Chen could feel that the two girls' bodies stiffened at the same time, and then relaxed. Yisashare and Lin Tuaner did not point out Yang Chen's behavior. At this time, Huang Mina, who was sitting outside, became a little anxious. The aloofness she displayed was just to establish her own personality, and her purpose was to attract rich second generations like Yang Chen. But seeing that Yang Chen was being entangled on both sides and had no time to take care of herself, she became a little anxious. She came here with her own purpose. Gritting her teeth, Huang Mina unbuttoned the top 2 buttons of her shirt without noticing, then stood up and leaned over to pour Yang Chen some wine. Brother Yang, I'm sorry, something happened at home, so I'm not in a good mood today, please forgive me. Oh? What happened at home? Hearing this, Yang Chen showed a curious look on his face. Huang Mina suddenly took the initiative and said such words. Yang Chen knew that she must have something to ask of him. Hearing Yang Chen's words, Huang Mina looked embarrassed, as if she found it difficult to speak. It's okay, just tell me. If there's anything I can do to help, just ask. Yang Chen leaned on the leather sofa in the booth, openly admiring the scenery under Huang Mina's shirt without any hesitation. Huang Mina had no intention of blocking Yang Chen's fiery gaze, but instead spoke while biting her teeth. It's like this. My grandfather had a stroke while doing farm work in my hometown. Because his condition is quite serious, he needs 150,000 yuan for surgery, but I don't have the money. Brother Yang, can you lend me some money to make ends meet? Hearing this, Yang Chen did not agree immediately, but asked, I'm more curious, aren't you lawyers all quite rich? How come you can't even come up with 150,000? Huang Mina replied with shame. Those of us lawyers who have been in the industry for less than 2 years may seem to have a good life on the surface, but in fact we only take on a few cases each year and only get 100,000 yuan in our hands. But my daily expenses are high, and renting a house also costs money. So, I can hardly save much money in a year. The stock market is not good this year, and I have some money stuck in it, so. As she spoke, Huang Mina's voice became lower and lower. She looks delicate and beautiful, like an urban white-collar worker, but when faced with unexpected events in life, she still becomes embarrassed because she has no money. Hearing this, Yang Chen nodded thoughtfully. 150,000 is no problem, it's just a small amount of money. In this way, I can give you 20W, and you don't have to pay me back later. I plan to set up a law firm in the future. I see that you have a good education and are quite smart. When the time comes, I'll need you to join the law firm, do some secretarial and personnel work, and help me build a team. Of course, in the law firm, I am the boss, and I have to complete what I tell me to do, and sometimes it's more than just work. Yang Chen had already made plans for the establishment of a law firm. Because he will be involved in the layout of many industries in the future, in order to avoid legal disputes in the future, professional people must be in charge. This time, Yang Chen happened to meet Huang Mina, a lawyer who graduated from the University of Political Science and Law, and he was attracted by her talent. But his words were somewhat ambiguous, and when heard by several people, their meaning became a little distorted. Yang Chen could clearly feel that not only was Huang Mina's brows furrowed, but even Yisisher and Lin Tuaner beside her also clearly stagnated their breathing. At this time, Chang Xiao, who was sitting next to him without saying a word, also looked up at Yang Chen, his eyes full of shock. She never thought that Yang Chen would actually say such words. Hearing Yang Chen's words, Huang Mina showed a conflicted expression on her face. In fact, this was not the first time she had heard this. When her boss at the law firm learned about this, he immediately came to her with a bank card and said that he could help her through the difficult times. However, Huang Mina refused straightforwardly. She believed that she could temporarily raise the money with the help of relatives and friends. But when she actually asked people around her to borrow money, she realized how difficult it was to borrow money. Everyone has various reasons for saying that they don't have money, and they are also in urgent need of money. After borrowing from many people, she was able to borrow 20,000 yuan. Together with the 30,000 yuan in her bank card, the total is only 50,000 yuan. And her grandfather's treatment costs a total of 20W. At this time, Huang Mina remembered what the leader of the law firm said to her. To be honest, she was very moved. But when Huang Mina thought about the law firm leader's huge beer belly and the bald spot on his head, she found it hard to accept. She has never been in a relationship and doesn't want to lose her first time. So, she often comes to the Shanghai bar after work recently, hoping to meet some young rich second generations. In this case, she could accept it. After a change of expression, Huang Mina raised the wineglass on the table and drank it all, and finally said with difficulty, "Okay, I promise you." Hearing Huang Mina's answer, Yang Chen nodded with satisfaction, and said, "Add me on WeChat first, send me your bank card number, and I will transfer the money to you right away." Then, the two exchanged each other's WeChat numbers. Huang Mina transferred her bank card number over, and Yang Chen transferred 200,000 yuan in seconds. At the same time, a reminder sounded in Yang Chen's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 1 million yuan. The cashback amount has been issued in the form of bank cards. 2 bank cards each with an amount of 1 million yuan have been put into your pocket. Please keep them properly. Hearing this prompt tone, Yang Chen's mouth curled up slightly. What I didn't expect was that the money given to Huang Mina was also counted as consumption by the system? Chapter 76, Did Cheng Xiao break down his defense? At this time, Huang Mina received a text message on the mobile phone on the table. When Huang Mina saw the text message alert on her mobile phone, a relieved expression appeared on her face and she sat down again. The arrival of this money meant that the burden that had been weighing on her shoulders was finally lightened. It also meant that the money for her grandfather's surgery had finally been raised. For a moment, she had mixed feelings. She has been an outstanding student since she was young. From the village to the town, and then to the university, she has always been the top student in her grade. But she was stubborn and outstanding, so she finally took this step. Huang Mina's mood was a little complicated. However, at this moment, Yang Chen suddenly spoke again. Mina, the ancients always said to repay kindness. Well, I don't need you to do anything. My shoulders are a little sore right now. Come and give me a hand. Hearing this, Huang Mina pursed her lips and said nothing. After taking Yang Chen's money, he just pressed his shoulders, which was nothing. She comforted herself in her heart. Lin Tuaner and Yasushir, who were standing by, saw this scene but did not say anything. Then, Huang Mina slowly walked behind Yang Chen, preparing to help Yang Chen relax his shoulders. Ping pong. At this moment, there was a sound of glass colliding and shattering suddenly coming from the side. At the same time, Cheng Xiao, who had been silent all this time, shouted at the top of his lungs, with a hint of crying in his voice. That's enough. Aren't you doing this just for me to see? If you want to humiliate me, just humiliate me directly. Why do you have to bring others along? Congratulations, your goal has been achieved. Yasushir and Lin Tuaner were frightened by this sudden scene and turned their heads to look at the same time. Huang Mina also opened her eyes and stopped moving her hands. I saw Cheng Xiao standing up from the sofa at some point. The row of wine glasses containing ace of spades of different flavors in front of her had now fallen to the table in pieces. Various kinds of champagne also flowed all over the table. The scene was a mess. It was obviously knocked over by her. Cheng Xiao's chest heaved violently, and he stared at Yang Chen with tearful eyes, his eyes filled with undisguised hatred. Among the people present, only Yang Chen's reaction was the calmest. He seemed to have anticipated this situation. He slowly withdrew his hands from the waists of Yasushir and the other girl, and gave Yasushir a look. After getting Yang Chen's hint, Yasushir pulled Lin Tuaner and Huang Mina away in sync. When she left, she looked at Cheng Xiao, who was dressed simply, with some envy with a wry smile. She also understood at this time. It turned out that Yang Chen made such a big scene tonight just for this woman? The three of them are just supporting roles. Soon, only Yang Chen and Cheng Xiao were left in the booth. At this time, Yang Chen slowly stood up and looked down at Cheng Xiao. He raised a sarcastic smile and said lightly, "Do it for you to see? Do you take yourself too seriously?" Hearing Yang Chen's mocking tone, Cheng Xiao's chest rose and fell violently, seeming a little unconvinced, but couldn't find any words to refute. Indeed, Yang Chen's spending for one night was 888,000, not counting the 200,000 he transferred to Huang Mina. Just spend 1 million yuan, just to show off to yourself? What virtue and ability have I possessed? Her courage just now was completely broken by Yang Chen's short words. In an instant, the hatred in Cheng Xiao's eyes turned into grievance. He lowered his head and tears began to fall. She couldn't understand why. Tonight was just an ordinary night working part-time at the milk tea shop. Why was she being teased by students from the International Exchange College? Then, for unknown reasons, he had a barbecue with Yang Chen, and was then taken to the bar by him. She also needs to experience with her own eyes everything that happens in the nightclub. She couldn't understand why someone could spend 1 million yuan in just one night at a bar. She couldn't understand why that beautiful sister who graduated from a prestigious university and worked as a lawyer would allow Yang Chen to order her around like a maid just for 200,000 yuan. The social reality that Cheng Xiao didn't dare to face in the past now flooded into her mind uncontrollably. All of a sudden, she understood. Why can someone wear a newly bought Nike, hold a newly bought Apple phone, and receive a poverty scholarship at school, while she, who really needs it, is told that she does not meet the application requirements? She figured out why her roommate could dress up beautifully every day, put on exquisite makeup and enjoy college life leisurely, while she had to get up early and go to bed late to work a part-time job. Because this world is inherently unfair. At this moment, she felt that her previous efforts were ridiculous and futile. Thinking of this, Cheng Xiao could no longer control himself and burst into tears. Seeing Cheng Xiao's tearful appearance, Yang Chen let out a faint sigh, then walked forward and gently held her in his arms. Surprisingly, Cheng Xiao did not resist and let Yang Chen hold her in his arms. After a while, her crying gradually subsided, and she choked and punched Yang Chen's chest with her pink fist, but her strength was weak. Are you satisfied? Do you also want to spend money on me like you did just now, to support me and satisfy all your demands? Woo! You bad guy, you just want to abuse me. Bad guy, woo woo woo. Cheng Xiao cried so hard that her eyes were filled with tears, which made people feel very distressed. Yang Chen was speechless after hearing this. Am I that kind of person in your eyes? Woo woo woo. That's you. You've been telling me all night that you are such a bad person? Cheng Xiao raised his face and said with a pout. She didn't seem to be blaming Yang Chen, but rather acting like a spoiled brat. Yang Chen couldn't help but laugh. He looked into Cheng Xiao's eyes and said seriously, Xiao Xiao, I want to solemnly apologize to you for my behavior tonight. You're a smart girl. You already know why I brought you here tonight. I don't want to tell you any great truths. I just want to tell you one thing. The world is inherently unfair, but we can still change our destiny through our own efforts. However, sometimes choice is more important than hard work, and we should not refuse help from others. Yang Chen smiled faintly, his eyes seemed to be shining with bright stars. His words seemed to have magic, making Chang Xiao believe them involuntarily, and she nodded subconsciously. Yang Chen continued in a deep voice, "In my eyes, you have always been a very special girl. What attracts me is not your appearance, but your attitude towards life and your qualities. Sometimes I feel ashamed in front of you." Chapter 77 Perfect Ending. Chang Xiao becomes a partner. Sometimes, I feel like it's a privilege to be your friend. However, it is precisely within your good qualities that you have some paranoia and prejudice, which causes you to be unwilling to accept help from anyone. But you have to know that many things in life are not as good as you want them to be, and you can't accomplish them by your own strength alone. Humans are social animals. Learning to cooperate with others is an essential skill for us to survive in this society. Yang Chen paused, and continued. I'm not saying these words to please you, nor am I trying to trick you into bed with money. I went to so much trouble tonight, and there is no special purpose, just because you hold an important place in my heart. When saying this, Yang Chen's eyes did not evade at all, he just looked straight at Chang Xiao calmly. This is what he really thinks. Looking into Yang Chen's eyes, Chang Xiao could clearly feel that a soft part of his heart seemed to be severely touched. Her heart was in turmoil. Then what exactly do you want to do? Chang Xiao was confused and asked subconsciously. Yang Chen had a slight smile on his lips. He did not answer, but took out 2 pure black bank cards from his pocket. Then he gently took Chang Xiao's left hand and placed the bank card in her palm. Looking at Chang Xiao's resistance, Yang Chen said, Don't rush to refuse, listen to me first. There are 1 million yuan in each of these 2 bank cards. One is for your aunt's medical treatment, and the other is for your startup capital. Of course, these 2 sums of money are not given to you for free. They are only loaned to you temporarily, and there are conditions. Speaking of this, Yang Chen could clearly feel Chang Xiao getting nervous. She obviously thought of what Yang Chen and Mina had just said. Seeing Chang Xiao's nervous look, Yang Chen couldn't help but burst out laughing, and directly flicked her head. What are you thinking about? Because I have a very good project, but I don't have time to do it, so I want to invite you to be my partner and help me make this project a success. Chang Xiao touched the head that was hit by Yang Chen, with a somewhat aggrieved expression. Hearing this, she couldn't help but ask curiously, What project? I opened a milk tea shop. I bought a set of milk tea recipes from someone else before. The taste is quite good. I wanted to open a store at school first, but because I didn't have much time, I kept putting it on hold. Aren't you working part-time in a milk tea shop? I would like to invite you to be my partner, and the money in one of the bank cards will be used as startup capital. Yang Chen expressed his thoughts. Open a milk tea shop? Chang Xiao's tone also sounded a little surprised. Owning her own milk tea shop was something she had always dreamed of. She once thought that as long as her mother recovered from her illness, she would save money to open a milk tea shop. Unexpectedly, Yang Chen directly turned her dream into reality. But soon, the light in Chang Xiao's eyes slowly dimmed. She said unconfidently, but what if I fail? Seeing Chang Xiao's expression, Yang Chen smiled slightly and said, How can you do business without taking risks? It's normal if you fail. But I have great confidence in this project. As long as you control the quality of the milk tea ingredients and operate in compliance with hygiene regulations, this milk tea shop will definitely be a big hit. Because the formula and proportion of milk tea are unique. Hearing this, Chang Xiao pouted, Then why can you trust me so much? What if I leak your formula? Yang Chen laughed in silence. This little girl still can't get over the hurdle in her heart. I am always afraid that I can't pay back what I owe to others. Thinking of this, Yang Chen raised a wicked smile, Then I can only get some interest back from you. After all, I never do business at a loss. Yang Chen's eyes intentionally or unintentionally glanced at Chang Xiao's strong capital. Chang Xiao's face immediately turned red, and he spat, What a dishonest person. Then her expression became conflicted again. Seeing this, Yang Chen continued to persuade. You don't have to think about it that complicatedly. Neither of these 2 sums of money were given to you for nothing. First, this is the money for your mother's medical treatment. I'm lending you this money, and interest will be charged. The interest will be calculated according to the bank's interest rate. You can pay it back in installments or earn enough money to pay it back in one lump sum. It's all up to you. Think about it. What if you refuse to accept the money and delay the critical period of your mother's treatment? Who will bear the loss then? The other sum of money is the startup capital for the milk tea shop. This money is used to pay for rent, water, electricity, and production costs. In the future, our milk tea shop will definitely develop into a chain model, so this money is just kept with you for safekeeping. As for opening a milk tea shop, I provide the money and recipe, you provide the labor and time, and we split the profit 60-40, which is actually a very fair cooperation. Hearing this, Chang Zhao's brows gradually relaxed. She looked at Yang Chen with bright eyes and said, "Okay, I promise you." But with a 64% split, am I taking too much? Yang Chen breathed a sigh of relief, with a hint of smile in his eyes. That's good, tonight's time is finally not wasted. Don't worry, the 64:40 split is absolutely fair. Although I provided the startup capital and the formula, you are in charge of everything, including production, management, sanitation, recruitment, etc. I will not be involved in any way. Okay. Chang Xiao could only nod. Seeing Chang Zhao's well-behaved appearance, Yang Chen couldn't help but touch her head and continued. Tell me the WeChat and phone number first, and I'll write the recipe and bring it to you later. During this time, you can familiarize yourself with the formula of milk tea and try to mix it when you have nothing to do. I plan to open a milk tea shop in the school first. I will discuss this with the secretary of our college. Another thing is that you need to find some reliable suppliers of milk tea ingredients, including suppliers of milk, cheese, tea, and the like. These preliminary work must be prepared in advance. Yang Chen said with clear thoughts. It can be seen that he is indeed considering this matter seriously. This also dispelled the last bit of doubt in Chang Zhao's heart. Okay. I just promised you, and you're already exploiting your employees. Chang Xiao said coquettishly, not resisting Yang Chen's intimate actions at all. Ha, you are a partner. When we divide the money in the future, it will be closely related to what you are doing now. Yang Chen said with a smile. Chapter 78, Accidentally Got a Villa for Free? Tonight is a perfect night for both Yang Chen and Chang Xiao. Under Yang Chen's influence, Chang Xiao finally opened a closed window in his heart and was willing to accept Yang Chen's help. And Yang Chen also untied the knot that had been bothering him. In his previous life, he had always been somewhat resentful about Chang Zhao's death. Girls with such wonderful qualities should be treated kindly by the world. And starting from tonight, Chang Zhao's fate will truly change and transform. The reason why Yang Chen was so sure was because the system sent a prompt. Ding! It is detected that the host has successfully solved Chang Zhao's heart knot and changed Chang Zhao's fate. Her life trajectory begins to develop in a good direction. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission perfectly. The system issues an extra reward, mansion number 1 single family villa. The relevant documents and keys have been placed in the trunk of the Lamborghini Venom, and the facial information related to the villa has also been collected. The host can move in at any time. Yang Chen also didn't expect that the system would give extra rewards. And unlike last time, this time the relevant real estate certificates and procedures have been completed. It was a pleasant surprise. He had heard of the name of number 1 mansion in his previous life. Although it was not located in the city center, it was not too far away. It was located between the city and Magic City University. But this does not affect its price. Because this number 1 mansion is located on Songshan Mountain and is a quiet villa in a bustling city, the price is also very amazing, and 1 unit costs at least 2 small goals. In this way, Yang Chen now has 300 million worth of fixed properties. It can be said that he has become a young rich man in the true sense. However, in Yang Chen's view, this is just the beginning. Like he is now in partnership with Chang Xiao and setting up a milk tea shop, it is the first step in developing the industry. In the future, relying on his experience in his previous life, his business will surely spread all over the world and involve every industry. This is also Yang Chen's ambition. At this time, 1 o'clock had passed. At this point, it is obviously impossible to go back to school. It's all your fault. You're the one who prevented me from returning to the dormitory. What if I get punished? Chang Xiao punched Yang Chen angrily, but his fist was still soft and powerless. Yang Chen said with a smile, "It's okay, go to my house and sleep." Hearing this, Chang Xiao was slightly stunned. What are you thinking about? It's a villa, the room is enough for you to sleep in. Yang Chen was stunned again. Okay. Chang Xiao agreed aggressively. She seemed to have been completely devoured by Yang Chen. Before leaving the Magic City bar, Yang Chen asked the bar manager to open another booth for Isu Shar and the others, and let them drink Ace of Spades at will. As for the remaining wine, the bar manager will also take the initiative to deposit it under Yang Chen's name. However, Yang Chen himself didn't care, because the wine was completely free. And he probably wouldn't have many opportunities to come to nightclubs by himself. Then, Yang Chen drove the Lamborghini and took Chengxiao to mansion number 1. Yang Chen was also looking forward to this villa. After all, he had never owned such a villa in his previous life. At 1 o'clock in the morning, the city roads were noticeably emptier. Apart from a few taxis and some drunk pedestrians, there were basically no people on the streets. Yang Chen opened the convertible, drove with one hand, and enjoyed the slightly cool evening breeze. Because he has the body of a dragon, the alcohol in his body has been completely broken down, so there is no related risk. Unlike when he came, Chengxiao was no longer as reserved as before, and looked at Yang Chen with full eyes. Suddenly, she said, "Yang Chen, last night you said that you earned all your money by yourself, is that true?" "Ha, you can put it this way. My parents are just ordinary employees of state-owned enterprises. I also met a noble person and made some money by investment by chance. This money was definitely not taken from my parents." Yang Chen was right, this money was not given by his parents, but by the system dad. "Oh." Chengxiao nodded, not quite understanding. Seeing the expression on her face, Yang Chen smiled again. Since there were few vehicles on the road, Yang Chen quickly drove up Songshan and entered the villa complex of mansion number 1. The security measures of number 1 mansion are no weaker than those of Riverside Supreme. Even at this point, there are still guards standing in the sentry box with their backs straight. "Hello, are you a visitor or the owner?" Since Yang Chen's Lamborghini had not yet been licensed, he was stopped by the security guard as expected. "I'm the owner of Building 6, and my facial information has been collected," Yang Chen said calmly. "Is this Mr. Yang?" The guard picked up the fruit tablet beside him and operated it for a while, obviously calling up the basic information entered by Yang Chen. Then he confirmed it with Yang Chen himself. Yang Chen nodded. "Hello, Mr. Yang, welcome back to residence number 1. After confirmation, the guard saluted with a standard military salute and then lifted the handle. "Trouble." Yang Chen nodded in greeting, then drove into mansion number 1. Unlike the Riverside Villa, mansion number 1 is built on a mountain. Therefore, every plant and tree here exists naturally and is not transplanted artificially later. This place can be considered a natural oxygen bar and a paradise in the Magic City. At night, it is very quiet here, you can hear all kinds of insects chirping, and the moon and stars in the sky are very bright. Each villa is separated by a certain distance, which can fully ensure that each owner has his or her own independent space for activities. But don't worry too much about safety. First of all, there are no wild animals or pests here, and there will be special people to check and clean the place every once in a while. Secondly, there is no need to worry about outsiders coming in, because there are surveillance cameras at every intersection on the entire mountain, and there are security personnel patrolling at night. The security and defense here are built entirely in accordance with the second-level military security standards. At the same time, this also leads to extremely exaggerated property fees here. Each owner has to pay 600,000 yuan a year, which is equivalent to 50,000 yuan a month. However, the system has considerably paid all the fees for the next 50 years in one go, so Yang Chen does not have the problem of not being able to pay the property fees. Following the guidance of the road signs, Yang Chen quickly found his 6 villas. Mansion number 1 is indeed a high-end villa complex. The exterior design is more impressive than I imagined. There are 3 floors above ground and 2 floors underground. The exterior colors of the villa are mainly white and haze blue, which looks very grand. After facial recognition, Yang Chen drove the Lamborghini directly into the parking garage on the underground floor. There was an independent elevator inside the villa. Yang Chen and Changxiao immediately took the elevator up to the living room on the first floor. Chapter 79: The Upcoming May Day Holiday. The interior space of the villa is very large and magnificently decorated. Yang Chen estimated that the area of the first floor should be around 300 square meters. In other words, including the 3 floors above ground, the 3 floors underground and the area of the garden outside, the usable area of this villa is at least over 2,000 square meters. A real mansion. The design of the house is also very high-end. The hall is designed to have a ceiling height of more than 7 meters, with a large sparkling crystal chandelier hanging above. Next to it is a spiral staircase that leads directly to the second floor. The second floor is mainly composed of a study and bedroom, and is connected to an external balcony, designed as a sky garden. The roof of the outdoor balcony has also been made into a transparent roof, and is equipped with several lounge chairs. Sitting on this lounge chair at night, you can directly see the quiet mountains and forests and the twinkling stars in the sky. It's definitely a scene from a dream. Yang Chen took Cheng Xiao on a brief tour of the villa, and then they each chose a bedroom to take a shower and go to bed. The bedroom design here is similar to that of the riverside villas, and each bedroom has its own independent bathroom and a living balcony. Very luxurious and grand. Yang Chen took a quick shower, then lay on the bed and played with his phone for a while, replying to all the unread messages on WeChat. What surprised him was that Lin Tuaner also took the initiative to add him to WeChat chat. Lin Tuaner seemed to be interested in herself as well, otherwise what happened between herself and Mina in the booth just now would have been enough to dissuade her. It seems that she doesn't really care whether she has a woman or not. Not knowing what he was thinking of, Yang Chen raised a wicked smile, then turned off his phone and fell asleep. He had indeed consumed a lot of his energy today. At the same time, Cheng Xiao in the other room had not fallen asleep yet. She was very excited at this time because her mother's surgery money was finally settled. As long as there was a suitable kidney source, she could undergo surgery immediately. Plus everything that happened today, and she saw many things she had never seen before. So after Cheng Xiao finished taking a shower, he tossed and turned in bed, having trouble falling asleep. Yang Chen's handsome face flashed through her mind involuntarily, and a question lingered in her mind. Why is Yang Chen so good to me? Could it be that he likes himself? The next day, the sun was high in the sky. It's still a sunny day. Yang Chen looked at the weather forecast, and it would hardly rain in the next half month. It is now approaching the end of April and the May Day holiday is about to begin. Yang Chen already had plans in mind for the upcoming holiday, and he would definitely return to his hometown, Yancheng. In his previous life, after he started working, he had very little time to go home every year. Because he worked for an internet company, he could only fly back to Yancheng during the Chinese New Year. After starting my own business, I was extremely busy and sometimes I couldn't even spare time to go home during the Chinese New Year. So in the last 3 or 4 years, it was basically Yang Chen's parents who came to Shanghai to reunite with him during the Spring Festival. Now that he was reborn back to his student days, Yang Chen naturally wanted to take more time to go home. He missed home a little, and also missed his parents a little. At around 9 o'clock, Yang Chen returned to the villa on time after morning exercise. What he didn't expect was that Cheng Xiao hadn't gotten up yet at this time. It seems that she went to bed very late last night. This is not surprising. He has experienced many ups and downs in his life, and he has raised money for his mother's surgery to realize her dream, so it is normal to be a little excited. Then, Yang Chen went back to the bedroom and took a quick shower. He has to trade stocks when the stock market opens at 9:30. Because according to the God level investment card, the Northwest Dairy he bought would open higher with a 16-point increase, then reach a peak increase of 18% at 9:40, and then slowly fall back. Therefore, Yang Chen must sell all the stocks in his account within 10 minutes to earn the most profit. After taking a quick shower, Yang Chen came to the kitchen on the first floor. He opened the refrigerator and found a neatly arranged row of eggs, some bread and milk, as well as some fruits and vegetables. Looking at the dates, they are all from the last 2 days. Someone must have put these things in the refrigerator before Yang Chen moved in. It is normal to have someone doing daily delivery and cleaning work in a luxury villa of this level. Yang Chen took out a large bottle of milk, a few eggs, bread, and some fruit, and made a simple breakfast. He also prepared Cheng Xiao's portion. The time soon came to 9:30 and the stock market officially opened. As the God level investment card showed, Northwest Dairy opened nearly 16% higher and continued to rise. Yang Chen immediately started to operate, his hands moving at a very fast speed. Since he has a large amount of capital, he can only sell it in batches so as not to cause too much fluctuation and impact on the stock. Soon, within 10 minutes, Yang Chen sold all of his Northwest Dairy shares. In the end, Yang Chen's profit point on this stock was 54.3%. The balance in his stock account also reached 58 million. After deducting the 25 million yuan leverage from the securities company, his own principal is 33 million yuan. After this round of operations, Yang Chen's principal has completely exceeded the money borrowed through leverage. And it had only been 3 days since he applied for leverage. This speed of making money is so terrifying. However, Yang Chen was already very calm at this time. Or rather, I'd become a little numb. Looking at this string of numbers, he did not feel too excited, but began to think about his next move. Yang Chen still had 28 million in his bank card at this time. Among them, 10 million yuan was transferred to her by Pei Luotian last night. She entrusted herself with the money for investment. The other 18 million was earned by him using a cashback card in Zhang Yuqi's live broadcast room last night. Oh no, I picked it up. Yang Chen did not plan to invest the 18 million into the stock market all at once. Because today is already Friday. Since tomorrow is a normal weekend, the stock market will be closed and everyone's accounts will be frozen, making it impossible to trade or transfer funds. Moreover, tomorrow will be a short holiday for the May Day holiday, and the whole school will have a make-up day of classes. Starting from Saturday, the May Day holiday will officially begin. That is to say, the stock market will stop trading for the next 6 days. According to Yang Chen's plan, if nothing special happens, he should be able to return to Yanqing by car the day after tomorrow at the earliest. When the time comes, he plans to give his parents a surprise. Taking into account some possible situations, Yang Chen still kept 8 million in his bank card and only transferred his own 10 million and Pei Luotian's 10 million to the stock account. In this way, the total amount of his stock account reached 78 million. Chapter 80 Ideas for Opening a Milk Tea Shop. 7800W, not far from a small goal. Seeing the long string of numbers, Yang Chen felt a little numb. Sure enough, when the money reaches a certain level, it is just a line of numbers. He used to think that this statement was for Psy, but when he actually had so much money, he found that it was indeed true. After calming himself down, Yang Chen began to operate in the stock market. Just like before, he went directly to the Science and Technology Innovation Board's decline list and screened out the stocks that had fallen the most today from top to bottom. The stock market seems to be in a bad state today. It seems that due to the influence of the international market, coupled with the fact that it was the last day of trading before the May Day holiday, today's overall stock market performance was very sluggish. Shortly after the opening, the market had fallen by more than 1.5%. Northwest Dairy, which Yang Chen had just sold, also fell rapidly under the influence of the broader market, and the increase was only 13% at this time. According to the God-level investment card, the final decline of the market today will be fixed at 2.5%. Although it is not a stock market crash, it is definitely a small Waterloo. Therefore, although there are many stocks that opened at the limit down today, it is not easy to find a stock that can rebound strongly under such market conditions. Yang Chen looked through several pages of the decline list, but couldn't find a stock that satisfied him. At most, the total profit of these stocks can reach about 28%. Thinking of the stock he had just casually found that could make a profit of 50% 60%, Yang Chen sighed helplessly. Oh, it's so hard to make money these days. If someone working in the securities industry heard what he said, they would probably jump up and hit Yang Chen's knee. This is too Versailles. In the current environment, professional investment managers would be lucky enough not to lose money, let alone make any money. And Yang Chen actually complained that the profit of 28% was too little. Forced to make a living, Yang Chen could only continue to look for stocks patiently. Finally, after looking at more than 100 stocks, Yang Chen found a stock with a good total return, Sanping Optoelectronics. This is a technology stock, and the company it owns is in the semiconductor industry. Sanping Optoelectronics is currently down 7%. According to the God-level investment card, Sanping Optoelectronics will continue to fall, and at 11:10 in the morning, it fell to today's low of 13%. It then began to go against the trend and hit the daily limit at 11:15, and then opened the daily limit again, reaching a 15% increase when the market closed at 11:30 noon. Then there was a period of fluctuation after the opening in the afternoon, and finally it hit the daily limit at the closing time of 1500 hours. Not only that, when the stock market reopens after the May Day holiday, Sanping Optoelectronics will open at the daily limit. In other words, this stock can eventually bring Yang Chen a return of nearly 53%. Although it is slightly lower than the stocks Yang Chen bought before, it is also a very good return. Since he had chosen this stock, Yang Chen no longer hesitated and started to operate. The time is now close to 10 o'clock, and there is still 1 hour before Sanping Optoelectronics reaches the lowest prices shown on the God-level investment card, but Yang Chen can still make operations in advance. He can use stock software to set the price he wants to buy. When the price of Sanping Optoelectronics drops to the price set by Yang Chen, the stock account will automatically buy. This time, Yang Chen still operated in batches, dividing 78 million into 40 purchases and setting different prices in turn. When Sanping Optoelectronics fell to its lowest price, Yang Chen was able to complete his last purchase. This is also an operation method often used by people who play stocks, building positions in a step-by-step manner. After setting up automatic buying, Yang Chen immediately closed the stock software. Just then, there was a sound of a door opening on the second floor. Then, Cheng Zhao's slender figure appeared at the stairs and entered Yang Chen's sight. "Are you awake? How did you sleep last night? Come over and have some breakfast first." Yang Chen waved at Cheng Zhao. Cheng Zhao walked to the dining table and sat down, with an embarrassed look on his face, and said, "I slept late today, which is not usually the case." "Understand. Hurry up and have some breakfast. Don't be polite. I've already finished mine." Yang Chen smiled slightly. Cheng Zhao saw the sumptuous breakfast on his desk. Cheng Zhao's eyes lit up. "Then I won't be polite." Compared to yesterday's politeness, Cheng Zhao no longer resisted Yang Chen's kindness to her. In Yang Chen's opinion, this is a good change. Seeing Cheng Zhao eating with relish, Yang Chen continued. "I remember you said last night that you have a part-time job today, right? Here's what I'm thinking. Since you become a partner in the milk tea shop, just focus on doing this job well and quit your other part-time jobs first." I took some time in the morning to write down the recipes of several kinds of milk tea, as well as the name and meaning of the milk tea shop and the design of the packaging. As he spoke, Yang Chen placed a stack of A4 papers in front of Cheng Zhao. Without waiting for Cheng Zhao to answer, Yang Chen continued. "I've decided to name the milk tea shop Cha-Yin Yusei. Our main milk teas are all made with pure tea and pure milk. As for the meaning and packaging, I plan to use the ancient Chinese style as the background for design and creativity. I have drawn a few rough pictures. You will need to contact the specific studio or artist later. My initial plan was to select a location for the milk tea shop in early May, and to start the renovations, and then to start the trial operation in late May. But these are all follow-up matters. Your top priority these days is to master the milk tea recipe and then make some production attempts, because the quality of milk tea is our core competitiveness." Yang Chen's thoughts were very clear, and he explained his plans in detail. "Aha!" Cheng Zhao listened and nodded repeatedly. His eyes were very bright and had a unique look. She knows how to make milk tea, knows how many kinds of milk tea are made, and understands the business model of milk tea shops. Therefore, after hearing Yang Chen's words, Cheng Zhao felt as if they had met too late, and at the same time, he felt as if he had been enlightened. Many of the ideas Yang Chen talked about, including the method of making milk tea with pure tea and pure milk, as well as the traditional Chinese-style design of the packaging, all made her eyes light up. Compared with the same old packaging and similar milk tea making methods currently on the market, this is so much better. No wonder Yang Chen is so confident that he can make money. He certainly wasn't talking nonsense. Looking at Yang Chen's eyes that were as bright as stars and his confident look, Cheng Zhao was unconsciously intoxicated. At this moment, Yang Chen had an indescribable charm. After listening carefully to Yang Chen's words, Cheng Zhao also boldly put forward his own suggestions. "Can we do some point-based activities? For example, after customers buy our milk tea, we give them some points, which can then be used to redeem our milk tea, or get some discounts or something?" Chapter 81 The Future Beautiful CEO? Hearing Cheng Zhao's words, Yang Chen's eyes lit up. He also didn't expect that Cheng Zhao had such a great business mindset. The points system she proposed was actually the most powerful marketing method of the Cha-Yin Yusei milk tea shop in her previous life. At that time, Cha-Yin Yusei launched a points collection card. Every time you consumed a cup of milk tea at the Cha-Yin Yusei milk tea shop, you could get a beautifully made sticker to be pasted on the points collection card. There are a total of 20 blank spaces on a point collection card. Whenever you collect 5 stickers, you can buy designated milk tea in the store and get one free. When you collect 10 stickers, you can exchange them for any kind of milk tea. When you collect 15 stickers, you can exchange them for Cha-Yin Yusei specially made peripheral gifts. And so on. In this way, customer stickiness can be greatly enhanced. Yang Chen originally planned to tell Cheng Zhao about these business techniques before the trial operation. Unexpectedly, Cheng Zhao took the initiative to make this suggestion. This surprised Yang Chen. Because in this era, milk tea has not yet become widely popular, and most milk teas are still cheap drinks costing a few dollars a cup, not to mention this kind of marketing method. Cheng Zhao's business thinking can be said to be ahead of this era. This is what shocked Yang Chen the most. For a moment, Yang Chen had a strong premonition that Cheng Zhao would become a stunningly talented and beautiful CEO in the business world in the future. What a treasure! Xiao Xiao, you are really smart. Yang Chen praised sincerely. Hearing Yang Chen's praise, Chang Xiao lowered his head shyly, feeling joy unconsciously in his heart. Then, Yang Chen discussed with Chang Xiao many marketing methods that he knew in his previous life, such as soft advertising and asking some local Weibo bloggers to help promote the product. Before they knew it, the two had been talking for more than an hour. In addition to some basic plans and formulas that Yang Chen had originally prepared, the two of them finalized many details. After the chat, Chang Xiao was in high spirits and looked at Yang Chen with a hint of admiration and worship. In the past, because she was often harassed by some rich people and the second generation of rich people, she has always been prejudiced against the rich and the second generation of rich people. But Yang Chen's actions broke her inherent prejudice. Yang Chen is indeed very different. I have something to do at noon, so I won't have lunch with you. I'll take you home first. Do you want to go back to school or to the hospital? Don't be too frugal with the card I gave you. If it's not enough, ask me again. Your mother's illness should not be delayed for too long. Yang Chen glanced at the electronic bracelet in his hand, and then said. It was already past 11 o'clock and almost noon. After seeing Chang Xiao off, I returned to the riverside villa. It was almost noon. Since Yang Chen promised Aragaki Mai yesterday that he would go back to Jiangpan Supreme for lunch, he would definitely not break the appointment. Oh. Take me to the hospital first. Hearing Yang Chen's words, Chang Xiao felt warm in his heart, but at the same time, he also felt a little disappointed. She also hoped that Yang Chen could go to the hospital with her to see her mother. However, this sense of loss was soon diluted. There will always be time later. Moreover, Yang Chen had indeed given her a lot of instructions, and she didn't have much time to prepare. She wanted to go to the hospital first to transfer her mother to a higher level ward, and then start to do the task assigned to her by Yang Chen. Instead, Chang Xiao felt a sense of fulfillment in his heart. Being able to open a milk tea shop with Yang Chen makes her look forward to striving for a better life in the future. It's getting late, let's go. By the way, the recipe for milk tea must be kept safe. If you can remember it, burn the recipe I wrote to avoid unnecessary trouble. Yang Chen pressed the internal elevator of the villa and gave a reminder at the same time. Got it. Chang Xiao rolled his eyes at Yang Chen. That innocent and domineering baby face, coupled with long eyelashes and big eyes, has an indescribable charm. Yang Chen's mind was shaken by this. I have to say that Chang Xiao's face does look a lot like a certain celebrity, and she looks a bit like an idol trainee from a certain kimchi-loving country. It's just that she is dressed too simply now, so it's still a little lacking. Once the Cheyenne Yusei milk tea shop is on the right track, Chang Xiao's life will become better, and his fashion sense and aesthetic taste will naturally improve. By then, I believe he will not be worse than a certain celebrity. Soon, Yang Chen drove the Lamborghini and left mansion number 1 with Chang Xiao. At the same time, Shanghai Financial Center, Xinhua Securities Company. In the investment department manager's office, Pei Luotian had just finished his morning work and started checking Yang Chen's stock market operations today in front of the computer. She skillfully opened the internal database and retrieved Yang Chen's account. His eyes were focused on Yang Chen's latest operation dynamics. After watching for a while, Pei Luotian's handsome brows slightly frowned. Sanping Optoelectronics? If I remember correctly, this should be a leading stock in the semiconductor industry. The semiconductor industry has been in a downturn recently, with oversupply in the entire market, which has also led to poor sales of semiconductors. Pei Luotian, a senior investment consultant, knew from professional common sense that buying Sanping Optoelectronics at this time was not a wise choice. Yang Chen's actions were really unconventional. And this is indeed the case. After Yang Chen bought it, Sanping Optoelectronics has been falling slowly, and has now fallen by more than 12%. Moreover, Sanping Optoelectronics' decline has not stopped and the overall trend is still downward. However, Pei Luotian also keenly discovered something unusual. Yang Chen's operation today was different from before. Before, he always bought stocks in real time, but today he set the purchase amount and number of shares in advance. Yang Chen set the purchase time to be an hour ago, when Sanping Optoelectronics had only fallen by about 7%. The internal database shows that Yang Chen currently has around 35 million pending orders that have not been traded. Because the trading range he set was between a decline of 12% and 13%. In other words, if Sanping Optoelectronics drops one more point, Yang Chen will use all of his funds to buy Sanping Optoelectronics. Suddenly, Pei Luotian realized. An hour ago, Yang Chen could predict that the stock would fall by 12%-13%. His operating method is a typical T-shaped operating method, buying stocks in batches, which is also a typical way for large institutional funds to buy a stock. The most important point of this speculation method is to accurately predict the bottom of the stock. Otherwise, with leverage, it is easy to lose all your money. Therefore, Yang Chen seemed to be very confident in his prediction. Chapter 82. It's different now. I call him Manager Pei. As time went by, Yang Chen's orders were successfully traded one after another. When Sanping Optoelectronics fell by 13%, Yang Chen's last order was successfully traded. At this point, all his funds were used to buy Sanping Optoelectronics. Pei Luotian also became a little nervous. Because 10 million of Yang Chen's funds belonged to her, and Pei Luotian's entire property was basically in it. In fact, it is not the pocket money that Pei Luotian mentioned. This money is the salary and bonus commission she has accumulated over the years, plus the money she earned from secret and illegal investments. Although Pei Luotian's family is very wealthy, due to some special reasons, she has basically not asked for a penny from her family since she started working. Therefore, she gave all the money to Yang Chen, which was enough to show her confidence and trust in Yang Chen. However, Pei Luotian couldn't help but feel a little nervous. But soon, Pei Luotian's emotions were overwhelmed by shock and joy. Not long after Yang Chen placed his last order, Sanping Optoelectronics actually began to rise against the trend miraculously. In just 30 seconds, it went up by 5%. Within 1 minute, Sanping Optoelectronics rose 14% points compared to before, and the stock color changed directly from green to red. From the original decline of 13% to an increase of 1%. It stands out among the green stocks. Moreover, Sanping Optoelectronics' growth has not stopped and is still continuing to move upward. The increase is 2%, 3%, 5%. Almost every time Pei Luotian blinked, Sanping Optoelectronics' share price surged. In just 5 minutes, Sanping Optoelectronics hit the daily limit. Another limit up against the trend? Why say again? At this moment, Pei Luotian felt a little numb. How similar is the trend of Sanping Optoelectronics to the stocks Yang Chen bought before? They all fell a lot at the beginning, and then rose to the daily limit against the trend. It's just that today this stock hit the daily limit against the trend when the market was in a very bad situation, so it is particularly eye-catching. After being shocked, Pei Luotian looked at Yang Chen's profit point, which was around 31%. This is the net profit point after deducting the transaction fees when purchasing stocks. Yang Chen's capital is 78 million, so his profit this time is 24.18 million. The funds in the stock account have officially exceeded the 100 million yuan mark. Looking at the long string of zeros, Pei Luotian couldn't help but fall into deep thought. If she remembered correctly, when Yang Chen came to apply for leverage 3 days ago, he only had 2.5 million on hand, right? And now, even after deducting the 25 million borrowed from leverage and the 12 million he promised, the total funds in his account are 65.18 million. Isn't this speed of making money a little too outrageous? Thinking of this, Pei Luotian suddenly felt a little angry. This guy Yang Chen made 31% profit today, but he only promised himself a 20% profit point. It's really too stingy. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Pei Luotian immediately picked up his phone, found Yang Chen's number and prepared to call him. At the same time, Yang Chen was taking Cheng Xiao shopping in a mobile phone store. Originally, Yang Chen wanted to send Cheng Xiao to the Chinese medicine hospital in the city. But when waiting for the traffic light at an intersection, Yang Chen saw a direct-operated Apple mobile phone store on the side of the street, and immediately turned over. He felt a little distressed when he thought of the cell phone that Cheng Xiao bought for 125 yuan. And when she deals with matters related to the milk tea shop in the future, she will definitely have to contact many people frequently. If you still use the previous mobile phone, it will inevitably affect your work efficiency. In addition, Cheng Xiao is a thrifty person and he would definitely not use his own money to buy a mobile phone. After considering this, Yang Chen decided to give her one. Boss, give me the latest iPhone 6 Plus, the one with the largest capacity, in pink. Entering the store, Yang Chen spoke directly. Originally, the owner of the mobile phone store was still dozing off at the cash register, ignoring Yang Chen and Cheng Xiao. After hearing Yang Chen's words, he immediately jumped up and poured a glass of water for Yang Chen and Cheng Xiao with a smile on his face. You two drink some water first, I'm going to the warehouse to get my phone. After saying that, he happily went to the warehouse to look for his cell phone. Cheng Xiao stood timidly beside Yang Chen and did not look at the phone in the booth. In Chang Zhao's opinion, Apple phones are pure luxury goods, and she may never be able to afford one in her lifetime. As for the 2 million in her pocket, that was all Yang Chen's money, and Chang Zhao never considered it as her own. At this moment, Yang Chen's cell phone rang. He picked up the phone and checked the caller ID. Pei Luotian? Why are you calling at this hour? Is he snooping on his stock account again? Yang Chen had a strange look in his eyes, then he walked to the side and answered the phone. Manager Pei, why are you calling me at this time? Are you asking me for money? Yang Chen's tone was somewhat teasing. Their current relationship is somewhat subtle, they are friends, but at the same time there is some ambiguity. Therefore, Yang Chen's tone of voice was relatively relaxed. Humph, when you came to me to apply for leverage before, you called me Luotian. But it's different now, you call me Manager Pei. There was a hint of resentment in Pei Luotian's tone. Ahem. Hearing this, Yang Chen couldn't hold it anymore and quickly changed the subject. Could it be about stocks again? Don't worry, we can definitely make a 20% profit. On the other end of the phone, Pei Luotian immediately gritted his teeth. This guy Yang Chen actually dared to bring up this matter? Immediately, Pei Luotian sighed on the phone, hey. Brother Yang Chen is truly a well-deserved stock god. He made a profit of 31% in just 1 hour. I was originally going to be happy for you, but I always feel a little uncomfortable in my heart. I trust you so much that I give you all my pocket money. But my brother is so capable, but he is only willing to give me 20% of the profit. It really makes me sad. Having said that, Pei Luotian sighed a few more times. Hearing Pei Luotian's sour words, Yang Chen knew that she was just jealous of him making money. After all, if this momentum continues, Pei Luotian's 10 million will more than double, but she can only get 2 million in profit. Everyone will feel a little unbalanced. However, Yang Chen is not a rookie who has just started out, so he won't feel embarrassed by a few random words. He immediately laughed and said, "Ha, Sister Pei, you are too kind. I'm just lucky. I got lucky again today. Sister, you're also a senior investment consultant. You know that the stock market is very risky. I can't guarantee that I'll make money every time. On the whole, the 20% profit point I gave my sister was already very sincere. Among you professionals in the securities industry, who dares to promise you this profit now?" Chapter 83, Urgent. Yang Chen continued. But if you say that my sister is one of us, then let alone 20%, even if you ask me to give you all the money I earn, I won't refuse. When he said the last sentence, Yang Chen deliberately lowered his voice, and his tone became a little unserious. After all, these words sounded like teasing, and it would be bad if Cheng Xiao next to him heard them. Humph, you have no conscience. You won't release the eagle until you see the rabbit. If you want to get my sister, it depends on your performance. I'm going to eat first, we can talk later. Pei Luotian hung up the phone angrily. In front of the computer desktop, her magnificence kept rising and falling, like a blown-up ball, very magical. Thinking of what Yang Chen had just said, Pei Luotian became furious. Yang Chen was like a slippery loach, always playing Tai Chi in response to Pei Luotian's questions. It is very difficult for Pei Luotian to achieve his goal. On the contrary, she was the one who was always being eaten up by Yang Chen. At this moment, Yang Chen looked at the phone screen where the call was suddenly hung up and felt a little funny. Oh, it's so urgent. But he didn't take it seriously and locked the phone in his hand. The purpose of Pei Luotian's call was quite obvious, which was to complain to Yang Chen, and then see if he could gain some more profit points. It's just that Yang Chen is indeed a person who won't release the eagle until he sees the rabbit, and he guards his bottom line very tightly. After all, Pei Luotian was different from the simple memories when she was still in school in Changshao. When Yang Chen dealt with her, he followed the social rules more. Interests are interests, and favors are favors. Yang Chen will not easily confuse the two. Unless one day in the future, Pei Luotian becomes his woman. Just then, the owner of the mobile phone store came back with the plastic-wrapped mobile phone. Just settle at the front desk. I'll swipe my card. Yang Chen looked like a local tycoon. He still has more than 800 W in his bank card, so buying a mobile phone is as easy as eating a meal, so his tone is very calm. Okay. The boss immediately started operating the computer. Cheng Xiao, who was standing aside, asked curiously, Yang Chen, who are you buying this phone for? Because Yang Chen himself was using a Fruit 6 Plus, and this phone was pink, Cheng Xiao would naturally think that Yang Chen bought it as a gift. And the recipient might be a girl. Thinking of this, Cheng Xiao couldn't help but blurt out the question. Guess. Seeing Cheng Xiao's look, Yang Chen couldn't help but teasing her. How could I guess? Cheng Xiao said angrily. Yang Chen slowly removed the plastic wrapping while saying to Cheng Xiao, that person is far away in the sky, but he is right in front of us. Hearing this, Cheng Xiao was stunned for a while before reacting. She asked uncertainly, for me? Yang Chen nodded. As a matter of course, when you open a milk tea shop in the future, you will need to communicate with many people, and you will also need to use your phone to keep some records. Now that you are my partner, your efficiency must not be too low. A good mobile phone is definitely essential. After hearing Yang Chen's words, Cheng Xiao didn't know how to refute for a moment. I always felt like something was wrong, but what Yang Chen said seemed to make sense. Cheng Xiao was suddenly speechless. Ding, the card was swiped successfully. You have successfully spent 8,299 yuan. At this moment, the POS machine next to him rang, prompting Yang Chen that the payment had been successful. Sir, here is your receipt. The boss smiled widely and handed the receipt for the fruit phone to Yang Chen with both hands. Yang Chen took the receipt, then handed the unpacked phone to Cheng Xiao, and said with a slight smile, Here, the bill has been settled. If you don't use this phone, it will be a real waste. Cheng Xiao subconsciously took the phone and looked at the brand new latest model of Fruit 6 phone. She looked dazed for a moment. What girl doesn't love a new phone? Who would want to use a cheap phone that has been passed around for a few years if they have a choice? Cheng Xiao is also a normal girl, but due to practical reasons, she always feels that these mobile phones worth thousands of dollars are unattainable luxury goods. After meeting Yang Chen, all these things seem to be within reach. After struggling for a while, Cheng Xiao did not reject Yang Chen's kindness, but still chose to be stubborn. Okay. I accept it. Just consider it as something I owe you. All this money will be deducted from my salary in the future. Looking at Cheng Xiao's arrogant look, Yang Chen couldn't help but touch her head. Just like that, a little episode ended. After buying the phone, Yang Chen continued to drive Cheng Xiao to the Chinese medicine hospital. In fact, Pei Luoshan was not the only one who paid attention to Yang Chen at the same time. There is also the vice president of their company, Gao Jun. This wretched middle-aged greasy man with a Mediterranean appearance was also wretchedly peeking at Yang Chen's operation on the screen. After seeing Yang Chen's operation in the internal database, his expression changed 3 times, from disdain at the beginning, to jealousy and distortion later, and then to the uncertainty now. To be honest, Yang Chen's stock operations are indeed a bit weird. The few stocks he has traded recently have all fallen sharply, and he has managed to buy in at the lowest point each time. After the purchase, these stocks seem to be a medical miracle, soaring from green to red and then closing at the upper limit. If Gao Jun still didn't realize something was wrong at this time, then he would be a fool. In the previous 2 operations, Gao Jun could still think that Yang Chen was lucky. But if similar plots happen one after another, then there must be something fishy going on. Is there someone behind this? Naturally, Gao Jun thought of this. He really couldn't think of a second possibility. Soon, Gao Jun made a phone call and told Sun Xing, who was in cahoots with him, about this conjecture. Oh? This Yang Chen actually has someone behind him? That makes sense. Otherwise, it would be impossible for an ordinary college student to become a multi-millionaire in just a few days. It seems that this kid has probably met some noble person recently. There was also a hint of fear in the words of the rich second-generation Sun Xing. He was also a little cautious at this time. If Yang Chen was just an ordinary person with no background, then crushing him to death would be as easy as crushing an ant. But if he has someone backing him up, the situation will be completely different. If he has the support of some big boss, and then touches Yang Chen, it would mean indirectly offending this big boss. The trouble is not worth it. Therefore, if you want to touch Yang Chen, you must first find out who is behind Yang Chen. Then don't touch Yang Chen for now, let him jump around for a while. We can just attack Pei Luoshan directly. Since this cousin is ruthless, don't blame me for being disloyal. Chapter 84 Chrysanthemum Attack Plan Against Yang Chen? My brother's company happens to have a business that needs to cooperate with our Xinhua Securities Company. This time I will send you and Pei Luoshan to discuss the business together. We will use the old method. Once the video is finished, we can do whatever we want with this watch. At this point, Sun Xing and Gao Jun both laughed at the same time on the phone. Apparently, they have used this method of threatening by filming videos many times before. After laughing, Sun Xing said in a deep voice, "Let us not touch Yang Chen for now, but during this period of time, we still need to find out who is behind him. It won't be too late for us to take action after the investigation is complete. It can be seen that Sun Xing is not a brainless rich second generation. No matter what he does, he plans before acting and likes to use certain means. Very cunning. Yes. Young Master Sun is truly a master planner. Little Yang Chen will definitely not be able to escape your five-finger mountain. Gao Jun skillfully flattered Sun Xing on the other end of the phone and made him smile happily. Then, the two hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Gao Jun's eyes naturally fell on the photo of Pei Luotian on the computer desktop. A silver light flashed in his eyes, and he reached under the desk. Finally, I've waited until this day, bitch, let's see if you can still act noble in bed. Fuck it, if that idiot Sun Xing hadn't tried to be romantic with you, you would have been taught a lesson by me countless times. Gao Jun's ugly old face was wrinkled and full of evil, which was very different from his usual appearance when he was speaking as a leader on the stage. I wonder if other employees would be shocked if they saw him like this. In addition to Sun Xing and Gao Jun who were doing something behind the scenes, Yi Jiawen was also restless at this time. He was in a 5-star hotel outside the school, inviting Brother Dao and his younger brothers to dinner, and plotting how to deal with Yang Chen. Brother Dao, come here. This bottle of Wolianye is a fine wine that I brought from home and have treasured for many years. I know you like it, so I brought it here specially for you to taste. Yi Jiawen stood up and poured wine for Brother Dao beside him like a drinking companion, with a very respectful expression. Brother Dao's full name is Chen Dedeo, named after the scar on his face. His main business is running a car repair shop, and the so-called younger brothers are all his employees. Because he had previously helped a rich second generation who came to the store to wash his car solve a minor problem, the name Brother Dao became known among the rich second generations. Now many rich second generations come to him and pay him to do things for them, and Yi Jiawen is one of them. They had already had a collaboration before. Oh, Brother Yi, you're too polite. This is not the first time we've met. You know I'm not a scholar, so there's no need to do those nonsense things. Come on, let's go. Brother Dao patted Yi Jiawen on the shoulder and directly picked up the wineglass and drank it all. Yi Jiawen's eyelids jumped when he saw this scene. Damn, you didn't even eat anything before you started drinking? This is a big cup, I'm afraid it will fall over after just 2 cups, right? Yi Jiawen's face froze, but he didn't dare to disrespect Brother Dao, so he picked up the wineglass and drank it all. Ha, that's refreshing. Brother Dao laughed heartily and then said, Brother Yi, I went back and discussed the matter you mentioned last time with my brothers, and also made a relatively detailed plan. To be on the safe side, I have decided to send 7 of my men this time. In addition to Chrysanthemum, there are 6 more men who will be responsible for picking you up. Tomorrow night, Brother Yi, get that kid drunk and take him to the garbage dump in the back street. It's a remote area and there aren't many cameras. My 6 brothers will pick you up at that time and take this kid to the hotel we have booked. We have already set up several camera positions. When we are done, I will give you the storage cards of these videos. This way, even if something goes wrong during the process, it will have nothing to do with you, Brother Yi. How do you think this arrangement is? Brother Dao said this sincerely, as if he was considering Yi Jiawen completely. When Yi Jiawen heard this, 1,000 horses galloped through his heart. The plan I had agreed upon with Brother Dao was similar to this, except that previously we were going to meet him at the entrance of the alley, but now it has been changed to a garbage dump. The most important thing is that before only 3 brothers were needed to cooperate, but this time there are 4 more. Yang Chen isn't pig, does he need 6 people to carry him? I'm afraid it's fake to say he's thinking about himself, the main purpose is to make more money for himself, right? Yi Jiawen is such a smart person that he immediately saw through Brother Dao's intention. But he dared not speak out. After all, if he wanted to deal with Yang Chen, he could only rely on Brother Dao to do it. Then, Yi Jiawen pretended to be grateful and stood up to pour a glass of wine for Brother Dao and himself. Brother Dao, you are really my brother. I won't say anything more, it's all in the wine, I'll drink it. Yi Jiawen picked up the wine glass and prepared to drink it all, but Brother Dao beside him suddenly grabbed his hand. Hey, don't worry, Brother Yi, I have something else to say. Brother, I am a rough man. I don't understand the ways of you scholars. I don't have much culture. I just like to be straightforward. We sent so many people this time because you are my younger brother. However, as your brother, I am willing to help you without expecting anything in return. But my brothers usually work very hard in the auto repair shop from dawn to dusk. They are willing to take risks in the middle of the night to help you do these things. Do you think we should show our appreciation? Brother Dao's words were very clear. He was clearly hinting that Yi Jiawen should give him money. Hearing this, Yi Jiawen cursed in his heart a few more times. However, on the surface, he still pretended to be enlightened. Oh, Brother Dao, look at my memory. Then, he picked up the Gucci bag next to him, took out 13 stacks of 10,000 yuan in cash, and placed them in front of Brother Dao. I have prepared this money a long time ago. I will use it as a thank you fee to my brother, and as a reward for the hard work of others. 50,000 yuan is for my brother, 20,000 yuan is for my brother Jiuo's hard work, and the remaining 60,000 yuan is for other people's running errands, 10,000 yuan per person. Yi Jiawen had a harmless smile on his face, but his heart was bleeding. Originally, he had prepared 90,000 yuan for Brother Dao, and the remaining 40,000 yuan was for him to spend at the Rolex watch store. He had been eyeing the green submariner in the counter for a long time. This time, he took advantage of the price cut by his father and thought he could finally spend some money on it, but ended up getting ripped off by Brother Dao. In desperation, Yi Jiawen could only give the money to Brother Dao with tears in his eyes. Brother Yi is a very particular person. Don't hold back and say anything. I can handle this matter for you. It's all in the wine. Brother Dao skillfully stuffed the money into the tool bag he brought with him, then raised his glass and drank it all. Chapter 85 Return to the Supreme Riverbank. The plan to attack Yang Chen was finalized. Although he was very unhappy about being killed by Brother Dao again, Yi Jiawen quickly turned his hatred to Yang Chen. He now disliked everything about Yang Chen and couldn't wait to start this plan. Thinking of the way Yang Chen was pressed on the bed by Brother Juhua, Yi Jiawen felt a twisted and perverted pleasure surge in his heart. Then he drank the wine in the glass. At this time, Yang Chen had already sent Cheng Xia to the Chinese medicine hospital and was on his way back to the riverside villa. He had already noticed Yi Jiawen's little tricks behind the scenes. Because with Yi Jiawen's petty character, after being slapped in the face and getting taken advantage of for free, he would definitely find someone to take revenge on him. However, Yang Chen was not worried at all. He now has the body of a dragon, Chinese martial arts and mixed martial arts skills. Who can threaten him? Unless the other party has hot weapons. However, Yang Chen didn't think Yi Jiawen would have such a thing. Therefore, as long as Yi Jiawen dared to do anything to him, the one who would be in trouble would definitely be Yi Jiawen himself. Regarding this, Yang Chen has extremely strong confidence. As for Gao Jun and Sun Xing's little tricks, Yang Chen was completely unaware of them. After all, he had only met Gao Jun once, so how could he have guessed that he would offend Gao Jun in this way? It can only be said that Gao Jun's own heart is too perverted, and his possessiveness of Pei Luotian has reached a twisted level. Just because Yang Chen and Pei Luotian were in the same room, he instigated Sun Xing to plot revenge against Yang Chen. However, even if Yang Chen guessed it, he probably wouldn't take it seriously. If an enemy comes, we will fight him. If a flood comes, we will block it with earth. He has a system to support him, so who is he afraid of? After sending Cheng Xiao off, Yang Chen returned to the riverside villa. Since the Chinese medicine hospital is located in the downtown area of Shanghai, it is not far from the riverside villa. After 10 minutes, Yang Chen drove back to the riverside villa. After parking the car, he scanned his face and got into the elevator. At this moment, Yang Chen couldn't help but feel a little bit of anticipation in his heart. One reason was that Yang Chen hadn't seen Aragaki Mai for 2 days, and he missed her a little. The other reason was because of the uniform selfie that Mai sent him yesterday. If I remember correctly, she should be greeting me at the door today wearing that stewardess uniform, right? My Aragaki's perfect figure, coupled with a tailored stewardess uniform and a pair of charming big eyes. Thinking of this, Yang Chen couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. After his rebirth, he was surrounded by many beautiful women. But the most charming and the one who was best at serving others is still my Aragaki. I don't know if it's because of the influence of Japanese culture, but my Aragaki can naturally say some exciting words and do some seductive actions. Soon, Yang Chen arrived at the door of his house. As soon as I prepared for facial recognition, the door opened automatically. Immediately afterwards, Yang Chen saw Aragaki Mai kneeling at the door. She was wearing a purple stewardess uniform, with an exquisite black silk scarf tied around her neck and the hem of her skirt slightly visible. My Aragaki also carefully applied a layer of light makeup this time. The brown eyeshadow and bright red lipstick made her exude an indescribable temptation. As soon as she saw Yang Chen, Aragaki Mai smiled sweetly, and said charmingly, "Welcome home, I missed you so much." At the same time, she knelt on the ground and considerately changed Yang Chen's shoes. This meticulous care immediately made Yang Chen feel warm in his heart. To be honest, although Yang Chen doesn't like Japanese people very much, he is still very positive about Japanese women. Not only will she obey her husband in everything, but she will also give him her all and trust him without reservation, almost making her man feel like an emperor at home. Yang Chen touched Aragaki Mai's head, exerted a little force on his hand, and raised an evil smile at the corner of his mouth. "My just misses her master?" Being pressed so suddenly by Yang Chen, Mai Aragaki's body couldn't help but lean forward slightly, and her hands naturally rested on Yang Chen's legs. She looked at Yang Chen, blinked her innocent eyes, bit her lips and said, "Master, you are so bad. I still have 2 dishes to cook. How about we finish our meal first?" Seeing Aragaki Mai's look, Yang Chen couldn't help himself. "It's okay, we can dance to Compendium of Materia Medica while cooking. I haven't seen you for 2 days. Let me check to see if your skills have declined." Immediately, Yang Chen picked up Aragaki Mai horizontally. "I practiced the Compendium of Materia Medica until after 3 in the afternoon." The entire flat was covered with the sweat of the 2 men. Mai Aragaki changed into so many sets of uniforms that she had carefully prepared, and each set was torn due to the excessive force of the aerobics. Until finally, Mai Aragaki collapsed exhausted on the big bed in the master bedroom and fell into a deep sleep. Yang Chen simply ended this practice. After taking a quick shower, Yang Chen leaned on the bed and played with his phone. "I didn't receive any messages on WeChat today, just the usual questions from Jiang Xinrui and Li Jian about why I didn't return to the dormitory in the morning, and some trivial chats in the basketball group." Surprisingly, Su Yan and Ge were very quiet today, and no one came to look for him. After closing WeChat chat, Yang Chen immediately opened the stock software and checked today's earnings. He now opens the stock software at 2 fixed times every day. One is in the morning to buy and sell stocks, and the other is after the market closes at 3 p.m. to check stock returns. Skillfully opening the personal account, Yang Chen took a look at the total assets in the account. As expected, a small goal has been achieved. 10360W. Just as the God-level investment card shows, Sanping Optoelectronics has already hit the daily limit, and its rate of return has reached 33%. Seeing this long string of numbers, Yang Chen was still a little excited. Although there was also 25 million yuan borrowed from a securities company and 10 million yuan from Pei Luotian, it was still a small milestone. When the market opens tomorrow, Sanping Optoelectronics will hit the daily limit, and Yang Chen's account will directly have 120 million in it. Adding the money in the card, Yang Chen will have over 100 million in funds. With a cash flow of over 100 million, this would have made him a wealthy man in his previous life. Yang Chen didn't even dare to think about it. However, it is now within reach. Just by moving your fingers a little bit every day, you can earn such a large sum of money in a short period of time. This feeling is somewhat unreal. Not bad, not bad. Yang Chen showed a satisfied smile on his face, then he turned off his phone and threw it on the bedside table, then lay down and began to take a nap. Chapter 86. Richard Miller arrives. Because Yang Chen had consumed too much physical energy, he slept until dark. When he woke up, the sky outside the window had become completely dark, and all the bright lights along the Pujiang River were turned on, illuminating the entire night scene with colorful lights. Mai Aragaki was no longer in bed at this time. Just when Yang Chen was about to get up and put on his clothes, the phone on the bedside table suddenly began to vibrate. Yang Chen glanced at the caller ID and saw that it was an unfamiliar number, so he picked up the phone immediately. "Hello, is this Mr. Yang Chen?" A pleasant female voice came from the other end of the phone. "Yes, it's me." Yang Chen suddenly remembered something. "Yesterday at noon, when I was trying to get the wool from Yi Jiawen, I got a task reward, which was a limited edition Richard Miller watch. According to the system prompt, the delivery date should be today. If nothing goes wrong, this call should be about delivering a watch." As expected, after confirming Yang Chen's identity, the person on the other end of the phone immediately said respectfully, "Hello, Mr. Yang, I am Lu Yu, the store manager of Richard Miller's Magic City counter. The special limited edition skull watch you ordered from us has arrived at our store. When would it be convenient for you to pick it up? Or we can deliver it to your home." Sure enough, the System reward arrived. Richard Miller watches, known as the ticket to becoming a billionaire, are loved by many young wealthy people. Yang Chen's current net worth is easily over 100 million yuan, so this watch is very suitable for him. Many of Richard Miller's watch models are released in limited editions, and their value retention rate is very terrifying. Most of the watches will even appreciate in value. Basically, after 1 or 2 years, it will be difficult to find a watch. For example, this limited edition skull rewarded by the system. Yang Chen took some time out of his busy schedule to check it out today, and found that there are only 6 limited editions in the world. Richard Miller only has one quota for China. It can be said that this limited edition skull watch is the only one in China, and it is 100% unlikely to be duplicated by others. This is the most precious thing about this watch. After all, this kind of luxury product requires uniqueness and rarity. Having it while others don't is the true meaning of luxury. This also led to the issue price of this limited edition skull being 16 million yuan, but it has been hyped up to more than 30 million yuan in the secondary market. It has been crazily sought after by many wealthy people at home and abroad. And it's priceless. This means that even if you are willing to pay 3,000 W, you can't buy this watch. The only one in the country is in Yang Chen's hands. Yang Chen hadn't taken this matter to heart before, but he didn't expect that the reward would arrive so soon. This inevitably made him feel a little itchy. After all, it is the ticket to becoming a billionaire, so what man wouldn't he want to touch it with his own hands? I'll find time to go to your counter in the evening. What time do you get off work? Yang Chen thought for a while and replied. Because there is an internal basketball game tomorrow afternoon, Yang Chen does not plan to spend the night at Jiangpan Supreme. On the way back to school, you can stop by Babeiban, the largest commercial street in Shanghai, to pick up your watch. There are currently only 2 Richard Miller counters in China, one in Wangfujing, Kyoto, and the other in Babeiban, Shanghai. Whenever you come over tonight, Mr. Yang, our counter will close. Welcoming you is our most important task today. The store manager Lu Yu replied sweetly. Okay, I'll contact you then. We are looking forward to your visit. After exchanging a few polite words, Yang Chen hung up the phone. At this moment, the door of the room was suddenly pushed open slowly. Aragaki Mai, who was wearing a black silk-made outfit, walked in cautiously, as if she wanted to see if Yang Chen had woken up. Her steps were still a little limp, and I don't know if it was because the class exercise at noon was too intense. Seeing that Yang Chen had woken up, Aragaki Mai smiled sweetly. Dinner is ready, hurry up and get up to eat. I have to say, Aragaki Mai is really good at it. Every time she dresses up, she prepares her outfits carefully so that Yang Chen won't feel repetitive or boring. Every time, he felt his eyes brightened and he was eager to try. Yang Chen looked at her perfect face and the cherry lips with a new color, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. I recently saw a news report online about a 5-star hotel that started providing wake-up service. Hearing this, Aragaki Mai understood immediately and smiled sweetly. It has to be said that after Yang Chen possessed the body of a dragon, his body was indeed different from that of an ordinary person, and he seemed to have endless energy. After getting up, Yang Chen and Aragaki Mai had dinner together. I have to say that my Aragaki is indeed very virtuous and she cooks all kinds of dishes very well. Some of the side dishes are Japanese, while the main dishes are Chinese. And considering that Yang Chen had a big appetite, she specially cooked a lot of dishes so that Yang Chen could have a good meal. My Aragaki supported her head with one hand, and her beautiful eyes looked at Yang Chen's wolfing down of food, with the corners of her mouth slightly curved. She seemed to be enjoying this time. Why are you standing there like an idiot? You should eat more. If you become skinny because of hunger, I won't like you anymore. Noticing Aragaki Mai's silly look, Yang Chen found it a little funny and couldn't help but reach out and scratch her nose. Then he peeled a few more shrimps and put them in Aragaki Mai's bowl, being very considerate. Looking at Yang Chen's careful movements, my Aragaki suddenly felt a sore nose and crawled into Yang Chen's arms. Woo, master, you are so good to Mai. At home, my mother was the only one who would peel shrimp for me when I was a kid. When the love reached its peak, my Aragaki could hardly control herself. After some entanglement, Yang Chen smiled and said, we are now considered to be quite wealthy. You don't have to call me master like before, just call me boss. Hearing this, Aragaki Mai nodded obediently, then looked at Yang Chen with tears in her eyes and said coquettishly, Boss, can you feed me? Okay. Yang Chen smiled slightly, and was about to pick up the chopsticks in his hand, but his action was quickly stopped by Aragaki Mai. Just when Yang Chen was somewhat puzzled, Aragaki Mai licked her lips and said coquettishly, Don't use chopsticks, use your hands. In an instant, Yang Chen felt a little dizzy. Chapter 87 The Strange Fat Man. By the time Yang Chen was ready to leave Jiangpan Supreme, it was almost 9 o'clock in the evening. The two stood at the door of their home, reluctant to say goodbye. It can be seen that Aragaki Mai is very reluctant to part with Yang Chen. It took 2 whole days for us to separate last time, and I don't know how long it will take before we meet again this time? Big boss, you must come visit me more often when you have time. I'm alone at home, and sometimes I feel very bored. My Aragaki stood at the door of her house, looking at Yang-chen with a pair of misty eyes, looking pitiful. Due to her frequent practice of compendium of materia medica recently, her face looked a little pale at this moment. The difficulty of the movements is not high, but the amount and intensity of exercise are a bit too great. Hearing this, Yang-chen's heart trembled. Indeed, due to her special status, my Aragaki is destined not to show up in public casually. Even her daily necessities and vegetables are specially delivered by the property of Jiangpan Supreme. It can be said that my Aragaki is like a canary in a cage, unable to go anywhere and having lost her freedom. And at home, there was no one to accompany her except herself. But she never seemed to complain to herself, and rarely even bothered herself. Try your best to play your role well. Thinking of this, Yang-chen felt a little ashamed. He really didn't have enough time to spend with Aragaki Mai. Even after returning to the riverside villa, most of the time was spent doing exercises with her, and there was almost no complete time to accompany her. And Yang-chen is indeed not a very romantic person. It seems that up to now, apart from giving her a mobile phone and a tablet, I have not bought her any other gifts. At this moment, Yang-chen suddenly had an idea. Maybe next time I come, I can bring some special gifts for Aragaki Mai. After being stunned for a while, Yang-chen said with a smile on his face, "Don't worry, I will come back often." Yeah. My Aragaki also nodded vigorously. Boss, be careful on the road. Tell me when you get to school. Good. After separating from Aragaki Mai, Yang-chen took the elevator down to the underground parking garage, preparing to drive to Richard Miller's counter. 10 minutes later. Yang-chen drove a Lamborghini Venom and appeared on the first commercial street in Magic City 800½. The reason why this place is called the #1 commercial street in Shanghai is that almost all of Shanghai's well-known high-end domestic and foreign brands have their own counters here. For example, well-known luxury bag brands, LVMH, Gucci, Chanel, Hermes, or luxury watch brands, Patek Philippe, Vacheron Constantin, Rolex, Richard Miller, etc., all have counters here. And basically, these are the first counters opened in China. Therefore, 885 is also famous throughout the country. Yang-chen had been here once in his previous life, but at that time he was just a tourist. After working and living here, he basically never came here again. The scene is not much different from what I remembered. As soon as I entered the entrance of Bababan Street, I could see various luxury sports cars parked casually on both sides of the street. Here, there is an unwritten rule that as long as a car is worth more than 4 million yuan, it is eligible to be parked at the entrance of the Bababan shopping mall. The higher the value, the closer the parking space can be to the mall gate. This is actually a disguised form of publicity, used to show the high-end status of the Bababan shopping mall. In addition to the various luxury cars, beautiful women in cool clothes can be seen everywhere. But compared with the hot girls on the bar street in Shanghai, the beauties here seem relatively conservative. They all stroll around here slowly and leisurely with the pace of ladies. In comparison, she is more like a socialite, with delicate makeup and more temperament. As soon as Yang-chen's Lamborghini Venom appeared here, it instantly attracted the attention of the people around him. Stopping at the traffic light, all the pedestrians walking on the sidewalk focused their eyes on Yang-chen's car. There is no way, the cool shape and special carbon fiber plate material, even people who don't know much about cars can see the difference of this Lamborghini. Yang-chen had long been accustomed to the stares from people around him, and his expression was calm and unhurried. When the red light turned green, Yang-chen stepped on the accelerator and turned directly into the 850-story underground parking garage. Although he knew that he could stop on the ground, Yang-chen was not the kind of person who liked to be in the spotlight and did not want to attract unnecessary attention and trouble. As soon as he entered the basement, a staff member of 800½ came to the front to guide Yang-chen to park in the dedicated VIP parking space. As soon as he got off the car, Yang-chen heard a burst of exclamations. Fuck, Lamborghini Venom? Full carbon fiber limited edition? Awesome! I can't even get this car, where did you get it, bro? Hearing these arrogant words, Yang-chen turned around and saw that there was a Ferrari parked in the parking space next to him, and a young man just got out of it. The young man is short and fat, about 170 centimeters tall and weighs an estimated 180 kilograms. He looked unkempt, with an untidy beard, and his hair looked like it hadn't been trimmed in a long time, like a mess. It is such a wretched-looking fat man, but his right hand is holding a tall, long-legged, internet celebrity-looking beauty, which looks quite uncoordinated. At this moment, the fat man was staring at Yang Chen's Lamborghini with a very shocked expression. Before Yang Chen could speak, the internet celebrity-looking beauty next to the fat man said coquettishly, "Brother Rome, you are so humorous. This car is black and doesn't look good at all. How can it compare to your Ferrari?" Hearing this, the fat man did not look happy at all. Instead, he said seriously, "Lan, you are wrong to say that. Although my Ferrari is also a limited edition, it can't compare to this guy's Lamborghini. My car is worth 30 million at most, while this guy's car is worth at least 60 million, and it is priceless. So many people are eager to buy it, but none of them are qualified to buy it." As soon as the fat man said this, the internet celebrity-looking beauty next to him was immediately shocked. No way, 6,000 W? Her voice began to tremble. For her, who was familiar with various famous brands of sports cars, this was an astronomical figure that was difficult to imagine. Of course. This guy's Lamborghini is limited to 10 units worldwide. The entire body is made of carbon fiber and has the best engine currently available. It only takes 1.6 seconds to start from 0 to 100 kilometers. The fat guy immediately started talking nonstop about the internet celebrity beauty. It can be seen that this fat man should be a sports car enthusiast and knows all the parameters of Yang Chen's Lamborghini. Seeing this, Yang Chen had a puzzled look on his face. Wasn't this fat guy trying to flirt with him? Why was he teaching people about sports cars here? Seeing that he had nothing to do, Yang Chen didn't want to disturb them, so he walked straight towards the elevator of the mall. Chapter 88 Meeting Yan Bingbing. After Yang Chen left, this fat man just stood there and gave this internet celebrity beauty named Lan a science lesson for more than 10 minutes, making the internet celebrity beauty want to cry but have no tears. She was obviously here to pick up rich men and get their bags, but unexpectedly she came here to give a live demonstration of driving a sports car. Almost made her emo. I have to say that this fat guy is also a weirdo with a unique way of thinking. After a while of output, the fat man finally realized that Yang Chen had disappeared without a trace. "Hey, where's that guy?" the fat man exclaimed. "Brother Rome, I saw him walking towards the elevator in the mall." Lan couldn't help but be speechless. "Why didn't you remind me? Hurry, catch up." The fat man became anxious when he heard this and ran towards the elevator. He can buy a Lamborghini worth 60 million yuan, and he looks younger than him. These 2 points alone are enough for the fat guy to make friends with him. Hearing this, Lan felt like crying but had no tears, thinking to herself, "It was you who insisted on dragging me here to talk about cars." This was also the first time she hung out with this rich second-generation guy. She didn't expect that he was not only ugly, but also so stupid. However, when she thought about the fact that the fat man's family was rich and he was a generous person, Lan gritted her teeth and kept up with the fat man in her high heels. At this time, Yang Chen had already entered the Bababin shopping mall. As expected of the most luxurious shopping mall in the country, the decoration inside is very stylish and magnificent, just like an ancient palace. This shopping mall is different from other shopping malls. It covers a very large area and consists of several interconnected areas. To use a vivid metaphor, it is like several Wanta shopping malls connected together, and they sell all luxury goods. In addition, except for the underground floor which is used for catering, all the above-ground areas of each building focus on one type of luxury goods. For example, the shopping mall area that Yang Chen just took the elevator up from the underground garage was a place that specialized in selling luxury goods such as bags. In addition to several well-known brands, there are also many niche brands that provide private customization. But they all have one thing in common, which is that they are very expensive. Entry-level brands like Coach only have a few temporary counters and no dedicated stores at all. After entering the mall, Yang Chen almost lost his direction for a moment. After looking at the map for a while, he finally found the area of the mall that specialized in selling watches. After entering the watch specialty area, Yang Chen quickly found the Richard Miller counter. Because it is located just opposite the main entrance of the shopping mall, it has a 2-story independent storefront with the English logo of Richard Miller printed on the top. Richard Miller's counter is very domineering. Both floors have panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows, and beside the windows are display stands with a wide variety of watches. Not only that, there is also a large LCD screen on the second floor, which shows Richard Miller's flagship product, a skull-shaped watch. On the left and right sides of the Richard Miller counter are the Patek Philippe and Vacheron Constantin counters, which are also 2-story independent stores. This contrast makes the Richard Miller counter stand out more. Standing in front of these 3 top-level watch counters, Yang Chen felt a little emotional. He doesn't have many hobbies, and watches are one of them. In his previous life, the best watch he had ever worn was an Omega. At that time, his startup company had just completed its first order and received some money. It was also his 30th birthday, so he made up his mind to buy one. And when I bought it, I found a purchasing agent instead of buying it in the counter, just because I could save $10,000. He didn't even think about entering a watch store of Patek Philippe's level because he couldn't afford it. But in this life, Yang Chen's wealth is enough to support him to consume these top-level watches. He can enter and exit Patek Philippe stores with ease. After expressing his feelings, Yang Chen prepared to enter the Richard Miller counter. At this moment, a clear and pleasant voice came into his ears. Yang Chen, what a coincidence! Hearing this heavenly voice, Yang Chen's heart moved, and he immediately turned his head. Senior Bingbing? Long time no see. As expected, a girl in a white dress stood in front of Yang Chen, standing tall and graceful, looking very elegant. She had a little makeup on her face, and just like the last time I saw her, her face was filled with a sweet smile. A breath of first love came over her, making people's hearts tremble slightly. Yan Bingbing, the future national first love goddess. Yang Chen didn't expect to meet her here. What surprised Yang Chen even more was that Yan Bingbing seemed to be followed by an old acquaintance, who was the future president of the student union of their Magic City University, Lin Chang. The president of the student union, Lin Chang, was the culprit who indirectly caused Cheng Zhao's death in the previous life. He even deliberately spread rumors insulting Cheng Zhao after his death. Seeing Lin Chang, Yang Chen naturally felt a sense of rejection and disgust in his heart. Don't be fooled by the fact that he wears a pair of gold-rimmed glasses and looks gentle on the surface. But Yang Chen knew that this person was definitely a smiling tiger. Unexpectedly, Lin Chang and Yan Bingbing actually know each other? Yang Chen and Yan Bingbing had no contact in their previous life, so he didn't know about this before. However, it seems that Lin Chang must have feelings for Yan Bingbing. Yang Chen just glanced at Lin Chang out of the corner of his eye, with a calm expression on the surface, as if he was sizing up a stranger he had just met. Nonsense, didn't we just meet yesterday? Yan Bingbing smiled sweetly, then took the initiative to come up and hold Yang Chen's arm. The action was intimate and natural. Feeling Yan Bingbing's intimate actions, Yang Chen's heart moved. Although I got along very well with her the last time we met, it seems that our relationship is not that close, right? And we didn't meet yesterday. Just when Yang Chen was somewhat confused, a deliberately suppressed voice reached his ears. Junior, help me. The guy next to you is my classmate. He always wants to pursue me, and I have rejected him several times. I see. Seeing Yan Bingbing's eyes asking for help, Yang Chen immediately understood what she meant. No wonder the actions were so intimate, it turns out he was using me as a shield. At the same time, a familiar reminder sounded in Yang Chen's mind. Ding! God-level selection is triggered. Choice 1, be brave and agree to Yan Bingbing's request, pretend to be her boyfriend, and feed Lin Chang dog food like crazy. Reward, Patek Philippe Limited Edition, Star and Moon. Choice 2, refuse politely, Yan Bingbing's favorability towards you will drop by 20%. Hearing the prompt sound in his mind, Yang Chen's mouth curled up slightly. Is there any need to choose? Choose one. After reciting silently in his heart, Yang Chen immediately leaned over and said in Yan Bingbing's ear, Senior Bingbing, I'm happy to serve you. But at least you should pretend to be like that. Then, Yang Chen pulled his arm out of Yan Bingbing's arms, and put his arm around her waist very naturally. Chapter 89 Lin Chang's defense is broken. Yang Chen's movements were not unfamiliar at all, and there was no embarrassed expression on his face. Since I have to pretend to be a boyfriend, I naturally have to act more convincingly. I have to say, Yang Chen is quite dedicated. Because Yang Chen himself also hates evil, Lin Chang's behavior of pestering girls has always been despised by Yang Chen. We must put on a realistic show to make Lin Chang give up. After being hugged by Yang Chen, Yan Bingbing's body stiffened instantly, her head lowered shyly, and her ears immediately turned red. However, she did not resist at all. Seeing this scene, Lin Chang's eyes narrowed instantly, like a poisonous snake, looking at Yang Chen with resentment and hostility in his eyes. But soon, his expression returned to normal, and he asked, Bingbing, is this a junior from our school? Why don't you introduce him? His smile is gentle and his voice is very contagious, making people feel like they are in a spring breeze. He seems to be a very peaceful and approachable senior. If Yang Chen didn't have the body of a dragon and inherited the combat experience of a special forces soldier, and was able to observe various micro-movements and micro-expressions in great detail, coupled with his experience in his previous life, he might have really been deceived by Lin Chang. Upon hearing this, Yan Bingbing immediately apologized. "Sorry, I forgot to introduce you. This is Lin Chang, the director of the External Relations Department of our school's student union. We are classmates in the same department. This is my junior, Yang Chen, from the School of Information Engineering. He's also my newly confirmed boyfriend." Speaking of this, Yan Bingbing felt a little lacking in confidence. In fact, she felt embarrassed because she used Yang Chen as a shield, but in Lin Chang's eyes, she thought it was just shyness when in love. This made him even more jealous. However, Lin Chang still controlled his emotions well, and then hypocritically stretched out his right hand towards Yang Chen. "Xiaodi Yang, nice to meet you. Our school is really full of talented people. I feel old when I see you. I didn't expect that the goddess of our college would end up with a junior boy. If other male classmates knew about this, I'm afraid they wouldn't be able to sleep at night. The taste is too strong." As soon as Lin Chang opened his mouth, he sounded like a student union leader, pretentiously sour. Yang Chen pretended not to see Lin Chang's outstretched right hand, turned his head and said to Yan Bingbing, "No way, when Bingbing and I go shopping together, we are often mistaken for siblings." Upon hearing this, 2 blushes immediately appeared on Yan Bingbing's face. She gently patted Yang Chen's arm and said coquettishly, "Why is your mouth so sweet today, as if it was covered with honey?" "No way, isn't it because Bingbing you look too sweet. I just said some true words." Yang Chen shamelessly praised again. This time, Yan Bingbing was so excited that she didn't dare to say anything. Seeing Yan Bingbing's shy expression, Lin Chang couldn't help but feel furious. The freshman in front of him named Yang Chen not only dared to ignore his handshake, but also flirted with Yan Bingbing in front of him. And he is so handsome. MD. Seeing Yan Bingbing's shy face, Lin Chang's blood pressure suddenly soared. The goddess that I have been pursuing for so many years actually turns around and falls into the arms of another man? Lin Chang's mentality suddenly exploded. However, as the next president of the student union, he finally calmed down. Then, Lin Chang pretended to be nonchalant and retracted his right hand, then smiled and responded, "Yes, Bingbing has always been the campus beauty of our school's School of Journalism and Communication, and she is getting prettier every year." Yan Bingbing didn't show any reaction to Lin Chang's praise. Instead, she turned to Yang Chen and said, "Didn't you say you were going to study in the library tonight? Why are you here?" Seeing that he was being ignored again, and by Yan Bingbing at that, Lin Chang's expression froze and his blood pressure soared again. After hearing Yan Bingbing's words, Yang Chen pretended to be affectionate and said dejectedly, "I was originally reading in the library, but every time I opened the book, your shadow appeared in my mind. I was upset, so I just wanted to go out and relax, and before I knew it I ended up here. I didn't expect to meet you again. It must be destined." Having said this, Yang Chen couldn't help but touch Yan Bingbing's cheek with his hand. "Make it look like the real thing." Yan Bingbing was stunned. This play is so realistic, isn't it? Yang Chen took the time to touch Yan Bingbing's face a few more times. "Wow, this feels smoother than jelly." Seeing this scene, the veins on Lin Chang's temples throbbed again. Damn it, he finally got a date with Yan Bingbing after all the effort he put in today. But in the end, I was fed a bellyful of dog food? Especially Yang Chen's actions, rubbing Yan Bingbing's face repeatedly, this was what he had always dreamed of doing. "Have you touched enough?" At this moment, Yang Chen also noticed that Yan Bingbing's expression seemed a little strange, and the way she looked at him was a little weird. So he stopped while he was ahead, put his hand down quickly, and asked, "Bingbing, what about you? Didn't you say you were with your classmates? Why are you alone with senior Lin Chang?" After saying that, Yang Chen looked at Lin Chang with a look full of suspicion. It seemed to imply that Lin Chang had some ulterior motives. It really is the case that the guest has taken over the host's position. When Yan Bingbing heard this, she quickly said in cooperation, "Don't think too much. My course design is in the same group as Lin Chang and another girl. We were supposed to discuss the course design at Xingbak tonight. But the other girl had something unexpected on the way, so she left first. We had just finished discussing the course design plan when Lin Chang received a call and said he had to come here to pick up something. I also had to go back to school, so we came together." As if she was worried that Yang Chen might misunderstand, Yan Bingbing explained it in great detail. "Oh?" Yang Chen looked at Lin Chang doubtfully, as if he was guarding against thieves. This made Lin Chang unhappy again. Damn, what is that expression? Lin Chang also discovered at this time that no matter what Yang Chen said or what expression he made, he deserved a beating. It seems like he and I are just not compatible. Moreover, in just a few minutes of communicating with Yang Chen, he seemed to have a feeling of being suppressed, which made Lin Chang very uncomfortable. At this moment, Lin Chang suddenly had an idea and said, "Young brother Yang Chen, how about you come with me to get my things? I can also take you two back to school later?" He shook off his previous dejection and there was a hint of anticipation in his tone. "No need to trouble you, right? Yang Chen and I will just walk outside for a while, and then we can go back by ourselves." Before Yang Chen could speak, Yan Bingbing was the first to refuse. Obviously, she had little interest in staying with Lin Chang. However, Yang Chen's eyes were playful, and he didn't rush to refuse. Chapter 90. I can only let Senior Lin Chang down again. If nothing unexpected happens, what Lin Chang is here to pick up should also be a watch. And it's an expensive watch. After taking such a big detour, it turns out he wanted to show off his wealth in front of Yan Bingbing. Quite interesting. Yang Chen didn't intend to refuse. The reason is simple, because the system has not yet prompted the distribution of rewards. Yang Chen guessed that maybe the dog food he fed to Lin Chang was not enough. So the system did not judge that Yang Chen had met the requirements for the time being. Alas, I have to inconvenience Senior Lin Chang again. If I had to give another reason, it would be that Yan Bingbing's soft waist felt so comfortable that Yang Chen couldn't let it go. Since you're here, why don't you stay with Senior Lin Chang for a while? Look, he's all alone, maybe he doesn't even have a girlfriend. He looks so pitiful. Let's keep him company for a while. Yang Chen looked sincere, but what he said was extremely annoying. This sentence almost broke Lin Chang's defense. Damn, is this human language? What does it mean to be alone, maybe without even a girlfriend, and look so pitiful? Is there any emotional intelligence in this statement? If any member of his student union dared to speak like this, he would have been kicked out of the student union by Lin Chang long ago. Not only did the veins on Lin Chang's temples bulge, but even his back teeth were almost broken. This Yang Chen is going too far. The worst thing was that he couldn't even open his mouth to refute. Otherwise, he would appear to be particularly rude. Puff. Just at this moment, Yan Bingbing couldn't help but burst out laughing. Sorry, I just thought of something happy. Yan Bingbing explained, covering her mouth. In an instant, Lin Chang felt a critical hit in his heart, and his face turned as black as the bottom of a pot. But even so, he still had to force a smile on his face. After all, he still has to maintain basic manners. It took a long while for Lin Chang to adjust his mentality and his face was no longer gloomy. At this moment, there was a hint of mockery in his eyes as he looked at Yang Chen. The reason was simple, because what Lin Chang was going to pick up was a Patek watch. This is a complicated chronograph watch he ordered a month ago, worth more than 1 million yuan. So when he heard Yang Chen agree to go with him to get it, he was ecstatic. Because this way he could not only show off in front of Yan Bingbing, but also trample on Yang Chen's dignity. In Lin Chang's eyes, Yang Chen was just a poor student. He was dressed simply, wearing a set of no-name brand clothes, and also had a sports bracelet worth dozens of yuan on his wrist. The total cost of Yang Chen's clothes might be less than 200 yuan. It's obvious that there's not much money at home. For a poor loser like Yang Chen, let alone a watch worth over 1 million yuan, he probably doesn't even know what a mechanical watch is, right? I wonder if you will be so shocked that your jaw will drop when you hear the price of the watch you ordered? Maybe his parents have never seen so much money? Thinking of this, Lin Chang began to feel a little proud and started to look forward to it. Thinking back to the scenes just now, a strong sense of perverted pleasure surged in his heart. This time, I can finally press Yang Chen's face to the floor and rub it. Let Yang Chen realize that a poor loser like him is not worthy of being with a goddess like Yan Bingbing. At the same time, Lin Chang began to fantasize in his heart, imagining Yan Bingbing's eyes of admiration and love when he put on the watch. Maybe she would break up with Yang Chen immediately when she returned home at night, and then be with herself. I have to say that Lin Chang's YY ability is still extremely strong. Looking at Yang Chen, Lin Chang sneered in his heart, but his face was still warm and gentle as he said, "Since junior brother Yang is interested, let's go together. It's not far ahead." While speaking, the corners of Lin Chang's mouth lifted unconsciously, and he was obviously very happy, completely different from the gloomy look he had just had. Then, Yang Chen and Yan Bingbing walked into the Patek Philippe counter under the guidance of Lin Chang. "Welcome." At this moment, an emotionless voice reached everyone's ears. I saw a Patek Philippe clerk sitting at the counter. He looked up at Yang Chen and the other two, and spoke in a lukewarm manner without even standing up. Obviously, Yang Chen and the other two were too young, and they were dressed like students, so the clerk had no interest in dealing with them. Are you kidding? This is a Patek Philippe counter and the cheapest watch costs more than 200,000 yuan. These shop assistants also serve customers based on their taste, and not all customers will be served. This is the pride of top luxury watch stores. The clerk has the right to choose whether to receive the customer. Seeing this, Lin Chang raised a self-proclaimed handsome smile, and then said calmly, "I'm here to pick up the Patek Philippe complicated chronograph watch. Someone at the counter informed me that it had arrived and asked me to come and pick it up." Upon hearing this, the clerk immediately stood up from his chair and asked with a smile on his face, "Hello, are you Mr. Lin Chang?" Lin Chang nodded modestly. "Welcome, Mr. Lin. Our manager just contacted you. He is not in the store right now. I will contact him now and ask him to come back and get your watch. You are our distinguished VIP customer. Please follow me to the VIP room on the second floor and wait for a moment." The clerk's attitude immediately changed drastically. This made Lin Chang feel refreshed, and he benefited greatly from it. He likes this feeling of being superior. "Bing Bing, junior brother Yang Chen, let us go first. Lin Chang turned around to greet the two of them, but found that Yang Chen was flirting with Yan Bingbing, completely ignoring his existence. "Bing Bing, do you know the meaning of wearing a watch?" Yang Chen pointed at the watch on the counter and asked Yan Bingbing with a serious face. "What? A watch is a token of love, witnessing every minute and every second we spend together. Every moment is so sweet and beautiful." Yang Chen gently held Yan Bingbing's fair and slender hand and said affectionately. Although these words were extremely corny, they gave Yan Bingbing goosebumps all over her body. But in order not to reveal her flaws, she still pretended to be very touched. This scene deeply stimulated Lin Chang again. It turns out that when he was showing off just now, no one paid attention to him? Then, Lin Chang walked to Yang Chen and said with a fake smile, "Young brother Yang Chen, this watch is not cheap. Isn't it too extravagant to use it as a token of love?" Hearing this, Yang Chen said more firmly, "No matter how expensive the watch is, it has a price, but the relationship between Bingbing and I is priceless." This is so corny. But Yan Bingbing seems to fall for it. When she saw the serious expression on Yang Chen's face, a different feeling arose in her heart, and her eyes became infatuated, and she didn't know what she was thinking. Chapter 91 Humph, the acting is not bad. Seeing this scene, Lin Chang instantly felt like a clown. Damn it, this Yang Chen is so unemotional when talking to me, but why is he so sweet when talking to women? Lin Chang originally wanted to step on Yang Chen, but he didn't expect that he would be fed a wave of dog food by him instead. Standing next to Yang Chen and Yan Bingbing, Lin Chang seemed to be cheering them up. Lin Chang was almost defeated again. At the same time, a familiar reminder sounded in Yang Chen's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the selection. Reward, Patek Philippe Limited Edition, Star and Moon has been issued and can be picked up at the Patek Philippe counter at any time. The reward is already in hand? Yang Chen looked at Lin Chang, whose face looked like he was constipated, and felt a little disappointed. I originally wanted to feed Lin Chang more dog food. I didn't expect it to end like this. Just when Yang Chen was feeling regretful, Lin Chang was cheering himself up in his heart. It's okay, you still have a 100W watch. Wait for the clerk to take it out and blind Yang Chen's eyes. Make him feel ashamed. Let reality teach Yang Chen a good lesson. The gap between him and himself is as huge as a chasm. How dare the light of a grain of rice shine as bright as the promise? Relying on this powerful YY ability, Lin Chang's mentality instantly regained its balance, and a look of confidence appeared on his face again. Just then, the manager of Patek Philippe came in late from outside the door. Hello, are you Mr. Lin Chang? The store manager, who was wearing a navy blue suit, asked Lin Chang politely as soon as he entered the store. The clerk from before was following behind him. Hearing this, Lin Chang regained his vigor and nodded slightly. It's me. Welcome, welcome. Please wait here for a moment. I will get your watch for you. Xiaoling, quickly pour some tea for the 3 guests. The manager's tone was neither humble nor arrogant, but at the same time very polite and considerate. Even though he knew that Lin Chang was their client, he did not ignore Yang Chen and Yan Bingbing. This detail alone is enough to show the gap between him and the other female clerk. Yes. The shop assistant named Xiaoling hurried to serve tea and water. Yang Chen and the other two sat on the chairs next to the counter. Not long after, the store manager came over with an exquisite handbag. Sorry to have kept you three waiting. Mr. Lin Chang, the Patek Philippe complicated chronograph watch you ordered a month ago is in here. I'll help you unpack it and introduce its related functions to you. As the store manager spoke, he pulled out a pure wooden watch box from his handbag and placed it on the counter. Then he slowly tore off the film on the watch box, carefully put on white gloves, and slowly opened the watch box. Then, an exquisitely designed watch appeared in front of the three people. Unconsciously, Lin Chang's back straightened a lot. It seems that this watch has given him great confidence. Yang Chen on the side also looked at the watch in the wooden box with interest, and took out his mobile phone to check the price. It was also the first time for him to see a real Patek Philippe watch, so he couldn't help but be curious. However, just by looking at the appearance, Yang Chen knew that although Lin Chang's watch was good, it was definitely not very expensive, and there must be a big gap between it and his limited edition. The reason is very simple. Although Lin Chang's watch is a complex function watch, it only has a chronograph and moon phase function, and does not have any of the three functions of minute repeater, tourbillon, and perpetual calendar. This means that the price of this watch will not be too high. Soon, Yang Chen looked up the price of this watch on the internet. As expected, the price of 880,000 yuan was sold at a premium of 1 million yuan in the secondary market. He also checked his limited edition star and moon. There was no surprise at all, it was crushed directly. This limited edition watch is only available in 18 pieces worldwide and is priced at 1,000 W. However, the price has been directly driven up to 2,800 W in the secondary market. And it's priceless. Although the Patek Philippe Moon and Star is a little worse than the Richard Miller Skull, it is still not comparable to Lin Chang's chronograph watch. The price difference is more than 20 times. Mr. Lin Chang, this complicated chronograph watch you own is model 5172 G111. It was launched by our company 2 years ago and was designed by Mr. Vardar himself. The dial of this watch is made of rare blue ceramic, the scale is platinum 3-dimensional labella block, and the hands are also made of pure gold and wrapped in platinum. At this time, the store manager also began to introduce Lin Chang carefully. Lin Chang on the side nodded repeatedly, pretending to be serious, but his expression did not look very good. Instead, there was a hint of anxiety between his brows. In fact, he was so anxious that he almost cursed. Damn, who can understand these jiabao parameters you mentioned? Why don't you tell me the price? Lin Chang doesn't know anything about watches. He bought a Patek Philippe just to show off. The store manager's explanation clearly hindered his ability to show off. At this time, the store manager's explanation was still going on. In addition, the entire watch case is also made of platinum, and the movement is a manual winding movement, using the CN2413 movement developed by Patek Philippe. The daily error is within the standards of the top observatory. I have to say, you have a very good eye. This watch is priced at 880,000 yuan in our counter, and it is hard to get one. You are really lucky. When you placed your order, the previous customer gave up buying the watch for personal reasons, so you had the chance to buy it. The price of this watch in the secondary market has completely exceeded the official price and has been hyped up to over 1 million yuan. After talking for a long time, the store manager finally got to the key point. Hearing this, Lin Chang immediately smiled happily, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. After being messed up by Yang Chen for the entire night, it was finally his turn to strike out with a heavy punch. Hee, I bought a watch worth 1 million yuan, what can you use to compete with me? Lin Chang maintained a reserved and cold expression, and couldn't help but glance at Yang Chen. What Lin Chang didn't expect was that Yang Chen was actually very calm, without any expression of surprise. It was as if what he saw was not a 100W watch, but a 100 yuan electronic watch. I'm afraid this guy is just pretending? Lin Chang immediately thought of a reasonable explanation. With a poor loser like Yang Chen, there is no reason why he wouldn't be shocked to see a 1 million watch. The only explanation Lin Chang could think of was that this guy was pretending to be calm. Humph, your acting is pretty good. Then, Lin Chang glanced at Yan Bingbing. Yan Bingbing's expression was much more normal, and her beautiful eyes were filled with shock. It can be seen that she was very surprised at the price of this watch. This made Lin Chang quite proud. But he pretended to be nonchalant and said calmly, No, it's just fate. I happened to pass by your house that day and saw this watch on the billboard at the door. I ordered this model on impulse, but I didn't expect it to be in stock. Oh, impulse buying. Chapter 92, Is it possible that even the little genius needs to be ordered these days? In fact, Lin Chang researched information for a long time before deciding to buy this watch. Because this watch has a unique shape, it is more eye-catching than other Patek Philippe models, and the price is just within his budget. He thought about it over and over again, and even made a scene at home for a while before he got the money to buy the watch. But Lin Chang insisted on pretending that he bought the watch on a whim while shopping. It makes him act as if he has money and can do whatever he wants. Little did he know that in Yang Chen's eyes, his pretentious expression was as funny as a clown. Even Yan Bingbing disagreed. Even though she was shocked by the value of the watch, she was not some naive little girl, and she had interviewed all kinds of people. She immediately saw that Lin Chang wanted to show off in front of them. This little trick can't escape Yan Bingbing's eyes at all. However, Lin Chang did not notice their micro-expressions. Instead, he was immersed in his own world of pretense and felt very good about himself. Although the store manager knew that Lin Chang was showing off, he didn't want to point it out because he was his customer. So he flattered her by saying, "Mr. Lin is truly extraordinary. He made over 10,000 yuan just from a single impulse purchase. It really makes us ashamed." After the store manager praised him, Lin Chang felt even more ecstatic. "I have to say, it feels really good to show off in front of Yan Bingbing. Especially when Yang Chen is present." However, at this moment, Yang Chen's phone suddenly rang. Yang Chen picked it up easily. "Hello, Mr. Yang. I'm Lu Yu from Richard Miller. It's almost 10 o'clock now. Please come over later. Do you need us to prepare some midnight snacks for you?" As soon as I picked up the phone, a pleasant voice came over. It was the store manager Lu Yu who had just contacted Yang Chen. Lu Yu said this very beautifully. Although she was asking Yang Chen if he wanted to have a midnight snack, her purpose was to confirm whether Yang Chen would come to pick up the watch. This art of speaking is unparalleled. Yang Chen naturally understood. He then smiled and replied, "Don't bother, I'm accompanying my girlfriend at Patek Philippe next door now, I'll go get it later." "Oh. You're next door. It just so happens that the manager of Patek Philippe is my cousin. How about this, please wait a moment and I'll bring it to you." There was some surprise in Lu Yu's voice, and he immediately hung up the phone in a hurry. Yang Chen couldn't help but be speechless. Originally he wanted to keep a low profile and go get it himself, but he didn't expect Lu Yu to not even give him a chance to speak. At the same time, Yang Chen also felt a little surprised. "I didn't expect that the managers of these two watch shops are cousins. Is it a family business? Is it so competitive to be a watch agent these days?" Naturally, what Yang Chen said was also heard by Lin Chang, who was standing beside him. He couldn't help but feel a little strange. "Young fellow Yang Chen, you want to get something too?" "Ha, it just so happens that the watch I ordered before has also arrived." Yang Chen smiled faintly. Hearing this, Lin Chang couldn't help but sneer in his heart. "You also ordered a watch? Do little geniuses also order one these days?" Taking a look at Yang Chen's shabby attire, Lin Chang's eyes were filled with even more contempt. "You offered this to me to slap me in the face, don't blame me for being rude." Then, Lin Chang said hypocritically, "Really? What a coincidence. Do you want me to go with you to get it? It's still quite early anyway." The corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up, and if you didn't know better, you would have thought that the watch he ordered had arrived. Seeing Lin Chang's expression, Yang Chen knew what he was up to. I have to say that he and Yi Jiawan are really birds of a feather. They always want to show off their wealth and step on others openly or secretly. I don't know where they developed this bad habit. Yang Chen smiled faintly and said, "It's okay, it's next door, and it will be delivered soon." However, Yan Bingbing at the side had a worried look in her eyes. Although she felt that money was something outside of one's body and it didn't matter whether one had money or not, she still didn't want to see Yang Chen get hurt because of it. After all, the watch in Lin Chang's hand is a Patek Philippe worth 1 million yuan. In this comparison, I wonder if Yang Chen's self-esteem will be hurt. Obviously, Yan Bingbing's worries were unnecessary. Because even if he was injured, it was obviously Lin Chang who was injured. Not long after, a beautiful office lady with a good figure appeared at the door of Patek Philippe. She was wearing a silver gray suit and had a ponytail, looking very young and beautiful. What attracted the most attention was the LV hard shell bag she was carrying. The dark brown outer color matched with the almond color, coupled with the rows of small LV logos arranged diagonally, makes it look very elegant and luxurious, making people involuntarily focus on it. The latest limited edition LV hardshell luggage? It was just released, how come I can get it now? When Yan Bingbing saw this LV bag, she covered her mouth and exclaimed. Apparently, she usually pays attention to the developments of some bags. This bag looks very ordinary. Lin Chang on the side couldn't see what was going on and said disapprovingly. He had just put on his Patek Philippe and his confidence was soaring that he thought everything else was just average. Unexpectedly, Yan Bingbing, who was always gentle, immediately said sarcastically after hearing this bag is indeed very ordinary, with a launch price of only 680,000 yuan, so it is naturally not as good as your watch. However, this bag is limited edition, with only 888 pieces available, and is only sold to LV's platinum customers, who have spent more than 5 million yuan in the store. So the secondary market price of this bag has reached over 1.5 million. And it's simply not available now. Yan Bingbing happened to see the news about this bag yesterday, so she is very familiar with the market price of this bag. As soon as these words were spoken, Lin Chang's face immediately turned pale and blue. The slap was too quick, and it was done by Yan Bingbing herself. Unexpectedly, the price of a bag carried by others is 500,000 yuan more expensive than his watch. However, Lin Chang did not refute. After all, no matter how valuable this thing is, it has nothing to do with Yang Chen and Yan Bingbing. At most, you just don't understand the market, which is not shameful. When this beautiful woman appeared, the manager of Patek Philippe was a little surprised. Yeah, why are you here? Everyone couldn't help but look sideways. It turns out that this ponytail beauty came to see the manager of Patek Philippe. After all, she is carrying a bag worth 1.5 million yuan, so everyone would be interested in her identity. The ponytail beauty then smiled and said, "I'm here to deliver the goods." Then he patted the limited edition LV bag in his hand, looking very proud. Chapter 93, Could this be a surprise from my dad? Seeing her expression, the Patek Philippe store manager immediately smiled and said, "Little girl, did you meet a big client?" Of course. Brother, you have to work harder, otherwise your store's sales this month will lose to ours again," said the ponytail beauty with a proud expression. Elder brother? After hearing this, the people around him suddenly realized. It turns out that this ponytail beauty is the sister of the Patek Philippe store manager. Moreover, as the ponytail beauty approached, the nameplate on the chest of her uniform was also clearly visible to everyone. Richard Miller store manager, Lu Yu. Richard Miller watch? It's called the Billionaire's ticket. Since Lin Chang bought a Patek Philippe, he must have heard of this watch brand. It can be said to be the most luxurious brand in the watch industry. In an instant, his eyes were filled with passion as he looked at the box in Lu Yu's hand. If nothing unexpected happens, the watch inside should be Richard Miller. Hearing Lu Yu's words, the manager of Patek Philippe couldn't help but smile bitterly. Well, if you lose, you lose. There's nothing you can do about it. Richard Miller has been really strong in the past 2 years. Many celebrities have taken the initiative to endorse you. The Patek Philippe store manager's tone revealed a hint of helplessness. Then, he asked curiously, "But how did you deliver the goods here?" This statement also served as a reminder to everyone present. Lu Yu did say just now that he was here to deliver the goods. It was so late now, and there were no other customers in the store except Lin Chang, Yang Chen, and the other two. Suddenly, Lin Chang thought of the call Yang Chen just received. It seemed that someone really wanted to send him a watch. Could it be? In an instant, Lin Chang's heart seemed to skip a few beats. But he immediately rejected this terrible idea. What a joke, Yang Chen is wearing tattered clothes, how can he afford Richard Miller? Lin Chang immediately found his absurd thought funny. Don't be ridiculous, it's likely that the manager of this Richard Miller store went to the wrong place. Even if he wanted to kill himself, Lin Chang didn't believe that Yang Chen could afford such a watch. At this moment, Lu Yu replied, "The customer just called and asked to deliver the goods here." Hey, aren't there two handsome guys here? Obviously, Lu Yu also noticed the presence of Yang Chen and Lin Chang. Yan Bingbing, who was standing next to her, was naturally excluded by her. After all, the voice on the phone was a man's. At this point in time, there were only 3 of them as customers in the huge Patek Philippe counter. Then, she walked slowly towards where Lin Chang and Yang Chen were. As Lu Yu got closer, Lin Chang's heart was about to jump out of his chest with excitement. Could it be that? Could it be that my dad bought me a Richard Miller and wanted to give me a surprise secretly? A bold idea popped up in Lin Chang's mind. As soon as this idea appeared in his mind, he couldn't help but fantasize, and the more he thought about it, the more possible it seemed. Suddenly, his body began to tremble uncontrollably as if he had been electrocuted. Just like a certain male star who is an electric eel, his whole body is full of electricity. I am so excited that I can hardly control myself. Yang Chen looked at Lin Chang strangely and took a small step to the side. Could this guy be having an epileptic seizure? Lu Yu walked up to Yang Chen and Lin Chang and slowly said, "Excuse me, who is?" Lin Chang was excited, looking at Lu Yu with sharp eyes, his heart almost beating out of his throat. He kept swallowing his saliva and shouted frantically in his heart, "RNM, tell me quickly, are you looking for me?" Lin Chang's body even began to twitch rhythmically, which formed a sharp contrast with his solemn attire and made him look somewhat funny. Just then, Lu Yu said the name. "Mr. Yang Chen?" Boom! In an instant, Lin Chang felt a loud thunder exploding beside his ears, and it struck the top of his head hard. His expression changed from expectation to shock, and then to disbelief. He turned around and looked at Yang Chen in disbelief, and froze in place. "What? Are you here to find Yang Chen? This is impossible. I must have heard it wrong." Lin Chang suddenly began to doubt his life. Yang Chen nodded slightly, and said with a faint smile, "Yes, Manager Lu, please wait until so late. I just happened to be here with a friend to pick up a watch." Upon hearing this, Liu glanced at the watch box on the counter and immediately noticed the Patek Philippe on Lin Chang's wrist. His Patek Philippe watch didn't even have the film torn, so you could tell at a glance that it was a new watch. Then, Liu covered his mouth and chuckled, "Mr. Yang, your friend is so lucky. You didn't take your own limited edition Richard Miller, but instead came with your friend to take the entry-level Patek Philippe watch. You are really loyal." Although Liu may not have any ill intentions, his words revealed a message intentionally or unintentionally. Compared with Yang Chen's limited edition watch, Lin Chang's watch is much inferior. Hearing this, Lin Chang was suddenly extremely embarrassed, and his toes were digging the ground in his leather shoes frantically, but he didn't dare to say a word in rebuttal. After all, the watch box in Liu Yu's hand is 500,000 yuan more expensive than his watch, not to mention the watch inside. Lin Chang dare not even think about the price. The manager of Patek Philippe also looked a little embarrassed, but he didn't know what to say. In this situation, the more he spoke, the more embarrassed Lin Chang would become. After all, the more expensive a watch is, the more classy it is. If you can't compare it, you just can't compare it. You don't even need to take out the Richard Miller watch. You can tell from the watch box that it must be a rare limited edition. There is no comparison with Lin Chang's mass-produced models. So he could only keep silent. However, the Patek Philippe store manager seemed to realize something suddenly. His expression changed, and then he asked anxiously, "Wait a minute, yeah, what did you call this gentleman just now?" Lu Yu looked at his cousin strangely, and said playfully, "Mr. Yang Chen, what's the matter? Are you trying to steal my clients?" Hearing this, the Patek Philippe store manager laughed and said, "Haha, isn't this a coincidence? Mr. Yang Chen, did you order a Patek Philippe Star and Moon watch from our Swiss headquarters half a year ago? This watch happened to be delivered to our store this afternoon. I was planning to contact you tomorrow." Hearing this, Yang Chen pretended to be surprised. "Oh? It arrived so soon? I thought I would have to wait about a year." "That's right. Since your Star and Moon watch combines several of Patek Philippe's most complex technologies, including tourbillon, minute repeater, perpetual calendar, celestial chart, etc., Masterbard is the only watchmaker among our watchmakers who can make it. It takes him about 4 or 5 months to make each one, and yours is the 8th of the 18 limited editions. There was originally a 7th limited edition watch in front of it." Chapter 94. The meter box and meter case together are worth 2 million? But when Masterbard learned that this watch was ordered by the Chinese, he specially advanced the production time of this watch, so you can get this watch more than half a year in advance. According to the time agreed in the contract, this watch was supposed to be delivered to you by the end of this year. I have to say, you are really lucky. The Patek Philippe store manager smiled brightly, and looked at Yang Chen with shining eyes. He was so enthusiastic that he seemed to want to hug Yang Chen and explain. He did not have the neither humble nor arrogant feeling just now. At this moment, Lin Chang on the side thought about how he had just pretended to be so cool, and suddenly felt his face burning. He wished he could hide his head in the ground immediately. This blow was too great for him. He now wanted to hide the watch in his sleeve, it was too embarrassing. Yan Bingbing's face showed half shock and half curiosity. She had never expected that Yang Chen was so rich. A limited edition watch from Richard Miller, and another limited edition watch from Patek Philippe, limited to 18 pieces worldwide. How much would these two watches be worth together? Although Yan Bingbing had no idea about the price of watches, it did not prevent her from guessing the prices of these two watches. Richard Miller, as we all know, is the billionaire's ticket. As the name suggests, this watch is specially designed for wealthy people with assets worth hundreds of millions. Its luxury is unquestionable. This can be clearly seen from the limited edition LV luggage. And the limited edition of Patek Philippe is definitely not cheap. Just from the change in attitude of the Patek Philippe store manager, it can be seen how terrifying the price of Yang Chen's limited edition Star and Moon is. It is absolutely an astronomical figure that is unimaginable. Originally, Lin Chang's 1 million watch was enough to shock her, but she didn't expect Yang Chen's consumption level to be even more outrageous. I didn't expect that there was an invisible rich man around me? And he is such a simple rich man. Yan Bingbing didn't know what words to use to express her current mood. But one thing is certain, that is, she has an unprecedented curiosity about Yang Chen. She really wanted to do an in-depth interview with Yang Chen. Alright brother, you are stealing the show. I was the first one to deliver the goods to Mr. Yang Chen, how could you cut in line? Besides, you haven't even taken out the watch that Mr. Yang ordered, what are you introducing here? At this time, Lu Yu said somewhat unhappily. Hearing this, the Patek Philippe store manager immediately showed a shy expression on his face and said, I'm sorry, Mr. Yang. I was a little excited just now and lost my composure. I'll go get your watch from the safe upstairs. Let Yaya receive you first. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Xu Yong, Mr. Yang, you can just call me Xiao Su. After saying this, Xu Yong nodded to Yang Chen, then ran upstairs eagerly. Looking at the way he looked, it seemed as if he was afraid that Yang Chen would run away soon. Mr. Yang, please don't mind. My brother is just like that. He's fine with ordinary customers, but when he meets a distinguished big customer like you, he gets easily excited. Please wait a moment, I'll take out the watch first. Although Lu Yu's words did not mean anything else, they still hurt Lin Chang who was standing beside him. Obviously, the so-called ordinary customers she mentioned are people like Lin Chang. There is harm only when there is comparison. Soon, Lu Yu carefully took out the black and gold watch box of Richard Miller from the LV bag and placed it on the counter. In an instant, everyone's eyes were focused on the black and gold watch box. It can be seen that Richard Miller's watch box is also carefully designed. It is made of high-grade pure solid wood, inlaid with the brand's golden three-dimensional English and several lines of small gold-plated characters. The watch box buckle is inlaid with a circle of sparkling diamonds, which is very eye-catching. Mr. Yang, Richard Miller and LV have a deep cooperation, so the watch boxes of Richard Miller's high-end series are all designed by Ms. Laura, a senior designer of LV. Including all the English fonts on the watch box and the hardware such as buttons, everything is carefully made. Just looking at this watch box, it is a rare work of art. For example, this line of golden three-dimensional engraved brand logo you see is made entirely of 21K pure gold. This line of letters alone requires 5 Ws. The buckle on the watch box is made of platinum and diamonds. Someone even offered 100,000 yuan to buy it. The entire watch box is worth 500,000 yuan in the secondary market. Every detail of our products can show the incomparable noble grade and bring you the most extreme experience. By the way, the LV bag on the outside is also specially given to you by our Shanghai branch. Lu Yu's explanation was very detailed and it opened the eyes of everyone present. Lin Chang, who was standing by, turned pale when he heard this. Damn, an LV bag plus a watch box is worth 2 million yuan. It is worth 2 watches. The watch hasn't even been unboxed yet and Lin Chang has already been tortured to a pulp. When the watch is taken out later, how will I compare it? Lin Chang now wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into immediately. He felt extremely regretful. Why did he provoke Yang Chen for no reason? But he still stood there, because he also wanted to broaden his horizons and wanted to know what Yang Chen's Richard Miller looked like. At this moment, Lu Yu also slowly opened the watch box. Then, a watch with a unique shape and extremely luxurious look appeared in everyone's sight. The deep black, barrel-shaped case has an exquisite skull shape in the middle. The skull is dark gold in color, with large green gems inlaid in its eyes and diamonds in its teeth, making it look very delicate and extremely luxurious. Just when everyone's attention was focused on this skull watch, Lu Yu's voice sounded at the right time to explain to everyone. Mr. Yang, this RM088 watch in front of you is the most luxurious watch on our company's current production line. It is also the proudest work of our company's chief designer, Mr. Richard. The entire case of this watch is made of NTPT material, which is mainly used in the aerospace field. It has extremely strong wear and shock resistance, and is also very light. It is currently the most expensive material in the watch industry. After talking about the watch case, I mentioned the very eye-catching skull inside. This skull is made entirely of pure gold, and the eyes are inlaid with genuine emeralds from Sri Lanka. Each one is very expensive. The teeth are made of diamonds through top-level polishing and carving techniques. Every detail shows the top craftsmanship and production of this watch. Chapter 95. Can you speak? The mass-produced Patek Philippe that your friend has is nothing compared to your Richard Miller. It's like comparing the fireflies on the ground to the stars in the sky. There is absolutely no comparison. That's why I said you were very loyal. You didn't take your own watch, but came with your friend to take this low-end watch. Your friend is so lucky to know you. For some reason, Liu glanced at the watch on Lin Chang's hand and said these words. These words almost made Lin Chang become autistic. He had been standing there timidly, not daring to say a word. I didn't expect that I still couldn't escape. What the hell is a low-end watch? What is the difference between the mud and the sky? Can this Richard Miller store manager speak? If you want to support Yang Chen, then just support Yang Chen. Why the hell do you have to step on me? Lin Chang clenched his fists, angry but not daring to speak. But he didn't dare to refute anything. After all, what he bought was a Patek Philippe, and he was the store manager of Richard Miller, so he really didn't have to look at his face. And the comparison between the watch on his hand and Yang Chen's was really like the difference between heaven and earth. They are just stating the facts, how can you refute it? In an instant, Lin Chang felt so suffocated that he wanted to throw away the new watch he had just put on his wrist. Yang Chen smiled faintly, and said, "Thank you Manager Liu for your introduction, I'll try it on." He was also a little excited at this time. After all, this is the ticket to becoming a billionaire. What man wouldn't want to have one? As for Lin Chang standing aside, Yang Chen simply didn't bother to care about him, he was just a jumping clown. I'm sorry Mr. Yang, this is the first time I've seen this watch in person, so I'm a little excited. I'll put it on for you right away. Then, Liu bent down in front of Yang Chen, carefully picked up the watch from the watch box, and put it on Yang Chen's left hand. As soon as he put on this watch, Yang Chen's temperament changed slightly, becoming more casual, noble, and fashionable. It makes his already handsome appearance even more charming. Complement each other. Yan Bingbing, who was standing aside, had a dazed look in her eyes. Which girl doesn't like a young, rich, and handsome Prince Charming? Obviously, every aspect of Yang Chen met Yan Bingbing's imagination. Lin Chang, who was standing by, was so jealous that his heart was almost twisted when he saw the scene. Why is Yang Chen not only tall and handsome, but also so rich? No wonder Yan Bingbing likes him, she is attracted by Yang Chen's money, right? This stinky watch. Wow, Mr. Yang, this Richard Miller is very suitable for your wrist and temperament. It looks low-key and aristocratic. It's really beautiful. Store manager Liu Yu praised sincerely. At this time, Patek Philippe's store manager Xu Yong also returned. He was holding a password box in his hand. It is worthy of being a Richard Miller with a market value of 30 million. Even if it is a work of a competitor, I have to admit that this Richard Miller is very suitable for you, Mr. Yang. Congratulations on owning it. Obviously, Xu Yang also noticed the watch Yang Chen was wearing, and sighed sincerely. Under the spotlights in the store, the skull's emerald eyes and diamond teeth appeared dazzling and very eye-catching. As soon as these words were spoken, Yan Bingbing and Lin Chang were shocked again. If they heard correctly, this Richard Miller watch is worth 30 million? What is this concept? In this era, the housing price in the center of Shanghai is only about 50,000 yuan per square meter, and a 100 square meter house only costs 5 million yuan. A 3,000 W watch is enough to buy 6 3-bedroom houses in the city center. Yan Bingbing is a native of Shanghai, and she knows exactly what this means. One watch is worth 6 suites. Rich is not enough to describe Yang Chen, he is simply a pure local tycoon. Thinking of the scene when Yang Chen and she were eating skewers at the barbecue restaurant before, Yan Bingbing felt a little disillusioned. Are the real wealthy people so low-key? As for Lin Chang, he was completely stunned on the spot. He looked lost and muttered over and over again, 3,000 W. 3,000 W? It seems that this is a huge blow to him. However, no one paid attention to Lin Chang at this time, and everyone turned their attention to Xu Yong. Xu Yong walked and talked, his tone full of irrepressible excitement. However, Richard Miller is more inclined to a sports casual style. When it comes to formal wear, Patek Philippe is the absolute king. This limited edition star and moon watch you ordered from us is slightly less valuable than the Richard Miller watch you have, but it will definitely not disappoint you, Xu Yong said confidently as he opened the password box in his hand. Then, a dark brown solid wood lacquer box appeared in everyone's sight. The Patek Philippe watch box looks simple and elegant, with a look of age, while also having an aristocratic and elegant temperament. The style is completely different from Richard Miller's low-key luxury. In addition, the Patek Philippe star and moon watch box is also unique, and its height is about the same as that of Richard Miller S2 watch boxes. Xiaoling, go turn off all the lights in the room. Xu Yong did not continue to open the watch box, but suddenly turned around and said to the clerk behind him. Then, he smiled at everyone and said mysteriously, the reason why this watch is called Star Moon has a certain meaning. It must be viewed in a dark environment to show the true beauty of this watch. Crack, crack, crack. There was a sound of electricity, and the lights in the room went out. At this moment, the store manager Xu Yong slowly opened the Patek Philippe watch box. Everyone couldn't help but hold their breath. Soon, the situation inside the Patek Philippe watch box appeared in everyone's sight. The first thing that catches your eye is a piece of black velvet dotted with diamonds. With the help of the light outside the door, it looks like stars in the night sky, which makes people feel intoxicated. Next, the Patek Philippe star and moon appeared in the center of the black velvet. Its dial is sprinkled with diamonds and a little gold powder, just like the velvet cloth behind it. With this ingenious design, these diamonds and gold powder are like shining stars bathed in moonlight, just like flickering in the night sky. As people's line of sight moves, the twinkling angles of these stars will also change, as if they have life, which is very magical. And that's not the point. The highlight is that at the 6 o'clock position on the dial, there is a crescent moon made of yellow gemstones slowly rotating. This yellow gem is so bright and shining that it stands out among the stars. All the stars surround the moon, and they shine brightly. At this moment, Yang Chen truly understood the meaning of this watch. Chapter 96 I am Xiaoqiang. Since Yang Chen has the bonus of a dragon body, his vision is not affected at all in dim environments. He could clearly see that the reason why the crescent moon made of yellow sapphire rotated was because it was cleverly set on the tourbillon and could rotate with the swing of the automatic tourbillon. This design is extremely clever. Patek Philippe's master watchmakers have truly packed the starry sky into a 39mm diameter dial. Uncanny workmanship. If Richard Miller relies on technology, creation and luxury, then Patek Philippe relies on design, craftsmanship and luxury. Both are made of top-quality materials, but the design styles are completely different. One is literary and the other is martial, they complement each other. Yang Chen had previously looked up information about this watch on the internet, and had also seen some screenshots, but these pictures could not reflect even 10% of the beauty of this watch. Because only in this dim environment, only by seeing it with your own eyes, can you truly feel the design and craftsmanship of Patek Philippe. No wonder Patek Philippe's advertising slogan is, "No one can own a Patek Philippe watch, they are just keeping it for the next generation." This kind of watch can no longer be considered a commodity, but a true work of art. As time goes by, it will only become more and more precious and rare. The scene was completely silent, and everyone was immersed in the beauty brought by the Patek Philippe star and moon. Even Lin Chang stopped going crazy and looked at the watch with a dazed look on his face, with envy in his eyes. As girls, Yin Bingbing and Lu Yu looked at the stars and the moon with fascination in their eyes. This romantic design that puts the starry sky into the watch is definitely the number one killer for women. Once they set their eyes on it, they can't take their eyes off it. It's so beautiful. Xu Yong was tactful enough not to explain, because he knew that in such a picturesque scene, any explanation and words would be powerless. Just use your eyes and heart to feel it quietly. It was 5 full minutes before the lights in the store were turned back on. Su Yong's voice also sounded at the right time. "Mr. Yang, I don't want to give too much introduction to this watch, because I think no fancy words can describe its beauty. But I still need to tell you some necessary explanations. This watch combines all of Patek Philippe's top technologies in craftsmanship. Every part and screw is carefully polished by hand, and the serial number is engraved by Master Bart himself. That is to say, not only does this Star Moon watch have an independent serial number, but every part in the watch has its own independent serial number, and it can enjoy Patek Philippe's lifetime warranty service. If any part is damaged, it can be sent back to the Swiss headquarters for free replacement. Not only that, this star moon watch also has the most complex functions that a mechanical watch can currently achieve, such as a tourbillon, a perpetual calendar, and a minute repeater. It can be said that this watch is also the most high-end series launched by Patek Philippe last year. Although the current public price is not as high as the Richard Miller limited edition skull in your hand, it is not too different. Conservatively estimated, the current price in the secondary market should be more than 28 million yuan. And I firmly believe that as time goes by, the brilliance of this star moon watch will not fade, but will become more and more dazzling. Especially our master Bart, after making these 18 limited editions of the star and moon, he will officially retire and will no longer participate in the design and production of any watches. I believe this star moon watch will have great room for appreciation in the future. Even more room for appreciation than the Richard Miller watch in your hand. Xu Yong spoke very sincerely and confidently. For him, being able to handle this watch is something worth remembering in his life. Lu Yu, who was standing by, did not refute what her brother said, and obviously agreed with what her brother said. Richard Miller is just an upstart, and if it really comes to competing in terms of heritage, it is still far behind Patek Philippe. Yang Chen's eyes were calm, with a faint smile on his lips. He looked at the stars and the moon in the watchbox, his eyes full of satisfaction and appreciation. Richard Miller's limited edition skull and Patek Philippe star and moon are already among the top watches currently available. Moreover, one is for literature and the other is for martial arts, which is just right for Yang Chen to wear in all occasions. As for the other people present, they were shocked again by Su Yong's words. This Patek Philippe star and moon watch costs more than 28 million yuan? Doesn't this mean that the value of Yang Chen's two watches combined is almost 60 million? What is the concept? Lin Chang, standing aside now, even looked as pale as death. Although their family was rich, all their assets added up to only 50 or 60 million at most, which was not even as much as Yang Chen has two watches. Lin Chang didn't even feel any shame anymore. He was really numbed by Yang Chen's slap in the face. He felt like he was just a puddle of mud on the ground. It didn't matter if Yang Chen stepped on him a few more times. This time, he really failed, and even tried to show off to the god of wealth. The gap between people is really huge. Yan Bingbing looked at Yang Chen infatuatedly, no one knew what she was thinking. The store became silent again, and everyone's eyes involuntarily turned to the calm Yang Chen. He is so young, but he has such a terrifying wealth. Who is he? Just then, an excited voice suddenly sounded from outside the door. Hey, the guy who drives the Lamborghini Venom, I finally found you. At some point, a fat man with messy hair stood at the door of Patek Philippe, panting and speaking out of breath. Behind him, there was a beautiful internet celebrity-looking girl who was wearing cool clothes and had a hot body. Hearing this voice, everyone turned around and looked at the same time. Yang Chen recognized at a glance that this fat guy was the rich second generation who had just chatted with Yang Chen in the parking garage, and he was also driving a top-of-the-line Ferrari supercar. How did this guy catch up with us? Just when Yang Chen was confused, Lin Chang beside him suddenly exclaimed, Master Zhuge? What brings you here? Then, as if he had found his backbone, he ran quickly towards the fat man, wanting to lend a hand. A dog-licking attitude. Unexpectedly, the fat man shook off Lin Chang's hand, glanced at him sideways, and said strangely, Huh? Who are you? I don't know you very well. Lin Chang immediately explained anxiously, I am Xiao Chang. Have you forgotten? We drank together at the Magic City bar last Wednesday night. Hearing this, the fat man's eyes rolled around and he said, Oh, now I remember that you were Sun Xing's lackey, right? Hearing this, the smile on Lin Chang's face suddenly froze, and his face turned pale and blue. After a while, he still said respectfully, Yes, I am playing with young Master Sun. Chapter 97 Zhuge Family, Dahua Technology. Obviously, this fat guy has a very powerful background and should be someone that Lin Chang cannot afford to offend. Even after he said such humiliating words as lackey, Lin Chang could only agree meekly and did not dare to show any temper at all. A lackey is a lackey. You can hang around with a bastard like Sun Xing, so it seems you are not a good person either. We just bumped into each other unexpectedly in that kind of occasion, exchanged some polite words and drank a couple of glasses of wine. You don't think Sun Xing and I have a good relationship, do you? I see that you are dressed decently, and you don't look like an idiot. Get out of the way and stop getting in my way. The fat man known as young Master Zhuge patted Lin Chang's right cheek without any hesitation and spoke in a very strong tone. It can be seen that he hates Lin Chang very much. Excuse me, Master Zhuge, please don't be angry. I'm leaving now. I'm leaving now. After hearing this, Lin Chang no longer wanted to live in Bengbu. He didn't even look at Yang Chen and Yan Bingbing and ran away in shame. Like a stray dog. Seeing this scene, the people present had different expressions, and they became more and more curious about the identity of this fat man. Lin Chang can afford a Patek Philippe worth 1 million yuan. Even if he is not as rich as Yang Chen, he is definitely a rich second generation with a relatively wealthy family. Unexpectedly, I was sent away by this young master Zhuge with just a few words. Who is this fat guy? Out of curiosity, Yang Chen casually threw a detection spell at him. Soon, a few lines of text appeared next to the fat man. Zhuge Rongrong, 23 years old, is the son of Zhuge Jinyuan and the only child of the Zhuge family. He has a peculiar personality and hates evil. On the surface, he looks honest and stubborn, but in fact he is extremely smart and has great talent in technology and business. He is very loyal to his friends and is worth making friends with. His current favorability towards the host is 70, and he has no loyalty yet. The information produced by this detection technique was obviously much more detailed than the previous time it was used. Seeing these lines of text, Yang Chen was slightly surprised. Yang Chen was not unfamiliar with the name Zhuge Jinyuan, because he was the founder and chairman of Dahua Technology and had absolute controlling rights over Dahua Technology. Dahua Technology is one of the top technology companies in China, and is involved in almost all cutting-edge technology fields. Wireless transmission, artificial intelligence, chips, new energy electric vehicles, driverless driving. As long as it involves high-tech and technology-intensive industries, Dahua Technology will inevitably be behind it. There are many rumors about this company. The most widely spread rumor is that Dahua Technology is not a simple private enterprise, but has the operation and participation of the state behind it. Regarding this rumor, the reborn Yang Chen was extremely certain. Because a few years later, when China had disputes with certain free countries, Dahua Technology became the main target of attack. At that time, many of China's technologies were stuck, and only Dahua Technology's independent research and development truly supported the backbone of the entire China, giving China a chance to breathe. Yang Chen respects and admires Dahua Technology and Zhuge Jinyuan from the bottom of his heart. Unexpectedly, the unkempt fat man in front of me turned out to be Zhuge Jinyuan's son. Coupled with the hint from the detection technique, Yang Chen immediately wanted to make friends with Zhuge Rongrong. At this time, after Zhuge Rongrong drove Lin Chang away, his face, which had been as dark as the bottom of a pot, immediately returned to a smiling look. He bowed to everyone and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, I hope I didn't scare you. I'm usually a very gentle and polite person." Hearing this, Lu Yu immediately rolled his eyes. "You are kidding me. Are you treating us like 3-year-old kids? Judging from the way you looked just now, you clearly look like a playboy." The others also looked unconvinced. However, no one spoke up. This fat guy is moody and everyone doesn't want to provoke him. Yang Chen smiled and unexpectedly said, "I understand. I don't like those hypocritical guys either. I hate them." Hearing Yang Chen's words, Zhuge Rongrong's eyes lit up. "Brother, it turns out that you are also a person of temperament. I like people like you." Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but look at Zhuge Rongrong with strange eyes. So this guy likes this? Feeling this wonderful atmosphere, Zhuge Rongrong's eyes immediately turned red with anxiety. "What are you thinking about?" "I'm talking about personality." "Personality." Seeing the fat man explaining with a flushed face, everyone couldn't help but smile. With this episode, the atmosphere became much more relaxed. Yang Chen and Fatty also started to sit at the counter and talk. "Fuck, bro, you're really awesome. Not only can you get a Lamborghini Venom, but you can also get these 2 top-notch limited edition watches. I can't even get these treasures, how did you get them?" The fat man looked at the Patek Philippe star and moon in the watchbox, as well as the Richard Miller limited edition skull on Yang Chen's wrist, with shining eyes, his tone full of sighs. Lu Yu, who was standing by, couldn't help but say, "You are so arrogant. What do you mean even you can't get it? I've been the store manager at Richard Miller for more than 2 years, and I've never heard of someone like you." Apparently, Lu Yu was somewhat disapproving of the fat man's arrogant tone. However, Xiu Yang on the side quietly pulled Lu Yu's clothes, signaling her to stop talking. After all, for those who run watch shops, less trouble is worse than more, and harmony brings wealth is the most important thing. But Lu Yu ignored it. Hearing this, the fat man was neither ashamed nor annoyed. Instead, he smiled and said to Lu Yu, "My beautiful lady, although you may not have heard of my name, you must have heard of my family." "What?" Lu Yu asked subconsciously. The fat man said with a smile, "My surname is Zhuge." Zhuge? Lu Yu frowned. This surname sounded familiar to her, but she couldn't remember it for a while. Xu Yon, who was standing by, looked a little shocked. He blurted out, "Could it be the Zhuge family of Dahua technology?" The fat man's expression was still smiling. "Yes, Zhuge Zhenyuan is my father." As soon as these words were spoken, Xu Yong and Lu Yu's faces changed immediately, and Yan Bingbing's expression was also shocked. Dahua Technology is China's first national technology company. Zhuge Zhenyuan, China's first national entrepreneur. Anyone who was born and raised in China, even a child, has more or less heard of these two names. The identity of this ugly fat man in front of me is actually Zhuge Zhenyuan's son? Except for Yang Chen, everyone showed a shocked expression. Chapter 98 redefined the ordinary family? Just after he finished speaking, Zhuge Rongrong narrowed her eyes and secretly observed Yang Chen's expression. What he didn't expect was that Yang Chen still had a calm expression on his face. Although there was a little surprise in his eyes, his expression didn't change at all. This raised Zhuge Rongrong's evaluation of Yang Chen to a higher level. Be neither humble nor arrogant, and be unmoved by praise or criticism. As if sensing Zhuge Rongrong's gaze, Yang Chen smiled at him and solemnly extended his right hand. Dahua Technology is the backbone of our national technology. It's a great honor to meet you. My name is Yang Chen. That was all my father's effort and has nothing to do with me. I'm Zhuge Rongrong. Zhuge Rongrong quickly stretched out his hand and shook hands with Yang Chen. Now, even though the two of them officially met, they had a very good first impression of each other. Zhuge Rongrong then sat down next to Yang Chen with a slash of sword, not being polite at all. "Hiss, brother Yang, is this Patek Philippe star and moon watch yours too? I was wondering where the only star and moon watch that entered the Chinese market had gone, and I didn't expect it to be in your hands." Seeing the other watch on the table, Zhuge Rongrong was shocked. Whether it is Richard Miller's limited edition skull or Patek Philippe's star and moon, the Chinese regional counters are only allocated one. This was something Zhuge Rongrong had asked someone to specifically ask before. Unexpectedly, the two watches fell into the hands of the same person at the same time, and the person was someone he had never met before. "Brother Yang, excuse me, what does your family do? How come you can get all these treasures?" Zhuge Rongrong finally couldn't hold back any longer and spoke out the doubts in his heart. "Ha, I come from an ordinary family. My parents are ordinary employees of a state-owned enterprise. I got these watches by chance," Yang Chen said frankly with a smile in his eyes. Yang Chen was too lazy to hide anything. With Zhuge Rongrong's power, it was quite easy to find out his family background. Furthermore, since Yang Chen was willing to make friends with Zhuge Rongrong, he would not deliberately hide anything. When Zhuge Rongrong heard this, he immediately showed an expression of disbelief. "Brother Yang, you are too low-key. I know how hard it is to get these two watches. If this were an ordinary family, I would immediately wash my hair upside down." Not to mention Zhuge Rongrong, even the two store managers and Yan Bingbing didn't believe what Yang Chen said. "Are you kidding me? Can an ordinary family easily buy a 6,000 W meter? Redefining the ordinary family?" Seeing everyone's expressions, Yang Chen simply stopped talking. He was also a little puzzled. Why is it that no one believes the truth these days? Zhuge Rongrong did not dwell on this issue too much, but changed the subject. "Brother Yang, I have a straightforward temper and always say whatever I want to say. I have an unreasonable request. If it is inconvenient for you, Brother Yang, please feel free to refuse me." Yang Chen nodded. Zhuge Rongrong then said, "I really like the Richard Miller skull on Brother Yang's wrist. I have asked someone to look for it for a long time. I didn't expect that the only one in China has been taken by Brother Yang. I don't know if Brother Yang can bear to part with it, but I am willing to pay 50 million for this watch." Zhuge Rongrong looked at Yang Chen with some anticipation. When these words were spoken, the expressions of the people around were somewhat shocked. Is this the world of the rich? A 3,000 W watch can be worth 5,000 W with just a casual resale? You can also make a net profit of 2,000 W. Even the two store managers who dealt with all kinds of wealthy people every day couldn't help but be amazed. As for Yan Bingbing standing aside, she was already numb. This money, which was once out of reach in her world, now sounds as common as a string of numbers. 5,000 W, what does that mean? At the same time, this also opened the door to a new world for her. However, this is undoubtedly a good opportunity for her to broaden her horizons as she plans to become a journalist in the future. She looked at Yang Chen with full eyes, very curious about what decision Yang Chen would make. As for Yang Chen himself, he was slightly stunned after hearing this. Because a familiar reminder sounded in his ears again. Ding! God level selection is triggered. Choice 1, rich and inhumane. Ruthlessly reject Zhuge Rongrong's request and say that you are willing to give him the watch for free. Rewards: 1-piece Richard Miller Crystal Skull Special Edition, 3 information cards, and AI Core Algorithm Library. Choice 2, agree to Zhuge Rongrong's request, and nothing will happen. Is there any need to choose? There is no doubt that this is another business that is sure to make money. Needless to say, the limited edition Richard Miller Crystal Skull is naturally more valuable than the one in Yang Chen's hand. The information card is a new reward item, and it must have its own unique functions. Among these 3 rewards, Yang Chen cares most about the Artificial Intelligence Algorithm Library. You have to know that in this era, artificial intelligence is just a new trendy technology that has just emerged. Even facial recognition, a technology that later became widely popular, was still in its infancy. If he had an artificial intelligence algorithm library at this time, Yang Chen could seize the opportunity and get the biggest piece of the pie in this field. After being stunned for a moment, Yang Chen looked at Zhuge Rongrong, who was looking expectant. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and he said righteously, "I refuse." Hearing this, Zhuge Rongrong's face showed a deep disappointment. At the same time, other people around were also somewhat shocked and regretful. They are not like Sisterly. They can make a profit of 20 million yuan simply by reselling it. Isn't this profitable? At this moment, Yang Chen's voice sounded again. However, I can give it to you directly. I don't like making deals with friends. When these words were spoken, everyone present was completely shocked. So much so that they all started to wonder if they were hallucinating. Free of charge? A Richard Miller watch worth 30 million yuan, given away instantly? And you still say you are from an ordinary family? This is even more daring than Zhuge Rongrong, right? Lu Yu looked at Yang Chen with a question mark on his face. At the same time, her heart was pounding. Yang Chen's words just now, "I don't like making deals with friends," were the most domineering words she had ever heard in her life. She really wanted to say to Yang Chen, "Tyrant, let us be friends." Hearing this, Zhuge Rongrong's face quickly turned red, and he stammered, What? Brother Yang, you want to give me this watch?" Even Zhuge Rongrong found it difficult to remain calm after hearing Yang Chen's words. Yang Chen nodded with a smile, his eyes were very sincere. It can be seen that he really wanted to give this watch to Zhuge Rongrong. Zhuge Rongrong was instantly stunned by the cake. After hearing Yang Chen's words, he could no longer think normally. As for whether Yang Chen had ulterior motives, Zhuge Rongrong had already ruled out this possibility. Are you kidding? Although he is the son of Zhuge Jinyuan and also the crown prince of Dahua Technology, it is not necessary to spend 30 million yuan to make friends with him, right? What Yang Chen gave was really too much. Chapter 99: Zhuge Rongrong's Invitation. At best, Zhuge Rongrong is now just a super rich second generation with all kinds of halos, but he doesn't actually have that many actual resources and power. His understanding of himself is still very objective. If Yang Chen wanted to give the watch to his father Zhuge Jinyuan, then Zhuge Rongrong might even guess that Yang Chen had ulterior motives. But if he gave it to himself, it means he truly regards me as a friend. Even for Zhuge Rongrong, a super rich second generation, no one has ever given him such an expensive gift. Thinking of this, Zhuge Rongrong was immediately moved, and a sparkle appeared in his eyes. Brother Yang, I, Zhuge Rongrong, don't have any special abilities. I can only get by relying on my father's reputation. Until now, I have been surrounded by drinking buddies, not real brothers. If I have to count, you are definitely one, Brother Yang. I'll accept this watch. I'm not very good at sweet talk. How about this? If Brother Yang doesn't mind, I'll give you the limited edition Ferrari I parked in the basement garage. Zhuge Rongrong took out a bunch of fiery red car keys from his pocket and wanted to hand them to Yang Chen. He looked as if he treated Yang Chen as his own brother. However, Yang Chen ignored Zhuge Rongrong's actions, but without saying a word, he took off the Richard Miller in his hand and put it on Zhuge Rongrong's wrist. Then Yang Chen shook his head and said, "That's meaningless. I gave you the watch. It was my own decision. I didn't want to get anything from you. Besides, do you think I'd be short of your Ferrari? I told you, I don't like making deals with friends." Hearing this, Zhuge Rongrong's expression became even more moved. He reached out and scratched the back of his head, his face showing embarrassment. Yes. Brother Yang, I am shallow. Brother Yang, you have a 6000W Lamborghini Venom, so naturally you don't like my car. Give money, Yang Chen doesn't want it. Give me a car, it seems like I can't even afford my own car. And Yang Chen didn't seem to need anything. At this point, Zhuge Rongrong really didn't know what to say. In front of Yang Chen, Zhuge Rongrong felt poor for the first time in her life. Seeing Zhuge Rongrong's embarrassed expression, Yang Chen smiled slightly and said, Brother Zhuge, don't worry about it. If you insist on returning my favor, I have a small suggestion. What? Zhuge Rongrong asked subconsciously. It's like this, I'm very interested in the field of artificial intelligence, and I want to start a company to get involved. Are you interested in forming a joint venture with me? Yang Chen expressed his thoughts. Huh? Brother Yang, are you serious? Zhuge Rongrong was a little surprised. Yang Chen nodded. Seeing Yang Chen's serious expression, Zhuge Rongrong said excitedly, Oh, isn't this a coincidence? My company's main business is in the field of artificial intelligence. I now have an artificial intelligence company called Huasher, which is a subsidiary of Dahua Technology. It mainly conducts research in this area. I'm not afraid of you laughing at me. My company is still in a loss-making state. We spend hundreds of billions every year, but we haven't made any substantial breakthroughs yet, and we haven't found any good profit points. If Brother Yang wants to become a partner of our company, I would welcome him, but I am afraid that he will be disappointed. Speaking of this, Zhuge Rongrong also showed an expression that looked a bit troubled. It can be seen that this company is a concern for him. Yang Chen was a little surprised when he heard this. I didn't expect that the company founded by Zhuge Rongrong is an artificial intelligence company, and it is a subsidiary of Dahua Technology. It seems that Zhuge Jinyuan also wants to open up some new market in this cutting-edge field, so he puts this important task on Zhuge Rongrong. At the same time, Yang Chen also understood why the system gave this kind of reward. This is obviously not a coincidence. The system's reward should be intended to let me cooperate with Zhuge Rongrong. After all, with the money Yang Chen had on hand, it was simply a drop in the bucket to get involved in the development of artificial intelligence. Research in this field requires a lot of expensive hardware facilities, and sometimes even billions of dollars invested don't make much of a difference. Only large companies like Dahua Technology have the ability to open up this new field. Coincidentally, Zhuge Rongrong's company is currently facing technical and application problems. If Zhuge Rongrong's own huge resources are combined with Yang Chen's world-leading artificial intelligence technology and understanding, even Yang Chen is looking forward to what kind of sparks can be created. Then, Yang Chen smiled slightly and said, That is indeed a coincidence. Originally, I just wanted to invite Brother Zhuge to invest in establishing an artificial intelligence company together. Since you already have a company, this will make things much easier. I happen to have a core technology related to artificial intelligence, and I have already thought of the application scenarios and mature profit models in this field in the next 10 years. Hearing this, Zhuge Rongrong's expression instantly turned into surprise. Brother Yang, you are not joking, right? This is not because he looks down on Yang Chen. Zhuge Rongrong has been involved in this field for 1 or 2 years, and the company also has a dedicated think tank, all of which are top students and experts in the field of artificial intelligence at home and abroad. Even these experts can't think of solutions to these problems, so how can Yang Chen know how to solve them? Hearing this, Yang Chen smiled. It's absolutely true. I can tell you with certainty that the 3 main application areas of artificial intelligence technology in the future are automobiles, personalized shopping, and facial recognition. I have the core algorithms and mature application models in these 3 areas. As soon as these words came out, Zhuge Rongrong's expression changed immediately. Although he has no technical knowledge, he has a keen sense of business. The 3 aspects mentioned by Yang Chen had been proposed by their company's think tank before, but they were just an idea and a prototype without actual application scenarios and core technical support. This is also the pain point their company currently faces. However, Yang Chen was able to get to the point in one sentence and immediately pointed out these 3 specific areas. After hearing what Yang Chen said, Zhuge Rongrong knew that he was not joking, but really had done research. Brother Yang, let's not go into details now as it's too late tonight. I'll pick a time when the old man is at home and invite you and your sister-in-law to come over for a quick meal. We can discuss this in detail then. Do you think it's okay? Zhuge Rongrong looked at Yang Chen with burning eyes, his words full of expectations. It can be seen that he attaches great importance to Yang Chen. Not only did he invite Yang Chen to his house for dinner, he even moved Zhuge Jinyuan out. Moreover, he also invited Yan Bingbing. Chapter 100 Zhuge Rongrong's Return Gift. You know, someone once brought a gift of calligraphy and paintings worth 100 million yuan just to have a meal with Zhuge Jinyuan, but was ruthlessly rejected in the end. This shows how sincere Zhuge Rongrong's invitation was. Moreover, Yang Chen did not demonstrate any core technology at all. This also shows from the side that Zhuge Rongrong trusts Yang Chen very much. Okay, it just so happens that I have admired Senior Zhuge for a long time, so I will talk to you then. Yang Chen nodded without hesitation. What a joke! Zhuge Jinyuan was a figure who influenced China for an entire era. Especially when China's technology was being strangled by foreign countries, he and Dahua technology propped up the backbone of China. What an honor it is to have a meal with Zhuge Jinyuan. How could Yang Chen refuse? Ah, it's a deal then. Seeing Yang Chen readily agree, Zhuge Rongrong laughed heartily. When Yan Bingbing, who was standing by, heard this, a charming blush appeared on her face. I don't know if it was because he had the honor of having dinner with Zhuge Jinyuan, or because Yang Chen did not deny his identity as brother sister. At this moment, Zhuge Rongrong turned to the store manager of Patek Philippe and said, "Who is the store manager of Patek Philippe? Which is the most expensive women's watch in your store? Help me find it out." When Xu Yang heard this, he immediately stood up and said enthusiastically, "Mr. Zhuge, the most expensive women's watch in our store is in the cabinet in front of you." As he spoke, he took out a watch from the counter. This women's watch is called Starry Sky. The entire dial is made of a piece of dark blue gemstone and is dotted with many diamonds, creating a feeling of a dreamy night sky. The entire watch case is made of platinum and paired with a dark blue crocodile strap, which makes it look very elegant when worn. Since this is a limited edition, the price will be slightly higher. Who do you want to give it to? Xu Yang's explanation was very professional. When the internet celebrity-looking beauty behind Zhuge Rongrong saw this watch, her expression immediately became excited. In her opinion, Zhuge Rongrong obviously wanted to give this watch to her. However, her wishful thinking obviously failed. Zhuge Rongrong said proudly, "Price is not a problem. Just tear off the film for me and I can pay with my credit card right away. I'm going to give this watch to my brother and sister-in-law as a gift." Unexpectedly, this guy didn't send anything to Yang Chen, but instead set his sights on Yan Bingbing. "This is too expensive, I can't accept it." After hearing Zhuge Rongrong's words, Yan Bingbing immediately stood up and refused. She also understood that Zhuge Rongrong gave her this watch entirely out of Yang Chen's consideration. Not to mention that she and Yang Chen were just a temporary couple. Even if they were a real couple, she would be embarrassed to accept such an expensive gift. The label of this watch has not been removed yet, and Yan Bingbing can clearly see the price of 280W written on it. Although she was born into a family with no worries about food and clothing, she was still far from reaching this level of consumption. In her opinion, 2.8 million is definitely an astronomical figure. Well, since you are Yang Chen's girlfriend, you are my biological sister-in-law. Isn't it only natural for me to give you a watch? Although this watch is not very valuable, it also represents my thoughts. Don't be polite, sister-in-law. Just accept it. Zhuge Rongrong said earnestly, handing the watch with the film removed to Yan Bingbing. If Yan Bingbing doesn't accept his gifts again, he will really lose face. Just when Yan Bingbing was about to refuse, Yang Chen interrupted and said, "My Bingbing is quite shy, so she is embarrassed to accept brother Zhuge's gift. I will thank brother Zhuge for his kindness on her behalf." While speaking, Yang Chen also secretly winked at Yan Bingbing. In this case, Yan Bingbing couldn't refuse. Then, Yang Chen took the watch and put it on Yan Bingbing's hand. Zhuge Rongrong's expression finally relaxed, and it was obvious that he had let go of a worry. If Yang Chen and Yan Bingbing don't accept his gifts tonight, and if this matter gets out, then he, Zhuge Rongrong, will really become a freeloader. He can't afford to lose that person. Where is the POS machine? Bring it here quickly and let me swipe the card. Zhuge Rongrong said anxiously, as if she was afraid that Yang Chen would regret it if she was late. Please follow me to the front desk. Store manager Xu Yang said respectfully. After a while, Zhuge Rongrong came back after paying. It was already past 11 o'clock in the evening. Brother Yang, I think it's getting late. Why don't you and your sister-in-law go back and have some rest? We can make an appointment another day. Zhuge Rongrong glanced at the Richard Miller in his hand and said to Yang Chen. It can be seen that he likes this watch very much. He spent more than a minute and a half just looking at the time. Okay. Yang Chen smiled slightly. Yang Chen was ready to take Yan Bingbing away, but Zhuge Rongrong seemed to want to hang around here for a while, so they parted ways. Mr. Yang, Mr. Zhuge, you are welcome to visit us whenever you are free. We have the best tea and coffee here, and we are always waiting for you. Xu Yong, the store manager of Patek Philippe, and Lu Yu, the store manager of Richard Miller, stood at the door and watched them leave. Soon, Yang Chen brought Yan Bingbing to the underground garage. Along the way, Yan Bingbing followed behind Yang Chen, feeling a little reserved. Before, she just regarded Yang Chen as a handsome junior. And now, after knowing that Yang Chen possessed such a huge fortune, she became a little reserved. Come on, senior sister Bingbing, please get in the car. Yang Chen gentlemanly opened the car door for Yan Bingbing. When the Lamborghini's scissor doors are opened, it looks very domineering and luxurious. This was the first time Yan Bingbing had come into close contact with a luxury car of this level. Her expression was slightly dazed for a moment before she got into the car under Yang Chen's guidance. Yang Chen followed closely and sat in the driver's seat, starting the Lamborghini. With a low roar, the Lamborghini sped out. Opening the convertible of the Lamborghini, Yang Chen felt the cool night breeze and felt very comfortable. Yan Bingbing said nothing abnormally, and Yang Chen did not take the initiative to break the silence. He knew that Yan Bingbing was a little uncomfortable after knowing her identity and needed some time to digest it. As expected. After a while, Yan Bingbing took the initiative to ask, Yang Chen, are you really from an ordinary family? Hearing this, Yang Chen smiled and said, how could this be false? My parents are ordinary state-owned enterprise employees. My grandparents passed away early, and they were all farmers before. By some chance, I made some stock investments, which is why I own these things you see. Hearing these words, Yan Bingbing's beautiful eyes lit up. Okay, I'll believe you for now. But you asked me to take Zhuge Rongrong's watch. How can I return it? Yan Bingbing looked a little distressed. Chapter 101 Yang Chen's Confession. He. Hearing this, Yang Chen smiled and said, you don't have to worry about this problem. I gave him a 30 million watch. Given his status, he should give me something back to save face. But I have everything I need, so he can only set his sights on you. Don't underestimate this watch. It's just a drop in the bucket for Zhuge Rongrong. Just think of it as a gift from me. Don't take it to heart. Oh, and there's also that limited edition LV bag they gave me. I have no use for it, so I'll give it to you as well. Yang Chen held the steering wheel with one hand and said calmly. He gave away things worth millions as casually as if he were giving away a bottle of water. Hearing this, Yan Bingbing bit her lip and said, how can that be possible? You gave me so many things, how can I pay them back? Yang Chen smiled faintly, and reached out to touch her hair. Aren't you my girlfriend? Giving you this little thing is nothing. Yang Chen's words were originally just a joke, but who would have thought that after hearing this, Yan Bingbing actually turned around and looked at Yang Chen seriously, and said, Yang Chen, are you serious? There are no outsiders here now, you don't need to pretend to be my boyfriend. Under the light of the street lamp, Yan Bingbing's eyes seemed to have a different look. It can be seen that she is very much looking forward to Yang Chen's answer. Yan Bingbing's sudden seriousness caught Yang Chen off guard. It can be seen that Yan Bingbing seems to be interested in me. Yang Chen immediately fell silent, thinking about this question in his head. After a long while, Yang Chen cleared his throat and said, ahem, senior sister Bingbing, in my heart, you are an absolute goddess-level beauty. Honestly speaking, any normal adult male would have improper thoughts about you, and I am no exception. And I can't explain why, but when we first met at the barbecue restaurant, I felt a strange tacit understanding towards you, as if we had known each other for a long time. Hearing this, Yan Bingbing's beautiful eyes lit up. She wanted to say that she felt the same way. However, at this moment, Yang Chen's expression suddenly became a little tangled. He paused for a while before continuing. However, I prefer freedom. If Sister Bingbing wants to be an ordinary couple with me, I'm afraid I'll disappoint you. After saying this, Yang Chen's expression was obviously relieved. Although his words were rather tactful, his meaning was very clear. Since Yang Chen's rebirth, he has not had a formal girlfriend. They are just good friends with whom he can confide. He didn't want to live a life that followed the rules when he started his life again. I hope to be more free. After all, the Magic City is just his first stop now. After cashing out the stocks, he will definitely continue to plan his own business blueprint. Yang Chen's main battlefield in the future will definitely be in Kyoto. Even abroad. With the system, Yang Chen also hopes to do his part and contribute to the development of the country. Therefore, if Yan Bingbing wanted to date someone on her own, Yang Chen had to think carefully about it. If not handled properly, it might hurt Yan Bingbing's feelings. This is not what Yang Chen wants to see. If he concealed and deceived Yan Bingbing just to get her, Yang Chen thought he couldn't do it. If he did that, what was the difference between him and trash like Lin Chang? Therefore, Yang Chen chose to speak his mind frankly. After hearing these words, Yan Bingbing showed no special expression on her face. But it can be seen that the light in her eyes has become a little dim. After a long silence, Yan Bingbing turned to look at Yang Chen and said, "Yang Chen, I know you are an excellent person. He has earned such a huge fortune on his own at such a young age, and he is so handsome. And I am just an ordinary girl. Maybe I look good in the eyes of others, and my family and education are also okay, but I know that there is nothing special about me. When I heard you say you had feelings for me just now, my heart almost jumped out of my chest. Yang Chen, I really like you. In 3 years of college, I have never met anyone who makes my heart beat fast. You are the only one. You made me know what it means to fall in love at first sight. In fact, when we were at the barbecue stall that day, I knew I had fallen in love with you. But I'm very confused now, and I want to think about this problem carefully." Yan Bingbing looked a little lost, with no focus in her pupils, and it was obvious that she was struggling and conflicted inside. She looked like a lost puppy at this moment, and the weakness in her eyes made people feel distressed. Hearing this, Yang Chen smiled casually. "Bingbing, I'm already very happy that you don't reject me. Actually, you don't need to be so entangled. Even if we can't be lovers, we can still be friends." Yan Bingbing was silent when she heard this. She turned her head and whispered softly, "Can we really be friends?" The car fell silent again. Inexplicably, Yang Chen felt a little hot, so he lowered the top of the Lamborghini. The night wind blew gently, trying to blow away the melancholy lingering between the two. Half an hour later, Yang Chen sent Yan Bingbing downstairs to the dormitory. Yan Bingbing still didn't say anything, just waved and turned to walk towards her dormitory. Looking at Yan Bingbing's back, Yang Chen felt inexplicably irritated. Then, he picked up his phone, found Zhang Yuqi's WeChat, and sent a message, "Come out of school now, I'll wait for you at the door." The message was accompanied by a picture of a Lamborghini steering wheel. Within a few seconds, Zhang Yuqi replied, "Okay, I'm doing yoga live now, I'll come find you after I change my clothes." "Are we still going to the dance studio today?" Seeing this message, Yang Chen revealed an evil smile. "I have to say, Zhang Yuqi is worthy of being a dancer, she recovered in just 1 day. And it can be broadcast live tonight. Amazing resilience." Immediately, Yang Chen replied to the message, "No need to change, just wear the clothes you wear for the live broadcast." After thinking for a while, he added, "By the way, bring a bag of Balenciaga." I replied to Zhang Yuqi's message immediately, "Okay." At the same time, in Yang Chen's dormitory, Zhang Ji's bed curtain was suddenly pulled open, and Li Jian happened to walk out of the bathroom with his pants held up. What's wrong with this female anchor? Why did she suddenly go off in the middle of the show? Zhang Ji was confused. Oh, it must be the number 1 guy on the list who found him. Li Jian shook his head, feeling a little bored. Chapter 102 Warmth. The next day, the sun was high in the sky. Yang Chen rarely got up early today, but slept in the dormitory until after 10 o'clock. He was overworked last night, teaching Zhang Yuqi several difficult dance moves in the dance studio, and did not return to the dormitory until after 3 in the morning. Moreover, because it was a weekend, the stock market was closed and Yang Chen did not need to make any operations. "Ha? Old Yang, why are you back?" Zhang Xinrui climbed out of the bed sleepily, looking at Yang Chen, who was lying on the bed playing with his phone with some surprise. As far as he remembered, Yang Chen did not come back when he went to bed last night. At this time, Li Jian on the other bed also woke up slowly and sat up. He shook his fluffy hair out of habit, and looked at Yang Chen in surprise. "Hey, old Yang, you finally decided to come back?" In the past few days, Yang Chen often did not stay overnight in the dormitory, and the two of them were somewhat accustomed to it. "I came back late last night. Isn't there an intra-team game this afternoon?" Yang Chen smiled. "Oh. Where shall we play in the afternoon? Or the basketball court downstairs in our building?" Zhang Ji asked immediately. "Yeah." Yang Chen nodded. "What a pity, I have an appointment with senior sister Kiki in the afternoon, so I can't go to watch your game." Li Jian felt a little regretful. Zhang Ji at the side also shook his head. "What a coincidence, I also have an appointment with senior sister Li Ran." Hearing what they said, Yang Chen laughed and shook his head. At this moment, Yang Chen's phone suddenly vibrated. I picked it up and saw a voice call popped up in WeChat chat. Notes Mom. Seeing this line of words, Yang Chen's nose suddenly felt sore, and an inexplicable feeling of sadness surged in his heart. In his previous life, whether he was studying or working or starting a business, his parents would call him every weekend. At the beginning, when Yang Chen was in college, each phone call could last for most of the morning. But as time went by, each phone call became shorter and shorter. Sometimes, Yang Chen couldn't even chat for a few words before he had to deal with complicated company affairs. He spends too little time with his parents. This made Yang Chen feel guilty all the time, which was also the reason why he did not take the initiative to contact his parents after his rebirth. He was a little afraid to face it. Old Yang, what are you thinking about? Your phone has been ringing for a long time. At this moment, Li Jian reminded Yang Chen. Yang Chen came back to his senses, controlled his overflowing emotions, then turned over, got out of bed and left the dormitory. After walking into the empty corridor, Yang Chen pressed the answer button. Hey, Chen, why are you so slow in answering the phone? As soon as the call was connected, I heard my mother's familiar voice on the other end of the phone. This voice was much clearer than the one I remembered and seemed younger. When he heard this voice, Yang Chen felt his eyes sore, and his throat felt like something was blocking it. Hey, Chen, what are you doing? Why aren't you talking? Is there something wrong with the phone? I've told this kid many times to get a newer phone, but he just won't change it. After a while, the voice on the phone came again. This time, Yang Chen could vaguely hear his father's blaming voice. After taking a deep breath, Yang Chen calmed down his emotions, and then he spoke hoarsely, Mom, Dad, my cell phone signal was a bit bad just now, what were you talking about? Oh, Chen, Dad has told you many times to buy a new phone, but you just won't listen. Dad's anxious voice came again. This time, the sound was obviously much louder. It should be because my dad snatched the phone away. Dad, I've already changed to the latest model of mobile phone, but the signal is a bit bad in the corridor. Yang Chen smiled warmly and explained patiently. Dad's quick temper has never changed. In the past, Yang Chen had heard too much of his nagging and always felt a little disgusted, but this time, it sounded extremely heartwarming. Really, Chen? Do you have enough living expenses? At this time, my mother's voice rang out. That's enough, Mom. I've been doing some part-time jobs in my spare time recently, and I also made some money by investing with a university teacher. Yang Chen said. Yang Chen said this after careful consideration, otherwise he would not be able to explain to his parents where he earned the money from. In this way, if I want to buy something for my family in the future, it will not cause any misunderstandings from them. Wow, our Chen has grown up. He can make money on his own right after entering college. Came the happy voice of my mother. Don't be in a hurry to praise me. Dad lowered his voice deliberately, as if he was talking to Mom. Then he said in a normal tone, Chen, you can work part-time and make money and invest in college. Dad is very supportive. But Dad wants to ask you something. What kind of investment did you make with this university teacher? Yang Chen smiled and said, my university teacher is a teacher who teaches statistical probability. He usually trades some stocks. Since I am quite active in class, I became familiar with this teacher after a few interactions. He would also help me do some stock trading privately. I used the money I had saved and my living expenses as equity and made a lot of money during this period. After this explanation, the parents obviously believed it a lot more. Especially his identity as a teacher at Magic City University immediately dispelled most of their doubts. Well, yes, that's a good thing. My parents don't know anything about stock trading. You should learn from this teacher. If you need money, tell me and I can give you some money. Do you need to buy some local specialties for the teacher? We'll send it to you and you can give it to the teacher to thank him. Dad said earnestly. Yang Chen felt warm in his heart and said with a smile, no need, Dad, I have already bought something in private to thank him. Yeah, that's good. Chen has grown up and understands how to behave in society. This makes Dad feel relieved. At this moment, my mother's voice came over. Come on, Chen is still a child, why do you keep teaching him these things all day long? Chen, are you coming back during the May Day holiday? There was some expectation in my mother's tone. Yes, I should buy a ticket to go back the day after tomorrow. I also bought some gifts for you too, which will definitely surprise you. Yang Chen said mysteriously. This kid. It's enough for him to come back, why buy him a gift? Hearing this, my mother couldn't stop laughing. It's a good thing that the child grows up and earns some money to support us. Okay, don't waste Chinchin's time. We'll have plenty of time to chat when he comes back, Dad said to Mom on the other end of the phone. Hearing this familiar voice, Yangchen felt a surge of warmth in his heart. In his previous life, he always disliked his parents' nagging, but in this life he found it extremely warm to listen to them. Okay, Chinchin, I won't talk to you for now. I'll make your favorite chicken soup for you when you come back. Okay, goodbye, Mom and Dad. Chapter 103 Gently Awaken the Sleeping Soul. After hanging up the phone, Yang Chen's mood couldn't help but brighten up a bit. For many things, we can only realize their value when we lose them and then find them again. Come on, sons. Dad is in a good mood today. I'll treat you to a meal at Student Street at noon. After returning to the dormitory, Yang Chen waved his hand and said proudly. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ji and Li Jian immediately burst into cheers. By the way, do you want to invite your senior Yi Jiawen? After the cheers, Li Jian asked hesitantly. Obviously, he was still a little unsatisfied with the fact that he had taken advantage of Yi Jiawen last time. This also made Yang Chen speechless. You can't just grab the same sheep to fleece them. Although Yi Jiawen was a victim, he was not stupid. Okay, my senior is very busy, I'll call him next time. Hearing this, Li Jian showed a regretful expression on his face, and said regretfully, okay then. Then the three of them set out to eat. Soon, it was afternoon. Intra-team training match of the college basketball team. Yang Chen arrived at the basketball court next to the dormitory early as usual. As soon as Yang Chen arrived, he saw the captain Li Tai arrived early as usual and practiced shooting on the court. As the captain of the basketball team, I am an absolute basketball fanatic. Although I don't have good physical talent and am less than 1.7 meters tall, I have become the main point guard of the team through hard training. In addition, he usually takes good care of himself, so Yang Chen respects him very much. In addition to Li Tai, several teammates were also doing warm-up training. And one of them was somewhat beyond Yang Chen's expectations. Yi Jiawen. Contrary to his usual practice, he arrived at the court early and performed various stretching exercises seriously and attentively, looking as if he wanted to avenge his previous defeat. It seemed that Yi Jiawen still had a glimmer of hope in his heart, thinking that he was completely defeated by Yang Chen last time only because of his poor performance. This kind of behavior was naturally extremely ridiculous in Yang Chen's eyes. Hey, brother Jiawen, why are you here so early today? After sneering, Yang Chen pretended to greet Yi Jiawen enthusiastically. Hearing Yang Chen's voice, Yi Jiawen paused, a sinister look flashed across his eyes, and then he put on a harmless expression and said, the school competition is coming up soon, so we need to make good use of the time to practice more. Young brother Yang Chen, you have to perform well. The future belongs to you. Hearing this classic line, Yang Chen almost burst out laughing. Yi Jiawen really felt too good about himself, and he probably didn't realize the gap between him and himself. It seems that he must clear his head today. Yang Chen held back his laughter and exchanged a few fake pleasantries with Yi Jiawen, then was called to the next field by team leader Li Tai. Shunzi, you will start later, and we will practice some core tactics around you. I know you have strong individual abilities, but if you want to win the championship securely, you still need to play more cooperatively. Captain Li Tai patted Yang Chen on the shoulder and said with a smile, obviously attaching great importance to Yang Chen. After the last game, Yang Chen has become the undisputed core of the team. Li Tai even specially studied several tactics around Yang Chen. Understood. Yang Chen nodded seriously. Seeing this scene, Yi Jiawen's heart was twisted with jealousy. Once upon a time, he was the absolute main force of the team's inside line, and many tactics were designed with him as the core. But now, everything is different. He looked at Yang Chen with gloomy eyes, gritting his teeth in his heart. I'll let you jump a few more times, and you'll have fun tonight. As if he was thinking of some scene, Yi Jiawen's expression gradually became abnormal. About an hour later. With all the team members present, the warm-up was completed. The intra-team basketball game of the School of Information Engineering is about to begin. On one side, there is the starting lineup with Captain Li Tai and Yang Chen as the core, while on the other side is the starting lineup consisting of Yi Jiawen and 4 other sophomore players. What's interesting is that Yang Chen and Yi Jiawen are in a counter-position situation. We play 4 quarters, 25 points per quarter, for a total of 100 points. We'll serve first in the first quarter, and then we'll switch serve every quarter. If there's no problem, we'll start playing. Captain Li Tai said while standing in midfield. The other team members had no objection to this, because the same rules were used in previous team competitions. At this time, some students slowly gathered on the sidelines to watch the game. Some were teams from other colleges training nearby, while others were students who were attracted by passing by. In this basketball court, the Shindong basketball team represents the highest level of basketball, so it is normal to attract others. Brother Jawan, this is the first time I play against you, please give me your guidance. Before serving, Yang Chen modestly said to Yi Jiawen beside him. Yi Jiawen showed a harmless expression on the surface. Junior brother Yang Chen is too modest. A well-hidden dark color flashed in his eyes, and he said disdainfully in his heart, damn it, if I don't show my power, do you think I'm a sick cat? You were showing off because you performed well in the last game, but today I'm going to teach you a lesson. Obviously, Yi Jiawen was still very dissatisfied with Yang Chen. I want to prove myself again today. Who wouldn't sigh after seeing this and say, this is a stubborn kid? At this moment, a familiar prompt sound appeared in Yang Chen's mind. Ding! God level selection is triggered. Choice 1, gently wake up the sleeping soul. Dunk on Yi Jiawen to help him recognize the reality and himself. In this game, every dunk will reward 1 million. When the reward reaches 10 million, an additional reward will be triggered. Choice 2, let Yi Jiawen go, the host's assets will shrink by 10%. Hearing this familiar voice, Yang Chen's expression froze slightly, and then a wicked smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. TSK, Yi Jiawen is indeed a reward baby. Every time I meet him, I can trigger a reward. Is there any need to choose? Of course, I chose to dunk on brother Jarvan's head. At this time, with Captain Li Tai serving the ball in midfield, the game officially began. After Captain Li Tai and another guard passed the ball twice on the three-point line, they did not find a suitable passing opportunity, so Li Tai decisively chose to shoot from the outside. The basketball drew an arc, hit the back frame, and bounced out directly. At the same time, Yang Chen was ready to grab the rebound and he rushed into the 3-second zone. Yi Jiawen, who was facing him, also noticed this, and then got in front of Yang Chen and stood in the restricted area first. Yi Jiawen looked at Yang Chen, who was 2 steps behind him, with a smug look on his face. Looking at the basketball so close above him, he jumped up with all his might. In his eyes, the rebound was already in his pocket without any suspense. But the next second, Yi Jiawen suddenly felt a darkness in front of his eyes, as if something was blocking the light. Immediately afterwards, he saw a pair of big hands grab the basketball first. What the fuck? What is this? Yi Jiawen's face was immediately filled with question marks. Chapter 104, Senior Jiawen, my Shindong is great. What the hell? The scene before him was completely beyond Yi Jiawen's understanding. Obviously, he had not yet experienced the fear of being dominated by Yang Chen. The next second, Yi Jiawen watched as the pair of big hands grabbed the basketball and then smashed it down with force. He actually smashed the basketball directly into the basket. At the same time, Yi Jiawen also felt a huge force pressing on his body, and then he fell down. Before he could figure out what was happening, exclamations were heard all around him. Oh my god! A tip-in dunk? My mom asked me why I was kneeling to watch a basketball game. Awesome! As expected of Master Yang. This year's Shindong basketball rookie king. Isn't this just an ordinary practice match? How can it be played like an NBA match? Hey, who's that guy who got dunked on? That's a bit pitiful. Ah, it's just a background board. It's really Paul George who is possessed. After hearing the noise around him, Yi Jiawen finally understood what was happening. It turned out that he was dunked by Yang Chen. In an instant, Yi Jiawen's face turned pale. The noise and discussions around him seemed to be magnified countless times, echoing in his ears. It seems to penetrate every pore. At the same time, another voice kept appearing in Yi Jiawen's mind. I was blocked. I was blocked by Yang Chen. In front of so many people, he was dunked by Yang Chen. He suddenly felt his head buzzing and a burning pain on his face. What are you doing? Subconsciously, Yi Jiawen blurted out. There was a hint of grievance in his expression. At this moment, Yi Jiawen felt someone pulling him up from the ground. Suddenly, he felt a little warmth in his heart. Woohoo, that's great. But before Yi Jiawen had time to feel moved, he saw Yang Chen's somewhat hateful face. Brother Jiawen, I'm sorry, I was too strong, I will be more careful next time. Yang Chen smiled and patted Yi Jiawen on the shoulder. Hearing Yang Chen's words, Yi Jiawen's expression froze. What the hell? What do you mean by too much force? What do you mean by be careful next time? Don't speak if you don't know how to speak. Yang Chen's move was truly a waste of energy. Yang Chen's action was immediately recognized by team leader Li Tai. Tatsuko was good, very graceful on the court. Everyone should remember that no matter how weak the opponent is, we should always be respectful. You can't look down on others just because you are good at basketball. Reese. Captain Li Tai's original intention was to let everyone learn from Yang Chen, but he ended up giving Yi Jiawen another stab in the back. Yi Jiawen, I really will thank you. After being numb for a while, Yi Jiawen quickly adjusted his emotions with his strong mentality. He kept encouraging himself in his heart, it's okay, Yang Chen was just lucky and jumped earlier than me. It's just a dunk. I can do it too. Whoosh. Whoosh. At this moment, Yi Jiawen caught a glimpse of Su Yan on the sidelines. I saw her looking in my direction with a smile on her face, her eyes full of encouragement. In an instant, Yi Jiawen felt his body full of strength again. In addition to basketball, he also has a school beauty girlfriend. Yang Chen has a der? Just when Yi Jiawen adjusted his mentality and regrouped. At this time, Yang Chen just got the ball again. Yang Chen did not hesitate, he dribbled directly from the three-point line and headed towards the basket. Seeing this, Yi Jiawen subconsciously stepped forward and pretended to block Yang Chen. At this moment, the ridicule of the people around him, Su Yan's encouragement, and his inner humiliation and unwillingness all turned into Yi Jiawen's strength. He leaped towards Yang Chen. Bang! Bang! No surprise. The next second, Yi Jiawen's body flew backwards. But Yang Chen was not affected at all and slammed the ball into the basket steadily. Less than a minute into the game, the second dunk appeared again. Same position, same players, same victims. If there is any difference, it is that Yi Jiawen's posture when being dunked on is different. This time, he was directly knocked away by Yang Chen. Hiss. Not only the spectators watching the game on the sidelines, but also other teammates couldn't help but gasp when they saw this scene. Is this still a human body? It's just like this even if Moose comes, right? Since they were not from Yi Jiawen's victim perspective, they saw the whole process more clearly. This whole process can be simply summarized in 4 words. Like a moth to a flame. This Yi Jiawen was just like an inflatable doll. 1 second he was charging towards Yang Chen fearlessly, and the next second he was flying backwards. It's like a fraud. Could it be a match fixing? Why is it popular to play basketball here? RNM, return the money. After a moment of silence, the audience around started discussing again. Brothers, be rational. This is just a training match within the Xingong basketball team. It's not a fake match. I think it's because the gap in strength between Yi Jiawen and Yang Chen is too big, and he is trying to shake a tree with his own strength, which led to this tragic situation. To do something knowing it's impossible, such courage really makes me ashamed. On the sidelines, a football expert stepped forward and made a rational analysis. Hearing this, the people around were also touched. Hiss, I don't know why, but I was actually a little moved. I even got goosebumps all over my body. Senior Jiawen knew that he was no match for his opponent, but he still faced the enemy fearlessly. This spirit is admirable and worth learning for our contemporary college students. This reminds me of a sentence, I want this day to never cover my eyes again. Why do I suddenly feel so hot? It can be seen that everyone has become accustomed to Yang Chen's dunks over opponents. Instead, he turned around and began to praise Yi Jiawen's moth spirit. The painting style seems to be gradually distorted. When Yi Jiawen heard this, he could only endure the pain in his body and stood up stubbornly with tears in his eyes. It's not shameful to attract fans based on your own strength. And so it went, for the next 10 minutes. Yang Chen attacked the basket 10 times and dunked 10 times in total. And Yi Jiawen stuck to Yang Chen like a dogskin plaster, and was dunked by Yang Chen 10 times. Every time, he knew that he would be dunked by Yang Chen, but he still faced the challenge. His lone figure was photographed by other students around him and secretly posted on the school forum and Weibo. Title, Salute to the Lone Hero Who Bravely Faces the Campus Father. My eyes are filled with tears. Senior Jiawen's spirit is worthy of learning for all of us. Master Jiawen, my Xingong is so great. Wow, hold on, Senior Jiawen. Amidst the cheers, Yi Jiawen gradually lost himself and became more and more courageous. He even found a different kind of pleasure while being dunked by Yang Chen. Just like that, the first quarter came to an end. 26-4. Yang Chen scored 24 points among them, all of which were scored by dunks. In other words, Yang Chen dunked on Yi Jiawen 12 times. Chapter 105, Becoming the ATM God of War. After a simple calculation, even Yang Chen was amazed. Originally, he thought it would be good enough if he could dunk over Yi Jiawen 10 times this afternoon. I didn't expect that he dunked 12 times in one quarter. It went surprisingly smoothly. Thanks to the good brothers who were cheering on the sidelines, it was truly a great assist. Just then, Yi Jiawen limped to the sidelines. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but be moved. Even Captain Li Tai, who always had complaints about him, was shocked. In the past, he always thought that Yi Jiawen was a playboy who relied on his talent and took basketball very lightly. But this time, the image of Yi Jiawen in his mind was completely overturned. Looking at the way he limped while holding his waist, I was afraid that Yang Chen might have almost broken his waist. Isn't this spirit of doing something even though you know it's impossible, the basketball spirit that Li Tai has always upheld in his heart? For a moment, Captain Li Tai was also somewhat moved. Jiawen, how about you take a break next period? If you keep going like this, you'll be dead. Hearing this, Yi Jiawen's face darkened. Is there anyone who cares so much about others? I really am so sorry. He forced a smile and said, Captain, I can still do it. I have to give my fans an explanation. While speaking, Yi Jiawen also looked around affectionately. There were indeed quite a few fans of Yi Jiawen on the sidelines, cheering for him. What's outrageous is that there are people holding up a sign that reads, Yi Jiawen, the lone hero of the information industry, come on. This made Yi Jiawen feel that his efforts were not in vain. At least being dunked over by Yang Chen was worth it. Captain Li Tai saw this and didn't know what to say, so he could only pat Yi Jiawen on the shoulder. This actually made Yang Chen, who was standing beside him, laugh. This Yi Jiawen is a pure ATM machine, working like crazy for himself. If I continue like this, I can get a lot of money for free today. Soon, the game started again. Not surprisingly, it was another one-sided massacre. Yi Jiawen directly transformed into the ATM God of War, allowing Yang Chen to do whatever he wanted. He could always find the right position, the right time, and appear in front of Yang Chen in the right posture, allowing Yang Chen to complete the dunk. After being blocked many times, Yi Jiawen has even figured out some techniques to make his flying posture more visually impactful while protecting his kidneys from being hit. It is indeed a gifted talent. After more than an hour, the game was over. Yi Jiawen also completed the last task perfectly and fell to the ground looking like he was about to die. Throughout the entire game, Yi Jiawen allowed Yang Chen to dunk over him 36 times. By the end, Yi Jiawen was already in a fuzzy state, and when he saw Yang Chen, he subconsciously went to meet him. He had even completely forgotten that he came to play basketball today to avenge his previous shame. The teammates and spectators around him couldn't help but be shocked by Yi Jiawen's spirit. Yang Chen was quietly making a fortune on the side, listening to the system's prompts. Ding! It has been detected that this basketball game has ended, and the rewards are being calculated. In this game, the host successfully completed 36 dunks on Yi Jiawen, so he received a total of 36 million yuan, which was then deposited into his bank card. Since the reward reaches 1000 W, an additional reward is triggered, and the host is rewarded with a Rolls-Royce Cullinan. It will be delivered by a dedicated person later. Hearing the system's prompt, Yang Chen's mouth curled up slightly. Not bad, you can earn 36 million yuan and a Cullinan by playing ball. I can get such a generous reward thanks to the enthusiastic cooperation of Yi Jiawen, the ATM god. Brothers, let's give a round of applause to our freshman Yang Chen. He scored 76 points in today's intra-squad game. Thank him for presenting such a wonderful game for us. At this moment, Captain Li Tai spoke loudly to his teammates. After each team match, the captain will traditionally summarize the game. We are very lucky this year to have Tatsuko join us. This year, our Shingong team has the best chance to win the championship since the team was founded. In Yang Chen, I even saw an opportunity to establish the Shingong men's basketball dynasty. Hearing Li Tai's words, all the teammates couldn't help but applaud. It was obvious to all that Yang Chen's strength was indeed terrifying, even more amazing than the previous match against the sports college. The fearless Yi Jiawen seemed to have forced out Yang Chen at his full strength. Yang Chen's figure smashing into the basket like a meteor time and time again perfectly interpreted what violent aesthetics is. It has left an indelible impression, or shadow, in everyone's heart. At the same time, they also felt fortunate. because Yang Chen is his teammate. They didn't dare to imagine what the situation would be like if Yang Chen was on the opposite side. Perhaps Yi Jiawen, who was lying on the ground, was an example. When the applause gradually died down, Captain Li Tai continued. At the same time, I hope my brothers will give applause to Jarvan. In this game, he explained to us what the spirit of basketball is. Even with such a huge difference in strength, Jiawen still stood in front of Yang Chen again and again, and was dunked on the head by Yang Chen again and again. But he didn't even take a step back. In ancient times, there was the humiliation of being kicked in the crotch. Today, there is the humiliation of Jiawen being dunked by Yang Chen. This spirit is worth learning for all of us. Respect. After he finished speaking, Captain Li Tai led the applause. The teammates around him also gave applause generously. However, there was a bit of pity in their eyes when they looked at Yi Jiawen. In their opinion, Yi Jiawen's behavior was somewhat insane. He was truly dominated by Yang Chen. At the same time, the video of the game was also circulated on the school's forums in Weibo. Yang Chen's name once again entered the vision of students at Magic City University. Yi Jiawen also became popular and was regarded by all students as the lone hero of Magic City University. His desperate playing style shocked all basketball fans. Okay, our team competition for today is over. Next, let's practice tactics. Chinzi and Jiawen have worked hard today. You can make an exception and go back to rest for a while. Don't forget the dinner at 6 o'clock in the evening. Captain Li Tai said. Yang Chen nodded, then packed up his things and walked out of the venue, replying to messages as he walked. At this time, Yi Jiawen was lying numbly on the side, and was soon dragged back to the dormitory by his two roommates who were watching the fight. Looking at Yi Jiawen, who was being dragged aside, Yang Chen showed a hint of sympathy. At the same time, Yang Chen's hands were still typing on his phone. The WeChat chat box is also displayed on his mobile phone screen. Su Yan, husband, you were so brave today, you beat that useless guy Yi Jiawen into a weakling. Su Yan, oh, and the water pipe in our dormitory is broken, and my roommates are not here. Husband, can you come over and help me fix the pipe? Yang Chen immediately replied seriously, it is my duty. Chapter 106, Unique Pavilion. 2 hours later. Yang Chen walked out of the girls' dormitory refreshed. Along the way, he attracted many fierce gazes from senior schoolmates. With Yang Chen's handsomeness, not only would he not be regarded as a hooligan if he appeared here, he would also attract a wave of fangirls. Because he had clean clothes in his backpack, after helping Su Yan fix the water pipe in the dormitory, he was sweating profusely, so he just took a shower. The time pointed to 5:45, and Yang Chen was just in time to attend the team dinner at the backstreet restaurant. Yang Chen is usually very punctual. In addition, with Secretary Wang from the academy here today, Yang Chen would naturally not be late. Previously, Chang Xiao and I planned to open a milk tea shop called Cha Yin Yusei in the school, and we still needed Secretary Wang's help. Yang Chen stopped a small white tour bus on the road and soon arrived at the dinner venue for tonight. A unique pavilion. This small restaurant on the back street mainly serves Sichuan cuisine, especially the paper-wrapped fish and boiled beef. This hotel is also the team's permanent base. In the past life, whenever there was a team gathering, it would basically be held here. The combination of ice-cold beer and spicy and delicious Sichuan cuisine is very enjoyable. Seeing the familiar sign at the door, Yang Chen smiled slightly, and then walked into the store. Handsome, are you eating alone? Seeing Yang Chen walk into the hotel, the waitress in the lobby's eyes lit up, and she immediately came up to him enthusiastically. I have booked it, Tunlong Pavilion. Okay, handsome guy, follow me. Then, the waitress enthusiastically led the way in front and took Yang Chen to a private room on the second floor. Tunlong Pavilion. This private room is very large and can accommodate 3 large tables. As a large college, the basketball team of Xingdong has more members than the average college team. There are more than 30 people from freshman to senior year. Tetsuko is here. Come and sit next to me. You are the star tonight. As soon as he entered the box, Yang Chen heard the voice of Captain Li Tai. At this time, most of the team members had arrived and the 3 tables were basically full. Yang Chen also noticed Yi Jiawen's figure. Unlike in the past, he did not sit at the main table, but sat at a table with his freshman teammates. Don't underestimate this as just a simple college basketball dinner. At first glance, everyone here looks like a big, strong man. In fact, the rules are no less than those at a drinking table outside. It can be said to be a small microcosm of society in the school. The position where each person sits is also very important. Generally speaking, in occasions like this where Secretary Wang of the college is present, Secretary Wang sat at the main table. The others on the main table are all key players on the team. In fact, Yi Jiawen originally sat at the main table. As a freshman, Yang Chen was naturally not qualified to sit at the main table, and usually sat at the seat closest to the door. It's just that due to Yang Chen's recent sudden rise, his status in the team has skyrocketed. Coupled with Yi Jiawen's performance in the last 2 games, he really looked like a clown. So naturally there was no seat for Yi Jiawen at the main table. It's no wonder that Yi Jiawen's eyes were full of resentment when he looked at Yang Chen just now. Invisibly, he was suppressed by Yang Chen again. "Okay, I'll be right there." Yang Chen smiled and nodded, greeted the teammates sitting at the door, and then sat next to the captain Li Tai. Yang Chen noticed that there was an empty seat next to him, which was obviously reserved for Secretary Wang. "Shinzi, this seat was specifically assigned to you by Secretary Wang. Secretary Wang likes to drink, and he can hold his liquor quite well. You have to show your ability tonight. I know you can't drink much. If you can't hold it, just pat me twice and I'll help you drink." As soon as Yang Chen sat down, Captain Li Tai lowered his voice and spoke to Yang Chen. In Li Tai's view, this is a rare opportunity to establish a good relationship with Secretary Wang of the college. If I can get along well with Secretary Wang, I can be said to be able to walk sideways in the college in the future. Whether it is award or professional examination, almost all of them will have a green light. In the college, the energy and resources of a secretary cannot be underestimated. Yang Chen naturally understood this principle. And next time I open a milk tea shop in school, I will also need Secretary Wang's help. It can be seen that Captain Li Tai is quite caring towards Yang Chen, and even takes the initiative to help Yang Chen block the wine. Understood. Yang Chen smiled. Captain Li Tai's words also reminded him. When Yang Chen was studying in school, his alcohol tolerance was really poor, and he would basically pass out after drinking a bottle of beer. Later, Yang Chen's alcohol tolerance improved, because he opened a startup company and needed to socialize frequently. Over time, my drinking capacity gradually improved. However, in this life, Yang Chen does not have this problem. Because he has the body of a dragon, there is no chance of him getting drunk. And it's no exaggeration to say that Yang Chen can easily drink an entire football team by himself. Not long after, Secretary Wang arrived late. "Oh, I just had a meeting at the academy, so I'm a little late. Sorry. I'll punish myself with a drink first." Secretary Wang drank the glass without saying anything. It can be seen that Secretary Wang is also a man of temperament, otherwise he would not have gotten along well with the college students on the team. Secretary Wang has a good alcohol tolerance. Come on, let's toast to Secretary Wang together. At this moment, team leader Li Tai stood up sensibly and led everyone to toast Secretary Wang. I have to say that Li Tai is truly an atmosphere guy. After a glass of wine, the atmosphere in the box suddenly became lively. "Okay, everyone, please don't be polite. Let's sit down and eat first. We don't have so many rules in our team," Secretary Wang said with a smile. Soon, the dishes came up one after another. Everyone let go of their restraints and started eating and drinking, chatting and bragging. The atmosphere was very lively for a while. After Secretary Wang sat down, he kept chatting with Yang Chen, and it was obvious that he admired Yang Chen very much. Although he did not attend the afternoon game due to official business, he still took the time to watch the game video recorded by the team. Yang Chen's performance today was obviously more amazing than last time. He attacked the basket again and again and performed tomahawk slam dunks, which brought Secretary Wang a visual feast. The most important thing is that Yang Chen has shown such strength that there can be no surprises. He is almost certain to win the championship of this school competition. As the core of the first-generation team of the School of Information Engineering, Secretary Wang couldn't help but feel excited. "Xiao Yang, do you have the confidence to bring the team a championship in this school competition?" Secretary Wang patted Yang Chen's shoulder, his eyes full of anticipation. "Secretary Wang, I don't dare to brag, but as long as I'm on the court, I will definitely do my best," Yang Chen answered seriously. Okay. Xiao Yang, whether our Xian Gong team can win the first championship in team history depends entirely on you this time." Hearing Yang Chen's answer, Secretary Wang laughed heartily, and immediately picked up his wine glass and clinked it with Yang Chen. Obviously, he was very satisfied with Yang Chen's answer. Chapter 107. You are Yi Jiawen? In Secretary Wang's opinion, Yang Chen possesses such terrifying basketball skills. And he is tall and handsome. But he is neither arrogant nor impatient and does not make promises easily. This is a very rare quality in young people. Secretary Wang was becoming more and more satisfied with Yang Chen the more he looked at him. He only regretted that he didn't have a daughter. Xiao Yang, I heard that you can't drink well. Don't be polite to me, drink as much as you can, or just take a sip. How about this? I'll drink this cup, you can do whatever you want. Secretary Wang picked up the wine glass and drank it all in one gulp, very decisively. Yang Chen didn't dare to be arrogant, and quickly picked up the wine glass and drank it. This scene was extremely shocking to the other team members. Especially some of the seniors who were still in their first year of college, their faces were filled with disbelief. Although Secretary Wang is approachable and generous, he usually just drinks a sip with them casually, which is considered a great courtesy. This was the first time they had seen someone take such good care of Yang Chen. This is enough to show how much Secretary Wang thinks of Yang Chen. It made them all jealous. Especially Yi Jiawen, his teeth were almost broken with jealousy. In his heart, he should be the chosen one and the most dazzling one no matter where he is. This kind of thing of showing off in front of others can only be done by yourself. But in recent times, everything has changed. It's all because of this damn Yang Chen. Yi Jiawen looked sinister and thought, I'll let you show off for a while, and when you get drunk, you'll have fun tonight. He had already greeted Brother Dao before coming here to eat. According to Brother Dao, Brother Juhua went there specially to take a bath in the afternoon and had already booked a room early and was waiting. Thinking of this, Yi Jiawen felt a twisted sense of pleasure in his heart. Wow, Secretary Wang is so nice to Chenzi. By the way, Brother Jiawen, why didn't you bring your girlfriend today? Just then, a freshman team member nearby suddenly asked. Yi Jiawen's attention was all on Yang Chen at this moment, and he responded vaguely. Oh, you mean Su Yan? She's going to get her hair done and doesn't have time to come. After 3 rounds of drinking. The time soon came to past 11 o'clock in the evening. Secretary Wang was in a very good mood that night. He drank quite a bit of wine and kept pulling Yang Chen to talk about his true feelings. Xiao Yang, you don't know how happy I am. I entered Magic City University 20 years ago and studied the same major as you. After graduation, I stayed at the School of Information Engineering as a counselor and also served as the coach of the team. Since I entered the school, our Shingong team has experienced 3 ups and downs. But no matter whether it's highs or lows, our Shingong team has never been arrogant in victory or discouraged in defeat, and has never given up the pursuit of the championship. Especially since it's my last year as a counselor and my last year as a coach for the team. That year, the average height of our team was no more than 180 centimeters, the guards were all short guys under 175 centimeters, and the tallest center was only 185 centimeters. That year, we met the defending champion, the School of Construction Engineering, in the quarterfinals. Wow, you don't know that at that time, the construction team had a 2-meter tall center. It was also the strongest year in the history of the construction team. But even so, we didn't give up easily. We dragged the game into overtime and finally lost by 2 points. The coach of the construction team at that time, who is now the dean of the School of Construction Engineering, was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat while watching the game. I still remember that game. What is the spirit of Xin Gong? This is the spirit of Xin Gong. Speaking of this, Secretary Wang was also a little emotional, with his eyes full of memories. The rest of the team listened very carefully, and everyone was thoughtful. Especially the captain Li Taiha, a freshman, had a different kind of color and spark in his eyes. What is inheritance? Nothing more than this. Secretary Wang, I'd like to offer you a toast. May our team be passed down from generation to generation and may Xin Gong live forever. After listening to Secretary Wang's words, Yang Chen suddenly remembered the novels he had read in his previous life. He suddenly felt heroic and excited, and couldn't help but pick up the wine glass. Well said. At this time, Li Tai also picked up his wine glass and stood up, shouting. The torch is passed on, and Xin Gong will live forever. In this situation, all those present were passionate young men in their 20s. The emotions were immediately ignited. Everyone was moved and couldn't help but stand up and raise their glasses to toast Secretary Wang from afar. The torch is passed on, and Xin Gong will live forever. Okay. Secretary Wang laughed, patted Yang Chen on the shoulder, and also picked up the wine glass and drank it all. In this situation, there was one person who seemed out of place. That was Yi Jiawen hiding in the corner. He sat in his seat unmoved, looking at Yang Chen with gloomy eyes, muttering, "Damn, how come Yang Chen can drink so well suddenly? At the first team recruitment dinner, he drank 1 bottle, but now he's like a drunkard? It looks like he's drunk 8 or 9 bottles, right?" Seeing Yang Chen's lively appearance, Yi Jiawen felt something was wrong. He regretted very much why he didn't bring some Mongolian medicine. At this moment, Secretary Wang, who had just finished drinking, glanced around. Soon he noticed Yi Jiawen sneaking around in the corner. "That who?" "I'm talking about you, the one hiding in the corner. Stand up." "Yes, you. Come over here and stand still." When Secretary Wang saw Yi Jiawen, he suddenly felt angry. He had some impression of Yi Jiawen. He is usually careless during training and competitions, often late, and comes with his school beauty girlfriend. I heard he is some kind of rich second generation. To be honest, this is the kind of people Secretary Wang hates the most. However, considering his talent and his good performance on the field, Secretary Wang never criticized Yi Jiawen by name. But in recent times, this guy has played like shit. In the afternoon, Yang Chen dunked on me on the head during the entire game when I was playing basketball. Just like this, he was not sociable during the dinner party and was doing some little tricks. Secretary Wang, who was a man of strong temperament, couldn't bear it anymore. When Yi Jiawen heard his name being called, he was also confused. It is true that the person is sitting at the table and the pot comes from the sky. But he didn't dare to disobey Secretary Wang, so he had to bite the bullet and walk to the side of the main table. "You're Yi Jiawen? I heard that you are very popular in school recently. You like to sing Lone Brave, right?" He's not good at playing basketball, but he plays a lot of fancy things. He's like a clown all day long. Is it a big deal that his family has some money? Don't you like to sing the lone hero? Come on, perform one for everyone. Secretary Wang spoke a series of words to Yi Jiawen in front of him like pouring beans. It can be seen that Secretary Wang is indeed a little angry. Hearing this, Yi Jiawen was even more confused. God damn, I like singing Lone Hero? Chapter 108 360 Degrees Without Blind Spots? This time, Yi Jiawen really had to take the blame. Because the video of this afternoon's game was uploaded to Tieba and Weibo, Yi Jiawen unexpectedly became popular. He was blocked by Yang Chen time and time again, but he would throw himself at Yang Chen like a moth to a flame time and time again. Therefore, he was given the title of Lone Hero by many gossipers. But when it came to Secretary Wang, he actually started to like singing the song of a lone hero. "You thief." Yi Jiawen gritted his teeth in his heart, but he could only put on a submissive expression on his face. After all, although he is a rich second generation, he is still controlled by the college secretary in school. "Hurry up and sing. Are you waiting for me to build a stage for you and get a microphone? If you don't sing a complete song today, you can pack your bags and go back to your senior year tomorrow." Seeing Yi Jiawen like this, Secretary Wang became even more furious. Hearing this, Yi Jiawen felt even more disappointed. Damn, looks like I have to be the unlucky one tonight. Otherwise, not only would he not be able to deal with Yang Chen, but he would also be in big trouble. With no other options, Yi Jiawen could only bite the bullet and sing the song The Lone Brave Man in public. As a result, his status in the team plummeted completely. Not to mention his teammates from the same class, even his junior classmates would probably look down on him. At the same time, in a small hotel not far from Bijuyage, a shirtless man paced anxiously around the room. 4 or 5 skinny guys stood nearby, looking timid. What's going on? It's already past 11 o'clock, why hasn't there been any news yet? The shirtless man asked with a frown on his face. Hearing this, one of the younger brothers came out tremblingly and said tremblingly, "Brother Juhua, Yi Jiawen, that pretty boy, hasn't sent any message yet. I'll ask Huang Mao to go over and get the information. Don't worry." Hearing this, the shirtless man known as Brother Chrysanthemum relaxed his expression a little. He looked at this little brother, raised his thick eyebrows, and said, "You're a good kid, you have a smart brain. I have endured it all night. If Yi Jiawen hadn't sent anyone here, it would be nice for you to accompany me tonight." When Zhugan heard what Brother Juhua said, he was almost scared to death. He wanted to cry but didn't dare to, and he couldn't laugh. His expression looked the same as Brother Gotzi's, extremely funny. "Still. Let's not do that, Brother Chrysanthemum. With my small body, I am really not worthy of your grace, hee hee, hee hee." At this point, Zhugan swallowed fearfully. Seeing the younger brother like this, Brother Juhua felt a little bored. He raised his orchid finger and muttered to himself. Compared to Yang Chen, I actually want to taste Yi Jiawen more. What a pity. He is our financial sponsor. Inside Tinglong Pavilion, the farce was over quickly. When Yi Jiawen was singing The Lone Brave, he attracted several children from the next box. It is indeed a secret code. After the farce was over, Yang Chen found a free moment to go to the toilet. Not long after, Yi Jiawen followed in. Yang Chen raised the corner of his mouth and was about to tease him. But unexpectedly, Yi Jiawen took the initiative to express his concern for himself. Younger brother Yang Chen, I saw you drank quite a bit of wine tonight, how do you feel? If you can't hold on any longer, be sure to tell me and I'll carry you back to the dormitory tonight. Yi Jiawen looked at Yang Chen sincerely, with a harmless expression on his face. If people didn't know Yi Jiawen's character, they would really think that he cared about them. But Yang Chen obviously wouldn't. Hearing Yi Jiawen's words, Yang Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. He noticed something strange right away. Yi Jiawen seemed particularly enthusiastic tonight, even to the point of being a little abnormal. There must be something wrong when things go wrong. Yang Chen's vigilance was immediately raised to the maximum. And Yi Jiawen's words also revealed a message. He was focusing on himself all night. Otherwise, how would Yi Jiawen know that he drank a lot of alcohol? Thinking of this, Yang Chen's eyes turned. It would be better to take advantage of the situation and see what Yi Jiawen is up to. Then, he pretended to shake his body, and then naturally put his hand on Yi Jiawen's shoulder. Brother Jiawen, how do you know I am just forcing myself? I can't help it. Secretary Wang is here tonight. I took some hangover pills before coming here, so I managed to hold on until now. When this is over, I'll have to trouble Brother Jiawen to carry me back. As Yang Chen spoke, he also exhaled a breath of alcohol towards Yi Jiawen. The performance is just like the real thing. Smelling the strong smell of alcohol in his breath, Yi Jiawen immediately became delighted and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. Yang Chen immediately caught this small detail. There is something fishy about this guy. Yi Jiawen suppressed the joy in his heart, patted his chest and said, We are just friends, don't worry, Yang Chen, I promise to send you back to the dormitory safely tonight. Thank you, Brother Jiawen. The two of them pretended to be polite to each other for a while, and then returned to the box one after another. This time the dinner lasted longer than any other time. Because Secretary Wang was present, everyone drank very well. Until after 1 in the morning, many people were lying in all directions in the box. The dining table was filled with circles of empty beer bottles, which looked spectacular. At this time, Secretary Wang was also drunk. He put his arm around Yang Chen's shoulder and said earnestly, Okay, that's about it for tonight. I haven't had such a good time drinking for a long time. I am really happy today. Xiaoyang, with you here, I see hope for Xindong basketball to win the championship. Don't slack off during this period, and don't let me down. Although Yang Chen was not drunk at all, his body was swaying in order to put on a show for Yi Jiawen. After hearing what Secretary Wang said, he forced himself to stand up and stammered, Don't worry, Secretary Wang, I will definitely lead the team to win the championship. Yes. I'm here, no accidents will happen. This made outsiders look like Yang Chen was really drunk. Especially Yi Jiawen, who stared at Yang Chen with a pair of cunning eyes, and was extremely happy in his heart. In his opinion, the plan is proceeding in an orderly manner and everything is moving in a good direction. You are only one step away from success. Just wait until the party is over and the crowd disperses. Who would care where he took Yang Chen by then? According to the information just sent by Brother Dao's younger brother, Brother Juhua has been waiting for you in the small hotel for a long time. And there are more than a dozen camera positions specially arranged in the room. It can be said to be 360 degrees with no blind spots. Thinking that Yang Chen would appear in the school headlines in a special way tomorrow, Yi Jiawen felt so excited that he was about to explode, and his body shook uncontrollably. He also licked his lips subconsciously. Acting like a fool indeed. Chapter 109 You've got your day. Okay. Heroes have always emerged from youth. Hearing Yang Chen's answer, Secretary Wang nodded with satisfaction. Perhaps he was in high spirits. Secretary Wang immediately made a promise. Xiaoyang, as long as you lead the team to win the championship, I will protect you no matter what you do in the academy in the future. If you want to be the president of the student union, I'll arrange it for you. I'll give you high scores in all your major courses. When you graduate from your senior year, if you want to stay in school to continue your postgraduate studies, I will arrange it for you. As long as it's not against the law, I'll support you even if the sky falls. As soon as these words were spoken, the team members around him immediately became alert. With Secretary Wang's protection, he can really walk around the school with ease. Although Secretary Wang is only a deputy secretary of the School of Information Engineering, who in the team doesn't he know that Secretary Wang's brother-in-law is a school leader? For a moment, their eyes looking at Yang Chen were filled with envy. Hearing this, Yang Chen really didn't intend to be polite. Because of the milk tea shop opening, he really needs Secretary Wang's help. Yang Chen immediately said, "Secretary Wang, I do need your help with something." "Oh? What is it?" "As long as I can make the decision, I will definitely help you." Secretary Wang was a little curious. "It's like this, I want to start a business recently, and I plan to open a milk tea shop in school. I want to choose a store downstairs of the dormitory, or on the student pedestrian street next to the bishop." Yang Chen expressed his idea. "Oh? Xiao Yang is very creative. He thought about starting a business right after coming to school. This store is managed by the school's logistics department. I happen to have an old acquaintance there, so this matter won't be a problem. I'll take some time these 2 days to go to the logistics department to have tea with him, and I'll try to choose a good and lively spot for you." Secretary Wang agreed without hesitation. "Thank you, Secretary Wang. I'll toast you another glass." Yang Chen picked up the wine glass and drank it all. Then he whispered to Secretary Wang, "Secretary Wang, I am not running this milk tea shop for fun, but I have an exclusive recipe. To express my gratitude to you, I will personally give you 30% of the shares." Yang Chen naturally had his own considerations when he said this. When running a milk tea shop, the most important thing you need at the beginning is resources. A good storefront and publicity can make a milk tea shop quickly rise in school. Whether Secretary Wang is simply helping out or joining in by holding shares is two completely different matters. If Secretary Wang joins in and uses his personal connections a little, the milk tea shop will easily become popular on campus. The subsequent opening of a branch on Student Street in the university town will also be very smooth. If Secretary Wang does not join, then the subsequent operations and opening of branches will have to be done by Chang Xiao. This will definitely reduce the effect. Therefore, it is the wisest choice to get Secretary Wang to join. As for the 30% stake in this store, Yang Chen naturally wouldn't take it to heart. After all, the goal is to open chain stores all over the country in the future. What does the share of a store count for? Hearing Yang Chen's words, Secretary Wang immediately laughed and scolded. "You kid, you actually set your sights on me. As a teacher and a senior, I can't just take your things for free. Otherwise, how can I save my reputation if this gets out? It's not easy for a student like you to start a business. How about this? I'll invest 100,000 yuan, and that'll be considered an investment in you. If you refuse, I won't help you with this." Secretary Wang was very generous to Yang Chen, to the point of saying it to death. Helplessly, Yang Chen could only nod and agree. With the participation of Secretary Wang, opening a milk tea shop will be much easier. With Chang Xiao taking care of it, I believe it won't take long before the Chaiyan Yusei milk tea shop will become Yang Chen's cash cow. After discussing this matter, Yang Chen felt relieved. At this time, Yi Jiawen was still hiding in the corner, staring at Yang Chen with ill intentions. He saw Yang Chen and Secretary Wang chatting and laughing, and a hint of jealousy and hatred flashed across his face, but it was quickly hidden. "It doesn't matter, let Yang Chen show off for a while, everything will end tonight. You still want to open a milk tea shop? That's just a foolish dream." Yi Jiawen's psychology gradually became abnormal. But, at this moment, Secretary Wang's voice sounded again. "Hey, you're free? I saw you hiding in the corner all night. You can't play ball, and you can't drink. I don't think you are a man. You just like being a clown, right? Come, I will satisfy you tonight. You can sing a song of the lone brave man to liven up the atmosphere." Hearing this, Yi Jiawen couldn't help but clench his fists. "This is the second time tonight. Do you really think I'm a singer? Damn, even a clayman still has some earthiness in him." Veins bulged on Yi Jiawen's forehead and he stood up suddenly. Then he took out his cell phone from his pocket. After a while, the accompaniment of the lone hero sounded. Yi Jiawen's expression changed instantly, from his previous serious expression to a cheerful one. Hey, it's not fun to sing without music. I will sing you a song of the lone brave. Then, Yi Jiawen started singing like a clown again. He obviously still understands the situation. Scored twice. Half an hour later, only a few people were left in the Tinglong Pavilion box. Team leader Li Tai first sent Secretary Wang home, while the seniors went to the nearby barbecue stalls for a second show. The junior and sophomore players also walked in a similar manner. Only Yang Chen, Yi Jiawen, and a few drunken freshmen were left in the box. Yi Jiawen supported Yang Chen at this time, showing his signature harmless smile. Everyone, please go back first. I'll finish up a bit and then ensure that Yang Chen is safely sent back to his dormitory. Yi Jiawen looked gentle and polite at this moment, and no one would have guessed that he was hatching an evil plan in his mind. Several freshmen were already drunk, and they didn't doubt what he said. Then we'll leave first, Senior Lao Zhaowen. No problem, no problem. Yi Jiawen nodded sincerely and considerately escorted the few people out of the box. Then, he turned around and looked at Yang Chen, who was lying unconscious on the sofa, with an evil smile on his face. He took out his cell phone and dialed a number. Hello, I'm Yi Jiawen, please send someone over to help. This guy is as drunk as a pig. He's so heavy that I can't lift him by myself. Yes, it's in the unique Tinglong Pavilion. Just come up directly. After the call, Yi Jiawen was extremely excited. After planning for several days and waiting for a whole night, the chrysanthemum strike plan was just one step away from success. At this moment, Yi Jiawen was like the villain in every major movie. His body was shaking with excitement. I couldn't help but talk more. Yang Chen, you have finally come to this day. Tonight I will let you know what it means to have withered chrysanthemums and wounds all over the ground. Chapter 110. Take it. Not long after, a yellow-haired man with earrings and ripped jeans appeared in the box reluctantly. Is it Da Huang? Why are you so late? Help me carry the person. Seeing the yellow-haired man, Yi Jiawen immediately blurted out excitedly. What Yi Jiawen didn't expect was that the yellow-haired man in front of him was not as timid as he had imagined. Zhao, you can also call De Huang? Don't act like an idiot just because you have a little money. Rich second generation is nothing. He's a college student from a prestigious university, and he can't even speak. I quit this shit. When Huang Mao heard Yi Jiawen's words, he immediately became unhappy. He has to work during the day and do hard labor for free in the middle of the night, and this pretty boy in front of him even dares to call him by his nickname. Who can tolerate this? That's right, although Brother Dao calculated the money from Yi Jiawen based on the number of people he killed, he actually didn't give a single cent to his younger brothers. I only gave Brother Juhua a few $1,000s. The rest of the younger brothers are here to do voluntary labor. No wonder Huang Mao dared to look at Yi Jiawen in a cold manner. After all, Yi Jiawen didn't give any money, so he was nothing in his eyes. After Yi Jiawen was criticized, he felt a little aggrieved. But he didn't dare to conflict with Huang Mao, because if he missed the opportunity, it would be a waste of time. Compared to money, the plan to deal with Yang Chen tonight is obviously more important. Yi Jiawen still knows what is important and what is not. Therefore, he can only reluctantly take out a stack of cash from his Gucci bag and hand it to the yellow-haired man. Not only that, Yi Jiawen also licked his face and apologized to Huang Mao. No, Brother Huang, I was wrong. You are a great man and you don't care about my mistakes. This 1,000 yuan is your appearance fee for tonight. Please accept it. While saying this, Yi Jiawen was almost exploding with frustration. Damn it, I spent a lot of money to hire someone to do the job, and now I have to lick his ass like this? Unexpectedly, Huang Mao didn't appreciate it at all. He did not take the money from Yi Jiawen, but said sarcastically, "Oh, please don't be like this. I am just a worthless person. How can my appearance fee be worth so much money? Otherwise, you should seek help from someone else." Although Huang Mao said this, he didn't mean to leave. He also looked at Yi Jiawen's Gucci wallet intentionally or unintentionally. Just now when Yi Jiawen was taking out the money, he saw a large stack of red banknotes inside. Yi Jiawen only took out about 1/10 of it. Huang Mao was sure that Yi Jiawen was unwilling to waste time at this moment, so he planned to extort money from him again. After hearing what Huang Mao said, Yi Jiawen quickly understood what he meant. He then cursed in his heart, "Damn it, do you think I'm a cash machine?" But even so, Yi Jiawen still didn't dare to turn hostile. Huang Mao really grasped his pain point. Yi Jiawen was now like an ant on a hot pot. He even wanted to teleport Yang Chen directly to Brother Juo's room. I don't want to waste even a minute. So he simply took out all the money in his wallet at once, and then said humbly, I'm sorry, Brother Huang, for bothering you to come here so late tonight. I only have 10,000 yuan on me today. Please be sure to accept it. Yi Zhaowen's heart was bleeding, but he had to pretend to be sincere. When Huang Mao saw the stack of banknotes, he couldn't take his eyes off them. He goes out early and comes back late every day, working hard in the repair shop and only earns a little over 3,000 yuan a month. Come here tonight and you can get 10,000. For him, it was already a windfall. After all, it would be impolite to pull it again. That's it. So Huang Mao immediately stopped while he was ahead and took the money from Yi Zhaowen. Oh, Brother Yi, we are all family, don't be so polite. These are what should be done. However, he suddenly said in a somewhat troubled tone. Brother Yi, you see I didn't bring a bag, and my pockets are not big, there is no place to put all this money. How about you lend me your bag, brother? Otherwise, if the money falls on the road, it will delay things. Hearing Huang Mao's words, the veins on Yi Zhaowen's temples instantly jumped twice. He took a few deep breaths, then forced out an ugly smile and said with gritted teeth, okay? Since you like it, Brother Huang, I will give this bag to you. Yi Zhaowen finally understood that this yellow-haired guy would never give up unless he got himself beaten up today. Oh, how can this be so embarrassing? Although the yellow-haired man refused, his hands did not slow down at all and he directly snatched Yi Zhaowen's Gucci bag. Here you go. In just a few minutes, all the valuables that Yi Zhaowen brought became Brother Huang Mao's. Not bad, not bad. Patting the Gucci bag full of money in his hand, the yellow-haired man smiled and started to give orders. All right, get to work. If you keep dawdling, Brother Juhua will get mad. Don't just watch, come over and give me a hand. These words made Yi Zhaowen's veins jump again. He swore that he would never deal with such uneducated and vulgar maintenance workers again. In just one night, young Master Yi truly experienced all the ups and downs of life. Just as the two of them were carrying Yang Chen out, they didn't notice at all that Yang Chen's narrowed eyes opened a little. Yang Chen wasn't drunk at all. After leaving the unique pavilion, Yi Zhaowen and Huang Mao quickly walked down the street. In order to avoid being seen, the two of them wore masks and baseball caps respectively, and were very cautious. The two chatted idly. How far is it? Yi Zhaowen was a little anxious. Soon, we'll be there just around the corner at the intersection ahead. They're waiting next to the garbage dump. Fuck, why is this guy so heavy? Halfway through answering, Huang Mao's tone changed. No, I'm suddenly feeling something because of the pressure. Let's put him here first. I'll go over there to release it. Without waiting for Yi Zhaowen to speak, the yellow-haired man directly left Yang Chen behind and ran towards the alley next to him. You can see that he is really a little anxious. Alpaca, what a lazy guy. Yi Zhaowen cursed in a low voice, then put Yang Chen down. I have to say, Yang Chen's body is indeed incredibly heavy. After carrying it for such a short distance, Yi Zhaowen also felt a little sore in his back. Just as he was about to move around, he suddenly felt a force on his neck. Before Yi Zhaowen could figure out what was happening, his vision went dark and he passed out instantly. Silly bird. Yang Chen didn't know when he stood behind Yi Zhaowen and cursed in a low voice. He just hit Yi Zhaowen on the back of his neck with a knife. If there hadn't been a strong impact, Yi Zhaowen would obviously not have been able to wake up for a while. Chapter 111 Enthusiastic Citizen Xiao Yang. When Yang Chen was pretending to be asleep just now, he eavesdropped on the conversation between the two and roughly understood their plan. I have to say that Yi Zhaowen is still very vicious. He actually came up with such a dirty trick. However, he was destined to shoot himself in the foot today. Yang Chen revealed an evil smile, and then went into the alley that Huang Mao had just entered. Only a muffled groan was heard. Soon, Yang Chen, wearing a baseball cap and a mask, came out. He was also holding Yi Zhaowen's cell phone. Hello, police officer? I found a man unconscious in an alley behind the Magic University, with a lot of cash next to him. Oh, yes, it's next to the Purple Fun Shop. You can see it just by walking in. I'm just a caring citizen. Goodbye, police officer. After hanging up the phone, Yang Chen saw Yi Zhaowen lying on the ground with an evil smile on his face. As if he suddenly thought of something, Yang Chen took out a poker card with a strange texture from his pocket. This playing card features a vivid clown that looks sinister. Joker bad luck card. This was the reward Yang Chen had received when he helped others in the gymnasium, and he had only had the opportunity to use it now. After all, after what happened tonight, Yang Chen and Yi Jiawen were bound to fall out. This also meant that Yang Chen would no longer have any chance to get the system's rewards from Yi Jiawen. In that case, there's no need to hold back. Without hesitation, Yang Chen directly wrote Yi Jiawen's name on the back of the Joker Misfortune card with his finger. Then, the Joker Bad Luck card magically dissipated into the air. In a trance, a clown appeared behind Yi Jiawen, giving an evil smile. After finishing these things, Yang Chen immediately carried Yi Jiawen and walked towards the garbage dump. Under the dim light, if you don't look carefully, you can't see Yang Chen's appearance at all. It only took a few minutes to walk. Yang Chen saw a few hooligans wearing leather pants standing next to the garbage dump. These people either have earrings or permed hairstyles, and their looks are very similar to the characters in Hot Blood High School. They were obviously the brothers of Brother Dao that Yi Jiawen mentioned. Finally here, after all the dawdling. If Brother Juhua gets impatient waiting, we will all be in trouble. Alright, just put the man down and we'll take him over. Before Yang Chen walked in front of them, one of the pink-haired people shouted loudly. Obviously there is some resentment. Yang Chen did not respond, but obediently put Yi Jiawen on the ground. Then he nodded to them and left. According to Yi Jiawen and the others' original plan, they only needed to let Yi Jiawen bring Yang Chen here. Yang Chen naturally acted according to the plan and did not do anything unnecessary. Because any unnecessary action will only expose your true identity. To be honest, Yang Chen is still quite meticulous. Zhao, what kind of person is this? Not only did he not give me any hard work compensation, but he also couldn't even say thank you? Fuck, a rich second generation, that's it. Seeing Yang Chen walk away without even looking back, a purple-haired guy immediately became unhappy. Okay, stop wasting time. Be careful, Brother Juhua will ask you to accompany him later. Someone immediately comforted. At this time, one of the gangsters also noticed something unusual. Hey, where's Huang Mao? Has any of you seen him? Oh, that's right. Why did the rich second generation come alone? Didn't Huang Mao go to meet him just now? Forget it, leave this guy alone and send him a text message. The most urgent thing now is to send him over quickly. If Brother Juhua gets mad, we will all be in trouble. After a lot of discussion, a few gangsters decided to take action first. They immediately rushed forward, lifted Yi Jiawen up, and ran hurriedly towards the small hotel. It can be seen that Brother Juhua still holds an extremely important position in their hearts. After all, once Brother Juhua gets angry, not to mention men, even boars will be hard to escape within 10 meters. At the same time, Yang Chen returned at some unknown time and followed behind them. Because he wanted to make sure Yi Jiawen had the ultimate experience tonight. When necessary, Yang Chen still needs to make a finishing move. 10 minutes later, the group rushed into a small hotel. They rushed to room 302 in one breath, put Yi Jiawen down, and ran away without saying a word. This series of movements was smooth and extremely skillful. Because they know that if they move too slowly, they will most likely be kept behind by Brother Juhua to add to the fun. After all, as a straight man, no one wants to have that kind of heart-wrenching experience. At this time, Yang Chen was also hiding in the corner nearby, observing everything quietly. Less than a minute later, a heart-wrenching scream was heard from room 302. There is even a slight crack in the sound. TSK. Yang Chen felt goosebumps all over his body, and then he stood up and went downstairs. After all, he doesn't have any special hobbies in this regard. Instead, those gangsters with colorfully dyed hair squatted at the door and listened to the screams from inside with great interest. On the way back to the dormitory, Yang Chen dialed a number. Hello, police officer? I was just passing by the Garden Hotel when I heard an indescribable scream coming from room 302. The scream was very painful, and I could vaguely hear someone shouting, "What are you doing?" I suspect someone is conducting some shady sexual transaction in the room. Yeah, I'm sure. I am just a caring citizen, nicknamed Brother Dao. Goodbye, Uncle Police. After finishing the call, Yang Chen pulled out Yi Jiawen's SIM card and threw it into the trash can next to him. I am a model student, so of course I cannot tolerate the spread of such unhealthy trends. Must report. Then, Yang Chen returned to the dormitory and had a good sleep. And for Yi Jiawen, tonight will definitely be an unforgettable sleepless night. He would never have thought that the chrysanthemum attack plan that he had carefully planned for a long time would end up being himself. The next day, the sun was high in the sky. Old Yang, wake up! Wake up! Fuck, something big happened in our school. Yang Chen was still asleep when he was awakened by a sound. When I woke up, I found Li Jian and Jiang Xinrui dancing beside my bed like crazy. If you don't know, you might think they are performing some mysterious ritual. Being woken up early in the morning, Yang Chen was speechless. He pressed his temple, his expression a little confused. What's wrong? Chapter 112 Brother Jiawan is on the headlines. I have to say that Yang Chen's temper is quite good. There was absolutely no grumpiness at all about being woken up. However, after seeing Yang Chen get up, Jiang Ji became even more excited, and immediately said loudly, "I'm Chao, Lao Yang. Do you know that when we woke up, our school was on 3 headlines? It's all about your senior, Yi Jiawan. Weibo has also become a hot search topic, and the attention has exploded. Look for yourself." While talking, Jiang Ji handed the phone to Yang Chen. At this moment, the phone screen shows the list of today's headlines. 3 of the news items were pinned to the top and marked with a torch icon. It can be seen that the attention to these 3 news items is very high, and the real-time number of people is still increasing. Yang Chen then opened them one by one and began to read them carefully. Article 1. Title: Was she once a lone hero at Magic City University? Now she is revealed to be having sex with a bald strong man. The original video has been leaked. Below the title, there is a large photo. It was a photo of the familiar senior Yi Jiawan and a strange bald man. In the photo, the eyes of Yi Jiawan and the bald man were blurred to a certain extent. Bald brother lit a cigarette with one hand and hugged Yi Jiawan with the other. He sat on the edge of the bed carelessly, looking domineering in front of the camera. Yi Jiawan leaned on bald brother's shoulder like a little bird, with even a hint of shyness in her expression. And satisfying. The most eye-catching thing is that both of them are shirtless on the upper body, and their lower bodies are wrapped in a roll of snow-white sheets. This. Yang Chen instantly lost the desire to eat breakfast. If nothing unexpected happens, the bald man in the photo is brother Juhua. Yang Chen was also somewhat surprised and suspicious for a moment. Is this brother Juhua playing such a big game? Not only does he have a crush on Long Yang, he also likes to study photography? It's totally off the mark. Yi Jiawan is really unlucky. Yang Chen continued to slide down. I found a text under the picture. According to people familiar with the matter, Lu first from left in the photo is a maintenance worker at a nearby auto repair shop. He has certain fetishes and often makes advances on young male employees who have just joined the factory. It is rumored that he had unusual relationships with several of them. Yi first from right in the photo is a student at Shanghai University. He is tall and handsome. It is said that he likes playing basketball and is a recognized sunny boy. According to public information, Yi Mumu also participated in an internal basketball game organized by the college team that afternoon. He showed indomitable perseverance in the game and was dubbed the title of a lone hero. Unexpectedly, within just one day, it was revealed that he and Lu had an improper gay relationship. It's really a pity. Puff. After seeing the end of the news, Yang Chen couldn't hold it in and burst out laughing. It can be seen that in this era when self-media has just emerged, the censorship of various news is still relatively relaxed. For such a large-scale photo, only some thin codes are put on the key parts before it can be released. Yi Jiawan really came at the right time. Coupled with the previous video of being dunked by Yang Chen, Yi Jiawan in the photo was immediately exposed. Yang Chen glanced at the popularity of this headline news. It has only been out for a few hours and has already been viewed over 100 million times. You know, the news about a famous movie star having a night out with a young model only had tens of millions of views. This time, brother Garen has become completely famous. At the same time, it is also completely socially dead. Holding back his laughter, Yang Chen immediately clicked on the second headline. Shocking news. Yi is actually bisexual. He was exposed to be cheating on his girlfriend at school, kissing a muscular female classmate in the cinema behind her back. There are no pictures or text descriptions under this news, only a video. Yang Chen immediately clicked on the video. At the beginning of the video, the environment is dim and a movie similar to an alien invasion is playing on a large screen. You can tell that this is in a movie theater. Soon, the scenes in the movie became brighter and the surrounding environment also lit up. At this time, a couple in the front row quickly attracted the attention of people around them. They are kissing passionately. From the man's profile, it was undoubtedly Yi Jiawen. The most eye-catching thing is the girl next to her, who looks to weigh about 200 pounds. The two of them first sat in their respective seats, and when they got excited, the girl weighing more than 200 pounds flipped over like a wild boar and sat on Yi Jiawen's legs. There was even a muffled groaning sound heard in the video. This shows how powerful it is. Soon, the two were kissing passionately again. At this time, a low voice of commentary was also heard in the video. Everyone, look carefully. The scumbag in the picture is Yi Jiawen, a sophomore at Magic City University. One of the top 10 handsome boys in school, ugh. This guy is a complete scumbag. He's not satisfied with having a school beauty girlfriend, and he's even secretly having an affair with his girlfriend's roommate. This 200-pound woman is called Huang Yaoyao, and she's not a good person either. She is the roommate of Yi Jiawen's girlfriend. She likes to use the clip sound to date people online. He often photoshops himself to look like he weighs just over 100 pounds, claiming that he is the ceiling for being slightly fat. Ugh. It's really too eye-catching. Today I am going to expose these two disgusting guys. Then the screen went black and the video ended. Seeing this, Yang Chen already felt a little sympathetic towards his senior. He also didn't expect that the passionate kiss between Yi Jiawen and Yao Yao in the cinema was actually captured on camera. What's more, the person who filmed the video released the video at this point. Yang Chen could now understand why Yi Jiawen's matter fermented so quickly. The effect produced by these two videos is completely a chemical reaction. It's like pouring magnesium into water. Isn't this a direct explosion? This time, Yi Jiawen's name is destined to go down in the shit toilet. Holding back his laughter, Yang Chen clicked on the third headline news. Yi Jiawen did not appear in this headline news. However, the show's effect was even more explosive than the previous two headlines. Title: Yao Yao releases a video to prove her innocence, and may send a lawyer's letter to the person who posted the video. In the video, Huang Yaoyao cried and accused Yi Jiawen of tricking her. In her description, Yi Jiawen claimed that he and Su Yan were just playing around and Su Yan was just his girlfriend in name. She also claimed that Yi Jiawen had been pursuing her for more than a year. In the cinema that day, it was Yi Jiawen who took the initiative to kiss her. Huang Yaoyao also claimed that she was preparing to send a lawyer's letter to sue the person who posted the video for spreading rumors and insults. This wave of operations made Yang Chen a little amazed. Huang Yaoyao's backstabbing was really a torture. Chapter 113. That's it. It's impolite to love again. Once Huang Yaoyao's video came out, Yi Jiawen couldn't clear himself even if he jumped into the Yellow River. It can be considered as a direct hammer to death. If you think about it carefully, the appearance of these three headlines is somewhat strange. The timing is also very delicate. If it was said that there was no Joker misfortune card at work, Yang Chen would not believe it. First of all, why did the photos of Yi Jiawen and brother Juhua accidentally leak out in just a few hours? The timing of the second video of Yi Jiawen and Huang Yaoyao kissing passionately in the cinema was also very subtle. It was not revealed earlier or later, but it was suddenly revealed when the incident between Yi Jiawen and brother Juhua was escalating. If this is the case, Yi Jiawen might be able to spend money to reduce the heat and explain it. But before he could do anything, Huang Yaoyao jumped out and blew herself up. And threw all the dirty water on Yi Jiawen's head. This backstab was a direct death blow to Yi Jiawen. The coffin lid is nailed shut. Even a dog would shake his head after reading these three headlines. But in fact, the matter about Yi Jiawen did not end there and was still fermenting on the internet. At this time, Li Jian also shook his head and sighed. It is true that you can't judge a person by his appearance, and you can't measure the depth of the sea. Senior Yi Jiawen looks like such a sunny and cheerful person, but I didn't expect his private life to be so chaotic. Then, he seemed to have thought of something, frowned and muttered to himself. He treated us to a meal before, so he won't cause us any trouble, will he? Fuck, no, I have to make a self-proving video first. What if Senior Coco misunderstood me? Jiang Xinrui also slapped his head and said, Brother Li Jian, that's a good idea. At the same time, in a high-end private hospital. A young man was lying on the hospital bed with his arms and legs spread out. Looking closely, his hips were wrapped in circles of white bandages, and it looked like he had suffered some serious injuries. That is right, this person is the current center of public opinion, Yang Chen's good senior Yi Jiawen. At this moment, he was staring at the wall with lifeless eyes, his face was ashen, as if he had lost faith in life. This behavior is not difficult to understand. Although Yi Jiawen has functional disabilities in some aspects, he is still a pure straight man psychologically. So when he woke up last night, he found brother Juhua in the same room with him. It's like the world is collapsing. So much so that later when brother Juhua hugged him and took photos, he was like a walking corpse and didn't react at all. If that's the case, then so be it. Just give some hush money afterwards and the matter will be over. What made Yi Jiawen feel most desperate was that when brother Juhua was smoking a cigarette, the police actually came. Damn it, the police are here to crack down on pornography. Brother Juhua was caught on the spot. More than a dozen cameras were also seized. The moment the door was kicked open, Yi Jiawen felt for the first time what it meant to be socially dead. In fact, he still doesn't know that videos and photos of him have been flying everywhere. Even the original video with brother Juhua has been hyped up to 10 yuan per video. He was completely unaware of this because his father and mother wanted to protect his fragile heart and did not want to give him a second blow. At this time, next to Yi Jiawen, there was a woman in noble clothes sitting and secretly wiping away tears. And standing at the door of the room was a middle-aged man with a sinister look. If Yang Chen was here, he would definitely recognize him. This person is Yi Jiawen's father, Yi Zhengrong. Yi Zhengrong's eyes were bloodshot, and his originally serious face was full of fatigue. He was holding a mobile phone and talking about something. Well, you guys spend some money first to turn down the heat. Find a way to smooth things over and delete those photos and videos online as soon as possible. And have you found brother Dao? Let old Scar torture him first to find out what happened, and then make him spit out all the money. Yeah, okay. It can be seen that Yi Zhengrong is undoubtedly a hero. He speaks decisively and acts ruthlessly. Even though such a big thing happened suddenly, he was still able to stay rational and help Yi Jiawen deal with the aftermath. After hanging up the phone, Yi Zhengrong walked to Yi Jiawen's bedside and asked, "Jiawen, do you feel better now?" Only after hearing his father's voice did Yi Jiawen feel that his soul had returned. From childhood to adulthood, Yi Zhengrong has been his backbone. No matter how big the trouble was or how big the problem was, Yi Zhengrong could solve it for him. Hiss, ah! It hurts. Yi Jiawen tried to move his body, but the huge pain made him burst into tears and snot. Seeing Yi Jiawen's miserable appearance, Yi Zhengrong felt a little distressed, but at the same time, a hint of disappointment flashed in his eyes. Then, he patted Yi Jiawen on the shoulder to comfort him and asked, "Jiawen, do you know who did this?" Hearing this, Yi Jiawen's eyes immediately revealed a hatred, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Yang Chen, it's him, it's him. It's him. He must have done all this." Then, Yi Jiawen told everything that had happened before. After hearing Yi Jiawen's words, Yi Zhengrong frowned. It turned out that it was his son who took the initiative to provoke others and was bullied in return. And the cause was not any conflict of interest, but simply a dislike between two children. Looking at Yi Jiawen, Yi Zhengrong could not hide the disappointment in his eyes. Jealousy and impulsiveness. And now he is a complete useless person. In Yi Zhengrong's opinion, Yi Jiawen is now completely unworthy of being trained as a successor. But if we can capture Su Yan, we can make good use of her. In Yi Zhengrong's eyes, interests obviously take precedence over family affection. Just then, the phone in Yi Zhengrong's hand rang. After looking at the caller ID, he adjusted his attitude and answered the phone. While talking, he walked towards the bathroom. "Hey, Lao Su, how come you have time to call me today?" "Jarwin?" "Jarwin is fine, what's wrong?" "Things on the internet?" "There is no valuable real news on the internet now. I never pay much attention to it." "Old Su, don't be fooled by the fake news above." "What? Are you sure you want to do this? Our two families are old friends. You and I are old classmates. Su Yan and Jiawen are even more in love with each other. Are you sure you want to completely cut off ties with our family just because of an ambiguous thing on the internet?" At this moment, Yi Zhengrong tightly grasped the phone, veins on his forehead bulged, and his tone became stiff. It can be seen that he is in a very uneasy mood. At this moment, a voice came from the other end of the phone. "Old Yi, Su Yan, and Yi Jiawen have broken up. That's it, it's not polite to love again." Chapter 114, Su Yan wants to become a regular employee? "Old Yi, I don't want to do this either, but for the happiness of my yener, I have to do this. There is also the Tianjing International Project. It was said before that it was to be given to yener as a dowry, but now I don't think it is necessary. Let's fight for it based on our own abilities." Beep, beep. Hearing the busy tone, Yi Zhongrong angrily threw the phone to the ground. Fuck. This Su Tianhai is so shameless. Yi Zhongrong's chest heaved. Despite such a big thing happening, Yi Zhongrong quickly calmed down after a while. Then he took out another mobile phone from his pocket and made a call. Hey, our partnership with Tianhai Group has officially broken down, and all business has been suspended. Hurry up and organize the evidence we collected earlier. In the upcoming Tianjing International project, Tianhai Group will be our biggest competitor. We won't completely destroy Tianhai Group this time, but we will at least make them lose the ability to compete with Tianjing International project. This matter concerns our development in the next 10 years, so we must ensure that nothing goes wrong. Also, let old scars people prepare. If things take a turn for the worse, we'll have to resort to some means. Yi Zhongrong paused here, and then continued. Also, Yi Jiawen will no longer be trained as my official successor, and all his rights in the Zhongrong Group will be revoked. From now on, he will not be allowed to enter any office area of Zhongrong Group, nor will he be allowed to get any money through company connections. After that, I would transfer 100,000 yuan to his card on time every month as living expenses. Let's proceed with the surgery the day after tomorrow. We've already spent the money anyway, and it would be a waste if we don't treat him. After the surgery, we can send him out to study. And that kid named Yang Chen, spend some money to investigate his background. After all, it's my son who is being touched. If I don't do something, how can I survive in the circle in the future? That's it. After hanging up the phone, Yi Zhongrong walked out of the bathroom with an expressionless face. After receiving Su Tianhai's call, the confusion and worry on his face disappeared. Because the thing Yi Zhongrong was most worried about had happened. That is the breakdown of the relationship between Yi Jiawen and Su Yan. This means that the path to indirectly controlling Tianhai Group through Yi Jiawen has been completely blocked. This also means that Yi Jiawen has lost his usefulness. That's right, for a tyrant like Yi Zhongrong, there is no such thing as family affection. The warm and fatherly image he presented in front of Yi Jiawen was completely fake. To him, Yi Jiawen was just a tool to realize his grand ambitions. Now, this tool is completely obsolete. There is no use value. Therefore, Yi Zhongrong stopped hesitating and decided to give up Yi Jiawen directly. After all, he has more than one son, Yi Jiawen. It's just a matter of training someone else, it just takes a little more time. As for Yang Chen, who was bullying Yi Jiawen, he was just an obstacle that would be cleared soon. But obviously, Yi Zhongrong was thinking too idealistically. If he knew what kind of terrifying existence Yang Chen, whom Yi Jiawen had offended, was, he would probably have wanted to beat Yi Jiawen to death. After walking out of the bathroom, Yi Zhongrong's eyes were now sinister and his gaze was like a wolf. Where was the depressed look just now? Seeing Yi Zhongrong coming out, Yi Jiawen hurriedly asked, "Dad, what did Uncle Su call to say?" It can be seen that Yi Jiawen looked a little nervous, perhaps because he was afraid that the Su family would know what happened to him. Hearing Yi Jiawen's words, Yi Zhongrong snorted coldly. Just check out the news online yourself. Without any extra words, Yi Zhongrong walked out of the ward as if he didn't see Yi Jiawen and his wife. Leaving behind Yi Jiawen with a confused look on his face and his mother who was crying even harder. Many people envy the rich second generation. But who can actually understand their pain? At the same time, Yang Chen was eating a bun in the dormitory. He had no idea what happened in the ward, and he never expected that Yi Jiawen was even more unlucky than he imagined. Not only did he experience a soul-piercing pain, but he was also cyberbullied. Now he has been completely abandoned by his own father. It's really bad luck that opened the door for bad luck. It's so unlucky. From this point of view, the effect of Joker's misfortune card is really terrifying. Just one night had passed, and Yi Jiawen was completely disgraced. Moreover, the path to inheriting the family property and reaching the peak of life in the future is completely blocked. I can only sigh that it is a misfortune. After reading the news about Yi Jiawen, Yang Chen didn't take it too seriously, and his mood didn't fluctuate much. For him, this was just the first step in taking revenge on Yi Jiawen. Although Yi Jiawen's reputation has been ruined, the Yi family is still the leader of the second-tier real estate industry in China, and it has not brought any substantial impact. The worst that could happen to Yi Jiawen is that he could go abroad to avoid the limelight, then have a make-up and change his name before coming back. Who would still remember him by then? Only when the Yi family completely collapses will Yi Jiawen be truly forced into a desperate situation. If Yang Chen were to live again, he would definitely make the huge Yi family collapse. Therefore, Yang Chen didn't take this matter too seriously. So after his morning run, he brought breakfast back to the dormitory as usual. Just as Yang Chen was eating a bun, several messages suddenly popped up on his phone. Micro chat. Su Yan, husband, I have dumped Yi Jiawen. From now on, I can finally live a shameful life with you openly. Happy.jpg, happy.jpg. Su Yan, I bought a lot of naughty clothes and props online. They will arrive in the next 2 days. Do you want to live in my house next to the school? Seeing Su Yan's message, Yang Chen's hands shook subconsciously, and he almost couldn't hold the buns. Is this the rhythm of trying to squeeze myself dry? At the same time, Su Yan's words also revealed a message. She seems to want to become a regular employee. Previously, Su Yan had to consider family reasons and her superficial relationship with Yi Jiaming, and Su Yan herself also enjoyed this kind of exciting feeling in secret. As a result, she never broke up with Yi Jiawen. And now that Yi Jiawen has encountered such a big thing, it is reasonable for her to break up with Yi Jiawen. There is no pressure from my family, and there are no problems with public opinion. Therefore, Su Yan also wanted to be Yang Chen's official girlfriend. After all, Yang Chen is handsome, capable, and really good at playing basketball. Even though Su Yan is a school beauty, she still feels a sense of crisis. After all, there are still many fierce and aggressive young ladies in the university. If I accidentally fail to grasp Yang Chen, what will happen to my future happy life? Su Yan found that ever since she opened the door to a new world in the private cinema, she had become completely dependent on Yang Chen. Chapter 115: How to Politely Reject the School Beauty? This. After seeing Su Yan's news, Yang Chen felt a bit overwhelmed for a moment. Yang Chen had never seriously considered this question. Before he knew it, he already had quite a few female confidants. Moreover, each of these confidants has their own merits, and each of them is a disaster for the country and the people. But if Yang Chen had to choose one, he would prefer Memory. The reason is simple: Memory is the real white moonlight in Yang Chen's heart. Simple, kind, beautiful and cute. As pure as a snowflake, one can't help but want to leave all the best things in the world to her. Oh, what should I do? Yang Chen suddenly felt that the bun in his hand no longer tasted fragrant. Lao Yang, what are you daydreaming about? The buns won't taste good if they get cold. Just then, Zhang Ji, who was wandering nearby, saw this scene and asked curiously. Oh, I'm thinking about how to politely reject the school beauty. Yang Chen said sincerely. Come on, just blow it. Although Su Yan and Yi Jiawen broke up, you definitely have no chance. How cool is the school beauty Su Yan? How could she be interested in us juniors? Zhang Ji immediately showed an expression of disbelief. Li Jian also echoed from the side. Well, to be honest, no one believes it these days. Yang Chen was too lazy to refute. He took a bite of the bun and continued to struggle. How should I explain this to Su Yan so that she can accept it? Soon, Yang Chen's phone vibrated a few times again. Micro chat. Su Yan, husband, please say something. Su Yan, I understand. Honey, do you like that kind of exciting feeling? Su Yan, do you want me to find another one so that you can have more fun? Hubby, you are such a bad boy. Su Yan, actually, I like that feeling too. Puff. When Yang Chen saw the message from Su Yan, he was stunned and even spit out water. Damn, this little goblin, is he a fox in disguise? You are really good at it. This made Yang Chen think of Aragaki Mai. Among Yang Chen's confidants, Aragaki Mai and Su Yan were both good at serving others. However, although both women are very good, there are still some differences. Su Yan's meetings tend to be more stimulating and bold. In contrast, Mai Aragaki's party was one of comfort. Actually, this is easy to understand. Mai Aragaki was born into the Japanese royal family and received a very good education in etiquette since childhood, so she is more traditional. Su Yan is a typical rich girl, from a well-off family, who likes to play and enjoy excitement. TSK, but Su Yan's idea is too bold. To be honest, Yang Chen really doesn't have any strange hobbies in this area. This needs some explanation. What he did to Su Yan after his rebirth was half for revenge on Yi Jiawen and half for the pursuit of excitement. Yang Chen immediately replied on WeChat. What are you thinking? Angry.jpg, is your husband that kind of person? Although it is quite exciting. Ahem. Let's get back to the point. My husband also wants to be with you openly. But avoid this vent first. You just got rid of Yi Jiawen, and there must be a lot of eyes staring at you. If you were with me openly at this time, I'm afraid people would say bad things about you. Especially since my baby is so beautiful, there must be a lot of people who are jealous of you. Yang Chen's hands were extremely fast, and he replied to several messages immediately. Soon, Su Yan's reply came. Su Yan, doubt.jpg, does my husband really not like that? But every time we do that, I feel like time passes very quickly. Could it be the true fragrance theorem? Su Yan, I know my husband is doing this for my own good, not because he likes the feeling of being secretly together. Su Yan, then I will continue to be my cool school goddess, and only listen to you behind my back. Hiss. Fairies are fairies. Su Yan's few words immediately made Yang Chen angry. We can't chat anymore, it's still early in the morning. Yang Chen immediately stopped talking and chatted with Su Yan for a few words. Finally, they made an appointment to have lunch together at noon before ending the topic. After a simple chat, Yang Chen's clothes were a little wet without him noticing. Fortunately, I now have the body of a dragon. Yang Chen touched his waist guiltily. Shortly after I put down my phone, it suddenly vibrated again. Yang Chen picked it up and saw that it was a message from someone he didn't expect. Lin Tuaner. Earlier, Yang Chen met the heavenly girl Lin Tuaner in a bar in Magic City in order to provoke Cheng Xiao. What does she want from me? A question popped up in Yang Chen's mind. Open WeChat chat. Lin Tuaner, brother Yang, are you free now? Cute.jpg. What do you want to do with yourself at this point in time? Yang Chen was also a little surprised, but he didn't answer directly. Instead he asked, what's the matter? Question.jpg. This has become a little habit of Yang Chen. In his previous life, some friends or old classmates who he didn't contact on a regular basis would often ask him if he was free or what he was doing. In Yang Chen's opinion, this kind of question was a pure trap. Once Yang Chen replied that he was free, or that he was not doing anything, the other party will basically just throw a link over. Ask Yang Chen to help chop it, or copy a link to a certain app. At this time, Yang Chen couldn't refuse. After all, it was you who said you were free and had nothing to do. This caused Yang Chen to often help others do a lot of meaningless things. After that, Yang Chen habitually did not answer, but instead asked the other party what he wanted to do. After sending the message, Lin Tuaner replied immediately. It's like this, brother Yang. I've been live streaming in the Douhu live broadcast room recently, but it hasn't been very popular. I wanted to ask if you could give me some support? Seeing this message, Yang Chen looked amused. He immediately replied, really? If I become number 1 on your list, will there be any reward? There is no such thing as a free lunch. Becoming Lin Tuaner's number 1 brother? It's easy to say. At least tens or hundreds of thousands of dollars will be invested. It is enough for an ordinary family to buy several houses in a 4th-tier city. What's more, Yang Chen is not a philanthropist. If you want to get something from him, you must pay a price. It's an equal exchange, that's fair. Lin Tuaner is not a naive little girl who just graduated from college, and she is very clear about this. Therefore, before she asked Yang Chen, she had already anticipated this situation. Not long after, Lin Tuaner's message came. Lin Tuaner, as long as you are my number 1, you can do whatever you want to me. Seeing this message, Yang Chen's mind immediately popped up her pair of long legs. With a wicked smile on his lips, Yang Chen replied, in that case, why don't I just transfer the money to you directly, so that the platform doesn't have to take a cut? Why bother with so much trouble? What Yang Chen didn't expect was that Lin Tuaner actually refused. Chapter 116 I promise to be your number 1. Lin Tuaner, no, I just want you to be my top brother, because live streaming is my hobby and my dream. Lin Tuaner, I want to treat it as my own career and don't want to be a canary locked in a cage every day. This was something Yang Chen had not expected. There are people who really treat live streaming as a career they love. And isn't Lin Tuaner's main job a flight attendant? Then, Yang Chen asked curiously, isn't your job a flight attendant? Why do you want to be a host? Lin Tuaner replied, actually, I don't really like being a flight attendant. Although it looks glamorous on the surface, I'm actually just a senior waitress. Lin Tuaner, from the first day as a flight attendant, we are required to serve customers with a smile. Lin Tuaner, no matter how unreasonable the customer's behavior is, or how unpleasant the words they say are, we must greet them with a smile. Lin Tuaner, this makes me feel very tired and stressed every time I fly. Lin Tuaner, but when I'm doing live broadcasts, I feel very relaxed. If I have any worries or unhappy things, I can talk about them in the live broadcast room. Lin Tuaner, although there are not many fans watching, it can always help to relieve my mood. Yang Chen's question seemed to arouse Lin Tuaner's desire to talk, causing her to send many messages at once. Seeing Lin Tuaner's message, Yang Chen was silent. He also didn't expect that the seemingly glamorous stewardess was actually not that good. Only when one drinks the water can one know whether it is hot or cold. Now he could finally understand why Lin Tuaner wanted to make live streaming a career. Because she can feel relaxed and happy when live streaming. Thinking of this, Yang Chen was silent. I didn't expect that Lin Tuaner is such an idealistic person. To be honest, Yang Chen really wanted to help her. Because Yang Chen had considered getting involved in the live broadcast industry before. But the intention is not to create a live broadcast platform, but to get involved in a field similar to a live broadcast guild. Cultivate anchors, and then make money by sharing profits with them. There are two reasons. Because it takes a lot of capital to build a live streaming platform, and the current live streaming platforms are already becoming mature, with Douhu and Youya basically dominating the market. If you want to start a new live streaming platform at this time, you have basically lost the opportunity. The second reason is that the future trend will be in the field of short videos and live streaming sales. Plus, Yang Chen is a reborn person. Therefore, you just need to find those bloggers and live streaming hosts who will become popular in the future, sign contracts with them and train them in advance. Not only is the cost low, but the benefits of training are also extremely terrifying. For Yang Chen, this cooperation with Lin Tuaner is a good opportunity. I will be the top brother on her list, and later I will set up a host guild and let her join. The best of both worlds. At this moment, a familiar reminder sounded beside Yang Chen's ears. Ding! God level selection is triggered. Choice 1, you are moved by Lin Tuaner's ideals, decide to help her, and ask her to join your live broadcast guild in the future. Rewards, all consumption on Lin Tuaner will be directly rebated including gifts in the live broadcast room, and can trigger sign-in rewards. Check in Lin Tuaner's live broadcast room every day to get 10 million rewards. In addition, you will obtain 51% of the controlling rights of the Xingchen Guild and become the actual controller. Choice 2, refuse politely and let Lin Tuaner be completely disappointed in you. Oh? Sign-in reward? And the 51% controlling stake in the Star Guild? The generosity of the reward this time was somewhat beyond Yang Chen's expectations. I won't say much about the sign-in rewards, it's pure free stuff. It is equivalent to checking in once a day and earning 1000 W. But what Yang Chen cared about more was the 51% controlling stake in the Star Guild. What you think will come true? Just when I was about to doze off, the system sent me a pillow. Although he didn't know much about the Star Guild in his previous life, he had heard of it to some extent. It was a for-profit organization that specialized in managing anchors. And it is currently the most famous guild in the industry. The profit model of this type of guild is simple. When some small anchors were not very famous, the Star Guild signed these small anchors through contracts. Afterwards, through a series of operations such as professional training, character building, and traffic diversion, this young anchor was made famous. The hostess income from the live broadcast platform must also be distributed to the guild accordingly. Simply put, it is similar to an incubation base for internet celebrities. The Star Guild is the top guild of its kind, possessing unimaginable network resources. It is no exaggeration to say that the Star Guild can make anyone famous if it wants to. Yang Chen owns a 51% controlling stake in the Star Guild. Doesn't that mean that he can control all anchors at will? This. The faces of the female anchors suddenly flashed through Yang Chen's mind, as well as a scene. When he entered the Star Guild's company, 2 rows of popular female anchors lined up to welcome him. They wore their respective combat uniforms, then bowed to him in unison and said, "Hello, boss." Wow, that picture is so beautiful. After imagining for a while, Yang Chen quickly shook his head. How can this be possible? Wouldn't that make me become Dongjua? From Yang Chen's perspective, the significance of the Star Guild is actually not limited to this. If we only regard it as an incubator for anchors, it would be very short-sighted. You know, Yang Chen was reborn. The significance of the Star Guild is not limited to the field of live broadcasting, it can radiate to other areas of video creation. For example, the Douyin short videos in the previous life, Palipoli's vlogs, etc. As 4G gradually matures, this will be the trend of the future. This is also a field that Yang Chen must step into. It's not because Yang Chen has his eyes on the market in these areas, but because once Yang Chen occupies the top position in the short video field, he will have a say to a certain extent. And influence. Especially the impact on public opinion. In this era we live in, the speed of information dissemination is actually far from the exaggerated level it will be 10 years later. The current mainstream communication channels are still Weibo, Tieba and Tushio, which spread information through text and pictures. The concept of so-called short videos is still in its infancy. When Yang Chen plans to enter the short video field in the future, the Star Guild will play an unexpected role. These thoughts flashed through his mind quickly, and Yang Chen quickly pulled his consciousness back to reality. After all, the first step to realizing these ideas is to complete the God-level selection. Without hesitation, Yang Chen replied to Lin Tuaner on WeChat. I promise to be your number one. But I have one request. You must join my live broadcast guild from now on. What's your live studio number? Soon, Lin Tuaner's message was replied in seconds. Lin Tuaner, love.jpg, love.jpg. Lin Tuaner, of course I would. Lin Tuaner, my live broadcast room number is 1232. Yang Chen, okay, you start broadcasting first, I will be online later. Chapter 117. You can wear this to find me. Since he had decided to be Lin Tuaner's number one, Yang Chen naturally didn't hesitate. After putting on the headphones, Yang Chen opened the live broadcast software on his phone and entered the live broadcast room number given by Lin Tuaner in the search box. Immediately, Lin Tuaner appeared on Yang Chen's phone screen. Different from the previous appearance in the nightclub, Lin Tuaner at this time did not wear heavy makeup and was dressed more casually and homely. This kind of Lin Tuaner is less charming but more pure. But there are no colorful stockings and cool clothes, nor classic retreat tactics. It doesn't look like he's very good at organizing things. So there are very few people in the live broadcast room, with only about 1,000 views. If calculated according to the algorithm of tiger fighting, there were probably only a few dozen people watching. It's a bit deserted indeed. At this time, there were very few bullet comments in the live broadcast room. Brother G, no, Tuaner, why are you broadcasting so early today? Don't you have to fly? Lue Dihuang finished, hey, the anchor is still as Buddhist as ever. It's early in the morning, and the people next door have already started to dance. Lue Dihuang Wan, nowadays, how many men are vegetarians? Seeing these comments, Lin Tuaner covered her mouth and chuckled, it's good to be able to chat with you and relax. I didn't start the live broadcast to make money. I'm very happy this way. TSK, he is so Buddhist, no wonder his popularity is so low. Yang Chen also took a look at the contribution list of the live broadcast room. The current number one on the list has only received more than 1,000 gifts. According to the 1-to-1 algorithm, more than 1,000 yuan was swiped. Lin Tuaner can be regarded as a breath of fresh air among female anchors. Nowadays, the audience who watch female anchors either come to learn how to dress or to see their talents. With Lin Tuaner chatting in such a Buddhist way, it's no wonder that there are not many viewers. After I make her popular, I will definitely let her do more work in the live broadcast room. For example, cosplaying as Tsunade, Ferryman, Empress, or wearing stockings and walking backwards, etc. Then when she's off the air, I can ask her to come find me wearing this outfit. Report work. Don't get the wrong idea, after all, Yang Chen will be Lin Tuaner's boss from now on. Are there any problems with your daily reporting work? At this moment, Lin Tuaner on the phone suddenly exclaimed, as if she saw an incredible scene. At the same time, the popularity and barrage in the live broadcast room suddenly increased. Is it really Emperor Yang himself? Welcome, great Emperor Yang. Only after hearing Lin Tuaner's exclamation did Yang Chen come back to his senses. Only then did he notice that the colorful special effects of his entering the live broadcast room had already been displayed. At the same time, there was an announcement that appeared in all the live broadcast rooms, welcome Yang Di to enter the live broadcast room of Tuaner. It turned out that the news of his entry into the live broadcast room was announced on all platforms. It can be seen that there is a certain delay in the Douhu platform. The announcement began about 30 seconds after Yang Chen entered the live broadcast room. At the same time, the number of people in Lin Tuaner's live broadcast room was visibly increasing rapidly. 1W, 2W, 5W, 10W. From this, we can see how terrifying Yang Chen's influence is on the Douhu platform now. Straight to the dragon, Brothers, if you do needlework too much, will you have hallucinations? Why did I see Yang Di appear in this live broadcast room? Hurrying, brother, you are not dazzled, Emperor Yang is indeed here. Look at the first person on the title list, welcome our emperor. I have abstained from sex for 10 years, good, good, has Emperor Yang started to eat vegetarian food? I am very pleased with this situation. Welcome our emperor. Hulk, huh? Has Yang Di eaten too many delicacies these past 2 days? Isn't this girl too innocent? Harry Potter, brothers, where is our Yang army? It's time to form a formation. Harry Potter and the Great, welcoming the king. Shanji Arinii, welcome our emperor. Doraemon, welcome to the emperor. A Little Leak, welcome our emperor. The Lonely Turtle of Haijo, welcome our emperor. Gradually, the comments all turned into welcome our emperor. That's the card. If you are careful, you can also find that many familiar faces who appeared in Zhang Yuqi's live broadcast room before also appeared in Lin Tuaner's live broadcast room today. They didn't seem to understand why Yang Di would come to the live broadcast room of a female anchor who was so unpopular and looked so conservative. After all, Zhang Yuqi was a college student female anchor who was famous for her live performances. Could it be that Emperor Yang has changed his taste? At the same time, the grand scene in the live broadcast room instantly shocked Lin Tuaner. When she saw the scene, she covered her mouth in disbelief. As a host, Lin Tuaner had naturally heard of Yang Di. In the live broadcast room of another female anchor, she spent a huge amount of money in just 1 hour and gave out nearly 20 million gifts. This grand move is unprecedented. The last person who spent this much money was the son of the richest man, Sikong Gu, but he only spent around 5 million gifts. But compared to Yang Chen, it is still far behind. Unexpectedly, Yang Di suddenly came to his live broadcast room. Emperor Yang, Emperor Yang. At this moment, a bold idea suddenly appeared in Lin Tuaner's mind. Could it be that Yang Di is Yang Chen? However, she was not sure for a moment. Although she saw Yang Chen spending a lot of money in the Magic City bar, he spent 88.8 to order an Emperor Dragon set for a booth. But compared with Yang Di, who spent 17 million yuan in one night in the live broadcast room, there is still some gap. Lin Tuaner didn't dare to say anything careless, as it would be hilarious if something went wrong. Just then, her cell phone vibrated. Opening WeChat chat, Yang Chen's message came into view. I am Yang Di, go change into some nice clothes. If you don't have any, you can wear stockings, such as Balenciaga or something, otherwise you can't keep the audience in the live broadcast room by relying on me alone. If your live broadcast room doesn't get 500,000 followers after this live broadcast, I won't come to your live broadcast room to give you gifts anymore. Obviously, Yang Chen meant to let Lin Tuaner do something in the live broadcast room. After all, if you really want to achieve something in live streaming, how can it be possible to just do it like this? Even if Yang Chen kept giving gifts in her live broadcast room, he couldn't retain any viewers. Isn't this just like being a whore and still wanting to be a saint? In Yang Chen's opinion, such an idea was too naive. Instead of letting Lin Tuaner slowly realize this later, it would be better for Yang Chen to wake her up now. Of course, Yang Chen also had some selfish motives. Just imagine when Yang Chen personally transformed Lin Tuaner into Fu Tuaner from her previous life. Then when she goes off the air, let her wear the clothes she wore during the live broadcast and take her to practice compendium of materia medica. Isn't it beautiful? However, his last sentence was also meant to scare Lin Tuaner. Since he had chosen Lin Tuaner as the top anchor of his future guild, Yang Chen would naturally not be stingy with his resources to train her. Sooner or later, she will become the most popular anchor on the Douhu platform. It is just a matter of time. Chapter 118 Red and Black. After receiving Yang Chen's message, Lin Tuaner's heartbeat suddenly accelerated. So Yang Chen is Emperor Yang? Originally, Lin Tuaner just wanted Yang Chen to support her and make the live broadcast room a little more lively. But no one expected that Yang Chen was actually the legendary young emperor of the Douhu platform. This immediately made Lin Tuaner's live broadcast room extremely popular. The popularity has directly jumped to the top few, and the live broadcast room has even appeared on Douhu's homepage. In an instant, Lin Tuaner was knocked unconscious by the sudden cake. But at the same time, after seeing Yang Chen's last words, her excited brain instantly cooled down. She understood that this live broadcast was also a test for her by Yang Chen. If she doesn't do it well, Yang Chen won't waste time to guide her anymore. Sit in a chair and calm down for a while. Lin Tuaner cleared her voice and said sweetly, "Thank you Yang Di for coming. Everyone is welcome to come to my live broadcast room. To express my warm welcome to everyone, please wait patiently for me, Yang Di and all the fans." I will go change my clothes and be back soon. After saying this, Lin Tuaner stood up, took a few steps back, and bowed towards the camera. Hearing this, Yang Chen fired 99 rockets in a row in response. The live broadcast room suddenly became lively again. I have abstained from sex for 10 years, if I am not mistaken. This female donoress legs are slender, straight, plump but not greasy, which is rare in the world and perfect. I have abstained from sex for 10 years, it seems that I am going to break the vow again today. In a hurry, brothers, is this a comic book leg? Do they really exist in real life? Harry Potter, this is too unfair. Gift crab. Doraemon, no wonder Yang Di came to this live broadcast room, his vision is never wrong. Yang Di is mighty. Hulk, damn, it's the familiar rocket on my face again. It's so annoying. Yang Di is so domineering and majestic. Straight to Huanglong, Emperor Yang is mighty. Jiazhou philosopher, Emperor Yang is mighty. Just when the live broadcast room was bustling with discussions. Not long after, Lin Tuaner quickly returned to everyone's sight. She was wearing a burgundy dress with a very short skirt that barely covered her hips, and on her legs were the familiar black stockings with Balenciaga letters. Red and black instantly collide to create a stunning visual effect. Yang Chen and the other animals in the live broadcast room were stunned. Especially Lin Tuaner's legs, which looked even more slender when wrapped in black stockings, making people unable to take their eyes away. Lin Tuaner's appearance caused a few seconds of blankness in the comments in the live broadcast room. This shows how terrifyingly attractive these legs are. Then, the barrage instantly exploded. I have abstained from sex for 10 years, that is all, wine and meat pass through my intestines, but the Buddha remains in my heart. I have abstained from sex for 10 years, if I don't go to hell, who will? I will go first, please feel free to help me. Straight to the heart of the matter, typing with both hands to prove innocence. Hulk, brother upstairs, are you afraid it's over? It's only 10 seconds. Doraemon, everyone, put down your needlework and listen to me first. In a hurry? You are doing this again, old man, I don't believe you. Harry Potter, hostess, please don't sit down yet, let me watch for a while, it will be done soon. Looking at the dirty words that occasionally floated across the live broadcast room's barrage, Lin Tuaner blushed a little. She had obviously never seen anything like this. It turns out that among the fans who followed Yang Chen, there are hardly any serious people at all. A bunch of big pigs. Her beautiful eyes turned, and she said in a tender voice, I'm sorry to have kept you all waiting. It's Tuaner's fault for not hosting you well. Is there anything I can do to make it up to you guys? While speaking, Lin Tuaner backed away in her gaming chair, with one of her feet inadvertently placed on the live broadcast table. In the eyes of the audience in Yang Chen's live broadcast room, it was equivalent to putting the leg directly in the face. Many viewers even subconsciously moved their faces closer to their phones, thinking that they would be able to see more clearly. What's worse, I almost drooled. I have to say that Lin Tuaner's legs are truly top-notch. Not only slender, but also very plump. 1 point more would be fat, 1 point less would be thin. Every detail is perfect. Even Lin Tuaner's toes were painted with red nail polish. Through the thin Balenciaga veil, it looks somewhat mysterious and alluring. As if she knew what the viewers in the live broadcast room were thinking, Lin Tuaner even moved her toes mischievously. In an instant, the barrage in the live broadcast room was reduced by half. As for what they are doing, those who understand will understand. Even Yang Chen's throat moved when he saw this scene. He couldn't help but think of what happened in the Shanghai bar 2 days ago, when it seemed that his leg had touched Lin Tuaner intentionally or unintentionally. The touch was really great at the time. Like jelly, smooth, tender and elastic. At this moment, Yang Chen also felt somewhat tempted. In the live broadcast room, Lin Tuaner was still performing. She put her legs on the table, but put them down again not long after. Hey, this seems a bit indecent. I forgot there were so many people in the live broadcast room today, so I lost my composure a bit, sorry. While speaking, Lin Tuaner playfully stuck out her tongue at the camera. This time, the fans in the live broadcast room were completely blown away. In a hurry? Just a little bit, can't the anchor move slower? Harry Potter, halfway through taking off your clothes, you show me this? Straight to the dragon, haha, a bunch of hair-losing people, you finally understand that speed has its advantages, right? You usually laugh at me. Hulk, the female anchor has something to say, please don't put your legs down. I'll swipe a plane first. As he was speaking, a special effect of an airplane flashed by. Straight to the dragon. Damn, this is not the first day I have known Hulk. I didn't expect him to be so generous. I will also come to help cheer. Immediately, airplanes, rockets, and some small gifts kept flashing in Lin Tuaner's live broadcast room. It can be seen that Lin Tuaner's action of putting her legs down has made the brothers in the live broadcast room anxious. Seeing this scene, Yang Chen raised an evil smile. I have to say that Lin Tuaner's ability to make fun of others is natural. A little stimulation will make her full-time skills shine. After receiving a wave of gifts, Lin Tuaner said sweetly, "Thank you all for the gifts. Don't spend money, just follow the host if you like him." Then, Lin Tuaner put her legs on the table again. This time, she put both legs on it and crossed them together. This pair of legs seemed to have magical power, making the viewers in the live broadcast room unable to take their eyes off it instantly. Chapter 119. The Hulk, am completely crazy today. Hey, I went shopping with my bestie last night. I walked in high heels all night and my feet are so sore. As if complaining, Lin Tuaner gently pinched her calf with her hand. This wave of operations directly made the viewers in the live broadcast room feel what Q elasticity means. Straight to the dragon. Hiss, I never knew that the female anchor could be so lively. I really wish I were that table. In a hurry, high heels? I want to watch the anchor watch high heels. Without saying a word, he hurriedly opened a title in Lin Tuaner's live broadcast room. Greener than the Hulk. Damn, guys are going crazy. The female anchor is wearing a pair of high heels. Soon after, the Hulk also followed suit and opened a title. In just 1 minute, more than a dozen netizens opened their titles one after another. This terrifying money-making ability is evident. Even Yang Chen smacked his lips slightly. The last time he opened a title and sent rockets in Zhang Yuqi's live broadcast room, although some fans sent him some gifts, they were all free fishballs or something like that. There aren't many people who give away rockets and planes, and there aren't many who give away titles either. There is absolutely no such grand occasion as in Lin Tuaner's live broadcast room. In comparison, the rockets Yang Chen fired were not that eye-catching. Soon, the popularity of Lin Tuaner's live broadcast room reached more than 1 million. At this early in the morning, he has already achieved the popularity that only top-tier anchors can have. Thank you for the gifts, bosses. I washed my high heels yesterday, and they're still not dry. I don't usually wear high heels, and I only have one pair at home. If you guys like to see it, I'll go buy some Valentino high heels this afternoon and wear them for you guys tonight, okay? Lin Tuaner smiled slightly and said sweetly. As soon as these words were spoken, the viewers in the live broadcast room were excited again. Damn, Valentino's speed shoes? It's best paired with a pair of stunning legs like Lin Tuaner's. What kind of scene is that? Just thinking about it is enough to make people excited. Hulk, the Hulk, am completely crazy today. Streamer, here you go. All for you. Then, the Hulk fired 10 rockets in one breath. You know, this Dohu account, which is greener than the Hulk, has been registered for more than 3 years. In total, I spent over $100 on gifts. It's extremely stingy. As a result, when I came to Lin Tuaner's live broadcast room today, within half an hour, gifts worth tens of thousands of yuan had already been given away. It's obvious that he's already gotten too excited. After hearing Lin Tuaner's words, even Yang Chen couldn't stand it. Then, he turned on his phone and sent a message to Lin Tuaner. Where do you live? I'll come to you now to discuss the specific matters of cooperation. If everything goes well, we can sign the contract soon. At the same time, Lin Tuaner's voice came from the live broadcast room. Everyone wait a moment, my family sent me a message, I'll reply. A few seconds later, Lin Tuaner's WeChat message came. It is an accurate positioning and 3 messages. Brother Yang, just follow the navigation. I'm in room 502, building 6. Also, in fact, her high heels were not washed, and they were also a pair of wine red high heels. Of course I have to dress formally when meeting the boss, and I can't wait to join the guild. Seeing these messages, Yang Chen was filled with awe. Then he turned off his phone. I was just about to say hello to Jiang Ji and Li Jian, but when I turned around, I didn't expect that the two of them had suddenly disappeared. It turned out that one of the 2 people went into the bathroom, and the other returned to bed at some point. And the bed curtains were drawn tightly. These 2 guys are apparently busy doing needlework. Yang Chen was speechless and did not bother them. He then took out the car keys from the drawer and hurriedly left the dormitory. It has to be said that after the live broadcast, Lin Tuaner instantly became popular in Yang Chen's heart. The time came to 11 o'clock. I glanced at Lin Tuaner, who was lying on the yoga mat, and saw that she was so tired that she had fallen asleep. Obviously a little overworked. Yang Chen shook his head. I can only last for an hour while dancing to the compendium of Materia Medica. How is that possible? From now on, the live broadcast time will have to be at least 3 hours every day. It seems that Lin Tuaner must practice more physical fitness in the future. Then he went to the bathroom and took a shower. Lin Tuaner rents a house in an urban village in Shanghai. Although it is not far from the city center and transportation is convenient, the house is old and dilapidated. The room is not big and everything is old. Especially the water pressure in the bathroom was very low, which made Yang Chen very uncomfortable using it. This amount of water is too small. It's not as big as the one just now. After complaining, Yang Chen took a simple shower and came out of the bathroom. Since Lin Tuaner has officially joined Yang Chen's guild, she will naturally not be allowed to live here. The environment is really a bit too bad. Oh, Brother Yang, I'm sorry. It was my first time. I didn't expect to be so tired. I fell asleep accidentally. The afterglow on Lin Tuaner's face had not yet completely faded away, and she looked a little blushing. Yang Chen patted her head to comfort her. It's okay, just get used to it. You need to work on your flexibility more. Many of your postures just now were not standard. Especially in the second half of the dance of Materia Medica, the body cannot be stretched out at all. After all, having visually enjoyed Zhang Yuqi's dance performance, Yang Chen knew very well the mystery of flexibility. Hearing this, Lin Tuaner nodded shyly and uttered a hum from her nose. By the way, don't rent this house anymore. I happen to have an empty villa nearby. You can live there. It's also convenient for live broadcast. Pack your things now, and I'll take you straight there. Yang Chen looked like a domineering CEO, and his tone left no room for doubt. Lin Tuaner naturally wouldn't refuse Yang Chen's respect, and nodded obediently. Then, Lin Tuaner went to the bathroom to wash up and began to organize her things. Yang Chen opened a bottle of Coke and sat in the living room, not knowing what he was thinking about. It's strange. When they met up close at the Magic City bar that night, Yang Chen originally thought that Lin Tuaner was quite ordinary. On the contrary, when she appeared in the live broadcast room, there was a certain sense of distance. And was surrounded by a bunch of netizens. Yang Chen's thoughts changed. I must let Lin Tuaner join my guild, otherwise it would be a waste of resources. TSK, men are indeed strange animals. At this moment, Yang Chen's phone suddenly vibrated. He subconsciously glanced at the incoming call alert and saw an unfamiliar number. Yang Chen immediately picked up the phone. Hello. Hello, is this Yang Chen, Chairman Yan? The other party's voice was low, and he was obviously a middle-aged man. Hearing this, Yang Chen was confused for a moment. It took me a while to come back to my senses. As expected, it should be someone from the Star Guild who contacted me. Chapter 120 Gao Jun with bad intentions. But in order to avoid causing any misunderstanding, Yang Chen still replied, I am Yang Chen. Hello, Chairman Yang, I am Lei Luo, the president of the Star Guild. I'm so sorry to bother you. It's like this. We received a document from the board of directors an hour ago, announcing the personnel changes on the board of directors. You have become the largest shareholder of our Star Guild. I'm calling to ask if it would be convenient for me to have a quick lunch with you and meet with the management of our Star Guild at noon today? Lei Luo asked cautiously. It's not surprising that he has such an attitude. Because Yang Chen now owns 51% of the shares of the Star Guild and has absolute control over the company. It can be said that Yang Chen now has the final say in the Star Guild. He can do whatever he wants in the company. The board of directors also has no power to restrain him. To put it bluntly, Yang Chen is now Lei Luo's immediate superior. As the president of the Star Guild, Lei Luo naturally wanted to get acquainted with Yang Chen. If he doesn't even have this level of sensitivity, then Lei Luo's position as president is in vain. I see. Yang Chen pondered for a while. He and Su Yan made an appointment to have lunch together at noon, so it was not impossible for him to take her along. Thinking of this, Yang Chen immediately said, okay, add me on WeChat later, this is the phone number, send me the location of the meal. Let's set the time at 12:30. I have something else to do now. Hearing Yang Chen's words, Lei Luo immediately replied, okay, Director Yang, you go ahead and do your work. I'll go arrange the lunch. Yeah. Yang Chen hung up the phone. Then, Yang Chen told Su Yan about this matter. But he didn't go into too much detail, just said that someone would treat him to lunch at noon. At about 11:30, Lynn Twanner had almost finished packing. She doesn't have much stuff, basically just things she uses for live streaming, some clothes, and cosmetics. All the stuff fits into one suitcase. Since Yang Chen had to rush to the lunch party, the two of them did not linger and went downstairs directly. When she saw the Lamborghini Venom parked downstairs, even though Lynn Twanner was prepared, she still felt her heart skip a beat. She likes to go to bars in Shanghai when she has nothing to do, so she has naturally seen many expensive sports cars. But no matter which one it is, it seems to be a level lower than the Lamborghini in front of it. Especially the matte carbon fiber body and exaggerated streamlined design make people feel that it is very expensive. After getting in the car, Lynn Twanner touched the interior of the car with some obsession. She looked like a child who had found a favorite toy. It can be seen that she seems to have a special liking for sports cars. Ha, do you like it? I'll give you a supercar later. Seeing Lynn Twanner unable to let go, Yang Chen smiled faintly. Hearing Yang Chen's words, Lynn Twanner raised her head and looked at him expectantly. Really? Of course, when have I ever lied to you? Yang Chen smiled as he patted Lynn Twanner's head. According to the system's rewards, all of Yang Chen's spending on Lynn Twanner will be directly rebated. So let alone a supercar, even an airplane can be given away. As long as Yang Chen can afford the money. Boss, you are so nice. I love you. Hearing Yang Chen's affirmative answer, Lynn Twanner hugged Yang Chen excitedly, and spoke much more boldly. Then, she seemed to have thought of something, and blushed as she whispered to Yang Chen. Boss, although my body still hurts a little, my foot is fine. Hearing this, Yang Chen took a breath of cold air. He looked down subconsciously. I noticed that Lynn Twanner was wearing a pair of thin white lace socks, which seemed to be matched with a white dress. Alas, lunch will have to be postponed for a while. Anyway, I am the chairman of the Star Guild, so it shouldn't be a big deal. At the same time, Xinhua Securities Company. Pei Luotian had just gotten off work. For those in the securities industry, overtime work is basically the norm. While enjoying high wages, you also have to bear the corresponding work intensity and pressure. She finished filing the papers on her desk, stretched, and was about to go out for dinner. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Manager Pei, is it convenient now? A slightly greasy voice sounded. Hearing this voice, Pei Luotian frowned slightly. But he quickly responded, Mr. Gao? Please come in. Soon, the office door was pushed open. A middle-aged greasy man with a slightly bald head walked in. The visitor was Gao Jun, the vice president of Xinhua Securities. Manager Pei, you have worked hard. You are still working on your day off. Gao Jun said in a fake tone. His obscene eyes swept around the office and then fell on Pei Luotian. Ha, this is what should be done. Excuse me, Mr. Gao, what brings you here? Pei Luotian didn't want to continue the conversation and asked directly. The reason is simple, Gao Jun's eyes are just too obscene. The fiery gaze seemed to want to eat me alive. Pei Luotian has always been very disgusted with Gao Jun. Ever since I joined the company, Gao Jun has been hinting at me in many private occasions, both overtly and covertly. As long as he agreed to follow Sun Xing, he could easily become a member of the company's management, become the vice president of Xinhua Securities, or even become the president one day. In Pei Luotian's eyes, Gao Jun is a loyal dog of Sun Xing. Old, ugly, and very greasy and disgusting. If it weren't for the fact that he was his leader and it was difficult to break up with him, Pei Luotian would have turned the table long ago. But when you are under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. This is also the helplessness of society. Oh, nothing. The cooperation with Ningnam Group has come to fruition. Feeling the impatience in Pei Luotian's tone, Gao Jun didn't care and grinned. A mouthful of yellow teeth caused by smoking, combined with a Mediterranean hairstyle, makes him look even more wretched. Hearing this, Pei Luotian was shocked and blurted out, Really? Seeing Pei Luotian's expression, Gao Jun felt very satisfied. He didn't keep the secret, but said directly, Yes, the chairman of our company and the chairman of Ningnam Group had dinner together 2 days ago. The general direction of this cooperation has been basically determined. We just need to talk to their business department about the specific cooperation matters. Because you are in charge of this project, the company arranged for you and me to be in charge of the negotiations. I have an appointment with the head of Ningning's business department for dinner tonight, and we have booked a room at the Michelin Hotel next door. If everything goes well, we can finalize the key details of the contract tonight and officially sign the contract after May 1st. At this point, Gao Jun paused and then changed the subject. However, I heard that the boss of Ningning Group's business department can drink a lot. A fierce battle is inevitable tonight, manager Pei must be prepared.